Darkfire Audio presents the Godsland series, books 1 through 9, written by Brian Rathbone, read by Chris Snellgrove. Book 1, Call of the Herald. Prologue. Within his cabin, General Dempsey adjusted his uniform, making certain every metal was straight and every button oriented properly. Moving automatically to counter the movements of the ship was normally as natural to him as breathing, but he felt unsteady on his feet, as if his years of sailing had suddenly been forgotten. It was not a feeling he was accustomed to. At sea, or just about anywhere on Godsland, his power was undeniable, his orders obeyed without question. There was one place, however, where his power was surpassed, and even a man of his accomplishments must exercise great caution. Aderhold, seat of the Jean Empire. It was from there that Archmaster Balegra ruled with an unforgiving will, and it was to there that General Dempsey was destined. He had no reason to expect anything but a warm welcome, given his success, but there was an uneasy feeling in his gut. Again, automatically, he adjusted his uniform, as if a single stitch out of place could decide his fate. The general cursed himself for such weakness, yet he jumped when there came a knock at his cabin door. After cursing himself again, he answered in his usual commanding tone, "Come." Mate Pibbs presented himself and saluted. "Aderhold is within sight, sir. We've been cleared by the sentry ships, and there is a slip reserved for us. Do you wish to be on deck when we land, sir?" General Dempsey nodded, and Mate Pibbs saluted again before turning on his heel. To some, the salute is a source of great pride and a feeling of power, and most times General Dempsey felt much the same. But on this day it felt like mockery. After a final check of his uniform, he made his way to the prow. From there he watched Aderhold grow larger and more intimidating with every passing moment. It was a feeling that should have passed long before, but the builders of Aderhold had done their job well. The place looked as if it could swallow his entire fleet in a single strike. When they reached the docks, General Dempsey was unsure of what to think. There was no fanfare, no throng awaited the returning army, and there was not so much as a victory dinner to celebrate their conquest of an entire continent. The Great Land was theirs to rule, yet Aderhold bustled with preparations for war. Barges surrounded the island, and they sat low in the water, piled high with grain and supplies, ready to transport the goods to the waiting armada. These were not the usual preparations for an assault on a coastal province. The scale of their provisions foretold a lengthy sea voyage, and the taste of victory turned to bile. General Dempsey knew, long before the page arrived with his new orders, that the Church had declared holy war. He tried to convince himself otherwise, but what he saw could only mean an invasion of the Godfist, a preemptive strike intended to stave off the prophecy. He thought it was sheer madness. Archmaster Balegra would ruin everything by sending them on a fool's quest. This was a hunt for some fantasized adversary, one not only destined to destroy the entire Jean nation, but also one that might herald the return of a goddess Archmaster Balegra and the devotees of the Jean Church had both dreamed of and feared. The devout believed that Istra would imbue them with miraculous gifts, but that her presence would also mark the return of their greatest adversary. In the face of such fanaticism, General Dempsey struggled to maintain his equilibrium. To him, the Jean beliefs made little sense. Though he had played his role in many ceremonies, he believed none of it. He simply did what the Church asked of him because it furthered his own goals. His military genius had only served to strengthen the Jean and their beliefs, and though it had granted him the power he desired, he suddenly wondered if it had been a mistake, a grave and deadly mistake. To say his army was unprepared for an assault on the Godfist was a gross understatement. 2/3 of his men came from lands that had only recently been conquered. Few were well trained, and fewer still were loyal. With his experienced and trusted men spread throughout the regiments, he was barely able to maintain control. He knew it was a suicide mission, and that it would be years before they were ready to undertake a long-distance campaign. Orders to get his army ready for the invasion confirmed the insanity, and when he saw them, he requested an immediate audience with Archmaster Balegra under the pretense of misunderstanding the mission. It was highly unusual for any member of the armies to meet with the Archmaster in person, But General Dempsey felt he was entitled. He and his men had offered up their lives for the Empire, and they deserved to know why they were being thrown away. Days passed before he was granted the audience, and that gave him time to ponder every word he might use to implore the Archmaster to change his mind. When a page finally arrived with his summons, the uncertainty was festering in his belly. Archmaster Belegra was the only person with enough power to have him executed, and his every instinct warned that the wrong choice of words could send him to the headsman's block. A slight figure in dark robes greeted General Dempsey with little more than a slight bow. Though his features were concealed within a deep hood, the general knew of him. He was the nameless boy whose insolence had cost him his tongue. As he led General Dempsey to a private hall, he served as a silent warning. This had the potential to be a very dangerous encounter. When he entered the hall, General Dempsey saw Archmaster Belegra swathed in thick robes, and huddled in an ornate chair that was pulled up close to the fire. Though the years had barely grayed his hair, he looked like a feeble old man. As austere as ever, he did not acknowledge General Dempsey in any way, as if he were oblivious to his presence. "A humble servant of the Jean requests the consideration of the Church," General Dempsey said in a polite tone, trying to sound unassuming, but he feared it came out sounding forced and insincere. Archmaster Belegra did not look at him, nor did he speak. He simply extended his right hand and waited. The general did not hesitate in moving to the Archmaster's side, taking his hand and kissing the signet ring, wishing to dispense with protocol as quickly as possible. "The Church recognizes her child, and will suffer you to speak." "With all due respect, Your Eminence, I must ask you to reconsider this course of action. Launching an attack on such a distant nation, when we've barely secured the land surrounding us, will put everything we've achieved at risk." General Dempsey was more direct than was advisable, but he was determined and pushed on. "It's not that I don't believe the prophecies, but sending 2/3 of our strength on a—" Archmaster Belegra raised an eyebrow, and Dempsey stopped. He knew he was treading in dangerous waters, and he preferred to keep his head. "The prophecies are quite clear on this matter, General, but I will refresh your memory if I must. Vestra, god of the sun, has ruled Godsland skies for nearly 3,000 years, but he will not always reign alone. Istra, goddess of the night, shall return to preside over the night skies. A harbinger shall be born of her hand, and will be revealed by the power they wield. Thus, the advent of Istra shall be heralded. Faithful of the Church, beware, for the herald of Istra shall desire your destruction, and will endeavor to undo all you have wrought." General Dempsey despaired. The prophecies were impossible to argue, since no proof could be offered to discredit them. They were sacred and above reproach. "It is your responsibility to protect this nation and all the inhabitants of the Great Land. The herald of Istra poses an imminent threat to the Church and the entire Jean Empire. The holy documents have rewarded us with clues regarding the timing of Istra's return, and we must use these divine gifts to our full advantage. To do otherwise would be sacrilege and blasphemy. Is that clear?" General Dempsey nodded, mute. He struggled to find words that would drive away the madness, but they remained beyond his grasp. "You have your orders, General. You know your duty. The army is to set sail for the Godfist by the new moon, and is not to return without the herald of Istra. Go forth, with the blessings of the Jean Church." Chapter 1. Life is the greatest of all mysteries, and though I seek to solve its many riddles, my deepest fear is that I will succeed. C.C. Bajur, Philosopher. Immersed in its primordial glow, a comet soared through space with incredible speed. 3,000 years had passed since it last shed its light upon the tiny blue planet known to its inhabitants as Godsland, and the effects had been cataclysmic. A mighty host of comets followed the same elliptical orbit as the first, as they returned from the farthest reaches of the solar system. Their light had already charged the atmosphere of Godsland, and the comets themselves would soon be visible to the naked eye. The cycle of power would begin anew. Radiant energy, though still faint, raced towards Godsland, bearing the power of change. As the force angled over the natural harbor where the fishing vessels were moored for the night, it soared beyond them over the Pinnock Valley, and nothing barred its path. Beyond a small town, amid foothills dotted with farmsteads, it raced toward a barn where a young woman dutifully swept the floor. A slight tingle and a brief twitch of her eyebrows caused Katrin to stop a moment, just as a chance wind cast the pile of dirt and straw back across the floor. It was not the first thing to go wrong that morning, and she doubted it would be the last. She was late for school. Again. Education was not a birthright. It was a privilege, something Master Edling repeatedly made more than clear. Those of station and power attended his lessons to gain refinement and polish, but for those from the countryside, the purpose was only to stave off the epidemic of ignorance. His sentiments had always rankled, and Katrin wondered if the education was worth the degradation she had to endure. She had already mastered reading and writing, and she was more adept at mathematics than most, but those were skills taught to the younger students by Master Jarvis, who was a kind, personable teacher. Katrin missed his lessons. Those approaching maturity were subjected to Master Edling's oppressive views and bland historical teachings. It seemed to her that she learned things of far more relevance when she worked on the farm, and the school lessons seemed a waste of time. Master Edling detested tardiness, and Katrin was in no mood to endure another of his lectures. His anger was only a small part of her worries on that day, though. The day was important, different. Something was going to happen, something big. She could feel it. The townies, as Katrin and her friends called those who placed themselves above everyone else, seemed to feed on the teacher's disdainful attitude. They adopted his derogatory manner, which often deteriorated into pranks and, lately, violence. Though she was rarely a target, Katrin hated to see her friends treated so poorly. They deserved better. Peyton Ross was the primary source of their problems. It was his lead the others followed. He seemed to take pleasure in creating misery for others, as if their hardships somehow made him more powerful. Perhaps he acted that way to impress Rosette and the other pretty girls from town, with their flowing dresses and lace-bound hair. Either way, the friction was intensifying, and Katrin feared it would escalate beyond control. Anyone from the countryside was a target, but it was her friend Osborne Meccano, son of a pig farmer, who bore the brunt of their abuses. The low regard in which his family profession was held, and his unassuming manner, made him an easy target. He had never fought back, and still the attacks continued. Chase, Katrin's beloved cousin, felt they should stand up for themselves since passive resistance had proven fruitless. What choice did they have? Katrin understood his motives, but to her, the problem seemed unsolvable. Surely retaliation would not end the struggle, but neither had inaction, which left her in a quandary. Chase seemed to think they needed only to scare the townies once to make them realize such treatment would not be tolerated. That, he said, was the only way to gain their respect, if not their friendship. She could see his logic, but she also saw other less appealing possibilities, such as a swift and violent response, or even expulsion from the school lessons. Too many things could go wrong. Chase was determined, though, and she would support him and Osborne in their fight, if that was their choice, but she did not have to like it. From bribing a woman who had once worked as Peyton's nursemaid, Chase learned that Peyton had a terrible fear of snakes. Any snake, not just the venomous varieties. Chase planned to catch a snake and sneak it into the hall during lessons, though he admitted he had no plan for getting it near Peyton without being seen. Just thinking about it, Katrin began to feel queasy, and she concentrated even more on her work. As she slid the heavy barn door closed to keep out the wind, she was submerged in darkness and had to resweep the floor by the light of her lantern. Her father and Benjamin, his close friend, were returning from the pastures with a pair of weanlings, just as she lugged her saddle into Salty's stall. She watched the skittish colt and filly enter the barn wide-eyed, but they gave the experienced men little trouble and would soon become accustomed to frequent handling. The lamplight cast a glow on Benjamin's dark features. Bits of gray showed in his neatly trimmed beard, and his ebon hair was pulled back in a braid, giving him the look of a wise but formidable man. Salty, Katrin's 6-year-old chestnut gelding, must have sensed she was in a rush, for he chose to make her life even more difficult. He danced away from her as she tossed the saddle over his back, and when she grabbed him by the halter and looked him in the eye, he just snorted and stepped on her toes. After pushing him off her foot, she prepared to tighten the girth, and Salty drew in a deep breath, making himself as big as possible. Katrin knew his tricks, and had no desire to find herself in a loose saddle. Kneeing him in the ribs just enough to make him exhale, she cinched the strap to the wear marks. Salty nipped her on the shoulder, letting her know he didn't appreciate her spoiling his joke. Dawn backlit the mountains, and heavy cloud cover rode in with the wind. A light spray was falling as Katrin walked Salty from the low-ceilinged barn into the barnyard. Salty danced and spun as she mounted, but she got one foot in the stirrup and a hand on the saddle horn, which was enough to pull herself up even as he pranced. His antics were harmless, but Katrin had no time for them, and she drove her heels into his flanks with a chirrup to urge him forward. In that, at least, he did not disappoint as he leaped to a fast trot. She would have given him his head and let him gallop, but the wagon trail was growing muddy and slick in the steady rain. Cattleman Gerard appeared in the haze ahead, his ox cart leaving churned mud in its wake. Trees lined the narrow trail, and Katrin had to slow Salty to a walk until they cleared the woods. When they reached a clearing, she passed Gerard at a trot, waving as she rode by, and he gave her a quick wave in return. Fierce gusts drove stinging rain into her eyes, and she could barely see the master house huddled against the mountains. In the distance, only its massive outline was visible. Harborton materialized from the deluge, and as she approached, the rain dwindled. The cobbled streets were barely damp, and the townsfolk who milled about were not even wet. In contrast, Katrin was bespattered and soaked, looking as if she had been wallowing in mud, and she received many disapproving looks as she trotted Salty through town. The aroma of fresh-baked bread wafting from the bakery made her stomach grumble, and the smell of bacon from the watering hole was alluring. In her rush, she had forgotten to eat, and she hoped her stomach would not be talkative during the lessons, a sure way to irritate Master Edling. She passed the watchtower and the large iron ring that served as a fire bell, and she spotted her uncle, Jensen, as he dropped off Chase on his way to the sawmill. He waved and smiled as she approached, and she blew him a kiss. Chase climbed from the wagon looking impish, and Katrin's appetite fled. She had hoped he would fail in his snake hunt, but his demeanor indicated that he had not, and when the leather bag on his belt moved, any doubt she had left her. How he had concealed the snake from her uncle was a mystery, but that was Chase, the boy who could do what no one else would dare attempt. His mother and hers had died 15 years before on the same day, and under mysterious circumstances. No one understood what killed them. Since then, Chase seemed determined to prove that he wasn't afraid of anything or anyone. Katrin pulled Salty up alongside him, and they entered the stables together. Once clear of the gate, she turned to the right, hoping to slip into her usual stall unnoticed, but instead she saw another insult. All the stalls were taken, despite there being plenty for those students who rode. Many of the townies, including Peyton, rode to the lessons even though they were within walking distance. In a parade of wealth and arrogance, they flaunted their finely made saddles with gilded trim. It seemed they now felt they needed pages to attend to their mounts, and they, too, must ride. It was the pages' horses that had caused the shortage of stalls. Katrin stopped Salty and just stared, trying to decide what to do. "What's going on, Kat?" Chase bellowed. "Have the townies gotten so fat they need 2 horses to carry each of them?" "Hush, I don't want any trouble," she said with a pointed glance at his writhing bag. "I'll stable Salty at the watering hole." "Strom may let you stable him there, but certainly not for free." "Where does it stop, Kat? How much abuse do they think we'll tolerate?" he asked, sounding more incensed with each word. "I don't have time for this now. I'll see you at the lesson." Chirruping, she gave him a bit of her heels, trotted him around the block, and slowed only when she neared Baker Hollis, who was busy sweeping the walk. He gave her a sidelong glance and shuffled into the bakery. Inside, Katrin saw his daughter, Trinda, who stared with haunted eyes. She rarely left the bakery, and it was said she spoke even less often. Most thought she was daft, but Katrin suspected something entirely different, something much more sinister. As she turned into the alley behind the watering hole, she whistled for Strom, who emerged from the stable looking tired and irritable. "Cripes, it's early, Kat. What brings you here?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. He had once attended the lessons and had been friends with Katrin and Chase. After his father died, though, he had gone to work as a stable boy for Miss Maris to help support his mother. He was shunned by most. His humble circumstances and departure from the lessons marked him as undesirable in the eyes of many, but Katrin enjoyed his company and considered him a good friend. "I'm sorry to wake you, but I really need to stable Salty here today. The stable at the academy is full, and I'm already late. Please let me keep him here, just for today," she asked with her most appealing look. "If Miss Maris finds out, she'll have my hide for a carpet. I can only stable a horse if the owner patronizes the inn and pays a copper for the stall," he said. Digging into her coin purse, Katrin pulled out a worn silver half she'd been saving for an emergency. She tossed it to Strom. "Buy yourself something to eat, and take good care of Salty for me. I have to go," she said, as she grabbed her wax pad from her saddlebags. Strom rolled the coin across his knuckles as she sprinted away. "I hate to take your money, Kat, but I assure you it won't go to waste," he shouted. Katrin raced back to the academy, turning toward the lesson hall at a full run. Master Baron shouted for her to slow down, but she was nearly there. She reached the door and opened it as quietly as she could, but the hinge betrayed her, squeaking loudly. Everyone in the room turned to see who would be the target of Master Edling's ire, and Katrin felt her face flush. She entered with mumbled apologies and quickly sought a vacant desk. The townies gave her nasty looks and placed their wax tablets on the empty chairs near them, clearly indicating she was not welcome. In her rush to reach the desk next to Chase, her wet boots slipped on the polished floor, leaving her suspended in air for an instant before she hit with a crash. The air rushed from her lungs with a whoosh, and the room erupted in laughter. As soon as she regained her breath, she immediately held it, seeing Chase take advantage of the distraction. He slinked behind Peyton and slid the leather pouch under his chair. The drawstrings were untied, and the top lay open, but nothing emerged. Katrin stood and quickly took the seat between Chase and Osborne, still blushing furiously. "This isn't going to go well for you, Kat. Edling looks boiled," Osborne whispered, but Master Edling interrupted in a loud voice. "Now that Miss Volker has seen fit to join us, perhaps she will allow us to commence. What say you, Miss Volker? Shall we begin, or do you need more leisure time?" he asked, looking down his nose, and several of the townies sniggered, casting her knowing glances. Katrin just mumbled and nodded. She was grateful when Master Edling began his lecture on the Holy War. At least he was no longer adding to her embarrassment by making a bigger fool of her. "When Istra last graced the skies," he began, "the Jean and Varik nations waged a holy war that lasted hundreds of years. They fought over conflicting interpretations of religious documents, none of which could be proved or disproved. Meanwhile, the Elzic nation remained neutral, often acting as a mediator during peace talks. Many times peace was made, only to be broken again upon the first provocation. Then there came a new Elzic leader, Vaughn of the Elzics. He ascended the throne after killing his uncle, King Venice. Vaughn had been clever and murdered his uncle during the harvest festival, when there were hundreds of people in attendance who might have wanted the king dead. No one could identify the killer, and a veil of suspicion hung over the court. Elaborate conspiracy theories were rampant, and Vaughn encouraged them since they served his purposes well. Those who believed treachery was afoot were much less likely to speak out for fear of being the next mysterious death. The teacher droned on. Vaughn believed his nation's historical neutrality in the war was folly, and that it would be better to conquer both nations while they were weakened by the prolonged war. The Elzics did not condone the use of Istra's powers, claiming it was blasphemous, and none of their scholars were skilled in arcana. Vaughn had no large army at his disposal either, so he concluded that Istra's power was the only way he could defeat both nations. He would use the very powers that were flaunted by the Jean and the Variks as the agents of their destruction. He staged clandestine raids against each nation, disguising his men as soldiers from the opposing nation. His instructions were clear. He wanted people captured, not killed, because he wanted slaves. Those captured were transported in secret to the Nell Downs, which we believe to be high in the Pinnock Mountains. Camps were built, and the slaves were forced to experiment with creating powerful weapons using Istra's power. There were many failures, as most of those captured had no experience in such things. But after countless attempts, a slave named Emitri made a deadly discovery. Weakened from working in stuffy quarters, he convinced his captors to let him work outside whenever the sun shone. His efforts were fruitless for many weeks, and many of his experiments lay about in disarray, unfinished or forgotten completely, except for the details in his copious notes. Most of them consisted of various compounds of elements he placed in clay mugs, which he sealed with mud. One day, while working on his experiments, an explosion knocked him off his feet, and he knew one of his concoctions had worked. It took many more efforts for him to duplicate his success. One major problem was that his explosive needed to charge in the light of both Istra and Vestra before it would detonate. As it became saturated with energy, it would begin to glow, gradually getting brighter and brighter until it would eventually explode. Vaughn was pleased with Amitri's discovery, and after several refinements and small-scale demonstrations, he declared it the success he had been looking for. Emitri was raised to the highest status of slave, barely less than a free man. Vaughn ordered the other slaves to build enormous statues in the likeness of Istra and Vestra, sharing a loving embrace. These great behemoths became known as the statues of Terhillion, and packed with the new explosive, they were sent to the various Jean and Varik cities. Appearing to be tokens of peace, they were readily accepted and revered. The wars had drained the Jean and Varik nations, and lacking the resources to fight, they were relieved to receive the gifts. It was an abominable tactic, and one I hope is never eclipsed. Drawn to the statues like moths to a flame, the faithful and war-weary congregated in enormous numbers around the likenesses of their gods. All but a few of the statues detonated, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that leveled entire cities, killing countless souls. The toxic aftermath debilitated those not killed by the initial blasts, and most died soon thereafter. And so began mankind's darkest age, a time known as the Purge. Master Edling continued, his unvarying cadence threatening to put Katrin and most of the other students into a deep sleep. The snake, which Katrin now saw was an olive-green tree snake, was lured from Chase's pouch by the stillness. Its slender head and neck poked from the pouch, looking like a bean pod with eyes. Katrin held her breath as it slithered forward and coiled itself around the chair of the leg. Peyton noticed Katrin's sideways glances and gave her a snide look, tossing his long blonde hair over his shoulders. With his muscular build, strong jaw, and piercing blue eyes, he cast a striking figure, but his attitude and ego made him the least attractive person Katrin had ever met. She felt little pity for him as the snake continued to follow its instinct, which was to climb. Peyton was oblivious to its presence and continued to look bored, casting his own glances to get the attention of Rosette Guildsmith. The snake slithered up the slats on the back of his chair. It brushed against his curls, and still he remained unaware. He shifted in his seat, as if sensing the stares of Katrin, Chase, and Osborne, and turned his head to glare at them. As he did, his eyes met those of the snake, and he shrieked. His high-pitched scream and sudden movement alarmed the snake, and it struck, biting him on his nose. Katrin knew the snake was not venomous, but Peyton obviously knew nothing of the sort. He leaped from his chair, sending his desk and the snake flying. Charging from the hall, he knocked Rosette and another girl from their chairs. He showed no concern for anyone in the hall, and it was obvious his only care was for his own safety. Master Edling stormed to the back of the hall, fuming, and snatched the agitated snake from the ruins of Peyton's chair. After releasing it at the base of a tree in the courtyard, he returned, pushing Peyton before him, forcing the shaken young man to return the desks to order. Chase's eyes danced with glee and Osborne let a giggle slip. The townies and Master Edling glared at them with eyes like daggers. Katrin sat quietly, hoping the situation would somehow improve, but instead it worsened. "Peyton Ross, you are a coward and a boor," Rosette said with a haughty look. "Do not aspire to speak to me again." She turned smugly away, her jaw stuck out in defiance. Chase seemed to think things were going very well, but Katrin could see Peyton's fury rising, his embarrassment fueling his desire for retribution. How Chase could not see mounting danger was a mystery to Katrin. Perhaps he was simply caught up in his own thirst for revenge. Master Edling concluded his lecture and dismissed the class curtly. Katrin was just glad to have the lesson over, and tried to flow out with the rest of the crowd, but Master Edling barred her path. "Miss Volker, I would have a word with you," he said, and he clearly did not wish to compliment her. "Yes, sir, Master Edling, sir," Katrin replied softly. "I'm sorry I was late, sir." "I'll have no excuses from you. It is your responsibility to arrive before the appointed time. If you cannot do so, then I recommend you do not attend at all. Since you wasted my time at the beginning of class, it is only fair I waste your time now. Be seated," he said, and Katrin slumped into the chair nearest the door, anxiously waiting for her punishment to be concluded. Outside the lesson hall, Chase ducked into a darkened recess and waited for Osborne. Rosette came first, and she cast him a haughty glance, but he was grateful that she said nothing. Using the darkness for cover, he held his breath as Peyton stormed by, followed by a mob of agitated townies. Minda and Celise walked by, and Osborne seemed to be trying to hide behind them. Hoping no one noticed, Chase grabbed Osborne by the shirt and dragged him into the alcove. Osborne let out a small yelp before he realized it was Chase who had grabbed him, and he looked over his shoulder more than once. "Looks like Edling held Katrin after class," Chase said. "I told you he looked boiled," Osborne said, but there was a tremble in his voice, and he looked nervously over his shoulder. "Are you going to wait around for Kat?" "I can't. I promised my dad I'd help with the afternoon deliveries." "I can't either," Osborne said. "I've chores to do, and I should probably study for the test we have coming up." "Bah, who needs to study?" Chase asked with a grin. "Just remember everything Edling says, that's all." Osborne shook his head. "That may work for you, but my father'll tan my hide if I bring home bad marks. I better get Patches saddled and get going, or I'm going to run out of light." Chase peeked around the corner before walking back into the light, half expecting to find Peyton and the rest of the townies waiting for him, but the stables were eerily quiet. Only Patches remained in her stall, and Chase stayed with Osborne while he got her saddled. "Never seen everyone clear out so quickly," Chase said. "I'm starting to think the snake was a bad idea," Osborne said as he tightened the girth. "Feels like I've got squirrels in my guts. You don't think they'll do anything to Kat, do you?" "You worry too much," Chase said, but he secretly wondered if Osborne was right. It seemed strange that Peyton and the others had left so quickly, and letting Osborne and Katrin travel home alone suddenly seemed like a very bad idea. There was nothing he could do about it, though, no way to take back what was already done, and he tried to drive the worry from his mind. "I'm sure everything will be fine." "I hope you're right," Osborne said as he mounted. Patches, who was a well-mannered mare, must have sensed Osborne's nervousness, for she danced around the stable, her ears twitching as she spun. Osborne soothed her with a hand on her neck, and she trotted away with her tail tucked. "I'll see you tomorrow," Osborne said with a wave. "Be careful," Chase said, betraying his own fears, and Osborne rode away looking more nervous than ever. Checking around every corner as he went, Chase made his way to the mill. At each turn he expected to find the townies waiting, and their absence only increased his anxiety. "I wish they would just get on with it," he mumbled to himself as he passed the market. When he saw his father waiting with the wagon already loaded, though, he forgot his fears. They had enough work to keep them until nightfall, and he would have time to think of little else. After sitting far longer than needed to make up the time she had missed, Katrin began to wonder if Master Edling had forgotten she was there. He was completely engrossed in his text, and she was hesitant to interrupt. She tried to be patient, but she desperately wanted to talk to Chase, and she shifted in her seat constantly. "You are dismissed," he said suddenly without looking up. "Thank you, Master Edling. It won't happen again, sir," Katrin said as she rose to leave. "It had better not. And do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your involvement in today's disruption. You can pass that along to your cousin as well," he said, and Katrin did not bother to deny it, knowing it would do no good. She walked quickly to the watering hole, arriving to find Strom busy with the mounts of 2 nobles. She waited in the shadows, not wanting the nobles to complain about riffraff hanging around the stables. It had happened before, and she didn't want to impose on Strom. Once the nobles made their instructions abundantly clear, they strolled into the watering hole, and Katrin emerged from her hiding place. "Thanks for keeping out of sight," Strom said. "Salty's in the last stall. You can saddle him yourself, can't you?" he asked with a smirk. "I think I can manage, though the task is beneath me," Katrin replied, and her sarcasm brought a chuckle from Strom. Her tack had been cleaned and hung neatly outside the stall. He had treated her horse and gear as if they were his own, and she appreciated the gesture. Salty gave her no trouble, being aware he was on his way home, where his feed bucket waited. Strom was still attending to the noble's horses and tack when she mounted. "Thank you, Strom. I appreciate your help," she said, waving as she left. "Don't mention it, Kat. Just try not to make a habit of it," he replied with a wink, and returned to his work. Salty needed little prompting, and he broke into a trot as soon as they left town. Katrin turned him onto the wagon trail that meandered toward her home, hoping Chase would meet her there. She had expected to find him waiting at the watering hole, and his absence concerned her. She was tempted to push Salty to a gallop, but resisted the urge. The trail was muddy and slick, and speed would only put her and Salty at risk. Her father and Benjen had warned her about such behavior, and she heeded their advice. Engrossed in her thoughts, she let Salty cover the familiar distance without her input, but as she approached the woods, she heard someone cry out. Urging Salty forward, she scanned the trees for signs of trouble. Through the foliage, she saw flashes of movement in a clearing, and harsh laughter echoed around her. When she saw Patches, Osborne's mare, wandering through the trees, still saddled and bridled, she nearly panicked. Osborne would never leave his horse in such a state, and she knew he was in trouble. After jumping from the saddle, she tied Salty to a nearby tree and approached Patches, who recognized her and cooperated as Katrin tied her to another tree. Meanwhile, she heard more muffled cries. Running as fast as she could toward the nearby sound, she burst into the clearing. Osborne was near the center on his hands and knees. Blood flowed freely from his nose and mouth, and he clutched his side. Peyton Ross, Carter Besson, and Chad McCubb were on horseback, and appeared to be taking turns riding past Osborne, beating him with their wooden staves. "Stop this madness!" Katrin shouted as she ran to Osborne's side. She crouched over his body, hoping to protect him, yet knowing she could not. She was overmatched. He whimpered beneath her, spitting blood through his ruptured lips. "Out of the way, farm girl, or you'll share this one's fate. He needs a lesson in showing respect to his betters," Peden said as he spurred his horse. As he swept past, he swung his staff in a powerful arc, landing a solid blow on Katrin's shoulder. She barely had time to recover from his attack before Carter approached. His mount was blowing hard from the workout, sweat frothing around the saddle and bridle alike. His staff swung wide, striking her on her hip, but she barely felt the pain. As Peden wheeled his horse and dug in his heels, his eyes were those of a madman. He seemed intent on killing her and Osborne, and Katrin became convinced her death approached. Peden was a well-muscled athlete who had trained in the jousts for as long as he could ride. He would not miss his target again, and her defiance clearly enraged him, leaving little chance of mercy. Time slowed, and as she cried out in fear, her voice sounded hollow and strange in her ears. Still Peden came, aiming his mount so close that she feared they would be trampled. He did not run them down, though. Instead, he brought his horse just close enough to provide a clear shot at Katrin. She watched in horror as his staff swung directly at her head, and she saw her own terrified reflection in its highly polished surface as it blocked out the rest of the world. Intense sadness overwhelmed her as she prepared to die. Though she hoped Osborne would survive the encounter, it seemed unlikely. In the next instant, Katrin's world was forever changed. Her body shuddered, and a sound louder than thunder ripped through the clearing. She tried to make sense of what she saw as the world seemed to fly away from her. Everything took on a yellowish tint, which faded to blackness as she crumbled to the ground. Nat Dersinger turned his nose to the wind and inhaled deeply. The wind carried the smell of misfortune, and he had learned better than to ignore his instincts. Despite the fact that he'd caught no fish, he pulled in his nets. Looking out at the clear skies, broken by only fluffy white clouds that seemed frozen in time, he wondered if he was just being silly, but the ill feeling persisted and grew more intense with every passing moment. With a sense of urgency, he raised his sails and guided his small craft back to the harbor. Along the way he passed other fishing vessels, but no one waved or shouted out in greeting, as they did with other fishermen. Most just cast Nat's suspicious glances. Others glared at him until they were lost from sight. Nat tried not to let any of it bother him, but he soon realized he was grinding his teeth, and his hands were clenched into fists. Too many times he'd been treated as an outcast, as if he were not even human. With a long sigh, he released his frustration and concentrated on avoiding the scores of hidden rock formations that flanked the harbor entrance. At the docks, he received more strange looks, partly because he was back long before most of the other fishermen would return, and partly because he brought no fish to the cleaning tables, but mostly it was because he was Nat Dersinger, son of a madman. Most would rather see him dead or exiled. Others simply tolerated him. There were few people he trusted, and fewer still who trusted him. It was a lonely and unforgiving existence, but he had to believe it was all for a purpose, some grand design beyond his ability to perceive or understand. He let his mind be consumed by the possibilities, and he entered an almost dreamlike state. Nothing around him seemed real, as if he walked in a place somewhere between this life and the great unknowable that lay beyond. Unaware of where he was going, he let his feet follow a path of their own choosing, permitting his unconscious mind, rather than his conscious mind, to guide the way. It was one of the few lessons his father had taught him. Sometimes the spirit knows things the mind cannot. Never ignore the urgings of your spirit. When he reached the woods outside of town, he barely recalled the walk. His feet continued to carry him into the countryside, and he wondered, as he often did, if he was simply fooling himself, assigning himself otherworldly powers rather than admitting he shared his father's illness. In truth, that was the crux of his life. Most seek answers to a myriad of questions, but Nat was consumed by one question alone. Had his father been a true prophet or a madman? As he found himself suddenly climbing over a hedge of bramble, he was inclined to believe the latter. But then the ground trembled, and the air was split by a mighty thunderclap. Leaping over the hedge, Nat moved with confidence and purpose, suddenly trusting his instincts more than his senses. For the first time in a very long time, he believed not only in his father, but also in himself. As the sun was sinking behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the land, Katrin woke. She sat up slowly, dizzy and disoriented, and put one hand out toward the ground to steady herself. It found Osborne's chest. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow, but at least he looked no worse than he had when she'd arrived. She hoped he was not seriously injured. Her body ached as she moved, and she closed her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, she tried to calm herself. Moans broke the eerie silence, and Katrin heard someone behind her gasp. She turned to see who it was, and only then did she behold the devastation that surrounded her. The clearing was a good bit larger than when she'd entered it. Every blade of grass, bush, and tree within 100 paces had been leveled. She stood unsteadily at the center of a nearly perfect circle of destruction. All the debris pointed away from her, as if she had felled it with a giant sickle. Turning around slowly, she took in the awful details. Supple stalks of grass had been so violently struck that they were broken cleanly in half. In all her 17 summers, Katrin had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Behind her stood Nat Derzinger, a local fisherman who was thought to be mentally unstable. He leaned on his ever-present staff, his jaw slack, and made no move. The staff was taller than he was, half its length shod in iron, which formed a sharp point. His wild graying hair stuck out in all directions, and his eyes were wide, making him look every bit the madman some thought him to be. Though he was of an age with Katrin's father, the lines on his face made him appear much older. Peaton's horse lay unmoving in a tangle of downed trees. Horrified, Katrin saw Peaton's boots sticking out from under the animal, and she feared him dead, but she could not make herself move. "Help! My leg is broken!" she heard Carter shout, and she turned to see him struggling to get out from under his own dead horse. Chad wandered aimlessly, followed by his faithful mount, which limped badly. "Gods have mercy! I bear witness to the coming of the herald. The prophecy has been fulfilled, and Istra shall return to the world of men." The words poured out of Nat, and struck fear into those who heard them. Townsfolk and farmers had begun to arrive, having heard the blast and been guided by the shouting. They tended to the wounded, and word was sent to the masters as well as the parents of the students involved. People scrambled to help Peaton and the others, and many cast frightened glances at Katrin as they passed. Osborne regained consciousness, and a kindly old man helped him to the edge of the clearing to await the masters. Few folk had the courage to speak to Katrin, but those who did all asked the same question. What happened? "I don't know," was the only honest answer Katrin could give, but no one seemed to believe her. When her father arrived, he ran to where she stood, tears filling his eyes. Overwhelmed, she collapsed into his embrace. He hugged her and tried to comfort her, but he seemed unable to find the right words. Instead, he tied Salty to his saddle and pulled Katrin atop his roan mare, and they rode home in cautious silence. A pool of molten wax and a dwindling wick were all that remained of Wendell Volker's candle, and he let it burn. His eyes, swollen with tears, were focused beyond the blank wall he faced. Raising Katrin alone had never been in his plans. He had done the best he could without Elsa, but in Wendell's mind, it never seemed enough. If not for Benjen, he wasn't sure they would have survived. All along they had struggled, but now they faced a danger far too great. The chill of fear crept up his neck. Fear not for himself, but for his beloved daughter. Remembering the damage in the clearing, Wendell felt goosebumps rise on his skin. More disturbing than the damage was the look in Katrin's eyes. She felt responsible and guilty, that much was clear. Wendell tried to figure out what might have happened, but he found no answers. Instead, he accepted the fact that he might never know. What mattered was that people would be angry, confused, and afraid, all of which put Katrin in danger. Stronger and deeper than his greatest personal desire was the need to protect his daughter. So powerful was this urge that he went to where she slept and stood over her, watching her breathe. "Help me be strong for her, my dearest Elsa," he said under his breath. He wept quietly. "If ever you've heard me, hear me now. I can't do this alone. I need you. Katrin needs you." Then he stiffened his jaw and firmed his resolve. "Watch over her, my love, and keep her safe." As darkness claimed the sky, Nat Derzinger stood at the center of the clearing. All the others had long since gone to their homes and were probably discussing the day's events over their evening meals, but Nat tried to push that vision from his mind. Such thoughts brought him only pain and misery, and this was not a time he needed to be reminded of his loss. What he needed was guidance on what to do next. The prophecies warned of disastrous events, but they gave no indication of anything that could be done to prevent the foretold dangers. There must be something he could do, Nat thought, but he came to the same realization he had come to in the past. It would take more than just him. Somehow, he would have to convince those who had enough power to make a difference. Given his past failures, he found it difficult to be optimistic. Bending down, he pulled a blade of grass from the ground and marveled at how cleanly it had been broken. He let his mind wander for a time until something tugged at his awareness and demanded his attention. A familiar yet indefinable smell drifted on the breeze, and Nat's eyes were drawn to the heavens. As a sailor, he knew the stars as friends and followed their guidance, but on this night they seemed almost insignificant, as if their power were about to be usurped, their beauty eclipsed. Nat had nothing more than his feelings to guide him, and his thoughts ran in a familiar pattern. So many times his instincts and gut feelings had caused him nothing but trouble. He would spill his heart to save those who showed him only hostility. Why? He asked himself for what seemed the 1,000th time. But then his familiar pattern changed irrevocably, as he looked at the blade of grass and the tangled mass of downed trees that lined the clearing. It was proof. No one could argue it or claim that it was a creation of his deranged mind. This was real and undeniable. For the first time in more than a decade, he did not question himself. When he looked back to the sky, he believed completely. His father had been right all along. There was little consolation in this knowledge, for it foretold a difficult and perilous future for all, but it was vindicating for Nat nonetheless. As his thoughts wandered, he felt himself drifting into a different state of awareness, his eyes fixed on the sky, yet focused on nothing. He felt himself being drawn upward, lifted to the heavens. His eyes felt as if they would be pulled from their sockets, so strongly did the sky seem to reach for them, longingly and insistent. The vision began more as a feeling than images in his mind. He felt small and afraid in the face of a coming storm. Lightning flashed across his consciousness, and thunder rattled his soul. From the skies came a rain of fire and blood, and the land was rent beneath his feet. A single silhouetted figure stood between him and the approaching inferno. Nat reached out, his hands clawing toward salvation, but his only hope faded along with the vision. Lying face up at the center of the grove, just as Katrin had found herself, Nat drew a ragged breath. Sweat ran into his eyes, and his heart beat so fast and hard that he thought it might burst. He realized then that it might be better if he were truly mad. Chapter 2. If peace cannot be made, then peace shall be seized. Vaughn of the Elsicks. As daylight streamed in through the open window, Katrin woke from a restless sleep, and she struggled to bring herself fully awake. Nightmarish visions plagued her slumber. Twisted dreams were so vivid that she had trouble distinguishing which events were real and which were nightmares. She pulled herself from her sweat-soaked linens, hoping the attack on Osborne had been nothing but a dream. Sleep still filled her eyes and muddled her thoughts as she padded into the small common room she shared with her father. He had left water in the wash-basin for her, but that had been some time ago, and the water was no longer warm. Katrin tried to wash away the sweat from her fevered dreams, wishing that she could scrub away the horrors she felt closing around her, waiting to strike. The cold water helped clear the haze from her mind, allowing her to separate fantasy from reality. Her aching body brought her to a chilling realization. It was real. The attack, the explosion, the strange way she was treated were all real. On shaking legs, she dressed in her leathers and homespun, tears welling in her eyes as she imagined the consequences. Her life would be forever changed, and depression overwhelmed her. In an effort to feel normal, she got ready to do her chores. She donned her heavy boots and worn leather jacket, which had been left by the fire to dry. The jacket was covered in creosote stains and had a host of minor rips and tears, but she insisted on wearing it until it fell apart completely. Like a cherished companion, it had been with her on many an adventure, and she was loath to abandon it. After she strapped on her belt knife, she gathered her laundry, a washboard and some bits of soap. If she wished to have something comfortable to sleep in, she would need to get her things hung to dry. Not even raising her head as she stepped from the cottage into the barnyard, she let her feet carry her across the familiar distance. It was a short walk to the river, and she had a well-worn path to follow. Turbulent thoughts rattled her mind, and when she reached the river's edge, she did not recall most of the walk. Kneeling on the shore, she dipped her nightclothes into the clear, frigid water, which numbed her fingers. She applied a bit of soap to the garments and scrubbed them vigorously on the washboard, but then she heard shouts coming from the barn. Throwing her garments into the dirt, she sprinted to the barn, fearing someone was hurt. The sound of several voices shouting carried across the distance, which alarmed her even more since her father and Benjamin were normally the only ones about. She stopped short when a familiar-looking man backed out of the barn, waving his arms in front of him, and he came close to falling over backward. 2 more men followed, both in similar states of retreat, and Katrin was shocked to the core of her being when her father charged out next, looking like a man in a murderous rage. Benjamin swarmed out at his side, his pitchfork leveled at the retreating men. "You expect us to live with that abomination in our midst?" one man shouted as he backpedaled. "That hussy damn near killed my boy. He might die yet from what she did to him." "You've no proof of that, Petram, nor do you, Burl, nor you, Rolf. You'll take yourselves off my property this instant, or so help me," he said through clenched teeth. Then he actually growled at them. A threatening step forward sent the other men scrambling back. Benjamin had not said a word, but the look in his eye made it clear he would not hesitate to stick them with his pitchfork if they persisted, and it appeared as though the men might leave before any blood was shed. Massive waves of fear, embarrassment, and guilt washed over Katrin, freezing her in place. She wanted to flee or scream, but could do neither. Instead, she stood still as a stone and watched the events unfold, hoping to remain unseen. But it was not to be. The men spotted her and glared. "What are you staring at, you boiling little witch?" one man shouted, and Katrin recognized him as Peyton's father, Petram. She also recognized the fathers of the other boys. As they scowled at her, she quailed. The hatred in their eyes made her feel small and dirty. "You'll burn for this, Katrin Volker!" Burl shouted over his shoulder, but his speech was cut short when Benjamin swung the pitchfork handle at his head, and the 3 men fled. "The council will hear of this!" Petram shouted. Then they were gone, leaving Katrin to consider their words. Her father turned to her, and the look on his face softened. She stood silent, tears streaming down her cheeks, unchecked, and her lip quivered as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Oh, Kat, I wish none of this were happening. You've certainly done nothing to deserve what those sons of jackals just said. Don't take their words into your heart, dear one. They are just scared, confused, and looking for someone to blame. I'll take care of them, don't you worry. Come along now. We've horses to tend, and I need to make a trip to the cold caves this afternoon," he said as he guided her into the barn. Katrin's father had inherited the cold caves from his father, Merrick's. A popular barroom tale said her grandfather had won the caves in a wager with headmaster Edom. They said Edom had been drinking with Merrick's at the watering hole after the summer games. Edom's son had won the cross-country horse race, and he celebrated with Merrick's, who had trained the horse, and they both got too far into their drink. Edom bet Merrick's he could not get the innkeeper, Miss Ulsa, to show them her wares. Miss Ulsa was an older woman at the time, though not unattractive, and she had a reputation for being a shrewd businesswoman. Merrick's called her to his table and whispered into her ear for a long time. When he pulled his cupped hand away, Miss Ulsa turned to the drunken headmaster, pulled up her blouse, and boldly revealed herself. Then she ran into the kitchen, giggling like a young girl. No one knew what Merrick said, but the locals swore no one ever duplicated the feat, which made her grandfather a bit of a town hero. Katrin suspected he said something regarding the free cold cave storage still enjoyed by Ulsa's daughter, Miss Maris, long after Ulsa's passing. Benjamin had followed the men off the property to make sure they caused no more trouble, and he returned just as Katrin entered the barn. "Don't let those fools bother you, little miss. They haven't got the sense the gods gave 'em," he said, hefting his pitchfork in mock combat. On his way back to the stall he'd been cleaning, he stopped and patted Katrin on the shoulder with his overlarge, calloused hand. His simple act of kindness shattered Katrin's fragile composure, and with each step more tears flowed down her cheeks. Sobs racked her, and she stood before her father, trembling, her shoulders hunched forward. She could not bring herself to look him in the eye, and she stared at the ground instead. Her father never let the tribulations of the day disturb his routine, which gave Katrin comfort. He brought Charger, his roan mare, from her stall and put her on cross-ties. He ran a currycomb over her muddy coat with one hand, and smoothed the freshly brushed coat with his other. Charger was accustomed to his ministrations and promptly fell asleep, letting the cross ties hold up her head. "What happened in the woods yesterday?" her father asked without looking up from his task. "Peyton was angry at Chase and Osborne for playing a trick on him, and the townies attacked Osborne on his way home. I tried to protect him, and they attacked me. I thought I was going to die. But right before Peyton hit me, the world exploded. It's hard to explain. It was so strange and so very horrible," she said, and she tried to continue, but her sobs would not be suppressed. She hugged herself in an effort to maintain control, while her father deftly unhooked the cross ties and returned Charger to her stall. After closing the stall gate, he went to Katrin and awkwardly put his arms around her. It was a rare gesture, which neither of them was truly comfortable with, but it meant a lot to her nonetheless. "You certainly have your mother's knack for turning the world on its side, my little cat. It'd be easier if she were here. I'm sure she would know what to do, but we'll get through this together, you and I. Don't you worry yourself sick. It's not as bad as it seems," he said with a forced laugh as he tousled her hair. "Now, you run along and take the rest of the day for yourself. You've more than earned it with all the hard work and long days you put in this winter," he continued. Katrin tried to argue, but he insisted. "Benjamin and I can handle things around here. Off you go now, little miss. Maybe you could catch us some nice bass for dinner, eh?" Benjamin said with a wink, and her father shot him a good-natured scowl. "I give my daughter the day off, and you want her to catch your dinner?" Wendell said, shaking his head. Laughter released some of Katrin's anxiety, and she left to fetch the laundry she had abandoned by the river. After she finished the washing, she took it to the cottage to hang it up to dry. When she was done, she took a piece of waxed cheese, some dried fruit, and a few strips of smoked beef for her breakfast. On her way back out of the cottage, she grabbed her bow, 2 fishing arrows, and her fishing pole. There was more than one way to catch a fish, and she was determined to bring back dinner. Following the path back down to the riverbank, she turned north onto the trail that ran alongside the river, feeling as if every step took her farther from society and away from the source of her fears. She climbed past the shoals and falls, where the path was often steep and rocky. Along the way, she turned over rocks and collected the bloodworms that had been hiding in the darkness. By the time she reached the lake at the top of the falls, she had an ample supply of bait. Along the shores the water was shallow and slow, and the fishing was generally quite good. When she reached one of her favorite places, she laid out her gear. Dark red blood oozed over her delicate fingers as she slid a bloodworm onto her hook, and she wiped it on her jacket, adding yet another stain. Her fishing line was far too coarse for her liking, but good fishing wire was expensive. She would have to make do with what she had. After checking the knot that held her lightwood bobber in place, she cast her line near a downed tree, which was partially submerged in the dark water, forming a perfect hiding place for the fish. A towering elm gave her shade, and its moss-covered trunk provided a comfortable seat. She leaned against the tree and waited for the fish to bite. The stillness of the lake stood out in stark contrast to the maelstrom of thoughts that cluttered her mind. She attempted to review the events of the previous day, but she could not focus. When she tried to concentrate on one thought, another would demand her attention, then another, and another. Frustrated, she tried to put it all from her mind. Her pole jerked in her hands, and the lightwood bobber jumped back to the surface. With a hurried yank, she set the hook and pulled the fish in, relieved it had not gotten away with her bait. The largemouth bass put up a good fight, and when it emerged from the water, she was pleased to see it was longer than her forearm. Not enough to feed 3, but a good start. After baiting her hook again, she cast it near where she'd caught the first fish, but she got no more bites for the rest of the afternoon. The dark shadows of large fish moved below the surface, taunting her, and as the sun began to sink, she decided to try her luck with the bow. Normally, fishing arrows were only used when the carp were spawning, since they made easy targets as they congregated in the shallows. Bass would be much harder to hit, but she had been practicing her archery skills, and she hoped the effort would pay off. After securing her long string to the fishing arrow, she tied the other end off on an elm branch. Not wanting to lose her arrow, she double-checked her knots. Confident they were secure, she located a likely target and took aim. Ripples in the lake surface distorted her depth perception, and her first few shots missed their marks. Determined, she did her best to compensate for the distortion, and her next shot was true, catching another bass in the tail and pinning it to the bottom. "Nice shot!" Chase shouted from behind her, and she nearly leaped from her skin. "Don't you know it's not nice to sneak up on people?" she said, truly glad to see him. He just grinned in response. She gave a tug on her string, but her arrow was firmly wedged, and she removed her boots, preparing to go in after it. "Let me get that for you," Chase offered. "I can get it. I'm not crippled," she retorted angrily, and instantly regretted it. She had no reason to be angry with Chase, but she felt helpless, a feeling she despised, and she needed to lash out at someone. Chase took it in stride, though, and simply sat on the shore while she waded out to the flailing fish. She freed the arrow quickly and grabbed the fish by the tail. It was slightly smaller than the first, but it would be enough. The bruises on her hip and shoulder ached as she climbed from the water, her muscles stiff from the time spent sitting beneath the tree. Chase grabbed the other fish and Katrin's bow while she retrieved her pole and her other fishing arrow. She was grateful for his help. Without it, she would have had a difficult time carrying it all home. Chase was quiet for the first part of their walk, and Katrin allowed the silence to hang between them. "I visited the infirmary this morning," he said after a while, and when Katrin made no reply, he continued. "Osborne is doing much better, and should recover quickly. He has a broken nose, a couple of badly bruised ribs, and a score of bumps and bruises. But he was awake this morning. He told everyone that you saved his life." Katrin grunted, but said nothing. "Carter has a broken leg, but otherwise he's fine. Chad has a head wound and can't remember much of anything. Heck, he didn't even know who I was. The master said his memory should return in a few days, but his mother is hysterical. She just keeps shouting that her baby has been mortally wounded. Peaton's hurt bad. The masters won't say if he will live or die, but he did wake up for a while this morning. I think he'll recover myself. He didn't look nearly as bad as most were making him out to be." He stopped, and Katrin turned to look him in the eye. Her lip quivered, but otherwise she maintained her composure. "I didn't do anything, Chase. I don't know what happened," she said, and Chase remained silent. "The last thing I remember was Peaton bearing down on us and swinging his staff at my head. I saw my reflection in his staff, Chase. It was coming right at my face. How could I not have a mark on my head?" she asked, not anticipating a response. "At the very moment I expected his staff to crush my skull, there was a loud bang, like thunder, but without the lightning. Just before I passed out, it looked like the world was flying away from me, and when I woke, it was like being in a nightmare. I believe you, Kat. Besides, even if it was something you did, you were just saving Osborne from those boiling townies," he said. She didn't like the insinuation that it could have been something she did, but she couldn't blame him. What evidence was there to prove otherwise? She began to doubt herself, but for the moment, she clung to what she knew to be true. "They were going to kill poor Osborne. I just know it. They probably would have gotten away with it, too. I'm sure they would have just made up some story about him trying to rob them, or some other rubbish, and that is just the kind of thing the masters would believe of us farm folk," she said. "They'll believe worse than that. The main reason I came was to warn you. Rumors are spreading. Some say you're a witch or monster, and others have even claimed you're a sleepless one. There have been some who have spoken up for you, but several suffered beatings as a result. I don't think it's safe for you to go into town right now. Too many people have lost their senses, and they're starting to believe some of the crazy things people are making up," he said sadly. Katrin sniffed and wiped her eyes, but made no other sound. "I'm truly sorry, Kat. I feel like this is my fault. If I hadn't brought that snake in, none of this would have happened. I'll do anything I can to help you, and I'll always stand up for you." "No," Katrin interrupted. "I don't want you getting hurt because of me. Keep your thoughts private. You'll be more help to me if you just listen and let me know what people are saying. Perhaps you could bring me my lessons?" she said, but her voice cracked, and she could not get the rest out. "Don't worry. I'll bring your lessons to you, and I won't do anything stupid, but I'm not going to let them get away with telling lies about you either." "Thank you," was all she could manage to say without sobbing, and they walked back to the farm in silence. As they approached, her father and Benjen waved, and they held up the bass in silent greeting. Benjen let out a whoop of glee on seeing the fish, and her father just shook his head. Benjen met them halfway. Nice catch you got there, little miss. Here, let me take those. I'll get started on the cleaning, he said with a smile. Katrin started to object, but Benjamin grabbed the fish and looked quite happy carrying them off to be cleaned and filleted. You go get washed up for dinner, he shouted over his shoulder, and Katrin was happy to oblige. She was wet, dirty, and in need of a good scrubbing. After she and Chase washed up, they joined Benjamin and her father in the cottage and were greeted by the smell of vegetable stew. I knew you wouldn't come home empty-handed, little miss. I'll just boil the fish and add it to the stew. We'll eat like kings, Benjamin said as he stoked the fire. Chase pulled the rough but warm blanket around his shoulders as he curled up in front of the fire. Everyone else slept, but he could not. His thoughts would not allow it. He had been ready to face the repercussions of his actions, but he had not been prepared for Osborne and Katrin to pay the price in his stead. He decided he didn't like the taste of guilt and remorse. Katrin was gentle and fragile, and he was supposed to protect her. He had promised Uncle Wendell that he would always look after her, but when she and Osborne had needed him most, he had failed them. Running his thumb over the locket that hung around his neck, he vowed to do better. Somehow, he would shield her from the harshness of this world. Wendell sat upright as he woke with a start. Darkness covered the land, and the wind made the rafters creak. But he was accustomed to hearing those noises. Something else had disturbed his sleep, but he had no idea what. Straining his hearing, he listened for anything out of the ordinary, but heard nothing distinct, only brief hints that someone was moving outside the cottage. Creeping through the darkness, with the precision of intimate familiarity, he dressed and reached beneath his bed to retrieve Elsa's sword. Touching it normally brought tears to his eyes, but this was the first time in more than a decade that he unsheathed it with the intent of using it, and he moved with purpose. Using skills he had long since abandoned, Wendell crept without a sound to where Katrin slept. Her chest rose and fell, and her eyelids twitched as they do only when one dreams. Seeing her safe relieved much of his anxiety, but Wendell was not yet satisfied. Perhaps the noises he'd heard were made solely by the wind, but he knew he would never be able to sleep without checking. The pre-dawn air carried a chill, and dense fog hovered above the ground. As Wendell emerged, the air grew still, as if he had somehow intruded on the wind and chased it away. The world seemed more like the place of dreams, and Wendell wondered if he could still be asleep. The snap of a branch in the distance startled him, but he could see nothing from where the noise had come. Could it have been a deer? After checking around the cottage, he checked the barns, careful not to let the horses hear him, lest they give him away. Shadows shifted and moved, and the fog constantly changed the landscape, but Wendell found no signs of anyone about. Still, his anxiety persisted, and he waited for what seemed an eternity for the coming of the false dawn. Across the barnyard, a shadow moved, and Wendell froze. Shifting himself from a sitting position to a more aggressive stance, he watched and waited. Again he saw movement, and he moved in to intercept. Out of the night came a blade to match his own, but before the blades met, he knew whom he faced. "Was that you I heard sneaking around the cottage?" he asked. "You woke me while you were out here stomping around," Benjamin said with a lopsided smile. "We're getting old," Wendell said. "I may be fat, lazy, and out of practice," Benjamin said, "but watch who you're calling old. Katrin will be up soon. I don't want her to know we were both out here like a couple of worried hens." "She won't hear from me," Benjamin said, and with a wave over his shoulder he wandered back to his cabin. Katrin was still asleep when Wendell returned to his bed, but it seemed only moments later that she began to stir. Chapter 3. Anything worth having is worth working for. Anything you love is worth fighting for. Jed Willis, turkey farmer. Katrin woke, feeling oddly refreshed, happy to have slept well, and ready to face the day with more optimism than she would have thought possible. After dressing, she stirred the stew, which hung over the banked coals of the fire. More flavorful than it was the night before, it made for a good morning meal. She stoked the fire and hung a pot of water over the flames, warming it for her father, who said washing with cold water made his bones ache. Benjamin wandered in from outside, looking barely awake but smiling appreciatively as Katrin handed him a mug of stew. While he ate his breakfast, Katrin ladled a mug for her father, who had begun to stir. She knew he would be hungry when he emerged. He grunted in acknowledgment as he accepted the food, and she left them to their meal. Lighting her lantern, Katrin left the warmth of the cottage and walked into the damp coolness of the early morning air. Millie, a gray and white tabby cat, greeted her at the door, weaving in and out of her legs. By the time she reached the feed stall, a mob of cats surrounded her, demanding attention, and more emphatically, food. Katrin kept a supply of dried meat scrap and grain in an old basin, and she used the bowl to scoop out enough for all of them. A parade of scampering felines following in her wake, Katrin put the food outside the barn. The cats fell on it, each wanting their share and more, and they were soon begging again. Katrin stopped and looked at the cats trailing her. "Now listen to me. If I feed you any more, you'll get fat and lazy and not catch any mice," she said, shaking her finger and smiling. The cats looked at her and dispersed to various hay bales and horse blankets, content to preen or nap for the moment. Katrin mixed oats and sweet grain into neatly organized buckets. Some horses required special herb mixtures in their feed, and Katrin took great care to be certain the mixtures went into the correct buckets. Giving an animal the wrong herbs could have dire consequences, and it was not a mistake she wished to repeat. A week of cleaning Salty's stall after giving him oil of the poseta by mistake had left a lasting impression on her. Growing impatient, the horses banged their water buckets and pawed the floor to let her know they wanted their food immediately. Benjamin came into the barn and started dumping the small buckets into the larger buckets that hung in the stalls. He knew the order. This was a dance they had performed many times. "How much wickets root do you put in Salty's feed, little miss?" "2 small spoons of wickets and a large spoon of molasses," Katrin replied, and Benjamin chuckled. "You did good. Looks like you mixed it in fine. Never thought I'd see a horse eat a round of powder, but he'll eat the grain and leave a pile of powder in the bucket. I'm telling you, he does it just to spite me," he said, walking into Salty's stall. He gave the gelding a light pinch on the belly. Salty squealed and stomped and grabbed Benjamin's jacket in his teeth, giving it a good shake. Without missing a beat, Benjamin emptied the feed into the bucket and patted Salty on the forehead. "Nice horsey," he said, and Katrin had to laugh. "Ah, there is that smile, little miss. It's good to see it again," he said with a wink. She made no reply, unsure of what to say, and returned to her work. As she opened a bale of hay, mold dust clouded the air. They had lost too much hay to mold this year, and she knew not to feed the horses moldy hay. There was not much more they could have done to prevent the problem, though. The weather had turned bad at harvest time, and they had not been able to get the hay fully dry before baling it. Forced to store the hay damp, they salted it to reduce moisture, stave off mold, and help prevent fire. Mold claimed much of the hay nonetheless, but at least it had not caught fire. Her grandfather had lost the barn to a fire caused by wet hay. When hay dries, it goes through a process called a sweat, where it sheds water and produces heat. If packed too tightly, intense heat can build up and cause spontaneous combustion. The lesson had been passed to her father, then down to Katrin. It was something she planned to teach her own children someday. The moldy bale of hay she threw to the steer, which could eat just about anything, and she grabbed another bale for the horses. After giving each horse 2 slices of hay, she collected the water buckets, carrying them to the well her father and Benjamin had dug long ago. It was something the men took great pride in, and Katrin was glad to have it. Her father often said it was not deep enough for his liking, and he feared it would run dry during droughts, but it had yet to fail them. He once explained to Katrin that they were at the upper edge of an artesian basin. Water became trapped between layers of rock and was subjected to immense pressure. If you were to penetrate the rock anywhere along the basin, water would rise on its own, possibly forming a small fountain. Some places in Harborton had such wells, which had been allowing water to escape for hundreds of years. After dumping out the dirty water, she gave the buckets a good scrubbing before refilling them. Then she and Benjamin hung them in the stalls. Afterward they took hay and water to the horses that were out to pasture. The routine soothed Katrin. The rhythm of life on the farm was predictable and comforting. The tasks were familiar, and she could perform them skillfully, which gave her great pride. She liked nothing better than to do something well. Doing a mediocre job was one of her greatest fears. Finding herself thirsty, she walked over to the well for a drink, and was disturbed to see a shiny black carriage under the trees. A squire tended a fine black mare, and Katrin was dumbfounded to see Master Edling speaking with her father. He was garbed in formal black robes, the blue embroidery as bright as a bluebird. He seemed out of place on the farm, a place of sweat and dirt, far from the pristine halls of the master house. Her father did not look happy, but neither did he appear to be angry, at least not with Master Edling. Frozen in anxious suspense, Katrin stood very still, hoping no one would notice her, and finding the urge to flee. Benjamin came to her side, carrying a spare water bucket.
"Don't let them get the best of you, little miss. They are no better than the rest of us, no matter how prettily they dress or how clean they keep their fingernails,"
he said, filling the bucket. He pushed her toward her father as he carried the bucket to the squire. Her father shot her a steely glance and pointed to the cottage, an unspoken command. Katrin followed the two men into the cottage, cowed. Her father offered Master Edling a seat, and served summer wine and cheese. After a respectful interval, he turned to Katrin. "Master Edling has come for 2 reasons. First, he is here to represent the Council of Masters. They've decided, due to the serious nature of the incident, it would be best if you did not attend the public lessons, at least until this has all been sorted out," he said. Katrin heard his words, and she understood what the council meant. "We don't think you should appear in public again. Ever," she thought, shrinking in on herself. "Second, Master Edling has volunteered to act as your tutor. He must still instruct the public lesson days, but he will come here on the off days to give you lessons. Quite kind of him, I'd say," he said with a nod to Master Edling. "I should be getting back to work, so I'll leave you to your lesson. If you'll excuse me, Master Edling." "Yes, yes, indeed," Master Edling said, absently waving him from the room. Katrin felt trapped, forced into isolation. Master Edling's visit was just the beginning. Keeping her away from town would only make her appear guilty of some crime. People would start to believe the crazy stories about her. She would be shunned for the rest of her life. Master Edling was not there to tutor her, she thought. He'd come only to see if she had grown horns or sprouted wings. Her mood dropped from fear into anger, then to frustration. Her rage was building, seeking release, and it took great effort not to lash out. She had committed no crime. She had only tried to save her friend. As thanks, they would ruin her life, and it made her want to scream. "Miss Volker," Master Edling said, interrupting her mental torment, "I think that will do for today," he said, giving her one of his most disgusted looks. "I do not believe you heard a single word I said, did you? I could give you the same lesson on the morrow, and you would know no difference," he added in disgust. Katrin could not argue with him. She had not even realized he had begun his lecture, but his attitude only fueled her anger. Master Edling stood and left without another word, his robes billowing around him. Katrin doubted he would return. He had seen what he had come to see. She was no monster or evil murderer, just a rude farm girl who had ignored and insulted him. His departure was bittersweet. While Katrin was not sorry to see him go, his leaving was like the death knell for her friendships. She wondered if she were destined to live as a hermit because of one freak incident. Her father came back into the cottage looking concerned. "Is your lesson over so quickly?" he asked. "Master Edling barely spoke a word as he left." His movements made it clear he was not pleased. Katrin could not look him in the eye. She stared at the floor, stifling her tears. "I'm so sorry, Father. I was angry and confused, and I was thinking about everything and what it all meant, and—" Her voice cracked, and she knew she was going to cry. "Slow down, Kat. Don't get too upset on me. Let's just talk about this," he said gently, and Katrin did her best to steel herself and try to keep her emotions under control. "I don't think Master Edling believes I'm a worthy student." "Are you?" "No, sir. I don't think I am," she replied sadly. "Now, Kat, you must stop this. Master Edling came here to help you, and you ignored him. He may never return.
I can't send you back to the public lessons. Even if I could convince the council, it would be asking for trouble.
Talk in the town has grown a bit wild of late.
Nat Derzinger has convinced some people that you are the Herald, and that Istro will return to the skies of Godsland soon, he said, then stopped, fearing he had gone too far and frightened his daughter. Now, most sane people don't believe a word of it, Kat. Everyone that knows you loves you. They know you as the spirited young athlete who competes in the summer games, and as the hard-working girl that doesn't hesitate to help at a barn building. Your friends and family won't give up on you just because something unexplainable happened, he said, pulling up a chair. I'm disappointed in you for insulting Master Edling today, but I can understand your distraction. I'll have a word with him on your behalf. Your best hope is that he has it in him to forgive you.
Yes, sir,
Katrin replied, looking downcast. There's no sense dwelling on it. We'll just have to see what tomorrow brings. For now, I want you to look after a few more things around the farm. In the darkness of the bakery attic, where the heat was more than most could bear, Trinda watched, just as she always did. Always careful to remain undetected, she watched and waited, looking for anything that might please the dark men. It seemed all her life had been lived in fear of the strange men who came in the night, and here every waking hour was devoted to keeping them pleased. As long as she gave them what they wanted, they would never hurt her again. The memories still seared and burned as if they were new. The dark men were coming again. She could feel them getting closer. When Miss Maris walked out of the watering hole, Trinda jumped, and then chastised herself for her carelessness. Of all the people she did not want to know about her spying, it was Miss Maris. The dark men always asked questions about her. They always wanted to know whom she talked to and what they talked about. Trinda had only some of the answers they wanted, and it was all she could do to come up with enough information to satisfy them. Holding her breath, Trinda froze until Miss Maris was lost from view. She was, no doubt, coming to place her order. Without the breads her father baked or the dough she used to make her famous sausage breads, Miss Maris would surely suffer. The relationship between her and Trinda's father had always been tense and strained, but they were both professionals, and they did not let personal feelings stand in the way of business. As Trinda stood, ready to climb down and make an appearance by the ovens, she stopped. Someone she didn't recognize was approaching the watering hole, and he went neither to the front entrance nor to the stables. Instead, he walked into the shade provided by an old maple. It seemed a strange thing to do, considering there were no doors on that side of the inn. Knowing her father would scold her for not appearing while Miss Maris was in the bakery, Trinda stayed, intrigued by this unknown man's mysterious behavior. For what seemed a long time, he stood in the shadows, only the toes of his boots visible from Trinda's vantage. Then, when the streets were empty, he squatted down and wiggled a loose piece of the inn's wood siding. After sliding what looked like a rolled piece of parchment into the space behind the siding, he quickly adjusted the wood until it looked as it had. Then he melted into the shadows and disappeared.
"Where's Trinda today?"
Miss Maris asked, trying to make the question sound entirely casual, as she always did, and Baker Hollis looked nervous and fidgety, as he always did. "Must know there's work to be done," he said. "Any time there's something needin' done, she turns invisible."
"Those her age can be like that,"
Miss Maris said, despite not believing any of what he said.
"I'll be making double the usual amount of sausage breads, and I'll need triple the usual baked loaves for the challenges. That won't be a problem, will it?"
"No problem at all," Baker Hollis said, and he looked over his shoulder as if expecting to see Trinda. Miss Maris was as surprised as he that she had not shown herself. It seemed whenever Miss Maris came to the bakery, Trinda would make a point of making herself seen. "Everyone's saying this year'll be better than any before. I suppose we'll have to rise to the challenge," he said.
"I'll send Strom over in the morning for the daily order,"
Miss Maris said as she turned to leave. Before she reached the door, though, a small, sweat-soaked head peeked around the corner and briefly met her eyes. Miss Maris could read nothing from Trinda's expression. It was the same bland and sullen look as always. With a sigh, she left the bakery behind and soon forgot about Trinda, as the responsibilities of running her inn once again consumed the majority of her thoughts and time. Sitting on a bale of hay with his knees pulled to his chest, Chase kept to the shadows, not wanting to cause any trouble for Strom, who was busy saddling a pair of horses. So many things had changed in such a short period of time that Chase could hardly believe it. He no longer felt safe in places where he'd once felt quite at home. People he had considered friends no longer met his eyes, yet he could feel the stares that lingered on his back as he walked away. "Sorry about that," Strom said once the customer had ridden around the corner. Chase just handed him the jug of Huckle's juice they were sharing. "Do you remember when things used to be normal?" "I remember," Strom said. "I remember things were sometimes good and sometimes bad, but it always seemed like things would get better. Now, I know what you mean," Chase said. "I really made a mess of things." Strom laughed. "You're still blaming yourself for all of this? You sure do think a great deal of yourself. Are you so powerful that you can control everyone else?" "I don't think so. You need to face the fact that you're just as helpless as the rest of us. Whatever happens just happens, and there's not a thing you can do about it." "Thanks for the uplifting speech," Chase said. "I feel much better now." "Don't come to me if you want sunshine and roses. That's not how I see the world. You could go talk to Rosette. She still lives in a land of buttercups and fairies. Maybe she could make you feel better." "She won't even talk to me," Chase said, his mood continuing to be dour in the face of Strom's humor. "You see, you're utterly powerless. Therefore, you can't possibly be at fault. Doesn't that make you feel better?" "If I said yes, would you stop talking about it?" Chase asked. "Probably not." Katrin spent the next few weeks throwing herself into every task her father assigned. Master Edling did not return, despite her father's many requests. Benjen and her father did what they could to teach her, but what they remembered of their own lessons was fragmented and disjointed. Katrin learned other things from the extra time she was spending on the farm. Benjen taught her the basics of shoeing horses along with other farrier skills. She was an apt student and excelled with little practice. It interested her because she loved horses, and they had always been a part of her daily life. She had seen it done 100 times, which helped her to quickly master even the most difficult techniques. Forge and anvil became outlets for her frustration. She coerced the hot bars into the desired form, shaping them with her will. The song of the hammer and anvil soothed her, and she quickly replenished their supply of horseshoes. Benjen also taught her to make shoeing nails, whose shape was critical. Wide heads prevented the shoe from slipping over the nails, while the tapered edges prevented injuries by forcing the nail to turn outward to the edge of the hoof against the taper. As long as a farrier is careful not to drive one backward, the nail will always poke back out of the hoof, a finger's width above the shoe. The farrier would clip most of the tip of the nail, then crimp the remains against the hoof. The technique provided a secure fit and better protection from sprung shoes. "A horse will always spring a shoe at the worst possible moment, and it's good to know how to handle it," Benjen said. "You seem to handle the hammer well. Would you like to make a farrier's kit?" he asked. Katrin was delighted with the idea. The hours she spent at the forge with Benjen were the only time she forgot her worries. Using tools to create new tools enthralled her, and she was immensely proud of her new implements. In a way, they brought her freedom. They were always coppers to be made shoeing horses and trimming hooves at local farms, and the knowledge that she could earn her own way was comforting. She would take pride in whatever work she did with them. Smiling, she tucked them into her saddlebags with care. The weather was becoming unusually volatile, and intense storms confined Katrin to the barn or the cottage much of the time. Clear skies could quickly turn dark and foreboding, and fierce winds drove the rain. One afternoon, the sky was an eerie shade of green, like nothing she had ever seen before. Hail made her run for cover, each stone growing in size as she ran, some even larger than her fist. Benjen and her father sprinted into the barn just behind her. Wind howled so fiercely through the valley that it lifted a hay wagon into the air and over a fence, depositing it unharmed in a pasture. When the storm passed, they checked for damage. Katrin helped her father and Benjen repair the roofs on the cottage and barn. The chicken coop had also suffered damage, but Benjamin mended it quickly. Abe Waldeck, a local cattleman, drove his wagon behind a team of mules to the front of the barn. "Anyone hurt?" "Luck was with us, Abe. We're fine. Thank you for checking on us, though. It's much appreciated," her father replied.
"You've always been good neighbors. I'm glad to see you all well. A funnel cloud ripped through the lowlands. Looks like it made a boiling mess of things. I'm going to see if anyone needs help."
"We'll go with you. I'm sure they could use some extra hands down there. Katrin, you stay here and mind the farm. We'll be back late. Gunder may come for his mare. She's in the second stall," her father said, and the men rode off in Abe's wagon, leaving her alone. She knew someone had to watch the farm, but Katrin could not help feeling ashamed. Her father did not want to be seen in public with her. Depression drove Nat back into seclusion. No one wanted to face the truth, even with the proof visible to all. It sickened him. They would rather die than admit he might have been right all along. In the end, he gave up trying to convince anyone else of the danger they faced. There seemed no point in even trying. Miss Maris, at least, had listened politely, but even she refused to see the truth. Returning to his normal life seemed almost surreal at first, but the feeling grew faint over time until he no longer noticed it. After days of blue skies and good fishing, he had almost been able to forget about his visions and feelings of impending doom. His life had been almost normal, even tranquil. The storm changed all that. Sudden winds had forced him north, well beyond the waters he normally fished, out to where dangerous currents had been known to carry away craft as small as his boat and pull them into open water. Despite his efforts, he was pushed farther and farther from shore, and with every passing moment the chances of his survival diminished. His only hope lay with the change in the wind. Occasionally he felt a shift in the air, as if a crosswind fought against the storm, and Nat prayed it would win. Lightning splayed across the clouds, illuminating them from within and revealing the intricate structures and formations. Taller than mountains, yet flowing like rivers, the clouds seemed to reach from the sky and attack the sea itself, and Nat shivered. Though he hated the life of a fisherman, longing instead for the life of a scholar, the seas were the giver of life, and he quailed at the sight of waterspouts, which thrashed the waves, tore them asunder, and tossed them into the sky. As the storm finally passed, the sun began to set. The failing of light was like a slow death knell for Nat, who was near despair when he saw a sight that chilled his soul. Silhouetted against the orange and purple sky along the edges of the storm was a multi-masted warship. Like the image that haunted his dreams, it came to life and gave him reason to fear. Only the sudden shift in the wind gave him any hope. Osborne recovered from his wounds and came with Chase to visit Katrin on several occasions. The boys seemed to feel it was their duty to keep her informed of the happenings in town. Much of the news they brought seemed to have lost all significance in her life. She no longer cared what girls the boys were fighting over, or whose father had been thrown into the lockup for being drunk. There were other times, though, when she wished she could achieve the same level of detachment. "Nat Dersinger came back from fishing the northern coast, and he claims to have seen long ships on the horizon," Chase said. It was not the first time Nat claimed to have seen long ships, only to have them disappear before another ship could verify the sighting. Nat was not the only fisherman to have seen strange ships in the distance, but he was certainly the most vocal about it. "He said our ancient enemies, the Jean, were planning an attack. Waving his staff over his head while he ranted, he really went overboard. He said the Herald would destroy the Jean, according to some prophecy. He even said the Jean would kill all the inhabitants of the Godfist, just to be sure they kill the Herald. Most folks pay him no heed, but some fools actually believe him." Osborne said rumors of unusual occurrences were increasing. A shepherd reported losing half of his flock in a single night without ever hearing a sound, and a western village claimed the community well had run dry for the first time in recorded history. Fishermen complained of dangerous shifts in the currents. Fishing was poor for the most part, though some returned with bizarre and unknown fish. They said the strange creatures were caught in warm water currents, unusual for so close to the Godfist, because they normally stayed much farther out to sea. Unsure if the exotic fish were safe to touch or eat, most fishermen threw them back into the sea. Some claimed to have been stung by poisonous fish, and others grew fearful of anything not easily identified. Most simply cut the lines when they brought up something they did not recognize.
"This year's spring challenges are going to be the grandest ever,"
Osborne said, seemingly trying to lighten the mood.
"You should see the new game fields, Kat, and the rows of benches for spectators."
Katrin was lost in her own thoughts, and barely heard him. Chase elbowed him in the ribs to make him stop. Katrin had participated in the challenges since she was old enough to ride, and most years she qualified for the summer games. But this year would be different. She knew she would not be allowed to compete, and she had no need to ask because it was understood. The townspeople did not want her. She was unwelcome.
"I was thinking about going on an outing, maybe a hike into the highlands," Chase said. "Telling stories around a campfire would be more fun than the challenges, and a lot less work. Wouldn't you agree, Osborne?"
Chase asked, elbowing him again. He had known Katrin her whole life, and he knew how crushed she must be.
"I can't attend the challenges, but that doesn't mean the rest of you shouldn't. I know how much both of you like to compete, and I was looking forward to hearing of your victories,"
she said with a slight catch in her voice, which she had tried to control. They stood, and Chase announced,
"I'm going camping,"
crossing his arms and inflating his chest.
"So am I,"
Osborne said, mimicking Chase, though he didn't look quite as imposing.
"But—"
Katrin began. Her words were cut short when Chase tackled her. He and Osborne coerced her into submission by means of the dreaded tickle torture. It was the first time Katrin had truly laughed in a long while, and she felt better for the release. Despite her acquiescence, she still needed her father's approval, and she feared he would deny the request. She found him sitting at the table, working his way through a stack of parchment. Katrin sat across from him, waiting for him to finish what he was working on. After a few moments, he looked up from his work and acknowledged her with a strained smile.
"What's on your mind?"
he asked in his usual straightforward manner.
"I don't think I should compete in the challenges this year,"
she said, and he nodded in silent agreement.
"Chase and Osborne are boycotting the challenges. They want to spend the time with me instead,"
she continued, and he raised an eyebrow but remained silent.
"I was wondering if we could camp at the lake those days?"
Katrin asked, finally getting to her point. She was always amazed at how much information her father could get out of her without ever saying a word.
"I tried to talk them out of boycotting, Father. Really I did. But the harder I argued, the more they argued back,"
she said with a smile, and actually giggled.
"They made me agree by means of a tickle torture."
Her father chuckled and smiled briefly. "Tickle torture, you say? That does sound serious. I guess I could let you go for a few days. I wouldn't camp near the lake at this time of year, though. The mosquitoes will suck you dry. It'd be better if you climbed past the lake and continued to the highlands. There is a natural stair near the falls, and a grove of ancient great oaks is due west of there. It's a fine place to camp, and the land is too rocky and dry for mosquitoes to be much of a problem. It's half a day of walking and climbing, but it would be well worth the effort," he said. Her father had told her stories of the place, but he had always forbidden her to go that far. The closest she had ever ventured was to the very end of the lake, where a large set of falls drained from the river above. There she had climbed the tallest tree and gazed in all directions, but was unable to see the grove. She was genuinely excited about the trip and hugged her father and kissed him on the forehead.
"Thank you,"
she said, smiling broadly. He patted her on the shoulder and told her to run along. She retired to her bed and dreamed of ancient trees dancing in the light of a campfire. Jensen piled the last of the lumber near Old Man Dedrick's barn and gave a wave as he climbed back into his wagon. With all the deliveries done, he had enough time to stop at the watering hole. A mug of ale might help the world look better, and Chase always loved it when he brought home some of Miss Maris's sausage breads. This time of day was a busy time at the watering hole, and the tie-offs were all taken. Jensen guided Shama to the back of the inn.
"Good afternoon to you, Mr. Volker,"
Strom said as he walked from the stables, but there was an odd look of fear in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly.
"We're just about full up. You might want to come back another day."
"Just the same," Jensen said, looking Strom in the eye.
"Mind if I tie Shama off back here?"
"Of course, sir," Strom said.
"Give her a bit of water,"
Jensen said while removing Shama's bridle. He hooked a lead line to her halter and tied her off to a nearby post. Strom approached with the bucket of water. "Some of those inside are looking for a fight," he whispered without looking at Jensen. "There's been a lot of talk about Katrin. I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe any of it, and I couldn't let you walk into trouble not knowing it." "You're a good man," Jensen said, but he failed to keep the anger from his voice, and Strom backed away. "Unhook the wagon and saddle Shama for me," he added, handing Strom 3 coppers. "I may need to leave in a hurry." Strom looked back as if he would be sick, but at Jensen's nod he began unhooking Shama. Jensen walked to the kitchen door and slowly pulled it open. Miss Maris, ever in control of her inn, noticed him immediately and moved in his direction without actually looking at him. "You ought not to be here right now," she said. "Petrum is acting like the fool he is, and there's a parade of fools ready to follow him. I won't have you all settling this in my common room. You understand me?" "I understand," Jensen said, but he was undeterred. When he stepped inside, Miss Maris threw her hands in the air. "I promise you there will be no fighting," he said. "Men," she said. "Stubborn mules refuse to listen to anyone else." Though her irritation was clear, she did not stand in his way. As he entered the common room from behind the bar, only those at the bar noticed him, and none of them seemed interested at what Petrum Ross was shouting to anyone who'd listen. Jensen nodded to the men at the bar, then slipped into the crowd. Some turned and glared at him as he pushed his way closer to Petrum, but when they saw who it was and the look on his face, they moved aside without a word. Eventually, Jensen found himself standing in front of Petrum, and everyone else seemed to be taking a step backward. Enthralled by the sound of his own voice, it took Petrum a moment to notice the change in his audience. At first, he seemed annoyed, but then his eyes landed on Jensen, and he instantly took a step back, only to find himself trapped by the hearth he'd chosen to use as a backdrop. Jensen stepped forward but said nothing. Instead, he glared at Petrum with a look that conveyed a host of threats, most of which came from Petrum's imagination, which was just as Jensen wanted it. He wanted this man to fear him more than death. Again he moved forward, and Petrum looked as if he wanted to climb up the chimney despite the fire burning in the hearth. "If you even look at my niece the wrong way," Jensen said softly, all the while raising his hand, which was held like a claw and moving toward Petrum's throat. Just a hand's breadth away, he stopped and slowly closed his fingers. Petrum's eyes bulged as if he were truly being choked. When Jensen finally lowered his hand to his side, Petrum ran from the room, leaving a stunned silence hanging over the common room. All eyes were trained on Jensen, and he searched for words, suddenly unprepared. He thought a moment about the little girl who brightened his life, and those of everyone around her. "She's a good girl," was all that he could say through his sudden tears. Those who had been gathered now lowered their heads and dispersed. "I guess you might as well eat, since you chased off all my customers," Miss Maris said as she brought him a platter of cured meats and cheese. "Fools they may be, but a fool's gold is as good as any other." Crouched in the darkness, Benjen listened. Only the sounds of frogs and the barking of a distant dog broke the stillness. Creeping into Wendell's cottage, he checked on Katrin and Wendell. Both slept soundly, and neither woke. He left as stealthily as he had come. Feeling silly, he walked back to his cottage. Only moments before, he had been sleeping soundly, but dreams of terror and loss drove him from his bed, demanding he check on those he loved. Assured of their safety, he returned to his bed, but the dreams returned. When morning finally came, the harsh sunlight seemed to mock the warnings of his dreams. Still, he could not shake the sense of foreboding that pressed in on him, suffocating him. With a deep breath, he stood and prepared himself to face the day. Chapter 4. The mind can travel farther in a single day than the fastest horse could traverse in a lifetime. Trevin Dawes, Master of the Arts. Dense fog hung over the land, holding Katrin's world in its damp embrace. Days like this never seemed real to her, as if, on rare occasions, she left her usual world and stepped into the world of dreams. Even the calls of the birds and the noises of the farm sounded different, almost magical. Katrin suspected she was not the only one who had such feelings. as her father and Benjen also seemed changed in this other world.
"Good morning, little miss,"
Benjen said. Her father stood behind him with a lopsided grin.
"Go in and get Charger harnessed, and bring her out to the wagon," he said. "We're going to make a trip to the cold caves."
Katrin nodded and went into the barn, a feeling of anger and shame building in her gut. Going to the cold caves had always been an adventure for her and Chase. Some of her fondest memories were of them playing there as children. It had been like a world of their own, a place where adventure and magic were real, and where they could explore the depths of the underworld. The rooms filled with blocks of ice had always drawn them, despite the lectures her father and uncle had given about avoiding those very places. She and Chase had climbed on top of them, and slid across their slick surfaces, which were always wet, as the ice melted slowly, yet inexorably. As they grew older, much of their time was spent moving stores in or out of the caves, but there were special times, in the winter, when they would gather fresh snowfall to be stored in the caves. Katrin and Chase had spent wonderful days packing the snow into all kinds of shapes and storing them within the caves. As she harnessed Charger, tears gathered in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. By the force of her will, she held them in check, determined to be strong. It was something she had learned from Chase, and it seemed that now it was a skill she would need to master. Only the tremble of her chin escaped her control, and she hoped her father and Benjen didn't notice. Outside they waited in the preternatural light that gave the world an almost greenish hue. Heavy clouds threatened rain, and it seemed unlikely that the fog would burn off as it did on most days. Katrin held Charger's head as Benjen and her father slid the shafts of the wagon through the loops on the harness. While they secured the breast collar to the shafts, the power of her will began to fade. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her lip quivered noticeably. She hoped the men would simply climb into the wagon and leave without the need for her to speak, but she doubted it, and she chastised herself for showing such weakness. Staying to mind the farm was not so terrible.
"She's all hooked up,"
her father said as he climbed into the wagon's passenger seat beside Benjen, leaving room for another.
"Get the barn door closed and check the gates. We need to get going."
Katrin wiped her tears and ran to the barn, a smile forming on her face. Perhaps it was the fog. Perhaps her father figured no one would see her through the mist, but she did not care. Not only did he plan to let her go, the driver's seat was still vacant, and Katrin eyed it unsurely.
"Are you going to drive us there or not?"
her father asked, his grin like a ray of sunshine.
"Yes, sir,"
she said as she climbed up. He handed her the lines, and Katrin smacked Charger lightly on the rump with them, while making a clucking noise with her tongue. Charger knew her business and moved out at a moderate pace. In the mist, Katrin had to use landmarks to guide her around obstacles, but she knew the path well and had little trouble steering Charger along a clear path where she was not likely to trip. When they reached the place where the Harborton Trail met the upland trail, she turned Charger slowly and deliberately. The upland trail was narrow, and Katrin had never driven a wagon on it before. Parts of the trail were treacherous, and there were places she was hesitant to even ride Salty. Driving the wagon was much more challenging.
"Move a little to the right,"
her father said.
"There's an old tree stump on the bend, and you don't want to hit it with the wheels."
Charger never faltered and, in truth, knew the way better than any of them. There were times that she corrected the path for Katrin before her father or Benjen could even warn her of an upcoming obstacle. When they reached Viewline Pass, her father asked her to stop. Katrin pulled back on the lines until Charger stopped, then maintained moderate tension on the lines to keep her stopped. Charger was not accustomed to stopping here, and she fidgeted constantly. When she turned to her father, Katrin's gaze passed over the view that gave the pass its name. Below her, looking like an elaborate child's toy from the heights, was her homeland. The fog continued to blanket the land, making it look like an ocean of white with emerald islands, sailed by buildings that floated like ships. The illusion was difficult to break, but her father demanded her attention.
"When driving through the pass, you must be extra careful. Rocks often fall here, and we have no way to know if there's anything beneath this fog that could injure Charger. You must hold the lines with confidence and authority here. Charger fears the rocks, and formations that will flank her through the pass, and she often jumps sideways for reasons only she knows. Let her know that you are in control, and she will follow you instead of her fear. Understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"You can do this, little miss," Benjen added. "You just have to know you can do it."
With a strange mixture of pride and trepidation, Katrin urged Charger slowly forward. Small rocks caught under the wagon wheels, but Charger showed her worth and pulled the wagon over the obstacles. It made for a bumpy ride, but there was little to be done about it. As Charger reached the place where rocky peaks flanked her, her ears began to flip forward and back, and when she turned her head, Katrin could see the whites around her eyes. "Make her follow you. Let her know you're in control." Her father's words bolstered her confidence, and she held the lines firmly but without fear. Charger still sidestepped and pranced, but Katrin maintained control. Soon they were beyond the pass, and the way became easier again. "You've done well," Benjamin said, and Wendell nodded his agreement. From the two of them, it was high praise, and Katrin beamed. When they reached the cold caves, they found it was among the few places not still mired in fog. The main entrance was invisible until one reached the rock face where it hid. Between two mighty slabs of stone stood a chasm just wide enough for a horse, but nothing larger, to fit through. Benjamin tied Charger to a stake they had driven in the stone many years before. "Benjamin and I will load the wagon," Wendell said. "Most of what we're after today is heavy. Go back to our personal stores and get what you would like to have for your camping trip." Katrin wasted no time. Without another thought, she was bounding through the caves, passing through the network of corridors that were like old friends. There were some of the deeper tunnels that Katrin had never really liked, but she had most of the place memorized. When she reached the area her father reserved for their storage, she sifted through and grabbed what she thought the others would enjoy as well. After loading her supplies in the wagon, she did her best to help her father and Benjamin. Despite the hard work and the sweat that ran into her eyes, it was the most fun she'd had in quite some time. Only the strange looks from those to whom they made deliveries threatened to spoil her mood, but most of the people they saw were friends of her father's, and none treated her with anything but kindness, albeit awkward kindness. For Katrin, it was good enough. Only at the end of the day, as darkness began to creep back over the land, did her fears return. The hairs on the back of her neck stood as she passed by a thicket of trees bathed in shadows. The feeling of being watched was almost overwhelming. Katrin was barely able to resist the urge to push Charger for more speed, but she knew the horse had put in a full day's work, and it would be unfair to ask more of her. The ill feelings persisted, and Katrin hoped that Benjamin and her father did not sense her fear. Miss Maris heard all the gossip. She knew where in her inn to be if she wanted to hear the conversation at a specific table. Much of the inn had been designed around this purpose, though most would never have guessed it. Simple things, such as a knothole in the common room floor that continued through a bored-out log all the way to the cellar, made her task a great deal easier. Her exceptional hearing gave her the advantage of being able to attend to the work of running her inn, all the while collecting valuable information. Whether Katrin was the herald of Istra, or not remained to be proven in Miss Maris's mind, but either way there would be much work to do. Everyone in Harborton was tense and afraid, and that alone had far-reaching effects. If it turned out that incident in the clearing was simply a freak occurrence, she would be just as happy, though she knew Katrin would never escape the stigma. Still, that seemed far better than the alternative. Far better indeed. Anticipation drove Katrin from her sleep earlier than usual. She had been looking forward to this day, and it was finally upon her. She dressed while reviewing her mental list, making sure she had not overlooked some important detail. Her tinderbox and extra clothes were already packed, and she added some dried fruit, smoked beef, and salted fish to her backpack. A trip to the cold cellar yielded a bottle of spring wine and wax cheese she had brought back from the cold caves. Her bedroll wrapped in her leather ground cloth and secured atop her backpack. She wondered what it was she was forgetting. There had to be something. Her morning chores needed to be finished before she left, and she had asked the boys to give her until daylight. Still, she was not completely surprised when she heard laughter that sounded like a couple of half-wits trying to be quiet and failing. When she opened the door, she found Chase and Osborne side by side, grinning like fools, and her father walked up behind her at the same moment. "Good morning, boys. You're here early," he said over her shoulder while she grinned back at the boys. "Good morning, Mr. Volker," Osborne replied. "Good morning, Uncle Wendell. Sorry we're early, but we thought we could help get Katrin's chores done faster, and then we could get an early start," Chase said, but then he jumped as if someone had pinched him. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." He twitched again and laughed, squirming. "We have a surprise for you, Cat. Guess who is coming with us?" he asked as he and Osborne stepped aside with a dramatic flourish. Strom entered the cottage, smiling and bowing. "I'd wager you weren't expecting to see me here," he said. "Good morning to you, Mr. Volker." "Good morning to you, Strom. It's good to see you again. Now, you grinning scoundrels, get out there. Clean and fill those water buckets. Katrin, you get the horses fed and take care of your cats, and then you can go," Wendell said with a smile. He seemed as excited about their big trip as they were. The group of exuberant young people gave Wendell a mock salute and, almost in unison, said, "Yes, sir." They made quick work of the buckets and feeding. Benjamin wished them a safe trip, and told the boys to behave themselves or he would hunt them down like rabid dogs. He said it with a smile, but the boys nodded seriously and said again in unison, "Yes, sir." Benjamin laughed, shook his head, and walked into a stall with his pitchfork. The excited campers waved goodbye as they shouldered their packs and started their walk down the river trail. The false dawn had not yet shone on the horizon, but the moon was bright enough to light the way. They had little trouble getting to the river. Once there, they turned and climbed past the shoals and falls. They had covered half the length of the lake by the time the sun cleared the mountains. They laughed and talked while they hiked, having a generally good time of things, and Katrin began to feel the distance between her and her troubles. A small clearing, shaded by tall pines, seemed like a good place to rest, and they flopped onto the bed of needles. Katrin dug in her pack for the dried fruit and cheese, but it was Strom who got a whoop of delight from the others when he produced 4 of Miss Maris's sausage breads. Each one was twice the size of his fist, and wrapped in wax paper. Strom cleared his throat and said, in his best imitation of Miss Maris's voice, "Miss Maris sends these with her best wishes to some of her favorite patrons. She looks forward to your next visit. Her words, not mine," he added, just to make sure Katrin understood the message was intended for her. The subtle message surprised Katrin, as did the support from Miss Maris, who had always been stern with her, but she decided she would process that information later. Today she was on a grand adventure, and she wanted nothing more than to enjoy the sausage bread. Her bottle of spring wine was drained all too quickly, and she realized she should have brought more. "No fears, I came prepared for just such an occasion," Strom said, seeing the concern flicker across Katrin's face, and he produced a bottle of spring wine and a bottle of Huckle's juice from his pack. "I knew we brought you along for some reason," Chase said, patting him on the back. Strom elbowed him in the ribs as he shouldered his pack. "Sorry about that, my friend. I didn't see you there," he said, laughing and pushing his way past Chase and Osborne. Katrin watched as the boys jostled and roughhoused along the trail, meandering in the direction of their intended campsite, but as the valley narrowed, they walked single file. The sound of the rushing falls grew as they approached the end of the lake, and when they reached the clearing, Katrin smiled in recognition. There was the tree she had climbed so long ago in hopes of catching a glimpse of the enchanted grove. She needn't wonder any longer. Now the grove was her destination. In search of the natural stair Katrin's father had mentioned, they approached the base of the falls, the mist rolling over them in clouds. Sunlight danced in the moisture, casting rainbows across the clearing, and they moved quickly, hoping to avoid a thorough soaking. "There it is," Chase said, and Katrin followed his gaze. Rounded lumps, blanketed with moss and soaked with accumulated moisture, formed the crude base of the stair. The rest of the formation created an illusion, appearing flush with the rock face, until the spell broke, and Katrin could see the form plainly. A narrow shelf angled up the rock face, its slope irregular. Heights had never been a problem for Katrin, but the stair was daunting. There was no room for error. Any slip could send her over the sheer drop with nothing to break her fall. As they climbed higher, the stair became dry and, in some places, distinct and well-formed. Katrin found them a wonder, as if fate had carved a path for them, and she was thankful for the gift. The mental image did not last long, though, as they soon came on a crumbled section of stair, which was barely passable. Perhaps fate did not wish to speed her trip after all, Katrin thought, laughing at herself. They managed to negotiate the treacherous section of the stair with a bit of help from each other, but none of them looked forward to climbing back down. The remainder of the climb proved to be fairly easy, and they reached the top of the cliff unscathed. Moving west, they searched for the trail Katrin's father said they would find.
Seeing no obvious breaks in the tree line, they moved along it, peering through the branches. Ahead of them, a buck emerged from the forest, his ears flicking forward and back as if he sensed them. With a snort, he bounded back into the woods, disappearing from view but aiding them nonetheless. As they neared the spot where he had been, a trail materialized within the outer barrier of leaves. Katrin led them into the forest, following the narrow trail. The canopy of leaves blocked much of the sunlight, and they moved within a shady world that was filled with life. Deer moved almost silently through the woods, while smaller animals ran through the leaves with wild abandon. Squirrels at play sounded like a herd of beasts crashing through the undergrowth. Colorful birds flitted from branch to branch, their varied warbles filling the air. Menacing spiders had built elaborate webs that spanned open areas between trees. When Katrin walked into one of the clinging webs, she thought she felt its occupant land in her hair, and she gave the boys a good laugh while she tried to shed the imagined spider. Afterward, she armed herself with a long stick, which she waved in front of her like a wand, clearing the webs as she walked. The sound of the waterfall faded into the distance, and Katrin picked up the hint of a noisy brook. She knew a stream ran near the grove, and she wondered if it was the same one. The incline grew steep, and sweat soaked them as they hiked, their legs aching. Soon, though, they emerged from the forest onto a large plateau, which was carpeted with thick green grass, broken occasionally by weathered outcroppings of obsidian rock. Emerald moss clung to the megaliths, marbling their surface, as the land slowly reclaimed the masses of stone. Ancient and immense, the great oaks were unmistakable in the distance, towering above the tallest elm. Unlike any trees they had ever seen, the great oaks soared into the sky, their tops obscured by low-lying clouds. As the group drew closer, the sheer magnitude of the trees became even more evident. 24 in all, they were evenly spaced and formed a nearly perfect circle, but each one was a force unto itself. The trunks were so massive that 20 people could stand around one, with arms outstretched, and still their hands would not meet. Awed by the magnificence of the place, none of them made a sound, afraid to break the spell. Magical in its beauty, the grove lured them, but Katrin was drawn by more than just the aesthetics. She could feel the power of the grove, a place in which the very air seemed alive with energy. They walked in slow reverence, as if entering a holy place. Much of the grove was blanketed with lush grasses, but an irregular circle of bare stone dominated the heart of it. There were no writings or symbols, nothing beyond its sheer might to indicate it was sacred, but it felt that way. The black stone was smooth and level with the grass, and Katrin found it strange that no moss or grass had encroached on it. It seemed almost as if the plants kept their distance out of respect for the mighty stone. "I don't think we should camp in here," Osborne said into the eerie silence, and yet the spell remained unbroken. "I feel like we're welcome, but I don't want to disturb the beauty of this place." In quiet agreement, they walked toward the far side of the grove in search of a suitable campsite. The western clearing was much the same as the one in the east, and, at about the same distance, the forest began again. Only the area between the two sections of forest was clear of underbrush. As Katrin searched for a place to camp, she concentrated on the sound of running water and moved toward it. An almost imperceptible waterfall glistened down the valley wall. The water flow was slight, but it fed a small stream that lay hidden in the folds of the land. The stream was narrow, but its water cool and clear. Not far from the base of the fall, Katrin spotted a large shelf of rock protruding from the cliff face, and knew it would provide some shelter. On further inspection, it was obvious that others had camped there before, though it appeared to have been some time ago. A bare spot looked to have been used as a fire pit, and a few rocks still lay in a circle around it. Katrin and the others knew without saying a word that they had found their campsite. They dropped their packs and stretched sore muscles. Katrin went in search of stones to complete the fire circle. "Would you boys gather some wood?" she asked, and they set off for the western forest since no dead trees or branches were to be found in the grove. By the time they returned, Katrin had finished constructing the fire circle and gathered dry grass for kindling. Chase and Osborne dumped their armloads of wood directly into the circle of stones, and Strom started a woodpile off to one side. They left Katrin to start the fire while they ventured out for more wood. The wood they left was damp,
and she knew she would have a hard time getting it to burn. Strom had left some sticks and leaves along with the larger pieces of wood, and Katrin gathered what was dry, placing it at the center of the fire circle. She retrieved her tinderbox from her pack and pulled out some dry shavings and her flint. She piled the dry shavings neatly at the base of her kindling pile, and grabbed some larger pieces of wood, leaning them against one another so they formed a cone above her kindling. Sparks flew as she struck her stones against one another, but few actually made it to the shavings. After several sparks hit the shavings, going out almost immediately, one took hold, a small flame blooming around it. She cupped her hands and blew gently, and though the tiny flame went out, the shavings glowed red. The flames returned, double their size, and quickly consumed the kindling, but barely even dried the damp branches. Piling even the damp kindling atop her small blaze, she sent a cloud of smoke into the air. With a few puffs, though, the flames returned, licking eagerly at the branches.
"Is that little fire the best you could do? I was expecting you to have dinner cooked by now,"
Chase said, dumping his armload of wood, and he jumped back as Katrin took a swipe at him. He laughed and went to lay out his bedroll. He chose a spot that was near the fire, yet still shaded by the rock overhang. Osborne and Strom threw their bedrolls down near his. By the time they were comfortable, Katrin had a nice fire going. The air above it shimmered, and the light danced over them. She retrieved her bedroll, only to find all the sheltered spots taken, and the boys pretended not to notice her irritation. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at each of them. Chase could no longer keep up the ruse, and was the first to start laughing. He and Osborne moved their bedrolls closer together, and Strom moved his to the other side, making a spot in the middle for Katrin. She curtsied and pounced on the newly cleared spot, leaving them no chance for reconsideration. Something about being in a strange place together, and sitting around a fire, made everything seem right with the world. They rummaged through their packs in search of various goodies, and they feasted on sausage breads, cheeses, and dried fruit. They made sure to leave themselves enough supplies for a few more meals, but what they ate was delicious. It was adventure food, free of restraint and responsibility. There was nothing to clean up when they were done, and they could relax with full bellies. They had no reason to wake in the morning, no chores awaiting them. It was a glorious feeling, only slightly dampened by the knowledge that it was temporary. Katrin just watched the flames, but Chase seemed obsessed with tending the fire, constantly shifting the coals and poking them with a stick. She excused herself, suddenly stifled by the heat of the fire. Wandering into the deepening shadows, she drank in the fresh air and savored it. Stopping for a moment to take another deep breath, she looked up at the skies. Cloud cover was slowly breaking up, and a few stars were visible through the gaps. Leaning her head back, she closed her eyes. She felt her mind expanding and perceived an almost audible click, as if a doorway in her mind suddenly opened. Her body felt intensely alive, every sensation magnified. With her arms wide, she stood, basking in the light breeze as it tousled her hair. Chase yelled from the campsite, "Katrin, are you going to sleep out there?" "It's such a pretty night," she said. "I think I'm going to take a walk. Would anyone care to join me?" "Nah, we'll just stay here and eat all the food," he replied, laughing, but the boys roused themselves and joined her. The night drew them on, pulling them into the ring of mighty trees. Beams of moonlight shone through the parting clouds, lighting Katrin's way. She let her body go where it wished, her path leading straight toward the center of the grove. The others followed in silence, as if entranced by her rhythmic movements. Cold stone caressed her feet, soothing them as she strode upon it. Feeling as if she could ride the wind, Katrin whirled in a rhythmic dance. Around her pulsed the beat of life, and she danced to its lilting cadence. Life energy was everywhere, but it was more focused in the grove, almost tangible. Spinning on the wind, she closed her eyes and raised her hands to the heavens. Energy from above bathed her in its warmth, and she grabbed onto it with her mind, tasting its sweetness, smelling its fragrance, caressing its texture. Its beauty overwhelmed her. She clung to the energy, letting it suspend and hold her. Overcome with joy, tears coursed down her cheeks. The boys talking shook Katrin from her revelry. She opened her eyes to see the night sky and two bright sources of light. It took a moment for her eyes to focus. Then she clearly saw the moon and another bright object. The second was like nothing she had ever seen. Elliptical, with a long trail of light in its wake, it sparkled with life and called to her. It was so beautiful, she could not look away. "By the gods, do you see that?" Chase shouted, and Katrin returned to herself somewhat again. Another, closer source of light stole the brightness from the doubly lit night sky. Lightning danced along her fingers in powerful arcs, and twin beams of liquid energy extended from the palms of her hands into the sky, twining themselves into a single thread of energy. Colors raced along it, constantly shifting and changing, each moment bringing something new. Katrin heaved, her mind finally reconciling what her eyes reported. She yanked her hands down violently, feeling an awful tearing sensation as she pulled herself away from the massive energy flow. In that moment, she realized her feet were not touching anything, and she had no time to brace herself before they struck the black stone beneath her. Even in her confused state, she realized she must have been high above the ground, judging by her impact, which buckled her knees and tossed her onto her back. She remained supine for a moment, staring at the sky, and she caught another brief glimpse of the comet before fast-moving clouds once again obscured it. The clouds, Katrin realized, were moving far too fast. A storm was upon them. Lightning ripped across the sky in a vast web of light, and the wind howled as bands of horizontal rain assaulted them. "Run for cover!" Katrin shrieked above the wind, and they fled to the relative shelter of their campsite. Hail pelted them as they ran. The stones were small at first, but steadily grew larger and more dangerous. The light of their wind-blown fire illuminated their belongings as they were scattered around the campsite, sent tumbling by the wind. After scrambling to collect their things, they huddled under their packs, watching helplessly as gale-force winds snuffed their fire. The darkness was nearly complete, broken only by monstrous bolts of lightning, as they set fire to the thunderheads. The wind howled and intensified, screaming at them, sucking their belongings into the night. Thunderous cracks and booms mixed with the wailing call of the wind, and battered Katrin's senses, making her think she was about to go mad. Dirt and debris, carried by fierce gusts, stung her exposed skin. Katrin screamed as lightning illuminated the plateau long enough for her to see a mass of branches and leaves hurtling toward them. It struck the ground in front of them with incredible force, driving the air from her lungs. Startled but uninjured, Katrin and her friends huddled under the massive limb, hoping nothing else would fly from the darkness. From the deck of his flagship, Rebellion's End, General Dempsey stared at the skies in disbelief. It was not the storm that came as such a surprise. It was the comet. Archmaster Bellegra had told him it would come, but he had not believed. Instead, he had chosen to deny the truth, to go into the greatest of peril unprepared because of his own blindness. It took some time for him to accept this new reality, since it seemed everything in his world had suddenly changed. Next came his anger. What did Archmaster Bellegra expect him to do against the ultimate adversary? How could he ever be expected to achieve victory? His father had taught him that joining a battle where there is no chance for victory was to die a noble fool, but General Dempsey could see no honorable way out. No matter what his father had said, honor was a thing worth dying for, and he would not back away from his responsibilities because of fear. In his mind, a plan began to form, and his face settled into a look of determination. Whether his plan would achieve victory or utter defeat, General Dempsey would use every trick he had learned. May the Herald beware. Chapter 5. In our darkest moments, we come to know the true measure of our souls. Ein Geist, Sleepless One. As dawn illuminated the valley, turning it into a rippling palette of light and shadow, Katrin and her friends could see the full extent of the storm damage. The majestic grove that had drawn them was no more. Not even one of the great oaks remained standing. They were strewn about the plateau as if felled by a mighty hand. Some were almost whole, but had been torn from the soil, apparently flung about. Others had been twisted, then sheared off, leaving fingers of wood sticking out from stumps, like splinters of bone protruding from grisly wounds. It was the lightning-struck trees, though, that disturbed Katrin most. The bark was blasted off in many places, and the exposed wood was so warped it resembled partially melted candle wax. Katrin surveyed the damage, walking ahead of the dispirited group toward the place that had once been the center of the grove. Her heart was hurt at the sight of the ruination, but some morbid sense drew on her, forcing her to commit the images to memory. Since passage was hard to find among the fallen Leviathans, their progress was slow, but no one spoke a word of protest. Katrin ran her hands along the fallen trunks as she passed them, bidding them a silent farewell. It took her a moment to recognize the center of the grove when she reached it. Tears filled her eyes, and her body trembled as she gazed upon the black stone. None of it had escaped damage. That which was not crushed under the fallen giants had been blasted by lightning and pounded by massive hail. All that remained was a mass of rubble and gray powder that crunched under their boots. Grapefruit-sized hailstones still littered the area, serving as poignant reminders of nature's power. Katrin turned wordlessly back to her friends, who remained downcast and silent. They had tears in their eyes, and she could see the fear in them. "It was so beautiful," Osborne said in a low whisper. His words stung Katrin like a physical blow, and she moved away from the place quickly, trying to escape the oppressive weight settling on her shoulders. She wanted to believe the destruction of the grove was not her fault, but she found no comfort, only tremendous shame and grief. Her father had finally trusted her enough to share the knowledge of how to find his special place, and she had destroyed it. Her depression deepened when she realized it had not really been her father's place at all. Someone planted the great oaks, by her guess, many generations ago. She had entered a sacred place and, by some unconscious action, had brought about its desecration. She felt as if she had betrayed her ancestors, and she could almost sense their accusing stares on her, denouncing her. Tears clouded her vision as she stumbled through the maze of debris. When she reached what remained of the campsite, she began to gather what she could find of her gear. Chase reached her side, but remained silent for a time. "You can't blame yourself for the weather, Kat. This wasn't your fault. This was just like the storm we had 3 weeks ago. That funnel cloud did a lot of damage too, and you had nothing to do with it either," he said. Katrin wanted to agree with him. She was no goddess or sorceress with influence on the weather. To believe she was would be silly, but she still needed a reasonable explanation for the strange occurrences that seemed to center on her. She supposed her dance above the stone could have been a hallucination, but such rationalizations did not ring of truth. When she considered the appearance of the comet, the odds against it all being coincidental were staggering. Perhaps, she thought, she had just been in the wrong places at the wrong times, but things were too similar for those events to have been purely accidental. Once she and the others finished packing what they had left, Katrin shouldered her pack and looked at her companions. They looked away, and she understood their fear because she, too, was terrified. They probably believed she was somehow responsible for the devastation of the grove, and she feared they could be right. "What happened last night, Kat?" Osborne asked. "What happened to you?" "I don't know," she said, her voice shaking. "I'm so sorry. Let's go home." The others nodded and followed her wordlessly. They picked through the storm-tossed foliage, but had to backtrack several times before finding clear passage. When they emerged in the eastern clearing, they found that it, too, was littered with debris and slowly melting hailstones. The forest trail was blocked in many places, and they had to shoulder through the brambles and thorns that abounded alongside the trail. When the forest eventually thinned, they emerged into a bright and sunny afternoon. The valley ahead appeared largely untouched by the storm, and it seemed as if they were drifting out of a nightmare and back into a pleasant reality. Katrin relaxed when she saw part of her world unblemished, but the images of the grove were still vivid. Travel was easier when they were clear of the forest, and they soon approached the stairs. They descended carefully, aware that the slightest misstep could send them tumbling. Strom lost his footing once and slipped, frightening them, but he caught himself, and only loose chips of rock dropped over the edge. It took a few moments for them to calm themselves before continuing at a slower pace, and they were relieved when they finally reached the bottom. The misty air surrounding the falls drove them onward. Once clear of the spray, they found themselves at the shady spot where they had eaten lunch the day before. They stopped and ate the last of their provisions in silence. Familiar sights and smells brought Katrin some comfort, and as the group neared her home, she began to feel almost safe again. But the illusion was shattered when Benjen seemed to materialize from the shadows. He placed a finger to his lips, motioned for them to follow, and led them into a dense stand of pines. Katrin grew even more concerned when she spotted leather bags and packs stacked in an orderly pile, filled nearly to overflowing. The boys followed her gaze and seemed to come to the same cold realization. Something else had gone very wrong.
"Don't have much time to talk, but I'm so glad you're here. Wendell and I guessed the storm might bring you home early. Couldn't be certain, but it saved me coming to find you,"
Benjen said just above a whisper.
"Yesterday afternoon, you see, there was a huge crowd at the spring challenges, even though it looked like bad weather. The games were over before the storm hit, but it was dark when everyone started to leave. Then a swift wind parted the clouds. Don't know who saw it first, but people shouted and cried when the comet appeared, and didn't know what to do with themselves. They just stood and gawked and carried on about it until Nat Dersinger climbed up onto the reviewing stand. He started out rambling on that Istra had returned to the skies of Godsland, and Katrin's power meant she was the herald of Istra. Yes, little miss, he called you by name. And now this morning, over a dozen fishing boats came back early, each saying they had seen foreign ships. The details varied from ship to ship, but they agreed on one thing. A large host of ships is approaching the Godfist. When they heard this, people panicked and started shouting. A bunch of angry citizens went to the farm looking for you,"
he said, nodding at Katrin.
"Your father and I had anticipated trouble, and I was already packed when they got there. I hid until they left. Your father knows how to deal with people, and he managed to convince him he'd sent you to the cold caves. He said you were retrieving supplies and would return on the morrow. He told him he'd let them know as soon as you came back, little miss. He need not have bothered with that, for I'm betting the townsfolk are now watching every road and trail that enters Harpenden. I'm just glad they didn't post a sentry here at the mountain paths, or we'd have been hard-pressed. Your father wanted to be here, but he knows he's being watched. He sends his love and will join us when he feels it's safe for him to escape."
"Where are we going?" Katrin asked, her voice wavering.
"High in the mountains, there's a spot Wendell and I found years ago. It's a good hiding place, and it has most of what we'll need to survive. Now, we need to get going. We don't want to meet up with the townsfolk, and they could send sentries here at any time. Strom, Osborne, come with us if you wish, but if you decide to stay, you must not tell where we are going. Chase, your father asked me to take you along, and I hope you want to come. He fears for your safety and thinks you'll be a help to us."
"I'll go with you," Chase said. "Sounds like a long camping trip. I want to go," Osborne added a moment later. Strom seemed to struggle with some inner turmoil, and they watched as they saw him thinking. "I hate to leave Miss Maris without a stable boy, and my mother will be without the extra income. But I'm a terrible liar, and I'd surely give you away if someone asked me. I think I should come too," he said. With that settled, Benjen repacked the provisions and distributed the bags. Each of them was carrying a great deal when they set off, their burdens heavier than just the weight of the packs. Benjen led them through the trees, staying as far from the open trail as possible and keeping to the shadows, even though it slowed their pace. They had covered very little distance when the fire bells began ringing. Even from a distance, the cacophony was startling and disconcerting. Benjen motioned for them to stop, dropped his pack and bag, and climbed a nearby tree. It took him a few moments to gain a clear view of the harbor. Once there, he scanned the horizon. Cursing, he scrambled back to the anxiously waiting group and tried to catch his breath. "What did you see? What's happening?" Chase asked, fear in his voice.
"The warning fires are lit,"
Benjen said. "Which fires? Is the one near the watering hole lit?"
Strom asked anxiously. "All of them are lit. The Godfist is under attack."
His words seemed to linger in the air, and a feeling of impending doom crept across the group. Benjen cocked his head to one side as if listening intently.
"We need to go. Now."
"But my father,"
Katrin protested. "Your father can take care of himself, little miss. He'd wring my neck if I let you go back there after him. You know he would. You're in far more danger than he is. Now go," he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. He led them on a meandering trek from shadow to shadow. They moved as quietly as they could, but every noise seemed to echo across the valley. They heard no sounds of pursuit,
but they would have had to struggle to hear anything over the pounding of their hearts and their labored breathing. Rather than head for the falls, Benjen angled north and east, and when they reached the eastern ridgeline, he started up the incline. It was a difficult climb, but it would take them into the neighboring valley Chinapa. It was narrower than the fertile Pinnock River Valley. Bramble and thorn bushes grew thick, and few ventured there. After having been hidden by the shadows, Katrin felt as if the whole world could see her on the face of the mountain. They climbed in anxious silence, occasionally disturbing loose rocks, which bounced down the steep incline with what sounded like a terrible clatter. Benjen occasionally stopped to scan the valley for signs of pursuit, but he saw none. Sweaty and tired, they crested the ridgeline and stared into the valley below. The descent into the Chinapa Valley was not as steep as their climb had been. Benjen continued to lead, moving carefully down the ridgeline at an angle to make the descent more gradual. Daylight was failing them, and he cautioned them to beware of loose rock and scree. A few tenacious trees growing out of the rock face steadied them in treacherous places. It was early twilight when they finally reached the valley floor, tired, sore, and in need of rest.
I know you would all like to stop, but we have to get as far away as possible before we camp for the night,
Benjen said, although it was unnecessary to tell them what they already knew. Katrin trudged along behind him, not really paying attention to where she was going, just following the body in front of her and concentrating on staying upright. She was exhausted, her muscles cramped, and she clutched her side as she walked to try to ease the aching. Staying near the ridgeline where the vegetation was sparse, Benjen seemed to be searching for something.
"Are we looking for something specific?"
Katrin asked in an irritated tone. She knew she sounded childish and contrary, even as the words left her lips.
"There's a place up ahead where your father and I once made camp. It provides some shelter, but it is primarily defensible should the need arise. I don't think we'll be found tonight, but it's better to be prepared for the improbable, and sometimes the impossible. You'll have to trust me that it's the best place for us to stop,"
he said, continuing to walk. Darkness settled over them and slowed their progress. The skies were overcast, and Katrin could barely make out the moon and comet behind the clouds. She could feel the energy enveloping her, but it was strange and frightening, and she closed herself to it. Still, it pulled at the edges of her mind, promising warmth, security, and power.
"Are you all right, little miss?"
Benjen asked, concern clearly audible in his voice.
"I'm just tired, and not feeling well,"
she replied, feeling guilty for telling only part of the truth, but she wasn't going to tell them about her strange yearnings for power. She wouldn't blame any of them for thinking she was a witch, and at this point, she was decidedly unsure of herself.
"We're just about there. We'll be resting soon, I promise. Just a little farther,"
Benjen said, and soon they approached a huge split in the rock face. An enormous slab of stone leaned against the valley wall, leaving a gap several paces wide. It was open on both ends, providing two routes of escape. They filed into the gap and dropped their packs. Chase began to set up a fire circle, but Benjen waved him from the task.
"No fire tonight, I'm afraid. It's just too risky."
The others knew he was right, but that did little to improve the atmosphere. They ate a cold meal in relative silence. Then Benjen urged them to get some sleep, saying he would take the first watch. Deep breathing and occasional snores soon surrounded Katrin, but she could not sleep. Despite her weariness, she lay awake, wondering if she would ever feel safe again. From high on a hill, Wendell watched the Jeanne come, frozen in morbid fascination, as what looked like a wave of fire and destruction rolled through Harborton and the lowlands. He'd come here to survey the situation, to reassure himself that his friends, neighbors, and countrymen would be fine, and that going after Katrin would jeopardize no one. Watching the horror unfold before him, he was faced with a new question. Would staying to defend his homeland make any difference? His awareness was flooded with a vision of Katrin, hunted by the Jeanne, vulnerable and calling out for him. Never before had Wendell ever been so conflicted. He felt as if his spirit were being torn apart, ripped into pieces by a decision no one should ever have to make. He felt Elsa looking down on him, and he wept as he shamed her and shamed himself. His feet had taken him to the barn, where he had already, subconsciously and automatically, started saddling Charger. From beneath a pile of hay, he pulled his portion of the supplies he and Benjen had stashed away. From one of the bags protruded a painful reminder, a physical representation of his guilt and weakness. Elsa's sword reminded him of all the things he was not, of all his failings and shortcomings. It challenged him to save his countrymen and find Katrin. Elsa would have saved them all. Wendell found himself in the saddle, ready to ride away from his farm, his friends, his entire life. Just as he gave Charger his heels, he caught movement from the corner of his vision. Turning his mount with his knees, he saw a mounted soldier closing on a single-horse cart. Driving the cart was Eliana Grisk, a woman of more than 80 summers. She was as sharp as a sword, and took no guff from anyone. But she was more than overmatched. Her horse was little more than a pony, and he was weary with age. He labored to pull her at a little more than a walk, and the soldier's horse showed only the beginnings of a sweat. Wendell cried out in dismay. His mind had been made up, his course set, but now he found himself swayed. Reaching back, he grabbed Elsa's sword and released a battle cry that had not been heard in many seasons. As he charged toward the approaching soldier, he saw the look of relief on Eliana's face. She believed he would save her. Life had given Wendell no other choice. There was only one way he could ever live with himself. He had to save them all. In the darkness, all of Benjen's fears came to life and stalked him from every direction, waiting for him to let down his guard for even a moment. He was soft and slow with age, and he was unprepared for what lay ahead. Too long had he lived an easy life, forgetting the lessons his father and grandfather had taught him. He had always thought there would be time to prepare, time to train his children to face the coming storm. But now the storm had come early, and his work was not even begun. Things most people thought of as legend were now here as flesh and blood, wood and iron, pain and fire. The masters had always said it would only cause a panic if the truth was known to all, and thus they kept their knowledge hidden. The citizens of the Godfist would pay for the master's folly, and his. Chapter 6. Men are fickle creatures, capable of kindness and compassion, yet fascinated by the basest atrocities. Argist Kind, Jean Executioner. When Katrin pulled herself from her bedroll, all but Benjen still slept. Their shelter blocked much of the morning light, and the air was still cool in the shadows. Benjen stood at the southern opening of the crevasse, his silhouette standing out in stark contrast to the bright landscape beyond. Katrin padded silently to his side and put her arms around him. He gave a start at her touch, and she knew he must have been in deep thought, since he was usually impossible to sneak up on. "Sorry," she said.
"It's all right, little miss. You just startled me."
"Not just that. I'm sorry about all of this. I never meant to cause so much trouble. I'm not even sure what I did, but now I've dragged all of you into my mess," she said, and she leaned her head against his shoulder for comfort. He patted her on the head and guided her into the sunlight.
"None of this is your doing, Katrin."
She looked up at him, surprised he would call her by name. She was so accustomed to Lil Miss that her name sounded odd on his lips.
"We live in times of change, and all of us will be affected whether we wish it or not,"
he continued. "But it seems everywhere I go, trouble follows. It doesn't seem safe to be near me," she said, wanting to tell Benjen about the destruction of the grove, but she could not bring herself to speak of it.
"You can look at it that way if you wish, but I suggest you concentrate on what you can do to make the situation better. You cannot change what has already happened, but you can prepare yourself for the future. I can't say what this day will bring, but I vow to face it with my head high and my wits about me. I suggest you do the same. You can wallow in self-pity if you like, but it'll only bring you misery. There's a greatness in you that you don't realize yet, Katrin, so you must not lose hope. We'll get through this together and be stronger for it."
"I know you're right. I'm sorry."
"And no more sorries from you," he said, shaking his finger at her. "I'll strike a bargain with you. If you promise not to intentionally hurt me, and I promise not to intentionally hurt you, then there will be no more need for another 'I'm sorry' between us." Do I have your word?"
"You have my word," she said with a small smile.
"And I give mine,"
he replied with a flourish and a bow. He smiled and touched her shoulder.
"Come on, let's go make the best of things."
Katrin felt a great deal of comfort from their talk. He'd forgiven whatever mistakes she might have made, and now maybe she could forgive herself. She made a conscious effort to tell herself she was forgiven, and was surprised at how much it eased her guilt and anxiety. She acknowledged that most people never intended to hurt her. Her pain had been an unintentional byproduct of their actions. A great weight seemed to lift from her soul, and she decided to focus on positive things. Taking a deep breath, she released her anger in a long sigh. A renewed Katrin strode back into the crevasse with confidence. After they broke camp, Katrin helped the others stow their bedrolls and check their packs. Benjen led them by memory, and they often had to backtrack when the way was blocked. Numerous game trails crossed the valley floor, and he seemed to have trouble finding distinguishable landmarks. By noon, it seemed they had covered very little distance. Chase, Strom, and Osborne talked quietly among themselves. They were worried about their families and the other people they had left behind. They speculated about the invaders, who they might be and why they would attack. Katrin listened in silence. She ached to know her father was safe, and she tried to have faith. Her mental image of him was one of strength and unbending integrity, and bringing that image to mind soothed her. She could not picture a man of such goodness and fortitude ever being in danger, and she clung to that illusion.
"I heard said some of the ships bore a symbol of a man and a woman in an embrace. Sounds like the mark of a Jean warship to me. As much as I hate to speculate, I fear invaders have come from the Greatland,"
Benjen said.
Greatland,
Strom snorted.
I thought that existed only in fairy tales and legends. There's been no contact with other civilizations for thousands of years. Only the old texts mention the Greatland and the Firstland, so what reason do you have to believe they even exist?
"I assure you, the Greatland does indeed exist, and the danger presented by the Jean Empire is all too real,"
Benjen stated flatly.
"You talk like you've been there,"
said Strom.
"That's because I have been there, but that's a story for another time. What's important now is that you know the Jean Empire has not forgotten about us. They believe the Herald of Istra will be born on the Godfist, and will be revealed through great acts of power. The Jean prophecies say the Herald will betray them and destroy their nation, or something like that. It's hard to tell just what they mean. I believe they'll go to great lengths to capture and kill anyone they believe could be the Herald. As much as I hate to admit it, I think Nat Derzinger was right. They've come to destroy us in a desperate attempt to save themselves. They will not find the Godfist an easy place to conquer, though. The Masters and a few select families have been making preparations for decades."
"You knew they were coming?"
Osborne asked, incredulous.
"In a sense, we knew, but our information was thousands of years old, and it was nearly impossible to tell the truth from fairy tale. Huge amounts of information were lost during the Great Wars and the Purge, and no one knew if the prophecies were anything more than legend. But we did know the Jean believed them to be sacred and quite real. We did our best to prepare for an invasion, and seeing their ships over the years kept us vigilant. But we thought we'd have much more time before it would happen. I guess our calculations were wrong," he said, stopping to untangle himself from a thorn bush.
"I don't understand,"
Chase interjected.
"How could you calculate when they would attack?"
"It's a long story, and rather complicated, but I'll try to explain. About 20 years ago, we heard the Jean Church had started quoting certain scriptures again, the ones that tell the Jean their duty is to fight in the name of Istra. The scriptures also say Istra's return will be the divine signal to embark on their holy war. We know they calculate the Vestran cycle to be about 3,017 years, but by our reckoning, it has only been 2,983 years since Istra departed."
"I still don't understand," Chase persisted. "I thought Istra was a goddess. What do you mean she has returned to the skies? All I've seen in the sky is a comet."
"A long time ago, people made up stories to explain things they couldn't understand. When a comet storm lasted over 100 years and seemed to grant otherworldly powers, they glorified it and named it Istra, goddess of the night. The comet we saw was most likely the first of many to come. It's said that during the Istran noon, some 75 years into the storm, there can be as many as 1,000 comets visible in the sky on any night. Some of the old tales refer to the first comet as the Herald of Istra, but others say it will be a person born here on the Godfist. I'm not really certain what I believe," Benjen added. He called for a quick break, and while the young people rested, he walked a short distance in each direction. He was pushing his way into some heavy underbrush when he exclaimed, "Aha! I knew we were going in the right direction." He emerged from the underbrush with a gleam in his eyes. "What did you find?" Katrin asked, and he beamed at her. "When your father and I came this way, we left a few markings in case we ever wanted to find our way back. Beneath the underbrush and a thick layer of moss, I just found one of them. We carved it deep, and luckily it survived the passage of time. Our destination is due east, about a day's walk from here." They were encouraged that they were on the right path, and glad they would not have to carry their packs much farther. Benjen's excitement urged him to move on, this time leading them on a much straighter path. "Try to leave the forest undisturbed," he said. "Any sign we were here will help trackers." Now there were fewer times they had to double back, and as they ascended a sloping hill, the forest became less dense, allowing them to move with greater speed. Just before nightfall, they crested a large rise. Tall trees provided cover, and there were a few open spaces for camping. They made no fire for fear of being seen, but the mood was cheerier than it had been the night before. The evening air was cool and not uncomfortable. They snacked on their provisions and drank spring wine, but Benjen cautioned them not to overindulge. "Your packs may seem heavy now, but soon you may wish we could have carried more." Chase and Strom both volunteered to take the first watch to let Benjen get some rest. "Thanks, boys. I'll fare better if I can get some sleep. Sentry duty is no pleasure, and it requires concentration. Your first duty is to remain awake. Sleep has claimed many centuries, and their groups have perished. I suggest you try to achieve a restful but alert state. Quiet your minds and concentrate on your breathing. The trick is to keep part of your mind focused on sight, hearing, and smell. It takes practice, but once you master it, you'll be able to achieve it at will. Don't shout or make any loud noises if you spot someone, as that might draw them to us. Wake the sleepers quietly, and sleepers should try to remember to wake quietly. Our sentry's stealth may go for naught if one of us wakes in a panic," he lectured. "I trust you will do your best to remain alert during your watch, but I think it'd be best if you double up for now. Chase and Katrin, take the first watch, Strom and Osborne the second, and I'll take the third. Periodically report to each other during your watch. Walk to where the other one is posted to check. Plan to alternate which sentry goes to the other. Changes will help keep you from getting sluggish." The night was quiet, and Katrin dozed off during her watch. She flushed with shame when Chase woke her from a deep sleep, and she stood for the rest of her watch. When morning came, Strom and Osborne admitted they had also fallen asleep, and they vowed to do better. When they began their hike the next day, Benjen told them to be watchful for game trails, likely watering holes, and streams or ponds where the fishing might be good. "The land we're crossing now should be within our hunting range. There's a lot of game, but it's crafty because it's had to learn to avoid wolves and mountain cats. Animals are large out here, and they can be dangerous. Keep your wits about you." Deep in the heart of the Master House, within the mountain rock that held the most sacred halls, far from the stench of refugees, Master Edling paced. Here, fresh air vents allowed him to breathe freely for the first time since he awoke. Like so many vermin chased upward by floodwater, they had come to the Master House, expecting to be fed and protected, and like the great soft-hearted fool he was, had Master Grodin let them in. It was suicide. With the emergency provisions stored deep in the mountain, those who dwelt in the Master House could have easily lasted several winters, but with the boiling refugees, they would be lucky to last until spring. Even with strict rationing, they would most likely starve. "We should send them to the cold caves with the Volkas," Master Baron said. "They've got plenty of food." "Grodin would never allow it, the boiling fool. He doesn't deserve to be headmaster. That position is reserved for someone with a strong enough will to make tough decisions when they need to be made," Master Edling said. "There must be another way. The problem we have right now is that the refugees are everywhere, like lice.
Thank the gods that Grodin has at least the decency to maintain the sanctity of the sacred halls. If we could get him to agree to isolate the refugees in the audience halls, we could collapse the entrances and be rid of them.
And let them starve? Master Baron asked, looking as if he might be sick. That's a big part of your problem, Baron. You've got no backbone. Would you prefer we offer them up to the Jean as slaves? Would you rather be a slave or die free? Master Baron sat for a moment before responding, but Master Edling's glare demanded he say something. I suppose I'd rather die free, he said with uncertainty. You're boiling right, you would. Now, act like a man. These are terrible times, and if we're to survive, then terrible things must be done.
By midday, they reached an area where the vegetation thinned, giving way to mature trees that were widely spaced. Benjen scanned the valley walls, looking for another landmark.
There was an ancient landslide, huge boulders in an enormous mound of rubble that was grown over with moss. It looked like a sleeping giant leaning against a cliff, he said as he searched, growing anxious as they traveled with no further sign of a landmark. Wendell and I carried lighter packs, and maybe we were able to cover more ground. It was a long time ago, and my memory is not what it once was.
They continued their hike for what seemed like ages, and still they found no signs of the sleeping giant. Benjen called a halt and looked for a place he could climb the valley wall.
Maybe from a height I'll be able to see it, he said.
I'll go with you,
Chase said, following him. Katrin, Strom, and Osborne settled into the shade to rest while they climbed.
We've gone too far,
Benjen announced when they returned.
Chase spotted some trees growing high and at odd angles, and I think they're growing out of the mound.
Great job, you two. We must be getting close now. I trust your instincts,
Katrin said. After a short hike, Benjen smiled widely.
I think we're almost there.
He walked closer to the cliff and found another set of marked stones, and they soon saw signs of the ancient rockslide.
Chase and I will climb up first to locate the entrance. The rest of you stay here and remain alert. You'll want to back off a ways because we could loosen some stones,
he warned. Using trees and bushes for support, they climbed the rocks, nearly slipping on places slick with moss. In a loud whisper, Benjen said,
The entrance is blocked. We're going to have to clear it, and some debris may fall.
Chase and Benjen stacked the stones they removed to the side of the entrance, trying to keep them from falling, but a few still tumbled down the slope and crashed through the trees. The shadows were long by the time they cleared an opening large enough for Benjen to squeeze himself through to take a look.
The place looks about the same as when I last saw it. Let's finish getting this opening cleared, he said.
From inside the entrance, he was able to dislodge large sections of rock. They took 2 ropes and tied them to a remaining boulder, and tied small stones to the other ends. Chase and Benjen tossed down the ropes, and although the stones helped to propel them through the foliage, only one reached the ground. The other caught high in the branches. Chase pulled it back up and tossed it again. This time, the rope got low enough for Strom to reach it.
Secure the packs one at a time, and we'll haul them up, Benjen said. Gather wood and kindling, preferably dry.
Benjen called down after they began pulling the packs up.
Tie it off in bundles, and we'll haul them up.
Katrin and Osborne scrambled to find wood in the failing light, while Strom tied the bundles and guided them as they rose. Benjen's request for wood meant they would have a fire, which was reassuring, because it meant he felt they were safely away from any pursuers. When darkness threatened to make scrounging impossible, they made the climb while they could still see, a relatively easy task when unencumbered. No one spoke as they passed through the entrance and stared at the sight before them. The narrow opening emptied into a spacious hallway, which sloped downward at an angle. Perfectly rectangular, the hall was clearly not a natural formation, which was further evidenced by the worn scrollwork that decorated the lichen-covered walls. A short distance ahead, the hall gave way to a cavernous chamber. Its floor was littered with debris and the bones of small animals, and despite its relatively smooth appearance, it was pocked with small holes. A narrow opening in the ceiling let in moonlight, which was reflected by the still waters of a subterranean lake. As they crossed the area that stood between them and the lake, the massive size of the cavern became apparent, and the scale of it dwarfed them. The vaulted ceiling was almost invisible in the growing darkness, and the dark waters of the lake seemed to stretch on forever in the distance.
What is this place?
Katrin asked. Benjamin stood up from the bags he had been unpacking and joined the others.
Your father and I found this place by accident when looking for shelter from a storm. We couldn't figure out much about it, other than the fact that this chamber had once been inhabited, possibly before the Purge. Other passages once led to this chamber, but they all had been blocked or the ceilings had collapsed. We investigated a bit, even built a small raft we used to explore. I bet it's still here.
His eyes took on a faraway look as he remembered the time long past, but he pulled himself from his memories and returned to the present.
Let's get a fire started, shall we? I'm hungry, and I'd really like some hot food. We can explore later.
Katrin got the tinderbox from her pack and started a fire.
Don't make the fire very large, little miss, Benjamin warned. We haven't put anything across the entrance yet, and the light could give us away. The cabin's big enough that it'll take up the smoke before it escapes through that hole up there, but we'll still need to be careful. The lake water should be safe to drink, he continued, but I think it'd be best to boil it first. There's a kettle in one of the bags. After the water is boiled, you can put the kettle in a shallow part of the lake to cool it quickly. Let's fill our flasks, too.
Katrin and Strom set about boiling water and getting ingredients together for a stew. She was glad to see Benjamin pull recurved bows, strings, and several quivers of arrows from one of the long bags, along with a couple of short fishing poles. Long before the stew was really done, they decided it had cooked long enough and fell to it. Full stomachs made them sleepy, and they were soon curling up in their bedding, letting Benjamin take the first watch. On trembling legs, Nat approached the ruins of the great oak grove. Tears filled his eyes as he beheld what had once been a sacred and beautiful place. Now it looked more like a battlefield of epic scale, like a vision of what was yet to come. Katrin. This was where she and her friends had come to camp. They were here when the storm struck. She had to be connected to the destruction. This place had been undisturbed for thousands of years, and after only one night in her presence, it was destroyed. The evidence around him only served to strengthen his convictions. He had to do something, but he lacked the resources and connections. There was only one person who could do what needed to be done. Miss Maris. Only she was powerful enough within the Vestrana to make such a decision. As he crept back to town, sliding from shadow to shadow, his mind was consumed, trying to find the words to convince Miss Maris that he was right. It would not be easy, but he had to succeed. To fail again would mean certain disaster. Chapter 7. With dogma and aspiration, one can spin sand into gold. Icar the Glassmaker. In the late morning, Katrin awoke and saw Benjamin looking exhausted. As soon as she stood, he stumbled to his bedding.
"Don't leave the cabin,"
he mumbled, then flopped down heavily and fell asleep. Katrin used a stick to stir the remnants of the fire, and she added twigs to the glowing coals beneath the ash. She soon had a fire large enough to boil water. Kettle in hand, she approached the lake, and it shimmered in the light breeze, its surface rippling like the scales of a snake. Concentric rings added to the impression of a giant serpent curled around itself. She wondered at its beauty, amazed that something so massive and alluring could lie hidden inside a mountain for ages. Was something beautiful if no one saw it? Her life had been that of a farm girl, and she hadn't entertained such philosophical thoughts that she could recall, but she had changed lately. Perhaps it was the bizarre events she had experienced recently, or maybe she was growing up. Either way, she knew she would never be the same. It occurred to her that she and the rest of the group, with the exception of Benjamin, would be growing up fast. Curiosity gnawed at her, and she decided to wet her feet in the lake, if only to conquer her fear of something grabbing her and pulling her in. She let the water cover her ankles, finding it curious that little sand or mud covered the lake floor. The black stone was smooth and cool under her toes, almost too slick to stand upon. With the kettle filled, she pulled herself away from the mysterious serpent lake. The entire place intrigued her and sent her awareness into motion. So much of the cavern was obscured by darkness. Her imagination bridged the gaps with grand images. Some of her mind's creations filled her with an almost irresistible desire to explore. Others urged her back to the relative safety of camp.
Walking toward the fire, she looked up at the distant ceiling, which appeared to be a natural stone formation, in contrast to the man-made entrance hall. Stalactites reached inexorably toward the water below. When she looked ahead again, she saw Chase about to walk into her, his head craned upward. He, too, was caught up in the majesty of their hideaway, and a fair amount of water sloshed from her kettle onto his feet when Katrin stopped short to avoid the collision. "Sorry," she said. "No problem. I should have seen you coming. It's just that this place is so mystifying. It's not that it scares me or anything, but there's a strange feeling in the air. Or something. I know what you're saying, and I feel like that too. I like it, and yet it frightens me a bit. Let's just sit by the fire while you dry out." Strom and Osborne came over to join them by the remains of the fire, bringing their mixture of nuts and dried fruit and hard, dark bread. As their eyes adjusted to the relative darkness of the cavern, they found they could see quite well despite the low light. Revitalized by the snack, Chase suggested they have a look around, and Osborne agreed to stand guard. As they skirted the lake, the walls began to close in, and the rock shoreline tapered to a narrow point, beyond which the water lapped directly against the nearly vertical walls of the dome. They couldn't quite make out the far side of the cavern, but they could make a fair guess at the distance. It was farther than any of them thought they could swim. Not that they wanted to swim in that ominous-looking water. The place had a powerful energy, and the black water brought to mind visions of giant serpents lurking just below the surface, lying in wait for unsuspecting swimmers. They had seen no indication of fish or any other creatures in the lake, but that seemed logical considering the lack of sunlight. They continued on along the shoreline, which was relatively smooth and free of debris. Along the opposite shoreline, Katrin spotted an irregular shadow against the cavern wall. Moving in for a better look, they found the remains of the raft Benjen and Wendell had made years before. It looked as if they had pulled the raft to shore, stood it up, and propped it against the cavern wall. The logs were crumbling, and the rope had long since deteriorated, falling away when Chase gave it a tug. They left it where it was so Benjen could see it. Perhaps, Katrin thought, it might spark some good memories. When they returned to camp, Benjen was pulling the kettle from the smoldering coals. He strode to the lake, kettle in hand, and it hissed as he placed it in the cold water. He dropped the handle and hastily pulled his hand away, then waved to the returning group with a smile. "Well, did you find anything exciting?" he asked. "We found your raft," Chase announced with pleasure. "It definitely needs some new rope to hold it together, but I think it could still float. There really isn't much to see from what I recall, but if we find the time, we could lash it back together just for old time's sake," Benjen said, then paused a moment before addressing them in a more serious tone. "We may need to stay here far longer than we are prepared for, and we need to get ready so we have food during the winter," he said as he walked over to where he had unpacked the bows and fishing rods. "Katrin, you and Chase are both experienced hunters, and I'd like you to see if you can bring down any game. We can't afford to be picky. We're going to need as much meat as we can get. I believe there's a stream to the north and east of here. If you find it, look for a good fishing hole. I don't think there are any fish in this lake, but you never know. On a rainy day, we could try dropping a line." He handed Chase and Katrin each a bow, string, and a quiver of arrows. "Try to retrieve any arrows you loose. My fletching skills are not what they used to be, and I was never very good to begin with," he said. Katrin and Chase strung their bows, and Katrin was glad to have her familiar hunting tool in hand. After drawing her belt-knife, she cut off a length of rope and coiled it around her belt. Chase seemed satisfied with Benjen's bow, and he got some dried beef strips from their provisions so they would have something to eat while they hunted. "I want Strom and Osborne to help me gather wood so we can build a small smoke room inside the cabin. We can also work on getting more water boiled, cooled, and into the flasks," he continued. With the responsibilities assigned, they got their gear and set off. "Be back before dark," Benjen instructed. "Stay quiet, and always remain alert. If you need help, howl like wolves." Katrin and Chase made short work of their descent and headed east. They saw a few game trails, and Chase spotted a couple of buck rubs on the trunks of some nearby trees, but they found no other signs of wildlife. "We need to find water. If we find water, we'll find game," Chase said. They stood quietly, listening for the sound of moving water, but they heard only leaves rustling in the light breeze.
Katrin checked the air for the scent of apples or berries, knowing that those too would attract animals, but she didn't detect anything. They turned toward the east, since Benjen had mentioned a stream somewhere in that direction. Walking in stealthy silence, they were alert for any movements, large or small. Chase stopped to wipe the sweat from his eyes. "It may be hot now, but there's a storm coming. I can smell it." "I smell it too," Katrin said. "Let's hope it waits till after nightfall to rain. We better get moving." A moment later, though, Chase stopped and stared, open-mouthed, at a large eagle, which swooped in for a kill just a short distance ahead. Katrin watched in awe as the magnificent bird smashed into the ground, and just as suddenly propelled itself back into the air with a huge black snake in its claws. The eagle had to work hard to gain the air, the weight of the snake holding it down, but it pumped its powerful wings and flew back into the treetops. They soon heard the screams of the eaglets demanding their turn to be fed. Katrin and Chase pressed on, hugging the valley wall to keep from getting turned around in the cover of the trees. Katrin froze when she heard a branch snap off to her right. She and Chase knocked their arrows and took up positions behind nearby trees, but nothing emerged from the woods. Katrin was about to give up when Chase tapped her on the shoulder and pointed. A little farther north from where the noise had come, a medium-sized spike buck was following a pair of does into a narrow clearing. Katrin took aim at the buck, the largest of the three. Her arm trembled as she held the bowstring taut, waiting for a clean shot. The buck suddenly flicked both ears forward and snorted, and all three deer turned and fled, their fluffy white tails standing up straight. Taking hasty aim, Katrin loosed her arrow. Her shot flew over the buck's head, but it didn't miss by much. The sound of the arrow frightened him, and he turned aside, giving Chase the broadside shot he'd been waiting for. Chase's arrow hit just behind the buck's shoulder, and he reached the deer almost before it hit the ground. Katrin held back a moment and allowed him time to grant the animal a quick death. She understood the need to hunt, but she didn't like to kill or see anything die. Chase would take care of that part, and she was grateful. She tossed him a length of rope with a sad smile, and he tied the buck's ankles. "Nice shot," she said. "Couldn't have done it without you, Kat. If you hadn't panicked and taken the bad shot, I might never have gotten a good one. Your shot wasn't even close, you know," he said, grinning. "It was close enough to make him hesitate and change his course, which gave you a sleeping bull for a target," she scolded, and set off in the direction her arrow had gone. She pushed her way farther into the underbrush, and caught a sudden movement from the corner of her vision. Stumbling backward, she found herself staring down at a large boar. She let out a yelp as she met the boar's eyes and knew immediately she had made a big mistake. The threatened boar interpreted her direct eye contact as a challenge and dropped its head as it charged. Katrin backpedaled as quickly as she could, and she could hear Chase scrambling behind her, trying to come to her aid. In a split second she realized she could not possibly outrun the boar, and knew her best chance was to shoot it before it gored her. She spun gracefully, pulling an arrow from her quiver as she turned. With practiced precision she knocked the arrow and drew, but in mid-draw she realized that she was not going to be fast enough. The boar was going to reach her within an instant of her firing. She leaped into the air as she loosed her arrow, and she heard the air whistle as Chase's arrow whizzed by. Both arrows struck the beast in the chest, but the boar's momentum carried its enormous weight forward and sent it crashing into Katrin's legs while she was still in mid-air. She felt a tusk stab her in the shin as she was tossed higher into the air by the impact. Face first, she landed on the flailing hooves of the mortally wounded boar. Her landing knocked the wind out of her, and she was kicked in the face several times before she could get her breath and roll free. Fortunately, the boar was in its death throes, and the kicks had little force behind them. Chase quickly finished off the boar and turned to Katrin, who sat dazed and winded. Her vision clouded as her eyes started to swell shut, and blood poured freely from her nose and lips. The boar's tusk hadn't penetrated her leather pants, but her leg felt as if it were bruised to the bone. She sucked air through her teeth as she pulled her pant leg up to expose the wound. Her leg was swelling, and she soon had a large lump on her shin. "I'll go back for help," Chase said, just as a light rain began to fall. "I can walk," she said, but she winced when she put weight on her wounded leg. "Our kills weigh more than two of us combined. I'm going for help," Chase said firmly. He turned and jogged back toward the cavern, occasionally howling like a wolf. He and the others returned more quickly than Katrin would have thought possible. She stood to greet them, and Benjen's face paled when he saw her. Her wounds were not as bad as they appeared, but she made a ghastly sight. The rain had streaked the dirt and blood on her face, and the swelling was getting worse. "Cripes, Cat, you were supposed to shoot the game, not tackle it," Strom said. "It looks like you put up a pretty good fight." Benjen gave her a thorough looking over and shook his head. "You got mighty lucky, little miss. Not many survive facing a boar that size. I'd say you fared pretty good by the looks of things. Do you think you can walk?" "Yes, it hurts a bit, but I don't think anything's broken," she said through gritted teeth. She put some weight on her leg and it held, but it throbbed painfully. Benjen looked for a fallen branch, but found none that suited him. He cut down a nearby sapling, stripped it of branches, and cut it to be as long as Katrin was tall. He handed her the makeshift walking stick. "We all need a little help sometimes. Lean on this." Chase and Strom hacked at a couple of saplings with their belt knives and stripped them of branches. Benjen tied the animal's ankles, then inspected the saplings. They slid the smaller sapling under the ropes that tied the buck's ankles and took the larger sapling to the boar. Benjen helped them get the boar on the pole, then stood and wiped his hands on his pants. "Strom and I will take the boar. Chase and Osborne can carry the deer. Are you sure you want to walk, little miss? We could come back for you." "I can make it," she said, wiping blood from her nose, but she leaned heavily on the walking stick. Benjen and Strom each put a shoulder under the sapling and struggled to get the boar off the ground. "I know I said we couldn't afford to be picky, but in the future, let's stick to games smaller than a horse," he said between clenched teeth. With that, they began lurching back toward the cavern. Chase and Osborne moved in behind them, struggling a bit with the weight of the buck. Katrin limped along, lost in thought as she struggled to keep up. They reached the base of the rock pile where the cavern was located, dropped the boar and buck to the ground, and flopped down beside them. They lay there exhausted. Katrin leaned against a tree and tried to ignore the pain in her face and leg. "With these kills, you and Chase should be able to sit back and relax. My stomach thanks you," Strom said with a smirk and a quick bow. Benjen had rigged a harness to lift the kills up to the cavern, while Chase and Katrin had been out hunting. After they raised the deer and the boar, Benjen gave her his shoulder to lean on, as she carefully put her injured leg into one side of the harness he had crafted. She leaned heavily on him as she gingerly lifted her other leg into the apparatus. "We'll take it real slow. Just let us know if you need help or if you feel you're in trouble," Benjen said. As soon as her feet left the boulders, she started spinning, and she had to catch herself on a nearby branch. Chase did what he could to steady the rope from his perch in a tree above her, but his movements shook the tree, showering her with rainwater. He pushed the rope out away from a large branch, and she passed well clear of it. When she finally cleared the ledge, they looked at the boar, then at the deer, and finally at their small smoke room. "We're going to need a bigger smokehouse," Osborne said. Benjen attended to Katrin's wounds while the others dressed the carcasses. She winced as he wiped the dried blood from her face and nose. Her eye was nearly shut, and her nose was sore, but those were barely noticeable compared with the throbbing pain in her shin. She pulled back with a sharp intake of breath when he lightly ran the damp cloth over it. He got his wax-sealed herbal kit and another flask of clean water, and told Katrin to tilt her head back and open her mouth. She did so reluctantly, knowing what was coming. He sprinkled a fair amount of ground hummus root into her mouth and handed her the flask. She gulped, and water splashed down the sides of her face as she hurried to wash down the bitter-tasting herb. She took several more large gulps before she would let Benjen take the flask from her. He put a bit more of the powder in his palm and poured a small amount of water on it. He mixed it into a paste and told Katrin to lie back and relax. She sprawled on her back, but could not relax. Her leg was still throbbing, and she tensed in anticipation of his touch on her swollen shin. He did it as quickly and gently as he could, but she cried out in pain, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "It'll take a little while for the hummus root to dull the pain, but it should help you sleep tonight," he said. Soon, mercifully, the potion began to take effect. Her pain was mostly dulled, and exhaustion overtook her. The herbs and the rhythmic sound of the falling rain soon lulled her into a deep sleep. Though he had met with General Dempsey in the past, Kern felt an ache in his stomach and his knees trembled. This mission was different from all that had come before it, and the general's mood had been ranging from seething to bitter.
The men had come to fear him more than ever as he lashed out in anger. His judgments over disputes became increasingly harsh, often punishing both the accused and the accuser. Most disputes were now handled between the individuals for fear of General Dempsey's decisions. Biting his lip, Kern rapped on the general's cabin door.
Come.
Good afternoon, General Dempsey, sir.
Overseer Kern. Report.
We've covered the farmland, sir. She's not there. I've sent men into the mountains, but I've received no reports yet. We'll find her, sir. You can depend on that.
You'd better. Your men are supposed to be the best. I suggest you prove it, or your next medal could be posthumous.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 8. The righteous are bound by duty to enlighten the heathens and emancipate the souls of those beyond reform. Archmaster Belegra. The next few days passed more quickly than Katrin had thought they would. Her wounds were healing well, and she spent most of her time dressing, butchering, salting, and smoking the game Benjen and Chase brought back. Strom had had some luck with a fishing hole, and there were fish to be filleted, then cooked, salted, or smoked. Racks made of fresh-hewn saplings now lined one of the cavern walls, and a few were already laden with cured venison, pork, and fish. Strom had been elected to find fruits and nuts, and he brought in apples, berries, and sacks of black walnuts. As the provisions mounted, Benjen said,
I'm pleased with your work, but we still need at least 3 times what we have if we're to survive the winter. I'd rather not live here, but if I must, I don't want to go hungry.
That was the mantra that kept the young people working. No one was happy with the prospect of a prolonged stay, but they tried not to dwell on it. Their lives depended on the work they had to do, which meant less idle time to speculate about the future and the fates of their loved ones. Despite Katrin's rapid recovery, Benjen continued to apply hummus paste to her skin, though he used it sparingly to conserve his supply of herbs. Katrin gladly retired her walking stick when she could put weight on her leg without any pain. Benjen described a few herbs he thought might grow in the area, and asked them to harvest only half of any plants they found, making sure to leave enough for repopulation.
If you only find 1 or 2 plants, just pick a few leaves. Some will be better than none, he said.
Within a few weeks, they had food to last until spring with strict rationing. They had to use the last of their salt supply, however, and their herb-gathering efforts had produced little.
There's no help for it, I suppose,
Benjen said when he shook the last of the salt from the bag, too little to even cover a perch fillet.
We can't smoke too much meat without giving away our location. We need to eat as much fresh meat and fish as possible until we can no longer hunt. Any food that'll keep is off limits. We'll need it before spring arrives, no doubt. I want Strom and Katrin to gather more black walnuts, since they seem to be plentiful, and any other nuts or fruits you find. I know I've been pushing you all hard, but I've little choice in the matter. The storms can be intense this high in the mountains, and the snow doesn't melt till spring. Once the snows start, we could be trapped in here until spring. We need to gather more food so we can eat comfortably this winter, and we're going to need a much larger supply of firewood. I want you to spend half of each day hunting and foraging, and the other half collecting wood. If you can do both at once, then you'll certainly impress me. I'm going to look for herbs. Our supply is far too small for my liking, and I know the places they like to hide, he said with a wink as he shouldered his pack. When Benjen returned that evening, he was laden with plants and roots, and he entered the cavern with a big smile. I feel a bit better now. I should have enough medicinal herbs to deal with most ailments, but try not to fall off any cliffs and watch out for snakes, he said. Along with the herbs, he produced turnips, asparagus, and even some wild garlic, which he used to make a delicious soup. I hope we don't have to eat all of these walnuts to survive, Strom said while he and Katrin were returning from one of their many nut-gathering outings, and she admitted that she was dreading the winter as much as he. Tension grew as the weeks passed, and even Benjen began to show signs of worry. One night he sat them all down around the fire. Wendell and I made an agreement. If he hadn't joined us within 40 days, then I was to sneak back as close to Harborton as I could to see what's going on. I'm going to leave tomorrow before dawn, but I only plan to be gone for 4 or 5 days. You all know to remain quiet and stay hidden. Keep the fires small, and try not to leave obvious signs of your passage when you're out hunting and gathering.
he lectured.
"Maybe I should go with you,"
Chase offered.
"It'll be a very dangerous task, and I'm more experienced at this kind of thing. I want you all to stay here and continue on as you have been, but be extra careful. You must protect one another."
"What if you don't come back in 5 or 6 days?" Osborne asked, concern written clearly on his face.
"The best thing you can do is keep yourself safe and carry on as you have been. If you think you've been spotted, or if you need to escape, try to go east. About a half-day's walk from here there's a large river. Follow the river north. When you reach the waterfall, climb to the top if you can, and then follow the valley north by northeast,"
Benjen said, pausing a moment to look into the troubled faces in front of him to gauge their concern.
"I don't think you'll have any trouble. You're well hidden here. Just remember to stay inside as much as possible, and keep quiet. You'll have enough provisions to last through the winter if you use good judgment. Strom, take the first watch and wake Chase for the second. I'm going to need my sleep tonight,"
he said before retiring to his bedroll. Katrin and the others exchanged worried glances, but didn't speak. They wanted to know what was going on outside their hideaway, but they feared for Benjen's safety. The tension in the cavern was palpable. Katrin woke in the dead of night to find Benjen already gone. Chase sat near the fire and waved when he saw her sit up, and she joined him by the fire.
"How long ago did he leave?"
she asked quietly.
"It's been quite a while. His idea of morning is more like the middle of the night,"
he replied. He declined her offer to take the rest of the watch, and instead they talked until dawn. Though most of his wounds had healed, Pete and Ross still walked with a limp, and not a moment passed that he did not feel pain. Yet no one showed him the slightest bit of favor or kindness. He was just another refugee, lumped in with commoners and men he wouldn't let shine his boots. The stench alone was enough to make him want to escape, but it was the chance to prove his bravery and worth to Rosette, and everyone else that was too alluring to resist. She and the others had shunned him ever since the snake incident. Even knowing the snake was harmless, Peyton recoiled from the thought of its touching him. He would prove Rosette and the others wrong. While most chose to spend their time wallowing in self-pity, Peyton had been looking for a way out. There were too many people confined in the master house, and he was convinced that Wendell Volker and those who followed him to the cold caves were getting fat on the Ross family's meat. For generations his family had been storing sides of beef in the cold caves, but only now did that practice seem a liability. It infuriated Peyton that he should have to endure a strict ration when those who didn't deserve it dined on his food. Things had seemed hopeless until Peyton met a dirty little man whose name he did not remember, nor care to know. All that was important was that this man was willing to reveal some of the master house's secrets for nothing more than a few silvers. When everyone else was asleep, Peyton walked on the tips of his toes over the still bodies that seemed to carpet the cold flagstones. One man cursed him when he stepped on a finger, but no one else seemed to notice or care. At the entrance to the hall that led to the sacred chambers, those denied to the refugees, a bored-looking guard seemed to be having trouble keeping his eyes open. It seemed an eternity that Peyton waited, but then the moment came. The guard let his eyes droop closed. After waiting for a few more anxious moments, Peyton moved as quietly as he could past the guard, his limp making the act of being silent even more difficult. His right foot seemed to want to drag across the stone with every step, and he gritted his teeth against the pain. Voices carried through the halls, and Peyton flattened himself against the corridor wall, feeling exposed and vulnerable.
"Can smell the boiling vermin from here. Won't be much longer before that problem is—"
The voices faded, and Peyton hastily resumed his quest, suddenly panicking, worried he had forgotten what the man told him. Was it left at the 5th hall, then right at the 3rd? Or was it the other way around? Sweat dripped into his eyes as he concentrated. Part of him wanted to give up, to go back and hide with his family and friends, but another part seemed to have awakened. He could make a difference. His actions could save countless lives. In his mind he played through the drama and pageantry that he imagined would follow his great victory. His people needed a leader, a person who would take action in the face of death, and he was that leader. All he had to do was prove that to everyone. With determination, he strode forward as fast as his limp would allow. Following his gut instinct, he turned left when he reached the 5th hall, and right at the 3rd. No more voices broke the silence, and finding the room the man had told him about sent Peyton's confidence soaring. If only his confidence could defeat the smell, which was worse than the smell of the refugees. The thought of climbing through a sewer made Peyton want to retch, but it was the path to his salvation. Driven by his need for power and a deeper, almost unrecognizable feeling of responsibility for those he cared about, he entered the sewer. The journey was something he hoped he could erase from his memory for all time, but he doubted it. At least the man had been true to his word about leaving a torch. Obtaining flint from a fellow refugee had cost him another silver, but it was coin well spent. Without the torch, he would have been lost. When he rounded a corner and saw a splash of dim light illuminating the way ahead, though, he quickly tossed the torch into the fetid water. When he reached the grate, he nearly wept. Grasping at the bars that blocked his way, he cursed the dirty little scoundrel who had sent him on a fool's quest. Anger boiled in his belly, and he growled in fury. It took every scrap of will he possessed to refrain from crying out, from venting his rage on the heavens. In his anger, his muscles contracted, and he could feel the bars digging into his flesh. But then something amazing happened. One of the bars began to move. It was only the slightest movement, but it was enough. Increasing the pressure, Peyton began to push and pull on the bar as hard as he could. Mortar fell away in large chunks, and with a suddenness that sent Peyton stumbling backward, the bar gave way. Again Peyton had to refrain from crying out as he pushed his way past the remaining bars. Rock and metal bit into his skin and left him with a dozen minor cuts, but he gained the fresh air and his freedom. The drainage ditch that ran from the mouth of the sewer ended at a small cove so fouled and stagnant that no one would stay near it for long, and Peyton decided that it could be no worse than the sewers had been, and it was his best chance to slip into the water undetected. Beyond the cove he bathed in the crashing waves, letting them blast the foulness from him, but the smell seemed to follow him no matter how hard he scrubbed. In the end, he gave up washing and concentrated on swimming, and at times wading his way along the coast. The sun began to rise, as if Vestra wished to expose him to the Jean. Peyton cursed his luck, and looked for a good place to leave the water and gain the shore. He had seen no shadows and heard no voices for quite some time, and he knew he needed to cover a lot of distance in a hurry. When he reached the shore, he climbed a pair of massive stones that cradled an ancient tree between them. Using a branch to pull himself up, he had no time to react, and not the slightest chance of avoiding the boot heel that was hurtling toward his face. In an instant, the world went dark. A broken twig and a plant that stood at an angle, its leaves crumpled and broken, were Benjamin's first warning, and it was far too close to their hideaway for his comfort. There were more signs as he moved closer to the populated lands. Years of training became fresh in his mind once again, as the need for stealth became paramount. When he neared the farm, his fears grew. It seemed the Jean were everywhere at once. Their numbers were difficult to believe, and he considered abandoning his quest, but the need for information drew him on. It was all too clear to him now that they would not be able to remain in the cavern until spring. The Jean would tear down the forest and pick the mountains clean if that was what it took. When he reached the tree line that bordered the farm, he crouched behind a tree and waited. Soldiers milled around the area, and he thought he might have to wait until dark. In the distance a bell rang, and many of the soldiers stopped what they were doing and headed back toward Harborton. A few remained.
"Not perfect,"
Benjamin said to himself,
"but it's an improvement."
One man went to the well, and 2 others walked toward the cottages. No one else could be seen. Benjamin made his move and charged up to the back of the barn. Looking through a knothole in the barn door, he checked for Jean, but saw none. Doing his best to be quiet, he slid the door partly open and slipped in. First he went to the feed stall and was pleased to find that the Jean had not taken everything. A salt block sat in the corner, and there were still some oats in one of the barrels. Being as quiet as possible, he broke up the salt block and put it into a couple of sacks that had been hanging from a wooden peg. He put some of the oats in a sack as well, but he did not take too much, knowing he could carry only so much and still maintain his stealth. It took time to carry each sack into the loft, but he figured this was the safest place to hide them until he came back. The loft was also where he'd hidden his sword, and he pulled it from behind some bales of moldy hay. He had considered taking it with him when they first left for the mountains, but he hadn't been able to bear the thought of talking to Katrin about her mother. He could not lie to her, and if she saw the sword, she would surely have questions. Any answers he gave to those questions would certainly have led to questions about Elsa. The memories were still painful for him, and he could see no good that would come from revealing things to Katrin that would only confuse and hurt her. Now, though, his need outweighed his desire to spare Katrin the pain of knowing. Even as the thought occurred to him, he heard the barn's front door open and the sound of horses walking into the barn. In the next moment he heard something that chilled his bones and made him curse his own stupidity.
"Why's the back door open?"
someone asked in Johnlander. Benjen hadn't heard it spoken in many years, but he recognized the peril of his situation immediately. After making sure the sacks of salt and grain were well hidden, he climbed over the bales of straw that were stacked almost to the angled roofline. Squeezing himself through the cobwebs, he ducked under the rafters that gave him barely enough room to pass. When he finally reached the other side, he quietly slid down into the small open area between the straw pile and the back door of the loft. From what he could hear, the soldiers below had not called out or raised the alarm, but he heard them climb to the loft. As quietly as he could, Benjen opened the loft door just enough to see if anyone was outside. When the way looked clear, he opened the door and climbed out onto the narrow ledge that ran along the top of the barn doors. With his back to the barn, Benjen closed the door and scooted himself sideways until he reached the makeshift ladder he'd built many years ago. It had taken only a few scraps of barn board cut into short strips and nailed to the side of the barn to create a nearly invisible ladder. As he climbed down it, he was thankful for his own ingenuity. When he reached the bottom, he saw the soldiers coming back down from the loft, and he raced to the fence. Using his momentum and a hand on the top rail, he launched himself over the fence. In truth, he was lucky his grip did not miss the top rail, since the entire fence was overgrown with honeysuckle and blackberry bushes. It was the growth that gave him cover while he fled. Running while crouched is not an easy thing to do, and his knees ached terribly when he finally reached the tree line. From there, he watched and rested. The Jean seemed quite relaxed. They had taken Harberton and the Highlands, and now those who remained to hold these seemed content to get fat on what had been left behind by the people of the Godfist. Anger and resentment burned in Benjen's belly, and when a sentry came too close, he moved without hesitation. Silently he approached the bored-looking soldier and caught him completely by surprise. Using his momentum and leverage to focus the power of his muscles, Benjen landed a devastating punch that dropped the soldier without a sound. After dragging the man back to the tree line, Benjen took his uniform and left him there. Knowing it was only a matter of time before someone noticed the sentry was missing, or found his body, Benjen hurried through the trees looking for the game trail he used to hunt. When he found it, he took a moment to change into the soldier's uniform, and he stashed his clothes near the trail. He tucked his hair beneath the jacket collar and hoped his disguise would be sufficient, though he knew it was thin. Getting to Harberton was as easy as following a series of trails through the woods that dominated the foothills, but when he reached the edge of town, his task became a great deal more difficult. The darkness his only boon. After sifting through a garbage heap on the outskirts, Benjen found some things that might help him get to the watering hole without having to answer any questions. He cut the top off an old leather flask and filled it with a noxious mixture of rotting vegetables and stale wine, and he hid the flask within his coat. When the moon was high, Benjen walked the streets, doing his best to look as if he belonged there. Careful planning took him along a route that he guessed would have the least traffic. One street ran along a narrow canal whose smell kept most people at a distance, and another was little more than a dirty alley between two rows of buildings. The refuse that had accumulated there over many years made getting through difficult, but Benjen was grateful for it. At the end of the alley, he could see his destination. The faded and chipped sign above the inn had always been a welcoming sight, but now Benjen knew better. The Jean religion declared churches and libraries sacred and decreed that they must not be destroyed during the conquest of a city, but it was the soldiers who declared inns sacred. It was a long-standing practice that those the Jean conquered were allowed to continue a limited and heavily taxed business, and it appeared this was still the case, for the sounds coming from the watering hole indicated the inn was still operating. Benjamin could only hope that Miss Maris was well and still running the inn. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for what would likely be the most dangerous part of his journey. A patrol of soldiers walked the streets looking half asleep and utterly disinterested, and Benjamin waited for them to pass. As soon as they were out of sight, he left the safety of the shadows and walked into the moonlight, hoping no one chose this moment to leave the inn. As he crossed the street, a loud outburst of laughter emanated from inside, and Benjamin nearly leaped from his skin, but no one emerged. With an ill-advised burst of speed, he covered the last bit of distance between himself and the shadows alongside the inn. Just as he rounded the corner, he encountered a soldier who'd been relieving himself in the bushes.
"Who's there?"
the man asked in Jeanlander, and Benjamin nearly stumbled as he was taken by surprise. Quickly he turned and leaned over, making vomiting sounds and pouring some of his foul mixture on the ground.
"If you can't hold your drink, you shouldn't indulge,"
the man said as he came closer.
"What's your name, soldier? Whom do you serve under?"
Benjamin felt a hand on his shoulder, and he prayed for good luck. As he turned toward the soldier, he never raised his head, and he made more retching noises, and then he poured the rest of his mixture on the man's boots. The soldier stepped back, and Benjamin waited to see if his plan had worked, or if it would be the end of him. The soldier must have gotten a whiff of the foul mixture, and Benjamin heard his stomach heave. Without another word, the man turned and left, probably hoping to keep the contents of his stomach where they were. As soon as the man turned the corner, Benjamin stumbled around the back of the inn, and was pleasantly surprised to find the back door unguarded. Miss Maris's kitchen looked much as it always had, save there were fewer people and a lot less food to be seen, and now there was an oppressive pall of desperation that hung in the air. When the kitchen door suddenly swung inward, Benjamin crouched down, but Miss Maris saw him instantly. Her face registered no surprise or fear. She simply held a finger to her lips, grabbed half a loaf of bread, and walked back to the common room. Admiring her strength, Benjamin moved to a darkened corner and waited. It took some time for Miss Maris to convince her unwelcome guests that the inn was closing for the evening, but she eventually came back to find Benjamin. Again she held a finger to her lips and led him to the cellar, which, like most cellars, was damp, cold, and had a smell like moldy soil. "It's good to see you, Benjamin," she said after leading him to a place between the stacks of crates and barrels, most of which appeared to be empty. "There's been much worry over the safety of you and those in your care."
"We worried about you as well."
"I've got it good compared to most. I have to put up with the scoundrels in my inn, but I have most of my freedom. As for the rest, things could be a great deal better." Benjamin nodded his agreement, and they settled down to discuss their plans. When 5 days had passed, and Katrin and the others still had seen no sign of Benjamin, they were worried, but they tried to be optimistic. "I'm sure he's just being extra careful, and all the rain we've been having is probably slowing him down as well," Chase said. "Knowing Benjamin, he's probably so overloaded with salt and cheese that he'll barely make it back before the first snow," Strom laughed. After 10 days, the group was anxious and restless. Katrin had so much pent-up energy, she thought she could probably sprint all the way to the ocean. She was fretful and paced constantly. "I'm going fishing," Strom announced, clearly wishing to escape the oppressive atmosphere, even if it was only to sit in the rain. Chase seemed to share his desire. "I think I'll go hunting in the high reaches today," he said nonchalantly. "The high reaches?" Katrin asked. "What kind of game do you expect to find up there? Goat?" "Perhaps no game at all. I want to find a high place with a good view of the valley. I have a bad feeling about Benjamin." No one disagreed, and Strom offered to go with him, but they jointly decided one person stood less of a chance of being spotted than two. They were going against Benjamin's orders, but they all felt compelled to do something, anything. Katrin and Osborne felt helpless, left without much to do. "I think we should keep watch while they're gone," Osborne said, looking pale and shaken,
I'll take first watch. I'm going to look again for another exit from the cavern, in case we need it," Katrin said.
She retrieved a coil of rope and a couple of torches that Benjen had fashioned and made her way back to the old raft. She lowered the logs to the ground and lashed them together. It was a hot job, and her eyes burned with sweat by the time she finished, but the raft looked strong. She grunted with effort as she pushed off into the dark water. The raft seemed to float well, and she hoped it would be stable. She pulled it back to shore. Searching through the woodpile, she found a branch she could use to push herself across the water. It still had leaves on one end, and she hoped it would work like an oar if the water got too deep for poling. When she returned to the fire to light one of her torches, Osborne looked concerned.
"I don't think it's a good idea for you to go off on that raft. It's not safe." "Nothing we do these days is safe. But don't worry, I'll be fine."
Katrin put her spare torch on the raft, along with the rope and her makeshift oar, and climbed tentatively aboard the awkward craft, holding her lit torch aloft. Her weight caused the raft to sink lower into the water, and at times it was almost completely submerged. Only her quick reactions kept the second torch from getting saturated. The sudden movements threatened to overturn the raft. It was precarious, but she was determined. Poling and holding the torch up at the same time was hard, but she managed to move along the shoreline, still staying close to the cavern wall. There was no real shoreline this far out, but she did occasionally come across what appeared to have been other passageways leading into the cavern. They were all blocked with fallen rock and debris, and none appeared passable. As she became more adept at poling, she moved more quickly toward the far end of the cavern. The water grew deeper, and she had to put her entire arm in the water to reach the bottom with her pole. Eventually, the water was too deep to reach the bottom, and she pushed off the cavern walls when she could. Occasionally, she pushed herself out too far and had to paddle back. Her branch made a poor paddle, and at times she made more progress by setting the branch on the raft and paddling with her free hand. When she reached the back of the cavern, she came on a collapsed corridor that was larger than all the others. Fallen stone blocked this one too, but the size of the arch intrigued her. As she began to wonder if someone hadn't blocked the tunnels intentionally, a small breeze caressed her cheek. She sniffed the air, a bit dank, but not foul. After pushing the raft closer to the doorway, she latched onto some of the rocks that blocked it. She wedged her torch into a nearby crevice and pulled herself onto the top of a protruding rock, hoping the raft would not drift off. There wasn't much room for her on the small shelf of rock, but she managed to balance as she reached out to the raft. She had to stretch to grasp her rope, which she used to secure the raft to one of the jagged rocks at the bottom of the doorway. Cooler air continued to seep through the rocks, and Katrin loosened some of the top pieces. It was slow work, but she cleared a hole about the size of her head. She poked her torch into it to see what lay beyond. She could see very little, but it did appear that the corridor was mostly clear beyond the initial blockage. When she pulled her torch back, she noticed a narrow rectangular slit in the stone above the doorway, and shivered as she recalled the lessons that spoke of old castles having arrow slits above the entrances, often referred to as death holes. The sight of it was unsettling. She needed a much larger opening to crawl through, but several large stones were wedged tightly just below the hole she had created. She finally got one of the large rocks to wiggle, and it rocked back and forth, moving it a little more with every sweep. She gave it a hard yank, and nearly fell from her perch when it jerked free, the stone hitting the water with a loud splash. Katrin leaned back against the rocks and took a couple of deep breaths.
"Are you all right?"
Osborne shouted across the water, and his words echoed loudly in the cavern.
"I'm fine. I found another passage, and I'm going to see where it goes." "Don't be gone too long, Kat," he said in a quieter voice. "I don't want to be here alone." "I'll be back as soon as I can."
The hollow left by the large stone gave her more room to work, and made the removal of the next one a bit easier. She soon had a hole she thought she could squeeze through. With her torch held through the hole, she saw the rubble pile sloping down and away on the other side. Dropping the torch onto the rocks on the other side, carefully as so not to extinguish it, she wriggled her way through the hole, getting slightly stuck when her belt knife caught on the stones. After freeing the knife, she slid farther through the hole. A rock broke away and moved out from under her hand, and she began to slide. She landed noisily, her face just inches from the burning torch she had tossed into the space. She wasn't bleeding, but she was sore in several places. After gathering her gear, she moved past the rest of the debris. The ceiling and walls were unbroken, and Katrin was convinced these halls had been sealed intentionally. It also occurred to her that whoever had done it had most likely done it in a hurry. Otherwise, the barrier would have been much more substantial. She recalled the arrow slits above the doorway, and thought perhaps they had not needed much more of an obstruction. When she moved her torch closer, she could see how cleanly the stone had been cut. There were no visible seams in the smooth walls, which seemed to be one continuous surface. The floor was also smooth, though covered with a thick layer of dust and dirt. Walking slowly down the corridor, Katrin felt like an intruder in a place long lost to the living. Ahead, she saw a doorway, but there were no tracks in the dust on the floor, so she didn't think she would encounter any wildlife. Still, she crept ahead slowly, half expecting a specter to jump out at her. Instead, she found a short hall with several doorways on either side. She looked into one of the rooms and saw some crumbled pieces of pottery and rotted wood that may have once been a bed frame. In the other rooms, she found similar hints that these had once been sleeping chambers, but the rooms were rather small. She doubted they had been rooms for the wealthy, and she wondered if they had been servants' quarters. In another, she found a washbowl behind the ruins of another bed frame. The bowl was almost perfectly preserved, with the exception of one sizable chip out of the rim. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before. She bent down and wiped her finger across the surface to find under the dust that the bowl was shiny with elaborate designs below the glaze. As she bent down to inspect it more closely, a clump of reddish clay caught her attention. It was wedged inside one of the bed frame's wooden joints, as if it had been hidden there when the bed was still whole. Drawn to the clump by some mysterious desire, she pried it away from the disintegrating wood, and a small shape revealed itself. In the dwindling light of her torch, it appeared to be a carving of a fish, made from some kind of milky crystal, its surface porous and rough. She placed the little carving in her pocket, and in that moment saw her torch was not far from burning out. She had been gone a while, and she figured Osborne was probably worried. She turned back, eager to tell him what she had found. Though she hoped not to use it, her spare torch was tucked into her belt. When the first torch sputtered out, she had to quickly decide if she wanted to light the spare while the first was still hot enough to ignite it. She decided to save it since she was not far from the opening, and her vision would eventually adjust to the darkness. Shuffling along the smooth wall, she worked her way back to the pile of stone and poked her head through the hole. The raft waited below, and she was grateful it had not gotten loose. Looking across the water, she saw Osborne's silhouette leaning against the wall near the cavern entrance. Sliding forward carefully, she was in a very awkward position when shuffling noises and deep voices shouting words she did not understand suddenly echoed in the cavern. Twisting her neck and body so she could see across the water again, she saw 3 shadowy forms outlined against the light of the no longer shaded entrance. Helplessly, she watched as 2 large men tackled Osborne and tied his hands and ankles behind his back. 2 more forms entered the cavern, and she knew she needed to escape. Jerking herself back through the hole, she retreated into the dark corridor. For a brief moment, she stopped to think. There was nothing she could do to help Osborne, but horrifying visions of Osborne as a captive tormented her. She was no match for 2 grown men, let alone 4, especially not men as large as those, and she had no idea what her next move would be. With 4 redfish in his sack, Strom stood and stretched his legs. A light rain fell, thoroughly soaking him, but at least he was outside. He had never been afraid of confined spaces, but the cavern made him feel like the world was closing in on him. Breathing in the fresh air, he started back toward the cold and dark of the cavern. His fears returned as he got closer, and he wondered what would happen to Katrin next. It was as if the gods were toying with her. Thoughts of the gods had always seemed distant to him, but now he was overwhelmed by nagging questions. The rules of his world had suddenly changed, and he was no longer certain what was real. It was almost too much for him to absorb, and he turned his mind to the task of getting back safely. Not far from the cavern entrance, he encountered Chase. "Did you see anything?" he asked. "There's an army coming from the north, and I thought I saw movements in the trees, so I came back to check on everyone." "Did you hear that?" Strom asked. That sounded like it came from the cavern. Chase didn't bother to respond. Instead, he took off at a run, Strom close on his heels. When Benjen reached the farm, he sneaked back into the hayloft to retrieve the things he'd hidden there. Under the cover of darkness, he carried the sacks down from the loft and used a piece of rope to tie them together before he slung them over his shoulder. Then, knowing every moment he stayed only increased the danger, he made his way along the fence. Morning would arrive soon, and Benjen knew the chances of his escaping were rapidly dwindling. Surely someone would find the man he'd stolen the uniform from, and it was obvious that men were searching the mountains for Katrin. Quickening his pace, he tried to cover as much ground as possible before sunrise. When he reached the place where he'd first seen signs of soldiers in the mountains, he froze. Nearby, the snap of a branch warned of imminent danger, but he couldn't pinpoint from what direction it had come. Not wanting to lead anyone to Katrin and the others, he began moving in the opposite direction. The sound of moving leather was all the warning Benjen received before a sword whistled by his ear. Reeling from his evasive maneuver, Benjen let go of the string that held the sacks over his shoulder and rolled away from them. The soldier who stepped out from behind a nearby tree was a giant of a man, with muscles like cords of thick rope. His face showed no fear or battle frenzy. Instead, what Benjen saw was the cautious confidence of a seasoned warrior. Benjen managed only a single swing of his sword. The ill-timed and out-of-practice attack proved to be a critical mistake. Even as he swung, Benjen saw the man raise his thick sword to meet his strike. On the bottom of the soldier's blade, just before the crosspiece, was a large notch. With the precision of a practiced movement, like a dancer spinning in time with the music, the soldier lodged Benjen's blade into that notch and used his strength, leverage, and a quick snap of his wrist to shatter Benjen's sword. Left with only the handle and crosspiece of his sword, Benjen could only hope that a technique he'd learned long ago would allow him to use his opponent's size and strength against him. Chapter 9. Mistakes are a necessary part of life, but they should never be repeated. Wendell Volker, horse farmer. Shrouded in darkness, Katrin continued along the wall. Her hand glided over the smooth stone, and she slid her boots across the floor, testing each step as she went. Her fingers found another doorway. She peered inside but could see nothing in the darkness. There were side passages and doorways at irregular intervals, but nothing to indicate a way out. Each junction tested her will. Could it lead to daylight? Her gut told her to continue straight, and let any pursuers explore the rest of the place. In the darkness, tactile imagery gave her a sense of her surroundings, but she felt lost without her sight. In her fear she moved with exaggerated caution, anticipating unseen obstacles. When she heard muffled shouts, though, she became desperate to move with greater speed, and she stumbled several times in her rush to put distance between herself and those behind her. Her instinct screamed for her to run as fast as she could, but she made herself take it slowly for the sake of safe passage, knowing that even a minor injury could lead to her death in these circumstances. No more shouts broke the silence, but that did little to ease her anxiety. Only when she was far into the depths of the mountain, by her reckoning, did she begin to let down her guard. Beyond a steep incline, the hall grew level. A few steps beyond the plateau, her fingers encountered what felt like cloth that had been attached permanently to the stone, and it crumbled under her touch. Her imagination conjured up the image of an ancient tapestry, depicting heroic lords as they performed mighty deeds. Unwilling to damage whatever it might be, she used only the toe of her boot as a guide. Beauty, even imagined, should not be destroyed. Occasionally she tested the wall with a finger, but the tapestry stretched on for what seemed an impossible distance. Her mind could not conceive a work of art so massive, and she began to wonder if she were fooling herself. When her finger once again met bare stone, she was almost surprised. The stone felt cool under her hand, and she let her fingers glide along, feeling her way into the unknown. Her thumb encountered a deep swirl carved in the wall, and that was all the warning she had before she walked into a stone column. The pain and shock left her shaken for a moment, but then she explored the column with her fingers. The top was tapered gracefully, and the bottom was broad. At the base she found elaborate carvings, which felt like oddly shaped faces. Hopeful, She stepped to the center of the corridor and through an arched doorway, beyond which she discovered a cavernous hall. Towering pillars, so massive their scale was difficult to fathom, were illuminated in the pale light. The distance separating her from the light source further revealed the enormity of the hall, and she almost doubted what she was seeing. This hall dwarfed any man-made structure she had ever heard of. Even the floor was a marble, covered with an uncountable quantity of tiny tiles. Large sections of the design were missing, and the loose tiles made for lousy footing. Distant rumblings of thunder warned of a storm, and in the stillness, Katrin thought she heard rain. Straining her eyes in the darkness, she headed in the direction of the diminishing light, but was soon plunged back into near blackness, and she feared she would fall if she tried to go much farther. Exhaustion drove her to the nearest column, and she settled near its base, her knees pulled to her chest. Anxiety burned in her belly, and fear iced her spine. She worried about Osborne's safety, and that of everyone else she knew and loved. Unable to sleep, she tried in vain to find her meditative state of awareness. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the great hall, only long enough to produce quick and frightening glimpses, and the thunder and the rush of rain left distorted echoes lingering in the air. Images of demons and phantoms, lurking in the darkness, tormented her. She didn't remember falling asleep, but when she woke, she saw the far end of the cavern bathed in a soft, pale glow. A jagged chasm, high in the wall, was the source of that blessed light. Her muscles protested when she stood, but she rolled her neck, stretched her legs, and started toward the light. What appeared to be a throne of rough-hewn rock seemed to grow out of the far wall beneath a colossal bas-relief. The throne was grossly oversized, large enough to hold 10 men, and was flanked by a pair of statues in the shape of men. Similar figures lined the walls, and they made Katrin's flesh crawl. She soon realized they were not statues, but suits of heavy armor, the likes of which had not been seen in recent history. Under her breath she muttered, "Strange. Empty armor guarding an abandoned throne." The magnificence of the hall left her awestruck, and she wondered what kind of person would sit on such a throne. How could anyone not have felt tiny and insignificant in this enormous display? She pictured herself in that high seat, and seeing herself sitting there in her leathers and homespun made her smile. Thoughts of Osborne and the others, though, soon banished all humor. The chasm bisected the wall above the relief like a gaping wound, and Katrin desperately wanted to reach it. She tried to gauge the distance from the ledge that ran along the top of the relief to the bottom of the gap. It was at least 3 times her height, and she knew she would never be able to jump that far. There didn't seem to be any other way out, so Katrin decided to inspect the wall above the great mantle. Climbing onto the throne, she hoped the ghosts of whatever kings may have occupied it would not be offended by her trespassing. The relief was easy to climb, its worn image providing an easy grip. She hated to climb on that ancient beauty, but it was unavoidable. The wall above the ledge was rough-hewn, like that of the throne, and it bore many scars and cracks. Running her fingers over it, searching for any notches she could use during her climb, she was disappointed to find no suitable handholds within her reach. She needed something to stand on. The suit of armor on the far side of the throne was in fairly good condition, and she approached it apprehensively, halfway fearing it would come to life and attack her. It remained still, and she ran her hand along the breastplate. It was pocked and corroded, but it still had much of its tensile strength and mass. Weight was a problem. She would be able to carry only so much while climbing. Knocking on the side of the helmet, she found it was quite solid, and pulled it free from the rest of the armor, marveling at the craftsmanship. Even covered in dust and grime, she could see it was beautifully done, and she hated that she was going to use it as a stool. Climbing the relief with one hand was out of the question. She considered tossing the helm onto the ledge, but feared the noise. Finally, she decided to wear the helmet. After cleaning out the inside with her shirt, she gingerly pulled it over her ears. It was too big for her and flopped from side to side whenever she moved her head. Her vision was partially blocked, and the smell was most unpleasant, but she endured the discomfort and made her way to the top of the relief. She set the helmet in the most stable position possible, and after a deep breath, stepped onto it with one foot. Slowly, carefully, She put her weight on it, and brought her other foot up to rest on the best toehold she could find. The toehold was not so good, but it took some of her weight off of the helmet, and allowed her to extend herself. At the top of her greatest reach, she felt a knob of rock. Hopeful, she climbed down and slid the helmet perilously close to the edge of the ledge. When she stepped back up on it, the helmet shifted and nearly upset her balance, but she caught herself in time. The protrusion above was wide, but not well enough defined to provide a firm grip. Frustrated, she used her belt knife to chisel around the top. The tip of the knife snapped off, and she cursed her luck, promising herself that her next belt knife would be more like a pickaxe. Using what was now the blunt point of her knife, she fell to work on the stone. What remained of the blade was not as sharp, but it was thicker and stronger, so it had become a better tool for the task. She worked in a precarious position, perched on the helmet and overextended, but she landed several solid blows on the rock. Chips of stone and sparks flew before her determined stabbing. With her handhold more defined, she began the perilous climb in earnest. She had to expand a few chinks while she clung to the wall, and her energy was nearly spent by the time she reached the large crack, but getting to it gave her a burst of energy. Grappling her way to the base of the opening, she found it difficult to enter. The bottom was too narrow for her to fit through, and her feet scraped against the rock below, unable to find purchase. With an effort born of desperation, she used her arms to heave herself into the crevice. Dangling in what was an extremely uncomfortable position, she rested her quivering arms. Breathing heavily, she remained there for a few moments before pulling herself the rest of the way in. Katrin knew how close she had come to falling, but her curiosity won out over fear and physical exhaustion, and she moved on. The crevice continued for a short distance before it opened into fresh air. Katrin made her way to the opening, and she felt moist, chilly air on her face. The sight below terrified her. A sheer drop of several hundred feet was all that stood between her and the valley floor. She realized she was now on the opposite side of the mountain. Edging herself out of the opening, she craned her neck to see how far she was from the crest. It looked as though she might be able to climb it, and she knew she could not descend the cliff face safely. Gathering her strength, she climbed to the top of the crevice. There were large foot and handholds, and the opposite wall of the cleft gave her leverage. The ledge above the crevice provided a commanding view of the Pinnock Valley, and Katrin saw the sun for the first time in many days. Columns of smoke, far to the north, rose into the sky. It did not look like a forest fire, and the recent rains reduced that possibility even further. A cold feeling crept into her stomach as it occurred to her that she was seeing the smoke from hundreds of campfires. Her gut told her that an army approached from the north. She felt naked and exposed on the side of the mountain, especially knowing the men who captured Osborne might have been army scouts, and they could still be looking for his companions. Though she didn't think Osborne would tell them anything, the supplies and bedrolls in the cavern clearly indicated he had not been alone. She simply had to trust her luck and hope she would not be seen, but she was not optimistic. From atop the crevice, she had a better view of her climb to the peak. It didn't look easy, but it was certain to be a great deal easier than her escape from the throne room. Having no desire to remain in the open, she began to climb. The incline was fairly gradual, and she walked much of the way. Occasionally, she had to get on her hands and knees to make it through a tough spot, and in several places, she had to climb over large rock formations that stuck out of the mountain. From her higher vantage point, the rock face below resembled the edge of a huge crater, as if some god had taken a bite out of the mountainside. When she gained the crest, she flattened herself down against the rock and crept along to look into the Chinapa Valley. Trying to take advantage of the excellent view, she searched for the cavern entrance, but she had lost her bearings and was unsure how it would look from above. A small ridge sloped gently down the mountain face, and she decided to follow it to the base. About to stand, she caught movement in her periphery. Flattening herself further, she turned to look. Nothing stirred, but she remained as still as stone. Fear paralyzed her when two figures emerged from behind a rock outcropping. They were south of her, but near the top of the ridgeline, concealed by the shadows, and they seemed to be trying to stay in the darkness. Katrin froze and tried to become invisible. When the form stopped and turned in her direction, tears came to her eyes and her lip began to quiver. She saw one motion to the other, then point in her direction. Escape was unlikely, and she decided she would rather throw herself from the cliff face than be captured. Standing quickly, she turned to make her desperate retreat. She had taken only 3 steps when some instinct made her look behind to see if she was being pursued, and she nearly shouted out for joy. Benjen and Chase emerged from the shadows, waving their arms at her. Stopping in mid-stride, she nearly fell. Rushing to meet them halfway, she hugged each of them and asked, her voice trembling, "Osborne?" She was shocked to see both of them smile.
"He's fine,"
Chase blurted, unable to control his excitement.
"Strom and I saw the soldiers approaching the cavern, and we sneaked in behind them. They were busy tying up Osborne, and we caught him by surprise. We used the rocks we had by the entrance to kill one, and knock the other one out," he said matter-of-factly. "Benjen got back late last night," he added.
"We'll talk about this later," Benjen said. "Right now there's an army approaching, and they have 2 scouts who haven't returned. They look to have been a few days ahead of the army, but they'll soon be missed. Let's get back to the cavern."
Katrin swayed on her feet when she realized the second set of shadowy forms she had seen had not been soldiers at all. It had been Strom and Chase. Had she stayed a moment longer, she would have seen them rescue Osborne. All the fear and pain she experienced in the past day had been for nothing. She began to cry as she realized she could have just climbed back onto the raft and pulled herself safely back to camp.
"Are you all right, little miss?"
Benjen asked, looking her over for any signs of injury.
"I'm fine,"
she replied, but the tears of mixed joy and frustration kept flowing. Chapter 10. Security is the blindfold worn by those who cannot accept the uncertainty of the future. Munden Barr, Speculator. One of the soldiers lay supine near the fire, still unconscious, and Benjen seemed to think there was little chance he would ever wake. They hoped he would regain consciousness soon, so they could squeeze some information out of him. For the moment, though, he would give no more information than his deceased companion. Katrin did not want to know what they had done with the body of the other man, so she didn't ask. The thought of Chase killing someone, even to defend himself or a friend, seemed so out of character with his gentle nature that she blocked any image of that from her mind. Not far from the lake lay a new raft made of many saplings that had been hastily bound together with rope and vines. When Strom saw her looking at it, he walked to her side.
"I was coming to look for you,"
he said. Katrin felt tears filling her eyes, and in a rare moment, Strom put his hand on her shoulder.
"Come on, let's get something to eat."
Seeing their provisions, still intact, brought a wave of relief. She had feared it all lost to the attackers. It was odd that she had gone a relatively short time without food, yet she felt as if she had not eaten in weeks. It was as if the time she'd spent thinking about starvation had had a physical effect on her. Though she was able to eat only half of what she took, she kept the rest nearby for when her appetite returned. Its very presence brought her comfort. Benjen filled her in about his journey.
"Let me first say that I believe your father is well, and is adequately defended in the cold caves. Miss Maris is also faring well, given the circumstances. I was unable to get information regarding Osborne's family, and the only information I got about Chase's father was that he was last seen with Wendell. I'm guessing he's in the cold caves as well. Miss Maris and Wendell led many people to the cold caves, and once inside, they blocked the entrances with rocks and hastily laid mortar. As far as she knew, they are continuing to build up the blockade, even as the Jean remove it, but that process is slowly forcing them farther back into the caves. Others fled to the protection of the Master House, far too many to be comfortably housed there. Riots broke out when the Masters began strictly rationing food and water, since their supplies were not plentiful enough to support such numbers," he said, and stopped to consider his next words. "There is a bit of good news and more bad news. First, the bad news. Peyton Ross was captured and forced to talk. Peyton told them he thought Katrin was the Herald, and about the day Osborne was attacked. He also described each of us, as well as a few others, in great detail. He told them that Strom, Chase, and I had mysteriously disappeared, and he thought we had run to hide in the mountains with Katrin." He continued, "The good news is also bad news.
I guess I failed to mention that. The Jean know who you are, what you look like, and that you are most likely not in the Master House or the Cold Caves. Because of this, they have changed their strategy. Now they only wish to contain the people who are trapped and use their numbers to scour the rest of the Godfist looking for you. This'll take much of the pressure off those who are under siege, and there should be less loss of life. The bad part, of course, is that they'll be combing the mountains looking for us. Katrin shivered and pulled her knees to her chest as the weight of his words settled into her consciousness. The Jean wanted only her. Maybe, if she gave herself up to them, they would leave the people of the Godfist alone. "There is another part of this story I've not told you yet," Benjen said. "I must stress how very important this is. You are being entrusted with sacred information that you must never reveal. Can you all promise me that you will never reveal any of what I tell you to another living soul?" They all nodded solemnly. "Miss Maris told me things she was strictly forbidden to tell anyone not of the Vestrana." He paused and looked at each of them solemnly. Katrin tried to remember where she had heard the word Vestrana before, but all she could recall was some talk about a secret society that was shrouded in mystery. "In order for me to tell you these secrets, you have to swear the Vestrana oath. But first I must explain some things so you'll know what you're swearing to. You don't have to swear the oath, but if you don't, I'll not be able to tell you some things, and neither will anyone who has sworn." The young people looked at each other, wondering if any would refuse to swear. At the end of the last Ishtran phase, the Vareks were nearly destroyed, and they went into hiding to survive. They knew their knowledge and beliefs were important, and needed to be passed on, so they formed a secret society known as the Vestrana, and my family has been a part since its inception. My grandfather swore me in when I was still a boy," he confided. "The Vestrana opposed the Jean in their practice of conquering lands and then forcing the conquered peoples to convert to their religion. The penalty for refusal was death. Our secret exile has gone on for thousands of years, and we have replenished our numbers. We'll not dictate religious beliefs to others, as we wish every person to choose his or her beliefs freely, and not be persecuted for them. We strictly oppose any religion that mandates killing people simply because their beliefs are different. Do you all understand?" he asked. "I'm no good at lying," Strom admitted for the second time. "Every time I try to lie to Miss Maris, she calls me on it, on the spot. I'm just not good at keeping secrets, so I don't know if I should take the oath." "The choice is yours. I'll not force you to take an oath you feel you cannot keep. I will tell you, however, that you won't have to lie. You just cannot say certain things. You can be completely honest with someone without revealing any of the things you must keep safe," Benjen said. "I can be quiet, and if I don't have to lie, well, then I think I can do it," he said, looking a bit more confident. Benjen gave him a moment to reconsider before he continued. "Before I can tell you any more, I'll tell you the oath, and if you feel it is right, you should swear it. Here it is. I swear to uphold the values of the Vestrana. I will not divulge any information considered within confidence of the Vestrana. I will seek to free the oppressed and vanquish the oppressor. I will give my life before I will betray myself or the Vestrana," he intoned. It was simple enough, but Benjen made them explain it back to him in their own words to be sure they understood its meaning. "I must ask you to understand that people generally prepare for several seasons before they are allowed to take the oath. There are many things you do not know, so you must not say anything at all about any of this to anyone for any reason, ever. Is that clearly understood?" They all nodded soberly. Once he was satisfied they understood the gravity of the situation, he asked if any of them wished to swear the oath. All of them wanted to, and each recited it individually. Benjen made them repeat it until they could speak it from memory, and he formally welcomed each of them to the Vestrana and kissed them on their foreheads. "I've never sworn anyone in before," he admitted, and seemed much more relaxed when he spoke again. "Many innkeepers across the world are members of the Vestrana and serve as part of a huge information network. Miss Maris is one of those innkeepers, and she has access to information few else on the Godfist are privy to. The Vestrana have many allies, some of whom may make a living in shady dealings, but they honor the Vestrana. Miss Maris suggested we seek out one particular ally.
In doing so, she had to reveal one of her most trusted secrets to me. There is a harbor on the east side of the Godfist. It's along a rough section of coast that offers very little safe anchorage because of the many surrounding islands and reefs that'll sink an unwary ship. The only ships known to safely dock there are pirate ships, and even those are somewhat rare events. The Godfist is pretty far outside established trade routes, and pirate ships only dock here to avoid pursuit, though sometimes they trade goods and information with the Vestrana. There are now 2 ships docked at the cove, as far as we know. They sought refuge from the Jean fleet, fearing the ships had been sent after them. The last Miss Maris had heard, they were still there. She's going to try to get word to them and arrange passage for us. Though they are not here with us, agents of the Vestrana are doing all they can to help. I know the Jean are going to scour the Godfist in search of Katrin, so I propose we travel to the cove and leave the Godfist with the pirates. Even if Miss Maris is not able to contact them, we may be able to work something out, and to be completely honest, I don't have any better ideas. His words were met with utter silence, and Katrin struggled to make sense of all of it. She could not imagine leaving the Godfist, her home, and had never thought about going any other place. The others seemed to be having similar problems assimilating the information. Chase was the first to find his voice. "Where would we go?" he asked. "We should go to the last place they would expect us to go, to the Greatland, into the heart of their empire." "Do you really think that's the best thing to do?" Katrin asked, incredulous. "The Greatland is the largest and most heavily populated landmass on Godsland. We can disguise ourselves and hide much more easily among so many people, not to mention the huge area they would have to search to look for us. It may also be that getting you to the Greatland is the best way to help fulfill the prophecy." "You really believe I'm the Herald?" Katrin asked, fearing his answer. "I'm not sure what I believe," he said, "but I know you have important tasks ahead of you, and no matter what you or I believe, you have already done some important work. There's no going back, I'm afraid. From now on, you'll be the one who is declared the Herald, whether you are or not. Truth can be a difficult thing to find." Katrin had never heard Benjen speak so profoundly, and she wondered what else she didn't know about the man she had worked beside for so many years. "I'm sorry I don't have all the answers. I wish I did," he said, shaking his head. "In many ways, I'm just as confused as you are. To follow our hearts and hope we make the right decisions is the best we can do. Do we agree we should make for the cove?" He knew their answer, and told them what to pack and what to leave behind. During this activity, he pulled Katrin aside, but seemed to have trouble choosing his words. "I've sworn the Vestrana oath," he began. "A message given into my trust must be delivered, unopened, to the intended recipient, unless it cannot be done. There is a strict protocol on this, and I must honor it, even when I don't want to. I considered breaking my oath when Miss Maris gave me this message. I thought about reading it before I gave it to you. I even considered destroying it without reading it. I'm ashamed to admit I was tempted, but I will keep my oath. This unopened message is for you. You don't have to tell me what it says. I'm just the messenger," he said as he handed her a tightly rolled parchment closed with wax. The seal impressed in the wax belonged to Nat Dersinger. After moving off to a quiet place by the fire, Katrin stared at the parchment. She did not want to open it, afraid of what it might say. Nat was a pariah, his outlandish ranting about the coming of Istra and the dawning of a new age, too disturbing for most people to give any credence to. Some said he was mad, others claimed he was afflicted with some disease, but most agreed his public sermons were the ravings of a deranged mind. Katrin had to wonder, now that many of his prophecies were actually coming true, whether Nat was mad, or everyone else was. An uneasy feeling gnawed at the pit of her stomach as her beliefs began to crumble beneath her. Fear crept in where her fallen truths no longer held sway, and yet she felt liberated to pursue limitless possibilities that would open to her. She tore the wax seal away and unrolled the parchment. "My dearest Katrin, my fondest wish is that you will walk in peace and light, and that your mind will always remain free. Some say I'm deranged, but I leave that for you to judge. What I am sure of is that you must embrace your role as the Herald. I implore you to use the divine gift you have been given, and that you do not squander it.
I have studied all scriptures and holy books available to me, and I want to help you learn to use the power of Istra's light. You have experienced its improper use, even though you did not intend to exploit it, so you are aware of its power. If you choose to pursue the divine gifts you have been given, I beg you to seek knowledge. I hope to bring knowledge of these to you, but if I cannot make my way to you in time, seek out the Cathuran monks. They may be able to help you. Before your journey takes you beyond the Godfist, you will be besieged. Remember these words when you fear you have made the wrong choices. Vestra's light warms Godsland. Water ascends upon the wings of his warmth, and the skies disperse it at will. Rain shapes the land, and gives life to the fishes, and the fishes sparkle in Istra's light. May Istra and Vestra guide and bless you. Nat. Katrin sat back, confounded by what she had read. Nat was right about the disastrous results of her tapping the strange energies, but his words of warning were unclear to her. That he would make this effort to get a message to her only to leave her with a riddle seemed ludicrous. Frustrated, she tucked the parchment into her pocket, hoping to make sense of it at some later time. When she rejoined the others, Benjamin's eyes met hers. When she had no comment, he simply nodded and finished checking his pack. He then stood and pulled several pieces of rolled parchment from his pack. Addressing all of them, he said, "You've been sworn, and this information is in the Vestrana confidence. You must not divulge it to anyone, and you must destroy this if you believe it could fall into anyone else's hands," he said, handing a copy to each of them. "The journey we're about to undertake will be perilous. I wish I could offer you the chance to walk away, but our situation is too dire. You are in peril if you stay or if you go. I think we should stick together, but I want each of you to have a map in case we get separated. This is a highly unusual practice. It's dangerous in the extreme to have so many copies of anything in the Vestrana confidence, but this is a highly unusual case, and I've made an exception. Be certain no one else gets these maps." He reiterated firmly, "We leave before dawn, and I want a double watch tonight." The snap of a branch in the distance behind Nat increased his level of panic. For weeks he'd been hiding in the hills. Miss Maris had urged him to find Katrin, but he had no idea how to do that. Only his visions and dreams provided any guidance, but those proved difficult to interpret and decipher. The only things he knew for certain were that Katrin must survive, and that she was in terrible danger. In the end, he was left to wander in the wilderness, battling his own despair as he searched for someone who did not want to be found. He could have passed her and her companions a dozen times, and he would never know. He was a fisherman, not a tracker. Finding Katrin was now the least of his problems, though. The Jean were searching for her as well, and they were close behind him. If they found him... He tried not to think about the horrors he might face. Even with his staff, he was no match for a trained swordsman. Instead, he concentrated on moving into the thickest and most forbidding undergrowth he could find. When he could no longer make forward progress, he curled into a ball beneath a veil of thorn and briar, hoping those who pursued him would simply pass by. Eventually the light began to fade, and the beat of Nat's heart slowed. Weariness more complete than any he'd ever known began to wash over him, coaxing him to sleep, luring him into the land of dreams. Somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, the scene before him changed. No longer did he see a canopy of twisted vines and curved thorns bathed in moonlight. Instead, he watched as Katrin was surrounded by the shadows of death. Moving like the wind, the darkness closed in on her, blocking out the light and her life. Just as he thought her flame would be extinguished, Katrin fought back. To Nat's horror, she did not attack the darkness directly. Instead, she tore the land asunder and hurled it at her foes. Her every step rent the land, leaving cavernous gouges and craters wherever she trod, and still the darkness came, unthwarted and undaunted. Clawing his way through the darkness, Nat clenched his jaws as the thorns bit deep. He could not stop, though. No matter how great the pain, he had to find her. Chapter 11. One man's offal is another man's harvest. Ikari Jundin, mushroom farmer. Benjen woke them early. When he checked on the health of the unconscious soldier, he seemed almost relieved the man had died in the night. He and Chase dragged the dead man from the cavern and hid the body with the other. When they returned, Benjen examined the pile of armor and weapons the soldiers had carried. He took a short sword, belt sheath, and bracers for himself. The sword had a black leather handle and a decent edge. Not a fine blade, but good to have. He motioned the others over and began to distribute the dead soldiers' belongings to the rest of them. He gave Chase the other short sword, belt sheath, and bracers. The boots went to Strom and Osborne to replace their lighter shoes. Katrin asked for one of the belt knives left in the pile, and Benjen handed her one still in the sheath. She was hesitant to discard her old knife, and decided to wear both, not wanting to abandon the old one with the broken tip. Osborne pulled the other soldier's knife from its sheath. Katrin expected some sort of noise when he unsheathed it, but it slid free without a sound. The wicked-looking blade curved slightly before the tip. Its upper edge was serrated, and it had a straight edge on the bottom. He pronounced it perfect for him.
"The plan is simple,"
Benjen said.
"We travel north and go straight at the approaching army, but we stay high in the mountains. Once we sneak past them, we will turn east toward the desert. Perhaps we'll get lucky and have foul weather to hide us. Perhaps not. Either way, we'll need to be ready to take cover at all times. Keep your eyes open for places to hide, as you may only get a moment's notice. We could go due east from here, but I fear those passes are heavily guarded. As outrageous as it may sound, sneaking past the army is probably our safest choice. I doubt the patrols will be this far out by first light. We need to get to the next plateau soon if we are to avoid them," Benjen said, and he set out at a breakneck pace. When they crested a rise, Benjen paused and strained to see into the distance. "We should be able to see the falls from here, but I can't make them out," he said. Katrin and the others squinted in the pre-dawn light, but visibility was low. "I think they are still a long way off," Chase said. Benjen nodded. "Let's go. We've no time to waste," he said, heading off at a brisk walk. As they drew closer, Katrin saw the falls. They did not seem as grand as Benjen had described them, barely visible in the distance. Perhaps they had been larger when Benjen last saw them, but she wondered how that could be possible when this was the rainiest spring any of them had ever seen. They froze when Benjen hunched down and signaled them to do the same. "I thought I saw something moving in the trees," he said after a few moments. "I think it's clear, so let's move." As they neared the base of the falls, the banks of the river came into view. "Above the falls there is no eastern shore. The river runs along the rock face. We'll need to stay on the west side for now," Benjen said. As they came closer to the river, they were surprised by what they saw. The water level was extremely low, the flow muddy and sluggish. The water was well below the normal watermarks, and they estimated it was less than half what it should be. By the time they reached the base of the falls, the sun was high in the sky, and Benjen said he planned to use the sun for cover. They would climb the jagged cliff wall while the sun was high, which would make it harder for soldiers to spot them with the sunlight in their eyes. He found a place far enough away from the falls for them to remain dry, and there were many irregularities in the rock face, which would make for an easier climb. Their ascent was slow and tenuous, irregular rocks providing some handholds and footholds, but in many places they were widely spaced. In some instances they had to scale the nearly sheer face with little, if anything, to grab onto. When they finally reached the plateau, they did not find the river they had been expecting, and instead saw a muddy lake that covered almost the entire plateau. Chase spotted the cause of the flooding near the top of the falls. The recent storms had downed a large number of trees. At least a dozen had been swept away by the river and were creating a dam just before the falls, where the river narrowed. Only a fraction of the water flowed past the debris. The rest continued to flood the plateau. A narrow ribbon of land separated the newly formed lake from the cliff, but it was clearly saturated. The valley beyond the plateau was completely swamped by the backed-up river, effectively cutting off their escape. "Craps," Benjen said. "We're going to need to find a way around this. Stay alert."
An enormous rock finger jutted into the air above the valley. Skirting the lake, they plodded through the mud, which threatened to remove their boots with every step. At times they walked through ankle-deep water. Around the rock finger, the soil border was less than a pace wide. The promontory was slender and appeared fragile, warped and twisted by eons of wind-borne sand.
"Stay back. I'm going out for a look,"
Benjen said.
"You aren't really thinking of walking out on that rock, are you?"
Strom asked, incredulous.
"That thing looks like it could fall at any moment, even without your weight on it."
"It's been here for thousands of years, and I'm betting it'll be here for thousands more. Its frailty is only an illusion."
Benjen crept onto the rock. The winds whipped around him, and he was nearly blown off. He caught himself, but the movement sent rocks bouncing into the valley below.
"I think we've been spotted," he said. "There are soldiers below, and they are climbing toward us. We need to retreat as fast as we can. We must go back the way we came. I don't think we'll be able to get through the flooded valley without ruining our food supply or drowning."
Katrin sat to one side, absorbed in her thoughts, and with every moment her anger grew. The Jean threatened everything she held dear. Struggling to think of a way to stop the approaching army, or at least hamper its progress, she stewed, biting her lip. Benjen interrupted her thoughts.
"Come on, little miss. We need to get out of here."
Katrin wondered if she was making a mistake. Then she recalled the words Nat had written. "Embrace your role as the herald. I implore you to use the divine gift you have been given." She considered those words, and they urged her to act. "No," she said in a firm voice. "I will not run from this challenge, and I will no longer tolerate these invaders of my homeland."
"What would you have us do, Katrin? I'm yours to command,"
Benjen said, shocking everyone. He knelt in the sodden soil and bowed to her. Chase, Strom, and Osborne stood silently. Katrin considered her next words carefully, not knowing what she was going to say or do. She looked around her, and the muddy water brought back a part of Nat's message, one line in particular, and she said, "The water shapes the land. I want you to dig from here," she said, pointing to the soil around the base of the finger of the rock, "to here. We need a trough from the dry to the wet, and it should be as deep as possible." "What are you talking about, Kat? We don't have time for this. We need to get out of here," Chase said. "We cannot run anymore, Chase. There is nowhere safe to hide. I choose to fight," she said, and she began to dig with her bare hands as Benjen loosened the soil with his sword. All but Chase began to dig, but he soon crouched down along with the rest. Trench grew quickly, the sodden soil making their work easier. "Stay on the north side of the trench," Katrin warned. "But we need to go south to escape," Chase argued, looking at a massive fist of rock that blocked their path and would not budge. "Just dig around it," Katrin said, following Chase's gaze. "The trench need not be straight." As they dug their way closer to the water, the ditch began to flood, and they continued to dig from higher ground. As water began pouring over the cliff's edge, Katrin and Benjen looked over to see what was happening below. A few soldiers watched from the valley floor, but most were scaling the cliff face in an effort to reach them. Katrin and the others watched the water move through the ditch, eroding the soil around it. Deeper and wider the trough grew, gradually sending larger amounts of water into the valley, but it was not enough. It was happening far too slowly to make any difference. It mocked their meager effort, and helplessness washed over Katrin. She watched the flow intently, seeing tremendous potential energy latent in the calm water, and she knew there must be a way to unleash it. Without realizing it, she opened her mind to Istra's energy and attempted to ply it with her will. She started by trying to push the water over the edge, hoping to make it go faster, but the water repelled her. Any force she exerted on the water became fragmented, scattered in 100 directions, and her efforts had no visible effect. Her frustration flared into anger, and she turned to the rest of the group. "Go north. I'll catch up with you soon." "But, Kat," Chase began, but she cut him short. "If you value your lives, go north now," she said in a commanding voice, despite her fear. Her legs trembled, her face flushed and nostrils flared. Her heart pounded in her ears. Chase and the others headed north, frequently looking over their shoulders. A strange feeling came over her as she watched Chase walk away. So many times she had followed him on his adventures, but now she knew she must stand alone. As she embraced the energy around her, she prayed she would not unwittingly create another disaster. The lives of her friends now rested in her hands, and she was determined to save them. With confidence born of every lesson her father and Benjen and Chase had ever taught her, Katrin moved to the finger of rock. Its base had been exposed by the modest flow of water that rushed by, but she strode to the edge of the finger, seemingly oblivious to the winds tearing at her. Doing her best to keep from trembling, She spoke in a voice that carried across the Pinnock Valley. "Armies of the Jean, you are not welcome here," she began. In the next moment, though, she panicked. No more words would come. Her throat was closing. She was no hero. She felt just like a little girl. Old fears constricted her heart, and she nearly fled. But then, in her mind, she saw the faces of Benjamin and Chase and her friends. With a fire burning in her belly, she renewed her commitment and tried to find words befitting a great hero. "I am the keeper of this land, and I forbid you passage. Retreat now, or feel the weight of my wrath," she said, and her statement carried on the air to the soldiers below. They laughed at such threats coming from a girl, and Katrin turned without another word. She strode back to the edge of the widening trough, gazing at it a moment more before moving north. Some 50 paces away she stopped, hoping Chase wasn't right. Maybe she had lost her senses, but it was far too late to turn back. She would have to endure the consequences of her decisions and actions. Facing the cliff, she felt the heat of her anger toward the invaders, and it purged her fears. Her body quivered with energy as she gathered it and pulled it to her, reveling in its glory. She could smell its fragrance and taste its sweetness, but a searing pain in her left thigh distracted her for a moment, feeling as if her limb were on fire. She ignored it and drew in a deep breath, letting the soldiers' laughter feed her rage. "You bear witness to the call of the herald," she announced. "I have warned you, and you have mocked me, and you will suffer for that." She clasped her hands high above her head, energy swirling through her fingers and dancing over her palms. It pulsed around her. She brought her hands down in a powerful arc as she shouted, "You will not pass!" When her fist struck the soil, a huge shockwave sent ripples of power through the plateau with a massive echoing boom, and the land pulsed as if it were liquid. Waves of energy rolled away from her. The floodwaters transferred the energy, as waves crashed against the irregularity of the far cliffs and returned to punish the saturated shoreline. Unable to withstand the power of the water, large sections of rock and soil were dislodged and pushed into the Pinnock Valley. As tremors shook the ground beneath her feet, Katrin ran toward her companions. The massive chain reaction gained momentum, and the thunderous roar became nearly unbearable. But even in her retreat, Katrin was compelled to witness what she had wrought. Water crashed around the finger of rock, carrying gobbets of dirt and rock away with it, and with an ear-shattering crack, the rock slumped forward and leaned into the valley. Water rushed in eagerly to fill the gap, and a tremendous roar reverberated through the valley. Katrin watched in disbelief as the finger of rock tumbled away in the deluge. In a massive release of potential energy, water assailed rock and soil, and the cliffs parted. Gravity pulled the water into the valley, and the din of a massive rockslide accompanied the rush of the fall. Rock and debris clogged the valley, and a towering wall of water rushed to greet the main body of the advancing army. Cries of man and horse rose above the din, but Katrin had no time to consider what her senses told her as more of the plateau began to collapse. She fled the devastation and tried to catch up to the rest of the group, already moving swiftly north. The upper Chinwapa Valley, which lay ahead, drained quickly, and muddy shores rose from the depths. There Katrin's friends stopped to wait for her. Unsure of what to say, she approached them tentatively, half expecting them to tell her she was crazy or leave her behind, but they welcomed her silently. Chase grabbed her in a bear hug. "I'm sorry I doubted you," he whispered. Benjamin held up his hand to speak. "You have followed me, but I can no longer lead you," he said. "I've heard the call of the herald, and I will go wherever she leads me. I will do what she asks of me, and I will lay down my life to save hers," he finished, bowing to Katrin. The others made similar vows, and Katrin was left to stand in wonder. She'd had no preparation for this, and she did not know what was expected of her. She knew that she was leaving one reality and stepping into a new existence, and she was unsure of the consequences of this new power. Finally, Strom broke the uncomfortable silence. "I'm just glad Katrin's on our side." Sweat dripped into Nat's eyes as he scrambled down a craggy face. He climbed with a mixture of haste and care. His experience urged him to exercise caution,
but his instincts told him he must flee. The Jean were close, closer than ever before. Already he had been near enough to see their eyes. Using his staff to steady himself, he climbed past an awkward outcropping. When he reached the narrow band of greenery that stood between the base of the mountain and the sand, Nat cursed. He was starving and exhausted. After giving up on finding Katrin, all he had wanted was to get back to town, to find some way to get to Miss Maris, and food. The need for food and water was sapping his strength and his sanity. Several times he had found himself wandering without any idea of where he was going, or where he had been. All he could remember was that he needed to keep moving. Suddenly stopping, he realized he'd done it again. Ankle deep in sand, he turned, and only the mountains behind him gave him a sense of where he was. What he saw when he lowered his gaze made his location seem irrelevant. Half a dozen mounted men were heading straight for him, and there was little Nat could do but wait for them to arrive. Maybe they would give him food, he thought, but what was left of his reason suggested it was unlikely. Turning away from the Jean, back the way his subconscious had been leading him, he walked. When he raised his eyes again, certain the Jean would overtake him at any moment, he was confused to find that he must have gotten turned around again, for before him came riders in a cloud of dust. Chapter 12. If you wish to find yourself, you must first admit you are lost. Anonymous Philosopher. Katrin left the crumbling plateau behind, her body throbbing with energy, her senses heightened. As the breeze caressed her skin, the hairs on her arms and neck stood up. The roar of the mudslide pounded against her overly sensitive hearing, and she retreated from the din. Followed by Benjen and the others, she headed toward the northern end of the valley. There the mountains turned east, and the valley grew wider. With little dry ground, they had to slog through a foul morass. Clinging mud made loud sucking noises as it hung onto their boots, weighing them down. As the valley widened farther on, small sections of dry land appeared more often, like giant turtles in a sea of murky water. The valley floor was made up of rolling hills, and when they found dry spots at the tops of hills, it was only before they descended into valleys of muck. Puddles harbored fish stranded by the rapidly receding water. Katrin wanted to take the fish back to the river, but she knew it would require too much time to do it right. She and Benjen had spent hours once catching fish in buckets after they were stranded by the Pinnock River, which had overflowed its banks. Because the fish would die if they were quickly moved from warm water and put into frigid river water, they put the buckets into the river at the shallows until the water temperature gradually dropped. Then they tipped the buckets over so the fish could swim out. She had enjoyed seeing the fish disappear into the river, safe, and wished she could save these fish too, but there was no time. The mountains threw long shadows as the waning sun set fire to the skies. Bold strokes of crimson and ochre made for a breathtaking display. Patches of dry land gradually became larger, and some were almost suitable campsites. "I think that hill up ahead looks like a good place to camp," Katrin announced. "There's not much cover there. I think we should try to find a better hiding place," Benjen advised. "No," she said quietly, determined to embrace her new role despite her insecurities. "I'm not going to hide any more. I have to show the Jean I don't fear them. Instead, I will strike fear into them. Let them find us in the open, sitting by our fire, and let them see we are not hiding. Let us invite them to take us if they will. They will feel my wrath if they do." No one but Benjen seemed to know what to make of the change in Katrin. He had accepted her as the herald, and let her be in complete control of their destinies. The others had known Katrin most of her life, and theirs, and seemed to have a difficult time accepting her now as the figure of legend from the prophecies. But they had seen too much of her power to deny it, and slowly they came to believe. "As you wish," Benjen said with a short bow. He walked ahead to look for dry wood. Chase matched his stride. Strom and Osborne remained alongside Katrin as she headed toward the campsite. "Is there anything you need us to do, Miss Katrin?" Osborne asked, looking uncertain. Katrin sighed. "Please don't call me Miss Katrin. Not you or Strom or Chase. You're my friends, and I need you. I'm sorry I bossed everyone around and was so mean," she said, sounding much more like herself. "Oh, that's all right," Miss Katrin," Strom said with an impish grin. "We know you have the whole Herald of Istra thing to contend with. We could probably forgive you for being weird."
"I want you to dig,"
Osborne said in a high-pitched voice.
"from here,"
He posed and pointed.
"to here."
He finished with a flourish. "You best be careful, Osbo. You don't want to risk the wrath of Miss Katrin. Fear the wrath, boy. Fear the wrath," Strom said as he ducked away from Katrin's playful jab. While she was relieved to know she had not lost her friends, Benjamin's behavior concerned her. His sudden change in personality was as bizarre as her own, and she needed to talk to him soon, but she feared she would insult him. She had looked up to him for so many years, and he had always been the first one to help her with her unusual ideas. She would never hurt him on purpose, but she did need to understand some things about him. When they reached the top of the hill, Chase and Benjamin were setting up a fire circle beside a small supply of firewood already stacked to one side.
"You're absolutely certain about the campsite and the fire, Katrin?"
Benjamin asked. His use of her name annoyed her for reasons unknown, and she suppressed her irritation.
"Yes, this will be fine. Strom, Osborne, you asked if there was anything you could do, and now there is. Would you gather fish from the puddles, please?"
Strom and Osborne both nodded, and they left seeking fish. Katrin turned to Chase.
"Can we talk for a moment, please? I really need to know your opinion on something."
Chase raised an eyebrow and nodded before following her. A nearby tree grew around a large boulder, cradling it in its massive trunk, like a great claw clutching a mystical orb. Katrin climbed atop the boulder and sat cross-legged.
"Do you believe I'm truly the Herald of Istra?"
she asked. Chase had always been her closest confidant, and they trusted one another. Before their tragic deaths, their mothers had been quite close, and Chase and Katrin had spent most of their childhoods together. Chase had the same pain she had, and she knew he would be honest with her.
"I think—"
He paused for a moment, thoughtful.
"I think I do, Kat. I mean, all the signs are there, and you have shown your power."
He pondered for a moment, then returned the question.
"Do you believe you are truly the Herald of Istra?"
"Yes, I do," she replied. "I didn't want to believe at first. I tried to tell myself it was all coincidence, but things just kept happening, no matter what I believed."
"What is the Herald supposed to do?"
"I have no idea," she admitted.
"I wish I did know. It would certainly make things easier. I guess I'm supposed to destroy the Jean, but I'll be boiled if I know how or why."
They sat quietly for a while. Strom and Osborne returned with an abundance of fish, and Katrin watched them while her thoughts drifted.
"What did you do on the plateau today? I mean, how did you hit the ground so hard? I've never seen anything like that."
"It's hard to explain," she began. "It's like trying to describe an eagle's call to someone born deaf, or a sunset to someone born blind. I guess in this sense, I was born blind, but something opened my eyes. I'm still uncertain about a great many things, but I'll give you my best guess. I think the comet flooded our world with energy, and somehow I can gather that energy, focus it, and release it. I'm not exactly sure how I do it. That's just how it feels when it happens."
"I think I understand. What opened your eyes?"
"It could have been a number of things, I suppose, but I think it was Peyton's staff." She paused. "Something inside me snapped. I can't tell you exactly what happened, but I'll tell you what I remember. When I saw my reflection in the wood of his staff, I knew I saw my own death approaching. I think my conscious mind accepted my fate and waited for the killing blow. Perhaps it was my unconscious mind that reacted instinctively." She realized how strange her words sounded, but they were the closest thing she had to an explanation. "Well, Kat, this is how I see things. You're the Herald, and you have great power, but you don't know how to control it. Your instincts seem to tell you things the rest of us cannot hear. I don't think you're any different from the rest of us, except that you've had some experiences that expanded your mind. The prophecies say you'll destroy the Jean nation, so I guess we should concentrate on doing that first." Katrin saw thousands of complexities, and Chase had reduced them to a few simple statements. She shook her head and laughed. "I'll get right on that nation-destroying thing." The pain in her left thigh got her attention as she got down from the boulder. Most of her body was sore, but her thigh felt different. It felt as if she had a small spot of sunburn. Then she recalled having pain in her thigh while she was engulfed in power. She reached for the tiny carved fish still in her pocket, precisely over where she felt the sting. The carving looked worse than she remembered, now dull and chalky. It retained its shape, and even in its current state, it was oddly beautiful, and she was surprised it hadn't been broken or crushed during her misadventures. She guessed it must have bruised her leg during the climb, and when she could find no other reasonable explanation, she accepted that.
"What have you got there?"
Chase asked.
"I found this while I was exploring the passage beyond the cavern. I had completely forgotten about it. It looks like a carving of a fish, don't you think?"
"It's pretty crude, but yes, I'd say it resembles a fish. I don't think you want to keep it in your pocket if you want it to stay whole. Here, I have something for you."
He reached into his shirt and pulled out a plain and simply made silver locket, its worn surface dented and scratched. Katrin had seen the locket many times, but had never seen what was in it. It hung from a necklace made of thin leather strips, braided together and tied in a knot. He deftly separated the strips and removed one. He retied the 2 remaining strips and slipped his necklace back on.
"You never know when these thongs will come in handy,"
he said with a wink. She watched him form a tiny noose from the leather thong. He extended his open palm, and she placed the small carving in his hand. He looped the little noose around the tail of the fish, and created a necklace that firmly secured her carving.
"May you wear it in good health,"
he said, placing it in her hand. She admired his handiwork, holding it up and studying it for a moment, before slipping it around her neck. She let it hang outside her shirt, so it could be seen.
"It's beautiful in its own way. Don't you agree?"
"It's a lot like you, Kat. If you look hard enough, it's kind of pretty,"
he said with a smirk.
"Perhaps you're both jewels in the rough."
He ran ahead of her, back to the campfire, drawn by the smell of cooking fish. Benjen and the others were eating fish and drinking the last bottle of spring wine. More fish roasted over the fire, with a plate of fillets waiting to be roasted.
"I give thanks to the mighty fishermen who have provided so well for us. My compliments to your skills,"
Katrin said with a smile. The day had left them tired and hungry, and the fish were satisfying. The spring wine disappeared, and they wished that bottle were not the last. Despite their exhaustion, restlessness set in. Benjen kept a watchful eye on the surrounding land, alert for any movements, but the night remained peaceful and still. Katrin longed for something sweet, and thinking she smelled apples, stood and said she was going to look around. Clear skies and a full moon illuminated the night, and she searched the sky for the comet. It was smaller and farther across the sky, but when she spotted it, her thoughts focused on it, and she was drawn to it. It mesmerized her and drew her closer, but she became frightened and turned aside when arcs of power leapt between her fingertips. Shaken, she walked on, following a trail defined by smell alone. She was nearly at the base of the hill when she spotted the trees, mere paces above the mud line. They were few and stunted, but they were heavily laden with fruit. Katrin scanned the branches for ripe apples and picked those within her reach, but she wanted a few more. As she stood on the tips of her toes and stretched toward an apple, hands grabbed her waist. She gasped when they lifted her into the air, but was reassured when she heard Benjen chuckle. She snatched 4 beauties from the highest branches, and Benjen lowered her gently.
"It looked like you needed a lift."
"Except for the fact that you frightened me out of my wits for a moment, I thank you. I'm glad you're here, too. I need to talk to you."
He nodded, and she went on.
"Do you believe I'm the Herald of Istra?"
"Yes, I do believe you are,"
he replied slowly and deliberately.
"I believed it the instant you said you were. I was undecided until that moment. When I returned from Harborton and found out you were gone, I was worried beyond reason. Chase and the others were just as distraught, and we reviewed everything we knew. They told me about the night in the Great Oak Grove. I'm truly sorry about that, Katrin."
"Why do you keep calling me that? You called me Lil Miss for as long as I can remember. Why don't you still call me that?"
"I'm sorry, Lil Miss," he fumbled. "You've changed in the last year, and for the better. You're becoming a strong young woman. It's not the changes in you that caused me to use your name, though," he said, and Katrin glanced up in surprise. "I've been remiss, you see. I've failed to properly perform the duties of a position passed to me by my grandfather. When I was a boy, he said he had a very important job for me. He said we were the guardians of Estrana,
though I knew very little of what that meant at the time. I had already been sworn to secrecy, and he knew I could keep a secret. I guess he was right about that, at least, because you are only the third person I've ever told. He said our job was difficult, but had a single aim. We were to protect the Herald and their line, and swear our lives to them. Since I didn't understand at first, he explained it. A time will come when the Herald will need protection, and our family will answer the call. That is our destiny and our duty, he said to me. He told me to train myself both as weapon and shield, and so I became a soldier.
Fascinated, Katrin nodded for him to continue.
That's why I started calling you by name. It is my duty to show you proper respect.
Katrin needed time to absorb what she had heard. Her perceptions of events and people kept shifting. Benjen had always lived at the farm with her and her father, and had been a part of her world. She'd never before wondered why he lived there, and had no wife or children of his own, and she began to see him in a new light. "Well, the Herald is telling you to stop it," she said, smiling and waving her finger in his face. "You can call me by name if you like, but not solely because I'm the Herald."
Benjen smiled. "Little miss, consider it done."
"What do we do from here?" she asked.
"I think we should do what you think is best. I'll give you my best advice if you want it, and I'm sure Chase and the others will as well, but my first duty is to protect you. I hope you consider our advice, compare it to your senses and your gut, and then make your decisions based on those things. I'll do my best to help, no matter what you decide."
She felt inadequate and small, yet it was up to her to decide what actions to take, what course to follow. The responsibility was a little frightening. What if she made the wrong choices? "I don't want you to stay with me because your family was sworn to protect the Herald. I want you to stay because you want to stay," she managed through tears she hadn't realized she was crying. Benjen pulled her into his arms, hugging her close.
There, little miss. Don't you cry. I'm here because I want to be here, and no one could tear me away. My duty to the Herald is just a fortunate coincidence that tells me to do what I would have done anyway."
Katrin cried and hugged him back. Then she wiped her eyes and gathered the apples, while he picked several that were not yet ripe, saying they would make a nice treat in a few days. When Katrin stood, he noticed her carved fish.
"I like your necklace."
"Thank you. So do I. I found it while I was exploring the cavern, and I just remembered it when I was talking to Chase. He made the necklace for me," she said.
"He did a nice job. It compliments you."
Preman dolls shuffled along the halls with the rest of the refugees as they were moved to their new homes within the audience halls. As the seemingly endless line of humanity poured into the halls, pushing, shoving, and vying for any scrap of space they could claim as their own, Preman faked a coughing fit. Standing in the arched entranceway, flanked by the strange carvings that adorned the archway and pretending to catch his breath, he examined the mechanism Master Edling had told him about. The entranceways were narrow, yet long, and they served more than one purpose. Though the ceiling was decorated and appeared to be of solid rock, it was a ruse. The designers of the Master House had foreseen the possibility of a siege, and they had built defense mechanisms into their fortress. Above these corridors lay a mountain of rubble and rock supported by joists that could hold its weight, but little more. Above that stood a massive shaft, and at the top an enormous weight was suspended by a chain. All Preman had to do was retrieve the special rod that Master Edling had told him how to find, insert it into the mouth of either carving, twist, and yank. That was all there was to it. At least that was what Master Edling had said. How Preman was supposed to trigger all three collapses before anyone emerged was something of a mystery, but Preman didn't care. He had nothing to lose. The thought of killing all those people, sentencing them to starvation, would have made most men sick, but Preman considered himself a practical man. The loss of the refugees would mean many more months before those in the Master House would either starve or be forced to surrender themselves into slavery. When he had revealed to Pete and Ross that he could escape through the sewers, Preman had known he was sending the boy to his death, but he had also known that it would mean one less mouth to feed. Now he would achieve the same result, only on a much larger scale. Chapter 13.
Even the greatest catastrophes bring new opportunities for life. Brother Ramirez, Cathuran monk. Eager to put the plateau behind them, Katrin set a brisk pace. The sodden valley reeked of rotted vegetation and dead fish.
This valley runs all the way to the coastline, but the mountains on our right turn south and open into this area, the Argas Desert,
she said aloud while glancing at her map. She remembered the Argas Desert from school, a vast wasteland. Nomadic tribes were said to wander the area, but no one had reported seeing them in generations. The ragged northern coastline bordered the desert and was lined with mountains, which dwindled in the east. The southern coast was flat and lined with long stretches of sandy beach. It would be a long hike south, but Katrin thought it might be easier going than the mountains. She thought of how nice it would be to walk along the ocean with the sounds of crashing waves to soothe them.
"Do you think we should go north or south when we reach the desert?"
"North," Benjamin replied immediately. "The southern coast would be a more pleasant journey, but there's no cover there, and those lands can easily be patrolled by ships. We'd be inviting the entire Jean fleet to intercept us. The northern coast is much less accessible to enemies. There is very little safe anchorage, and most of the shoreline is made up of steep cliffs and mountains. If we stay close to the mountains, we should only have to skirt around the edges of the desert, which is not only uncomfortable, but often deadly. However, it is our best route."
"How many days would it take us to walk straight across the desert?"
"It's hard to say," he said after a moment. "I'd say 6 days at least, and as long as 10 in the event of sandstorms. The days are hot and the nights cold, and there's almost no water. Venomous snakes, lizards, and scorpions are almost impossible to avoid."
Before Benjamin could continue, Katrin cut him short.
"I agree we should avoid the desert, and I agree the southern coast is too dangerous. So let's discuss the northern coast. What kind of difficulties do you expect on that route?"
"There are venomous snakes in that area as well, but fewer. We must be watchful for glass vipers. They're deadly, and because of their ability to take on the color of their immediate surroundings, they can be almost impossible to see. Beyond that, there are predator cats, roaming packs of wolves, and possibly bears, but they should not pose too great a threat. We'll just need to be cautious. The foothills are partially forested, which should provide additional cover should we need it."
"How many days will it take us to go north, around the desert? Do we have enough provisions?"
"I'd say 14 days until we reach the east coast, and then another 2 south to the cove. We have enough food to last 10 days comfortably, the full 14 if we stretch it. Of course, we may find game along the way, but I wouldn't count on it. We've got enough water for 3 or 4 days, and we'll need to replenish our supply as we travel."
Katrin nodded, scanning her map for indications of water features, but they were few.
"Are there other sources of water to the east? I don't see many marked on the map."
"We'll need to be watchful. I'm sure there are streams and creeks that aren't on the map, but we'll have to find them. Once we reach the desert and turn north, we'll be entering territory I've never traveled, and I'll know little more than what the map shows us."
The sun rose higher, and so did the temperature. As they were trying to get some relief from the heat, Benjamin snapped his head to the left, squinting in the bright light. Chase saw it too.
"I saw something moving in those trees." "I did too," Benjamin said, "but I didn't get a good look."
They all watched the trees for a long while, but nothing moved. If someone lurked there, he remained hidden.
"Probably just a deer,"
Chase said. Anxieties ran high, and they often looked over their shoulders for signs of pursuit. The tension and uncertainty gnawed at Katrin like an itch she could not scratch. Distant noises and glimpses of movement were the only indications of pursuit, but each occurrence renewed their apprehension. Katrin tried to convince herself it was her vivid imagination, that each distorted echo was an approaching battle cry, and that within every shadow lurked men intent on killing them. Though she had vowed to show the Jean no fear, she hadn't promised not to feel any. As the valley widened into a broad plain, trees became more numerous and thickets more dense, and they had to use game trails or clear paths of their own. The shade provided respite from the glaring sun, but the underbrush slowed their journey. On a steep slope covered with thorny bushes, brambles, and vines, they found a patch of berry bushes, but the fruit lay beyond a thick screen of the plants. Working with great care, they cleared a narrow pathway to the berries. Benjamin knew which ones had poisonous berries, and others whose fruit was edible. Soon they had ample raspberries, blackberries, and even huckles. In a brief moment of levity, They filled themselves with the fruit. Once beyond the wall of thorns, the land became more hospitable. Underbrush gave way to tall grasses, and trees were sparse. Ahead lay marshy lowland, and already dark clouds of gnats buzzed around them. Emerald binding flies darted around their heads, and walnut-sized mosquitoes attacked in legions.
When I last passed this way, a strip of dry land bordered this marsh on either side. Now it appears we'll have to wade through it,
Benjen said, scowling with squinting eyes over the saturated lowland, which now stretched across the entire valley. Narrow islands appeared throughout the marsh, creating a disjointed maze of land almost entirely immersed in stagnant water, and the search for a dry path became paramount. As they moved deeper into the marsh, the stretches of water separating the islands became longer and deeper. Osborne was the first to notice the leeches, which had attached themselves to his legs. He yanked his pant legs up and pulled the leeches off, throwing them. The rest discovered the same effect, and Benjen suggested they tuck their pants into their boots. Slogging through the mucky quagmire was difficult and unpleasant, and Katrin was relieved when the marsh began to give way to some patches of high ground. Then a nearby scream and a series of splashes broke the silence.
"I saw something flailing around behind those weeds, but I'm not sure what it was,"
Chase said.
"Shouldn't we go back to check?"
"I think we should take a look,"
said Benjen.
"That sounded like a man shouting, and it sounded like he was hurt. If someone is following us, I want to know for certain. Let's go, Chase." When they returned, Benjen said grimly, "A soldier was tracking us. We don't know if he was alone, but he'll follow us no more. He was bitten by a poisonous snake, and he took his own life before we arrived. We didn't go very close, since the snake was coiled in our path, but I could tell the man was no ordinary foot soldier. He was a member of an elite unit. At least that's what I gather from his attire. Unlike the other soldiers, he was equipped to move quickly. His armor was light and his weapons advanced. We'll have to remain more alert. I suspect more soldiers are tracking us."
"Let's move on, then," Katrin said. "I'd like to put as much ground between us and this marsh as possible. I don't want to camp anywhere near here." By the light of one of the precious few candles that remained, Wendell Volker packed his gear. Elsa's sword lay across the blanket-covered crates he'd been using as a bed. He took no food, and in no way, other than burning the candle, depleted the provisions that would be needed by all those who remained in the cold caves. A twinge of guilt made Wendell pause and reconsider. These people needed him, or at least so they thought. An equally painful guilt hovered over him for abandoning Katrin, and his duty as a father had finally won out over his duty to his people. Those he had gathered in the cold caves were now as safe as they were going to be. There was nothing more he could do to ensure their well-being. In a moment of self-justification, he asserted that by leaving, he would consume less of their rations. Therefore he was doing everyone who remained a favor. Like all others, that moment passed, and he was left to deal with guilt over leaving Jensen behind. He and his brothers simply saw things differently. Jensen had as much anxiety over Chase's fate as Wendell did over Katrin's, but he steadfastly refused to go after them, and he had done everything within his power to persuade Wendell to do the same. When he was honest with himself, Wendell realized that Jensen was the only reason he had stayed as long as he had. With a deep breath, he firmed his resolve and shouldered his pack. The journey ahead would be difficult and fraught with danger, but the hardest part was behind him. As he stepped out of the chamber that had been his temporary home, the journey was begun. He would find Katrin. His candle was not overly bright, but he shielded it as best he could while allowing enough light to guide his way. To those who were immersed in darkness, even the dimmest light can shine like a beacon, and Wendell had no desire to alert anyone of his departure. Fortunately, most avoided the deepest tunnels, where the air was the coldest, and the feeling of the land pressing down the greatest. Wendell had grown accustomed to the feeling long ago, and he walked without fear, though not without anxiety. He should have left a note for Jensen, something to explain his motives and reasoning, but he could not turn back now, and there was no time to waste. Jensen would wake soon, and another day would be lost, and Katrin would be another day farther from him. In the back of his mind, a voice warned that she was already too far away, that he would never reach her in time. Ignoring that voice, Wendell moved as quickly and quietly as he could. Deep within the network of tunnels and caves, the scent of fresh air drifted. Only in a few places did shafts penetrate the rock and allow air and, in some cases, light into the caves. But Wendell now stood below one of these shafts. He had never found one of the shafts from above, mostly due to the fact that this part of the cold caves lay directly below a series of steep and formidable peaks. Not knowing what he would face when he emerged gave him pause, and he took a moment to plan this critical part of his escape. First, he tied a length of rope around his waist and secured the other end to his pack. The knife on his belt was all that he would carry, and all that he could use to defend himself should the outlet of the shaft be guarded. Though he thought it unlikely, Wendell made himself consider the possibility. Chastising himself for allowing fear to stall him, he moved to the crates of cheese that were stacked nearby, and he placed them on top of one another beneath the air shaft, giving himself just enough of a boost to gain his first handhold. Once inside the shaft, the climbing would be easier since he could use both sides of the shaft to support himself. The fear of getting stuck in a section where the shaft was too narrow nearly made him abandon this course, but his decision was made.
"Only cowards and thieves sneak away beneath a shroud of darkness," came Jensen's voice from below. "I never believed you to be either of those things, yet here we are."
Nearly howling in frustration, Wendell cursed himself for whatever carelessness allowed Jensen to find him here.
"I could see it in your eyes, and I could hear it in your voice when we discussed the plans today. I knew from the way you held yourself that you had no intention of being here when those plans were put in place. You cannot hide things from me. Never could. Thought you would know that by now. So, if you are determined to leave, at least come down here and face me like a man."
With a final glance toward the sky, though he saw little in the darkness, Wendell lowered himself back to the crates, wondering if he would ever see Katrin, Chase, or Benjen again. The thoughts were nearly as painful as seeing the disappointment in his brother's eyes. As the trees grew thicker, the group moved slowly along a narrow game trail. The air vibrated with the percussive cadence of hammer locusts, and Katrin could feel their call thrumming through her. A mass of downed trees suddenly loomed before them, deteriorating beneath a bed of moss and lichen. Thorn bushes around the rotting mass created a formidable barrier.
"These trees are crumbling, so you'd better watch your footing,"
Benjen said. Katrin made the climb easily, stepping lightly across the slick limbs. Just as she gained solid ground, she saw the trunk beneath Osborne's boot collapse, and his leg was immersed in a writhing, humming black mass. Playing harmony to the hammer locusts, a growing cloud of angry hornets defended their nest. Engulfed by the storm, Osborne let out a cry and ran past Katrin, who sprinted after him. Burning stings on her neck and head spurred her to reckless speed, and she pumped her legs as fast as they would go. Each new pain drove her forward. Unable to distinguish hornet stings from the bites of thorns, she fled. Dark shapes darted around her, striking without mercy. Her head throbbed in time with the pounding of her pulse, and her vision deteriorated as her eyebrows swelled. A loud splash was the only warning she received before she hurtled through open air. Her brief flight ended as she struck water, which was deep enough to break her fall. She plunged under for an instant, but then her feet found bottom and she propelled herself back up. When she broke the surface, coughing and gasping, she was thankful no hornets awaited her. Her left eye was nearly closed, and the swelling in her neck made it difficult to turn her head. Osborne was thrashing on the far shore in obvious agony, his entire head swelling. A moment later, Benjen and the others plunged into the water. Katrin ran to Osborne, who had gone still. His eyes were mere slits, trapped between exaggerated folds of puffy flesh, and the flushed skin of his lips curled outward to contain it. His skin deepened from mottled red to purple, and his body occasionally twitched.
"Cut his shirt away from his throat,"
Benjen barked, approaching with his herbal kit.
"Pull his lips open and depress his tongue."
Katrin pried open Osborne's slack jaws and pressed his tongue down firmly with her fingers. Benjen pinched a generous portion of Celia's root, which he blew into Osborne's open mouth. Then he puffed the fine powder into Osborne's lungs, using his hands to seal the opening of their mouths. A fine cloud of powder escaped when Benjen pressed on Osborne's chest with his hands, causing Osborne to exhale. Then Benjen blew into Osborne's mouth again. When Osborne went into spasm and coughed, Katrin let out her breath, only then realizing she had been holding it. The boy was racked with violent fits of coughing, which left him gasping, and each new breath tickled his throat, causing him to cough harder. Only wheezing and vomiting separated his fits, but he was breathing. Chase had stings on his neck and arms, but the swelling was minor. Strom had been behind them and was untouched by the angry mass of hornets that had pursued the others. With Osborn out of immediate danger, Benjen mixed a large batch of sting remedy from several of his powders and some clean water. When he looked up from his work, Katrin saw that his bottom lip had been stung several times and was twice its normal size. She realized then how painful it must have been for him to blow into Osborn's mouth, and she marveled at his strength. Osborn's breathing gradually eased, but his eyes remained shut. Benjen told him to take shallow breaths until the tickle left his throat and leaned him against the tree. In time, the herbs took effect. His body relaxed, and though the swelling was not gone, it no longer seemed to be getting worse. Benjen prepared another mixture, which he said would help with the swelling, but they would have to swallow it. It was bitter and left a vile aftertaste. Osborn drank the mixture diluted with water, but he choked on it and suffered another coughing fit. Benjen's lip grew huge, but he kept working despite his obvious discomfort. When he checked their packs, he sighed. The others watched as he removed the smoked and salted goods that had gotten wet, and the pile of food he discarded was distressing to see after the work they had put into preparing it. They sat for a while and watched Osborn recover. He seemed to be having less trouble breathing, but his eyes were still shut. Katrin wanted to make for higher ground before they camped for the night, and she was trying to decide what to do when Benjen drew her aside.
"I don't think Osborn should walk any further today. I should go ahead and scout out a suitable campsite while the rest of you wait here. You all can rig a litter and attend to Osborn's needs while I'm gone. Agreed?"
She nodded.
"Good."
He got his bow and a quiver of arrows, set off at a rapid pace, and was soon lost from sight. Chase and Strom found saplings, while Katrin unpacked her leather groundcloth and made a hole near each corner, and several more along each side. She took a length of rope and unbraided it so she would have the 6 smaller lines she needed. She then lashed the groundcloth to the saplings to form a litter for Osborn.
"Sorry I took so long,"
Benjen said when he returned.
"I found a decent campsite and a fairly clear path there."
After lifting Osborn gently onto the litter, trying not to aggravate any of his injuries, they set off at a steady pace. Benjen and Katrin pushed bushes and saplings aside in narrow places, allowing room for the stretcher Chase and Strom were carrying. The land finally began to slope upward, and Benjen led them to the top of a hill shaded by an enormous tree. Under the tree waited a pile of firewood, pears, and a brace of rabbits, which explained why Benjen had been so long in returning. Katrin removed her groundcloth from the makeshift litter while Strom lit a fire, and Benjen dressed the rabbits. They made soup for Osborn because he was quite ill and might not tolerate solid food. The campsite was a good choice. The area shaded by the tree was soft and covered with spongy moss, making it far more comfortable than rough ground. Strom, the only one unscathed by the attack of hornets, looked around the fire and shook his head. Benjen had a very fat lip. Katrin's eye was swollen nearly shut. Chase had large lumps on the back of his neck, and Osborn was puffed up as if he were filled with water.
"You're a sorry-looking group, I have to tell you,"
he said, grinning, but within moments he began to shift where he sat. He grumbled as he stood and vigorously scratched the seat of his pants, apparently wishing he'd been more careful selecting leaves after relieving himself. Benjen shook his head and retrieved his ever-diminishing supply of herbs. He made a suitable mixture, poured it into Strom's hand, and gave him a water flask.
"You'll have to apply that yourself, my friend,"
he said, casting him a sidelong glance.
"You're on your own."
Master Jarvis hurried along the inner corridors, his mouth and nose still covered with a scented kerchief to mask the smell. No one was immune to the effects of the siege, though he no longer even considered this a siege. It was more like containment. The Jean were not trying to get in anymore. They just didn't want anyone to get out. Master Jarvis could not decide which was worse. The thought of Katrin in the hands of the Jean nearly made him sick. He'd taught her since she was a little girl, and she'd always been one of his favored students. The only thing that sickened him more was the thought of what Master Edling was trying to achieve. Some would say that Jarvis was seeing things that were not there, but he knew better. He'd known Edling for too long. Master Grodin had been swayed into moving the refugees into the audience halls, based on the premise that the people would feel more secure surrounded by their peers than if kept apart. It was a ruse, and Jarvis knew it. Though some people had expressed feelings of loneliness and a sense of being disconnected, he doubted any of them would consider being crammed into the audience halls an improvement. The fact that one of the special release bars used to trigger the cave-in mechanism was missing only solidified the reality in Master Jarvis's mind. When he finally reached Master Grodin's quarters, he was pleased to see the old man awake and alone. "May I trouble you?"
"Who's there? Is that you, young Jarvis?"
Master Grodin asked.
"There are some candied cherries in the dish there. Help yourself. I know how you like them. Then run along and be a good boy."
"Thank you, sir," Master Jarvis said, knowing that sometimes Master Grodin seemed to drift into the past, remembering a time when Jarvis was but a student of his. "The refugees have been moved into the audience halls."
"Yes, I know. They can all be together with their family and friends now. I wish I could do more for them. Maybe you could take them some candied cherries."
"Perhaps I will," Master Jarvis said. "I'm concerned about Master Edling's motivation. I suspect he had another reason for wanting the people moved."
"You and Edling must end this rivalry between you," Master Grodin said as he wagged his finger. "Wasn't it just last week I caught the two of you fighting in the storeroom?"
In truth, that had been nearly 30 years ago, but Jarvis knew better than to tell Master Grodin he was mistaken. Instead, he tried to nudge his aging mentor back into the present. "I'd feel more comfortable with the refugees in the audience halls if all of the cave-in release keys were accounted for. One is missing." Master Grodin turned sharply and chewed on his beard a moment before he responded.
"I suppose that leaves me only one course of action,"
he said, his eyes clearer than Jarvis had seen them in some time.
"Since Edling feels compelled to represent the refugees, then that is how it shall be. Let it be known that he and his must remain in the audience halls at all times, so that he can personally ensure the safety and well-being of his charges."
Jarvis left with a smile on his face, wondering how much of Master Grodin's condition was an act, and how much was the guise of a clever old man. Chapter 14. The bitter taste of betrayal can be purged only by fire. Emetery, slave. The next few days were long and miserable while they waited at the campsite to heal, taking time when they could to gather supplies. They were not in very good shape for hunting, so they settled for gathering fruits and nuts. The weather was clear and warm, and light breezes carried the many scents of summer. The comet was no longer visible in the night sky, and no new comets showed themselves. Katrin wondered if it had all been just a cosmic joke, the first comet really being the only comet. She could still feel a charge in the air, but she wondered if it was just a lingering effect from the first comet. "Do you think there'll be more comets?" she asked Benjen.
"Can't be certain, but I assume so. Legends say thousands of them crowd the night skies during the Istran noon, which should occur some 75 years from now. I'm guessing we'll see a gradual increase over time."
They had seen no further signs of soldiers, for which they were grateful, but the fact seemed to disturb Benjen. He was nervous, edgy, and constantly looking for signs of the Jeanne.
"I know there are more soldiers following us. I'm almost certain the man who died in the marsh wasn't alone, but I can't understand why they don't attack. They're more heavily armed than we are, and they have to know that. They know where we are, and they've had time to bring a larger force here,"
he said. "They may be heavily armed, but I bet none of them has ever changed the course of a river or knocked down the side of a mountain like I saw Katrin do," Strom said. His words sounded strange to Katrin, like something from a fireside story.
"But they knew they were coming here to face the Herald," Benjen replied. "They must have known she would have great power. I don't think they're totally reacting out of fear, although I do agree they have good reason to be cautious. I still think they must have some other reason for following us, but not attacking."
"Perhaps they're bringing more troops here to confront us," Chase said. "Maybe the train has just delayed them. We should remain watchful." "Maybe they don't need to attack us now because they already know where we're going," Osborne observed. "They're probably just waiting for us to walk into an ambush."
Benjen nodded and hesitated before he said, "You may be right, but I'm not sure. They may have other plans for us." Still, we'll need to be alert for signs of either ambush or pursuit.
Katrin spent a long day looking for fruits, nuts, and the herbs and spices they needed to replenish Benjamin's medicinal supplies. When she returned to camp, her companion seemed to be better, a great relief after days of misery. There was a strange look in her eyes as she approached. Strom stared at her so intently that she finally couldn't stand it any longer.
"What are you looking at?"
she asked Strom, more sharply than she'd intended.
"I'm looking at your necklace, Kat. It didn't look like that when you first showed it to us. It was all milky and dull. And now it's—"
Chase finished the sentence for him.
"It's just beautiful."
Katrin lifted the leather thong over her head and examined the carving, amazed by what she saw. The carved fish was now clear and almost lustrous. It caught the light and sent small prisms dancing around her. She ran her finger across it and found the surface smooth where it had seemed rough and porous before. Trying to find a reasonable explanation for the transformation of the small carving, she wondered if it had just been dirty and in need of cleaning. She tried to remember exactly how it had looked when she had first found it. It had seemed almost as if it were dried out rather than dirty.
"Maybe your swim cleaned it off,"
Chase said, which made better sense than anything else she had come up with. But Katrin wasn't so sure. She tried to put it from her mind, but in its place came anxious thoughts of Istra. Somehow, the light of a comet, or a goddess, depending on how she chose to perceive it, gave Katrin access to powers of which she had no knowledge or aptitude. Through some unknown process, she knew she could gather the comet's energy and release it in devastating ways, but she didn't know how to control it. Only when her life was in danger did she even seem to have full access to it. Most of the time it was a distant dream, tickling her senses, then receding too fast to pursue. She needed to know how to use the energy without hurting anyone. If she did not learn to control her outbursts, it might kill her and everyone around her. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and it put Katrin on edge. Her mind whirled with questions and only a handful of answers, and those answers only spawned more questions. Trying to calm herself, she sat down and closed her eyes. Fears and anxieties cluttered her mind and prevented coherent thought.
"Are you all right, little miss?"
Benjamin asked.
"I have too many thoughts in my head to concentrate on anything, because other thoughts keep pushing themselves into my mind. It's frustrating, and I don't like it at all."
"I understand,"
he said with a slight nod of his head.
"Let me try to help. There are many techniques you can use to quiet your mind and get a clearer view. Would you like me to teach you some of what I know?"
"Yes, please. Would you?"
Benjamin told them all to sit in a circle around the fire, directing Katrin to sit directly across from him. Sitting with his legs crossed and his arms relaxed, he put his hands on his knees, palms facing up. The others followed his example.
"Close your eyes and concentrate on slow, steady breaths to the count of 7. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Keep your eyes closed and relax your muscles," he said, watching them. "You need to relax a bit more, little miss. You're as rigid as stone. On every exhale, concentrate on your muscles becoming looser."
Katrin tried to calm herself, but the harder she tried, the more tense she became, and she grew angry with herself for not being able even to relax properly. How could she ever hope to control her power if she could not even control her own state of mind? Realizing her fists were tightly clenched, she opened her eyes with a frustrated sigh. The others still had their eyes closed and looked relaxed. Benjamin's eyes met hers.
"Perhaps we should try another technique that can be useful when your mind refuses to be quiet. When our heads are full of thoughts, it can be nearly impossible to suppress them. It's often better to deal with each thought individually as they come to you. Not all of them are pleasant, but we have to learn to accept them. They are a part of us. We should deal with them and try to understand them, but at the very least, we should accept them. I want to teach you an ancient exercise. First, close your eyes and begin your breathing again. When a thought comes to you, grab onto it and accept it. Recognize it as your own and try to understand why you are thinking it. Picture it as a small ball of energy. Hold your hands out and cup that energy with your palms. Examine the energy and analyze it until you come to know it. When you are comfortable thinking about it, take a deep breath, and when you exhale, Release that energy into the universe. Your thoughts are your own, but your pain and suffering can be eased when you let the universe help, and your joy and happiness can be shared with the whole of existence. Your hope can go to every part of creation. By sending out your thoughts, you will feel less alone with your feelings. You can help others find their happiness, and you will receive help dealing with your troubles. Katrin was surprised by his philosophical words. She had never heard him speak that way, even in his previous lessons about meditation. She tried to concentrate on taking his advice rather than analyzing it, but concentrating was a challenge. Breathing deeply, searching for calm within the violent storm of her thoughts and emotions, she became detached from the world, transported to a place of her own making that was comforting yet unfamiliar. Letting the thoughts swirl around her for a moment, she tried to find her center and braced herself for the onslaught. A feeling of anger and betrayal flashed into her consciousness. It was hot and painful, and further images of anguish and pain came to the fore. She remembered the townie's abuse of her and her friends. Visions of the attack on Osborne played through her mind. Then her dreamlike vision moved on to another scene, the townspeople challenging her father and accusing her of being a witch. Images of the invading army hammered her until she almost lost her focus. After a deep breath, she accepted the anger that was part of her. Releasing the thought as she exhaled, she blew it away from her. While floating between thoughts for a moment, she was surprised by the lull in the maelstrom of her consciousness. She felt a great release from the thought she had accepted. She chose to persist, believing she was ready for her next thought. It did not take long before it drifted in from somewhere in the back of her mind. This was a warm, comforting image, however, and it felt secure and safe. She realized that thought was Benjen. She envisioned him with his salt and pepper beard, his long black hair with streaks of gray pulled back with a leather thong. She saw his strong features and muscular build. Pouring herself into the meditation, she concentrated on that thought, building it up for a huge release. She felt great gratitude to Benjen for protecting her, for being her friend and mentor, and for caring so much for her. She let the thought expand to include all those around her, then to all those she had left behind. To all who had ever been kind to her, she sent out this thought as a gift of thanks. With her next exhale, she let it pour from her. Katrin floated blissfully above her consciousness, having experienced a massive, gratifying, and unexplainably beautiful release of tension. "Your minds have become very quiet now,"
Benjen said in a low and rhythmic voice, hardly more than a whisper.
"Focus your consciousness. I want you to picture a strawberry. Focus on the details rather than the whole. Envision the colors and textures. Picture the seeds and leaves until every detail is complete."
Katrin heard his words somewhere in her mind, and she tried to comply. She began to visualize the strawberry, and soon she tasted the sweetness of the freshly picked fruit, strawberry jam, and strawberry rhubarb pie. All her memories of strawberries permeated the thought, but she was brought out of her meditation by the sound of Chase laughing and talking excitedly.
"That was great! I'm telling you, I could actually taste strawberries.
And strawberry jam," Osborne added.
"I tasted pie,"
Strom said with a grin.
"Hey, Kat, do you remember the time you tried to shove strawberries up my nose?"
Chase asked, and Katrin laughed. She'd been thinking about the same thing.
"Did any of you experience anything else?"
Benjen asked.
"When we first started, I felt angry,"
Osborne said.
"I remembered the way I was attacked and the way Katrin was treated. I felt a lot like that, too,"
Chase said.
"But then I got to thinking about how Benjen has protected us and kept us safe, and then I felt like I was a protector, too."
"Me too," Strom added, and Osborne nodded. Katrin sat back, wondering if it was all coincidence. Could they all have been thinking the exact same things? Benjen met her eyes.
"I didn't want to say anything without some confirmation, but Katrin's powers are beginning to manifest in different ways," he said. "During your meditation, I could actually see the energy above Katrin's palms. It's difficult to describe. It shifted and moved, but I got a general sense of what she was thinking.
It seems she was able to influence our thoughts.
She can control people's minds?
Osborne asked, his face pale.
I don't think she has any control over our thoughts or any way to read them. It does seem, however, that she can project her emotions to those around her,
Benjen said.
I didn't try to make you think those things, Katrin objected. Those were the things I was thinking about, but I just concentrated real hard on them. That's all. I wasn't trying to influence your thoughts, honest. Her voice was practically pleading now. And I'd never try to read your minds. Sometimes I can sense people's emotions, but I don't even do that intentionally.
We know you wouldn't do anything like that on purpose, Chase said. You should guard your thoughts more closely from now on, though. Try not to concentrate that hard on anything you want kept secret.
Well said,
Benjen said.
I need to see this for myself, Katrin said. I'm going to try to do it again.
Benjen did not discourage her, and the others looked as if they wanted to see it, so she took a deep breath and centered herself. The excitement made the meditation as difficult as her previous frustration had, but she closed her eyes and concentrated. This was important. This was an opportunity to learn something about her powers, a chance to take control of her life. Hope, excitement, and curiosity were predominant in her thoughts, and she focused on them.
Look now,
Chase whispered. It nearly cost Katrin her concentration, and she kept her eyes closed until she regained her focus. Slowly, she opened them. The light was almost blinding, but soon she could see a ball of energy floating above her cupped palms. Like a shimmering jewel with countless facets, it was exquisite. It spun and danced in her hands, constantly changing. The more excited and fascinated she became, the larger and brighter it grew. When she could no longer contain it, she tossed it into the night sky, where it burst into a cloud of twinkling lights no larger than grains of sand. They dimmed and disappeared before reaching the ground, but the air was charged with excitement.
That was amazing,
Chase said.
I'd have to agree,
Benjen added. Katrin's mind raced with possibilities and questions. What else could she do with her powers? What other abilities might she stumble on? The thoughts were as terrifying as they were exhilarating. Even after she retired to her bedroll, she lay staring up at the stars, hoping whatever power she found next would not destroy anything or kill anyone. Chapter 15. Bonds of blood are sacred and immutable. King Venice of the Elzics. Katrin woke during the night and decided to relieve Benjen from his watch. She figured it would be best if he were the one rested for the next part of their journey. Pulling her coverlet around her shoulders, she wandered past the glowing coals of the fire. She found Chase in Benjen's stead. He smiled at her.
Couldn't sleep? I slept great, actually. I just woke up for some reason. Not sure why. How long ago did you relieve Benjen?
Not long ago. I'm awake and alert. I'll take the rest of the watch. Get some more sleep. You'll probably need it,
he said. Katrin was glad to take him up on this advice. Her sleeping spot had gone cold, and she shivered, but soon she slept again. Chase woke them during the false dawn. Katrin felt she had closed her eyes only moments before, and they were still clouded with sleep. Their routine well practiced, they broke camp in record time, and Katrin slowly recovered from her disorientation. Wanting to cover as much ground as possible while the air was still cool, they set off without delay. Katrin set a moderate pace for Osborne's sake, since he was still experiencing headaches and shortness of breath. His condition troubled her, but they had to keep moving. Benjen did what he could to ease Osborne's afflictions using the few medicinal herbs he still had left, and Katrin hoped it would be enough. The broad valley morphed into rolling hills, and as they crested a steep rise, Katrin caught sight of what lay ahead. The rising sun cast a myriad of colors across the sky and the desert below. The horizon was a lush canvas of texture and color, pastels and blush highlighted with hues of violet. Waves of sand appeared almost fluid, lapping against a meandering shoreline. The relative flatness stretched into the distance, the horizon broken only by distant, shadowy mountains. The sheer size and deceptive beauty of the desert cast an intimidating pall on those who viewed it. Katrin had never been away from the mountains before. Realizing the feeling of security they had always given her, she was glad they would follow the mountains for much of their journey.
"Do not let its beauty fool you," Benjen said. "The desert is deadly. We'll be skirting it for some time, and though the mountains will give us some cover and possible storm shelter, we won't be immune to its dangers. Keep watch on the horizons, and be alert for storms or large clouds of dust."
At the mouth of the valley, they turned north, following the narrow band of lightly forested grasslands that huddled between stone and sand like an emerald river. The air above the desert shimmered in the heat of the morning sun, and they moved along in relative silence to conserve their energy. They drank sparingly from their flasks, knowing they could run out before they escaped this arid landscape. Katrin let Benjen lead and found herself walking in a trance, part of her mind watching where she was going, but another part deep in thought. She tried the technique of clearing her mind that Benjen taught her, but she could not focus, and she wandered from thought to thought seemingly at random. The deluge of thoughts flowed past her consciousness, and she let them skirt her awareness, creating an odd transitional state of mind. She became aware of a curious hum, like background noise in her head, a buzzing that seemed to be just behind her ears. She tried to focus on it, but it stayed at the edge of her senses, elusive and indefinable. Taking a different approach, she tried to specifically not think about it and concentrate on something else. No matter how hard she tried to ignore it, though, the humming crept along the edges of her senses, tickling her awareness. She tried to evoke powerful memories and the emotions they brought, hoping to overpower the distraction. She called up the vivid memory of her first kiss, and the buzzing pounded into her thoughts. Grasping it with her mind, she latched onto it with all the focus she could muster. Her body thrummed in the powerful chorus, a lilting melody that ebbed to a mere whisper only to resound again insistently. Concentrating on hearing alone seemed insufficient to perceive the energy, and she split her focus to include the vibrations she felt. At this point, she began to experience it in a completely new way. The energy took shape and form, though its form continuously shifted like the surface of a lake. Fragrances overlaid her other senses, and even the taste of the air colored her mental imagery. After tripping on a gnarled tree root, Katrin caught herself on the trunk. Her palm slammed into the bark, and she was overwhelmed by her impression of the tree. Vitality and strength flowed through the physical bond like a torrent of life. The tree exuded ancient wisdom and lack of cares. It existed simply, and simply existed. It did no right or wrong, made no mistakes, had no opinions. It was beyond reproach and indifferent to criticism. Katrin was comforted by its energy, and felt a gentle calm wash over her. Chase stumbled into her back, jarring her from her mental state.
"Sorry, Kat. I didn't realize you stopped."
"My fault. I wasn't watching where I was going," she explained, not wanting to discuss her experience until she understood it better. After her shocking contact with the tree, Katrin had a better idea of what to expect and how to interpret what she felt, and she began to sort through her perceptions of the various energies around her. Everything she saw had its own pattern, its own unique energy. Her companions, the trees, grass, mountains, and especially the desert. She was surprised to find so much life energy within the desolation of the desert. Her senses skated along the sands. She didn't know what all the energies were, but she knew they existed. The auras surrounding her companions were storms of emotional energy, which gave her a strong sense of their moods. She had always been sensitive to people's feelings, and tried always to ascertain people's mental states in order to understand them. Posture, stance, and movements were all indicators, but none had ever given her such clear insight as she had now. Oddly, her new sense felt completely natural, as if it had always been a part of her, latent, waiting to be recognized and used. But it was also a burden. It made the fear and anxiety surrounding her companions almost palpable and impossible to ignore. Devoid of any means to assuage their fears, she simply accepted them and let them be. A vibrant burst of energy off to her right caught her attention. It burned with life. She used her eyes to identify the source, and saw an emerald hummingbird visiting the flower of a trumpet vine. As if sensing her scrutiny, it flew in front of her face and hovered there. After a brief moment it chirped, backed up, and darted into the azure sky. Katrin's impression of the hummingbird, vibrant and alive, stayed with her, its bold curiosity refreshing. The more she used her new life sense, the easier and more natural it became. She found that, after a while, she could sense it without focusing on it, though it was most intense when she concentrated, just as she could hear without consciously listening. New sensations invigorated her, as if feeling a cool breeze on her face for the first time, and she was exuberant. Another small life force moved nearby, and she was surprised to see a honeybee. It did not seem angry or aggressive, as she had always perceived stinging insects. It was just going about the business of being a honeybee. There was an abundance of life in the soil itself, including things too small to be seen. Katrin saw the ways death served to feed life. Deciduous trees shed leaves, which fell to the ground and decomposed. Organisms that used the decaying leaves as food aided the decomposition. Their waste and the decayed matter became soil, which, in turn, nourished the trees and plants. Katrin had never recognized the chain of life as a varying cycle of composition and decomposition before, and such realizations were rapidly changing her perception of the world around her. Nature, in all its majesty and glory, was beginning to be revealed to Katrin through senses she had not been aware of before. For the first time, she saw the ecosystem as a unit, and saw how each part of the system contributed to the whole. Without any one component, life could fail. Predators could not exist without prey, and herbivores would die without plants, and plants would shrivel without materials provided by the death and defecation of animals. When she considered how many factors had to be in place for life to endure, she was amazed it existed at all, and yet it flourished, even in the harshest of environments. Simply astounding. Involved in her thoughts, Katrin was surprised when Benjamin selected a place to camp. Most of the day's hike was a blur to her, and she had to reorient herself with the landscape. The mountains cast long shadows over the grassland as the sun set. The air cooled quickly, and it was almost chilly by twilight. The campsite Benjamin selected backed up against the rock face. Although a few trees dotted the area, they were weathered and twisted. It was not much cover, but it was certainly better than the open desert.
"I've been thinking about what Osborne said about an ambush," Benjamin said as they ate. "If there's a trap, I think it would be best to spring it without Katrin with us," he continued. "There shouldn't be many places for the Jean to hide near the cove, and if I make it that far without seeing anyone—"
Katrin cut in. "So, your plan is to go into an ambush, alone, without me?"
"Now, Katrin, please understand, it's to protect you," he began, but Katrin silenced him with a look. He clamped his mouth shut, his eyes down, and waited silently. Katrin knew she was being unreasonable, but the thought of him walking into an ambush was horrifying. Some other option must exist, one without Benjamin as bait. No one spoke until Benjamin drew a breath, but Katrin cut him short again.
"You'll think of another plan," she said with a sharp nod. "Our only recourse cannot be a suicide mission for any of us. I will not accept that."
"Why, yes, of course. There must be a better way," Benjamin replied without looking at her.
Katrin looked out into the night, terrified by the thought of being without Benjamin. He made her feel safe. Without looking at the others, she went to her bedroll. She knew her anger was driven by fear, and that was the only way she could hide it.
"Now what do we do?"
Chase asked once it appeared Katrin was truly asleep.
"For now, we just have to keep moving toward the cove," Benjamin said. "We have few other options."
"Maybe you and I should leave now and scout the way,"
Chase said.
"I don't like that idea at all,"
Strom said.
"There has to be something we can do,"
Chase insisted, his own desperation driven by fear. Survival almost seemed too much to hope for, given the circumstances.
"When we get closer," Benjamin said, "we can sneak away to spring the trap. We'll speak of it no more until then. Katrin won't like it, but it's what's best for her."
"And what then?"
Strom asked, anger clear in his voice.
"You go off and spring the trap and die, and what happens then? Katrin, Osborne, and I go off and fight the world? Kat's right. You're both being idiots. Should we run through the desert to see if it's hot? No."
He paused a moment to return the stares currently aimed at him. When we get close, we watch and we wait. If we're clever enough, we'll see some sign of activity before they see us. I'm not sure what we do from there, but that's a far cry better than running in there and jumping around like a couple of idiots with torches and getting yourself skewered." There was a long moment of silence when Strom finished speaking. He crossed his arms and dared anyone to challenge him.
"Nobody said we were going to go running in there,"
Chase said, slightly downcast. Strom glared at him.
"Especially not jumping around with torches,"
Benjen added.
Chapter 16.
This life is but a brief tenure, one of many perspectives a spirit must experience in the quest for eternity. Sadi Jah, philosopher. The clear skies and cool air would have been perfect for hiking, but they were accompanied by gusting winds. Funneled closer to the sands by the narrowing grassland, Katrin and her companions were relentlessly pelted with stinging sand. They held pieces of clothing over their faces, but their eyes still suffered.
"Be watchful for water. We need to replenish our supply as often as we can,"
Benjen said. They saw troughs left by a previous deluge, but no water. Katrin mentally explored the landscape as they traveled, hoping to find a spring, but the only water she sensed was deep beneath the sand.
"Do you see that dark column of rock? Is that a waterfall?"
Strom asked.
"If it is, it's awfully small,"
Chase said. Katrin cast her senses toward where Strom indicated, hoping she would detect water. She tried not to be upset when she found nothing, but she realized she had truly expected to be successful. Determined to make a thorough examination, she tried running her senses across the distant soil from another angle. Her spirits soared when she felt the slightest pressure of resistance. Focusing on that place, she sensed a very small amount of water, but water it was.
"You are both correct. It is a small waterfall,"
Katrin said, and despite some sideways glances, they began walking toward the waterfall. As they approached, the land rose at odd angles and was difficult to traverse. Loose rock and scree made matters worse. A small flow of water trickled down the rock face, a shallow pool at its base. The water was cool and clean, and they refilled their empty flasks. They tried to wash themselves in the small basin, but the results were only cursory. The murmuring water gave an air of tranquility. A tall tree provided shade, and moss grew thick over the rocks surrounding the basin. It would have been idyllic to stay there, but they knew they had to move on. Despite efforts to find anything edible, they had not found a morsel since leaving the valley. They were running out, thanks to the dunking most of their food had taken, and needed to find something soon. As they departed, the wind died down, making the rest of the day's hike bearable. The northern coast loomed in the distance like the edge of the world. Trees and vegetation became sparse, and gouts of dust rose from their boots with each step. They continued on, well after sunset, despite their weariness. The nearly full moon in a clear sky provided ample light, and the air became cooler, almost comfortable. Katrin was still wary of seeing more comets. She yearned for the exhilaration of their energy, yet feared the consequences. An abrupt turn in the mountains and the rush of the pounding surf signaled their destination, and the exhausted group made camp in a stupor. In the morning they would turn east, marking another milestone in Katrin's mind. Another step completed, and another step closer to safety. At least that was their goal. They ate a little that night, trying to conserve what they had. The next few days were long and uncomfortable. They found no game and no water, though Benjen did find some edible roots and a couple of rare herbs.
"Beware the cactuses,"
he warned as the plants became so numerous they were nearly unavoidable.
"Those with fine hair-like spines can be worse than those that look more intimidating. Stay alert, and avoid them if possible."
The next day they picked their way along the coastline, and the mountains dwindled to the hills. In a few places, as the terrain allowed, deep blue waters could be seen in the distance. Those waters were surrounded by a barrier reef, and were said to be littered with rock outcroppings and extensions of the reef just beneath the surface. Strom stopped abruptly, startling the rest of the group.
"I saw a bright flash of light. Over there,"
he said, pointing into the distance behind them. They watched for a few moments, but saw no more flashes or signs of movement.
"You most likely saw one of two things: a soldier's gear reflecting light, or a mirror being used to send a message,"
Benjen said.
Do you see that cloud of dust?
Chase asked, pointing into the desert. It appeared out of place. It did not look like a funnel cloud, and seemed too narrow and isolated to be caused by wind. Benjen shaded his eyes and gazed into the distance.
Take cover, now,
he ordered.
There is no cover,
Strom observed darkly, but his voice shook with panic. All that dotted the landscape were small bushes and a few straggly trees, and a mass of riders was thundering straight for them, leaving little doubt they had already been seen.
Boil them,
Benjen swore.
Draw your weapons and guard each other's backs. If we must die this day, then let's go down with a fight.
Belt knives and short swords seemed like a pitiful defense, but Katrin committed herself. She considered stringing her bow, but she knew it would do her little good in close quarters. Her hands shook, and her heart pounded. She had never been so terrified. The roiling dust cloud grew closer, and she imagined hundreds of soldiers bearing down on them, intent on her destruction.
Let them come,
Strom said through gritted teeth.
I'm tired of running and hiding. Let this be done now.
They stood grimly, determined to face this enemy. Katrin's instincts shouted that they should find some hole to hide in, but she knew they would be found. The shimmering air obscured the riders even as they came into full view, and they slowed gradually as they approached. They used no reins, which was foreign to Katrin. She saw, though, it was so each rider could carry spears, crossbows, and slings. The horsemen were at ease in the desert environment. They expressed no hostile action, but neither did they appear overtly friendly. They just moved forward with the confidence of those who know their land and their horses. Lean and muscular, their mounts' coats were lustrous, and their manes thick. Even their fetlocks bore long, thick hair that draped over their hooves.
The tribes of Argast approach,
Benjen said.
Sheathe your weapons and hold your ground. Don't do or say anything unless I tell you. It's said they'll generally only attack if you insist upon crossing the desert.
The riders slowed their horses some 50 paces away. Katrin estimated more than 100 horsemen spread before her, and she studied them, needing to understand this new adversary. There were several distinct variations in their clothing and saddles. The differences were subtle, almost imperceptible. One group had thin, dark sashes across their chests. Another group was distinguished by the braided manes and tails of their horses, and yet another by tattoos branded on their horses' withers. Only the occasional rattle of a harness broke the silence, and the riders made no attempt to communicate, seeming content to wait. Katrin glanced at Benjen, who stood patiently. She could see no sign of emotion on his face, but she could feel the anxiety of his energy, and marveled that he could hide his emotions so well. 7 horsemen broke free of the line and walked their horses forward at a measured and deliberate pace. 6 of them wore the same style she had noticed, but the 7th rider was different. He rode clumsily and bore only a tall, iron-shod staff. His horse was tethered to the horse of the leading rider, and he appeared to be struggling to remove his headgear. They were close when he finally got the headgear off, exposing his frayed hair and wide, blinking eyes. Katrin drew a sharp breath when she saw Nat. He smiled sadly and waved as he approached. When the horsemen stopped, they dismounted gracefully, except for Nat, who nearly fell out of the strange saddle. The Argast gave a signal, and their horses backed away. An equally subtle command sent the horses to their knees.
"What do we do?"
Katrin whispered to Benjen.
"You and I will approach them. The rest of you stay here," he said.
Katrin felt her face flush, and her anxiety rose to a new level, but she would show no fear. She and Benjen approached the Argast, but remained silent. The still hooded man next to Nat stepped forward and spoke in halting words.
"We leaders of Argast tribes, I, Vertuk, of Viper tribe, speak for all tribes. This man say you herald of Istra,"
he said, nodding toward Nat, who looked terrified.
"True?"
Benjen nodded his head slightly.
"Yes, it is true,"
Katrin answered. Nat seemed relieved, but said nothing. The tribesmen considered her answer and spoke harshly among themselves. As Katrin turned her head to check on the others, her eyes swept along the horizon, and she saw a light flashing in what appeared to be a pattern.
"The Jean,"
she whispered to Benjen, and he nodded again. She turned her attention back to the tribal leaders. Their conversation had grown more animated, and hushed tones gave way to angry shouts. Knowing the Jean's arrival could lead to a bloodbath, Benjen stepped forward.
"Gracious tribal leaders, I beg your pardon, but I fear dire happenings." "Who you?"
Vertuk asked.
"Benjen, guardian of the Herald."
"Speak," Vertuk said after a moment.
"Enemy soldiers follow us. They are signaling each other. We will all be attacked if we stay here,"
Benjen said with a slight bow. Vertuk turned to the others, and his words led to more shouting. He turned back to Benjen.
"Soldiers follow this one too,"
he said, nodding to Nat.
"But we take care of them. We no fear soldiers, but we'll take you to safe place."
He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled a long, high-pitched note. Several horsemen broke away from the line and brought 5 riderless horses forward. Vertuk pointed to Chase and the others and waved for them to come forward. The approaching horsemen dismounted and presented headgear to each of them. A major difference between these headgears and the ones worn by the tribesmen were that they bore no eye slits, and they would not be able to see where they were led. Each of her party was paired with a tribal leader, their horses tethered to those of their custodians. The tribesmen waited for the others to put on their headgears, then helped them onto the horses. The headgear was suffocating, and being unable to see left Katrin disoriented and queasy. A sudden cry broke the air, and the horses whipped around, moving off at a fast trot. Holding on to the horse's mane, she tried to synchronize her movements with his, but it was difficult without her sight and what seemed an erratic path, but she let her other senses guide her. Through their physical bond, she made contact with the horse. She felt an overwhelming sense of power and endurance, but mostly loyalty. When she dug deeper, though, she could not help but sense the overwhelming sadness. This horse would carry her to the end of the world if he was asked, but the one to whom his loyalty belonged was gone. A feeling of separation and loss washed over Katrin as her mount projected his mourning. Tears soaked her cheeks and the inside of her headgear. Her nose became congested and breathing became even more difficult. By the time they finally stopped, Katrin was exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally. A muffled voice told them to remove their headgears, and she wrestled it from her head. Her sweat-soaked hair clung to her scalp, and even the warm breeze felt cool on her face. She gulped air as if she had been suffocating. Leaning against her mount, she felt as if he were leaning equally on her, as if bearing her here had brought some purpose to his life. It shocked her to sense his gratitude, and she was trying to let the noble animal know she felt the same when she noticed Vertuk watching her. He approached, pulled his flask from his belt, and handed it to Katrin. She nodded her thanks and drank. The liquid had a tingling sweetness that was warm going down, even though the liquid was relatively cool. She wondered for a brief moment how he kept it so cool, then handed the flask back to him.
"You feel better now,"
he said roughly. She thanked him, and realized her eyes had adjusted to the fading light. She was surprised to find herself in the mountains, but these were not like the mountains of her home. They looked more like enormous piles of clay that soared high into the sky, taller than any she had seen before. They formed an almost complete ring around the small valley, and it was cool in their shade. The tribesmen attended their horses, removing saddles and scraping sweat. They used large leather bags to water the horses. It took Katrin a moment to locate Benjen and the others, and she was relieved to see them unharmed. When she found Nat, he was limping toward her, leaning heavily on his staff. The ride had been rough on him as well. As Katrin strode forward to meet him, no one moved to stop her. She walked past many tribesmen, who paid her little mind, seeming to be utterly consumed with tending to their mounts. The leaders, though, were gathered in a tight circle, obviously involved in another heated argument. When she reached Nat, he spoke out of the side of his mouth.
"We have much to discuss, but I can't speak freely,"
he said just above a whisper, and at the same moment the tribal leaders separated. Vertuk glared at Nat, and he moved away quickly.
"Calm and confident, little miss,"
Benjen whispered as the leaders approached. Katrin tried to appear composed, despite her anxiety. Vertuk swaggered up to them.
"You, Katrin Volker, claim to be Herald of Istra, yes?"
"Yes," Katrin replied, wondering why they would ask her again.
"Prove it,"
he said simply. Chapter 17. That which is not broken can be made better. Ivan Jarveski, inventor. Frozen in place, Katrin was terrified that trying to prove her powers and failing would mean their deaths. Even success would be fraught with danger.
"Do your thought isolation meditation, now,"
Benjen said to her, even as Vertuk's glare demanded his silence. She wasn't certain she could do it, but she had no better ideas. She sat on the ground, cupped her hands, and closed her eyes. Her mind was hammered with intense thoughts too fleeting to grab onto. She focused on her frustration, squeezed her eyes shut, and ignored everything else. The gasp from a tribesman distracted her, and she channeled it into annoyance, letting it feed her anger. She forced her mind to be consumed by a raging tirade that included a litany of irritants and annoyances. Each grievance was slammed into that thought. While some part of her cautioned against such anger in a meditative state, she slammed that thought inside too, and let it feed the rest. She had no choice but to give this effort all she had. When her energy reached its apex, Katrin could find only an angry haze of emotions. She raised her cupped hands slightly and threw them out wide. Concentrating on a second, more positive thought, she slammed her hands together, smashing the accumulated mass of negative energy with a positive charge. A blast of hot air rolled away from her, and booming echoes resounded. Katrin opened her eyes to see what she had wrought. Benjen had sat down heavily, looking as if he had been assaulted. The others looked as if they had been struck by an enormous hand, so dumbstruck were their expressions. The leaders once again convened in a circle, and the meeting almost instantly transformed into a brawl. Men quickly separated those who fought, and soon they were back to their heated argument. Several more scuffles erupted, and Katrin waited in silence for the madness to play itself out. No one said anything, lest the enraged group turn on them. The fighting reached a crescendo, and it seemed all of the tribal leaders were involved. An elderly man advanced toward the writhing mass, shouting, waving his arms, and pointing at the men. Katrin did not know what he said, but his words seemed to demand order. The brawlers removed their headgears and began to treat their wounds. Vertuk's nose was bloodied, and he began to stuff small bits of cloth up his nose to staunch the bleeding. The old man lectured the leaders while they dressed their wounds, and it was plain that he shamed them. When the meeting reconvened, it did so in a much more subdued fashion. After what seemed an interminable time, they appeared to come to some conclusion, and they turned to face Katrin. Vertuk stepped forward.
"We not believe you."
"Proof not enough," he said, having difficulty speaking with his nose plugged. Katrin heard his words and felt a cold, sinking feeling in her stomach. This was not going well at all, she thought. A gnat-stricken look confirmed her fear.
"One more chance. You show big power."
He waved his arms out wide.
"Or all die for trying to fool Argast,"
Vertuk said. Katrin moved in front of each tribal leader and looked each one in the eyes. She measured them individually, and many became offended and enraged. One man had to be restrained by his tribesmen, but Katrin did not flinch. These men were threatening to kill her and her companions, and she had nothing to lose. She strode slowly back to the center of the group and addressed everyone in the valley. "The tribes of Argast have assaulted the Herald of Istra and her guardians. They have asked for proof of the Herald's power, and they have found her demonstration insufficient. Now I will show the tribes of Argast the true power of the Herald at their own peril. Power is a dangerous thing, and to see it is to be threatened by it. Once unleashed, fate will choose its targets. I have tried to spare you, but you leave me no choice. I must put us all at risk. You have made your decision. So be it." Her words echoed and hung ominously over the valley. Not waiting for a response, she strode straight to Nat and looked him in the eye. His fear was showing. "May I have your staff?"
"I can deny you nothing, Lady Katrin,"
he said loudly and bowed, presenting his staff. She accepted it, and it felt good in her hands, lighter than it appeared. The iron-shod tip somehow balanced the strange staff, and she could feel its strength, as if it had power of its own. The wood was smooth and highly polished, but was not slippery or oily. She hefted it with a determined smile and turned to her companions. "Guardians of the Herald,
I call you to duty. Please assist me while I satisfy the curiosity of the mighty Argas tribes."
Benjen winced as a few men reacted to her comment. He and her friends stood before her, awaiting her command. She was not surprised that Nat joined the group, but when Vertuk stepped up, it gave her heart. While the tribes had been fighting, Katrin had been scanning her surroundings for energy. The mountains revealed nothing to aid her, except a small clue: water. She guessed heavy rains fell there occasionally, and when they did, the runoff would have to go somewhere. She looked at the sand, sensing the surface, then delving beneath it. The sand was not very deep in the valley, and in some places it was only a couple of feet deep. Under the loose sand, a layer of compressed sand formed brittle sandstone. Not far beneath the sandstone she sensed a layer of bedrock. When she cast her senses deeper, through the bedrock, she found water. Her father had taught her about artesian basins, and she remembered her lessons well. This valley had all the criteria. Rainwater drained from the mountains and into the basin, where it fed an underground aquifer. Layers of rock that rose higher into the mountains also collected and held runoff. Water was trapped below an impermeable layer of bedrock and, subsequently, was under intense pressure. Trusting her instincts, she scanned the bedrock for thin spots and found her target at the back of the valley, a short walk from where she stood. Asking her guardians to follow her, she strode confidently toward that spot. The valley floor sloped downward, and the sand was a shade darker in the area Katrin selected. She stood atop the spot, closed her eyes, and reached into the sand with her senses, trying to be fully focused. Her mind pierced the bedrock and felt the intense repulsion of the water. Moments passed while she considered her options. The lives of many depended on her decision, and she did not want to make it in haste.
"What do you want us to do, Katrin?"
Chase asked.
"I think they're losing patience. I want you to dig." "Oh, for the love of everything good and right in this world, not the digging thing again,"
Strom said, and Chase smacked him on the back of the head.
"We'll do what you say, Katrin,"
Chase said.
"Just tell us."
"Dig a hole here, please. Make it as deep as you can,"
she replied, leaning on Nat's staff while the others dug. She needed to conserve her energy for the task ahead, although she was not certain she could do anything. The energy the comet had spilled into her world was fading like a scent on a breeze, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to detect its energy, let alone harness it. Her senses seemed to have dulled in the time since the comet was last seen in the sky, and she wondered if she could get those sensations back, but she put the thought from her mind and concentrated on what she must do. Her guardians made good progress, and the hole was already quite deep. Chase stood in the hole, and only his head and shoulders were above ground level. The initial dig had been relatively easy, allowing them to use their hands as shovels, but when they reached the layer of sandstone, they had trouble going deeper. They used everything they had to break up the brittle sandstone, and they removed it in large chunks. Katrin desperately hoped the tribesmen would have enough patience to let them finish, and as the last of the sandstone layer was cleared from a small area, she saw the bedrock. Running her senses over it, looking for the thinnest point, she found a likely spot, but it was close to the edge of their hole.
"Clear that area, please,"
she said, and they quickly removed the sandstone.
"I need to finish this,"
she said. Benjen helped her into the hole and handed Nat's staff to her. With a deep breath, she gathered all the energy she could pull from the night air. The moon was bright above the mountains, but she felt little energy from it. She mustered what she could and drove the staff into the bedrock with all her strength. The staff struck stone and rang a sharp discord through the valley. Sparks flew, and a few small chips broke away, but her blow had done little damage. Her next blow struck with such force she felt the staff flex in her grasp, and she feared it might snap in two. She paused to catch her breath, and looked up at the concern in her guardians' faces. The crushing weight of responsibility threatened to smother her, and she could almost feel the walls of the hole closing in around her. Struggling to stay calm, she reached into the rock, looking for any imperfection, any flaw she could exploit. Close to the surface she found an almost imperceptible hairline crack, and her hope soared. She concentrated on the crack and focused on her target point. She hefted the staff and struck the bedrock hard, large chunks of stone shattering among the sparks. There was a long way to go, but she had made some progress.
"You best hurry, Katrin. The tribes are growing hostile,"
Benjen said. As she leaned down to look closely at the rock, her fish carving fell from her shirt and hung just below her face. She pulled the leather thong over her head and held the carved fish in one of her palms, wondering if she could draw energy from it. She remembered how the carving had grown hot enough to burn her leg when she slammed the ground with power, and she wondered if she hadn't been drawing from it then. The carving had appeared to recharge itself when kept in the light, and her gut said she had just stumbled onto its secret. Grasping the staff in both hands, she held it aloft, the carving wedged between the staff and her palm. She centered herself as the carving grew warm, and she felt energy begin to flow into her. Her senses heightened as the power coursed through her veins, and as it entered her, she sensed it leaving the carving. Knowing she had no time to waste, she used all her strength and all her emotion to drive the staff into the bedrock, striking it with such force that the blow sent shockwaves echoing through the valley. The bedrock gave way as she reached the bottom of her massive swing, and she fell forward for an instant as a large section collapsed downward. Almost instantly, the force of the trapped water sent the broken rock soaring into the air. Katrin fell back as the staff was ripped from her grasp by a huge column of water, which shot high into the night sky. Katrin scrambled backward out of the hole, the powerful spray buffeting her as she clawed her way to safety. She retreated from the water's fury, and the Arghast backed away before her in fear and reverence. Vertuk stared at the fountain, dumbstruck. Chaos ensued as the enormous shock waves sent loose rocks and stone tumbling down into the valley. Several people were struck, the horses panicked, and men scrambled to reach them to prevent the frightened animals from injuring themselves. They all stared at the towering fountain with amazement and disbelief. When the height of the fountain did not dwindle, they slowly began to believe that they were in the presence of the herald. Katrin watched as the water fell from the sky and seeped into the sand. The sand became saturated, and soon water would fill this end of the valley. Benjen, Chase, Osborne, and Strom moved to her side, overjoyed. They speculated on how long the fountain would last. Katrin was physically drained, mentally exhausted, and wanted nothing more than sleep. The carved fish, still in the palm of her hands, looked terrible. It was chalky to the touch, and its surface was again dull. She leaned over and placed it back around her neck. When she looked up, she found herself surrounded by kneeling tribal leaders and tribesmen. Even her guardians knelt. Vertuk was in the front and center of the mass, and she realized that he alone belonged to all three groups. Nat retrieved his staff from the sand. Then he stood before Katrin, facing those assembled.
"Behold, the herald of Istra! She calls you to your duty. Will the tribes of Arghast answer her call?"
Katrin was startled by the ululating cry that rose from the throats of the Arghast, and was overwhelmed when she saw that the horses too had gone to their knees, and her mentor and strength Benjen was prostrate on the ground. Her power and accomplishment would have exhilarated her at any other time, but the day's events had been exhausting, and she was lightheaded. Her vision fading, she grew dizzy and fell to the sand. Standing before the fountain, where before had been nothing more than sand and rock, Vertuk was in awe. No power could have been more moving to him than to bring water to the desert, no feat more seemingly unachievable. All his life he had waited for this moment, waited for some event to prove his life had meaning. Now that he had witnessed that event, he realized his entire life had been wasted, wandering from one dried-up hole to another. For him, nothing would ever be the same. The things that had meant the most to him in life, besides his wife and his horse, suddenly were meaningless. All that mattered now was to serve Katrin, to protect her so that she might bring water to all the world. He made in a moment a decision that should have been agonizing, yet it was surprisingly simple. "Harat!" he said without taking his gaze from the water. Only a moment later he felt Harat by his side, sensed the calm determination and sense of honor that had always marked him as a leader. Without saying a word, Vertuk untied the sash that looped over his left shoulder, passing directly over his heart. He'd taken reassurance from it many times, knowing that the sash of the leader would protect his valiant yet frail heart. Now he no longer needed it, but even more, He could no longer uphold the responsibilities that came along with the sash. Remaining silent, he handed the sash to Herat, who hesitated to take it. Vertuk thrust the sash into Herat's hand, his final command as tribal leader. Herat took a step back, placed his hand over his heart, and when he bowed down, tears fell from his eyes. As Herat walked away, Vertuk pulled his gaze from the fountain long enough to watch the man who would now protect and guide those he loved. Tears fell from his own cheeks as he released the responsibilities he had worked so hard to obtain. Herat placed the sash underneath his garment, as of yet unwilling to reveal Vertuk's wishes. He walked quietly through the crowd as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, and Vertuk breathed a mighty sigh of relief. He had chosen well. Not far from where Vertuk stood, Chase, Strom, and Osborne gathered.
"When she said to dig, I wasn't expecting...
Strom began, but he just trailed off and shrugged.
I know,
Chase said.
I can't believe it either.
How did she know? Osborne asked, looking at the fountain. How does she do these things?
I don't know,
Chase said.
I don't understand any of it, and I really want to. This whole thing just keeps getting bigger, and I don't know where it'll stop.
He knew he should try to be more positive for the sake of the others, but he couldn't help but speak what was on his mind.
I just don't want to see Kat get hurt. You know how she is. The first time I ever met her,
Osborne said,
she was all dirty and scraped up from catching one of our pigs that got loose. The pig was nearly as big as she was, but she carried him all the way across the field to bring him to us. Looked like she took a tumble or two on her way, too. She cried 'cause she thought he was hurt. I met her at Master Jarvis's lessons, Strom said. She always looked sad and fragile after her mom died.
His words were met with silence heavy with emotion.
I know I've said this before, Osborne said without looking up, but I'm really sorry about your mom and Katrin's mom and Strom's dad. I wish they didn't die.
Chase kicked the sand in front of him. He chastised himself for letting a tear gather in his eye. The pain should be forgotten, he thought, those wounds long since healed. But they were not. When he noticed Strom struggling with pain of his own, it made him feel no better. Osborne shifted his weight from foot to foot in the uncomfortable silence.
What do we do now?
He asked, his voice betraying his anxiety. Chase put a hand over his growling stomach.
I think we should try to track down some food.
Chapter 18. Of all the varied life forms on the planet Godsland, the pyre orchid is the most curious, only blooming in the wake of forest fires. Sister Moonian, Cathuran monk. Katrin opened her eyes for a moment, adjusted the pillow beneath her head, and pulled soft blankets over her shoulders. The morning air was cool, and she closed her eyes to drift back to sleep, when voices awakened her. When she became fully aware, she noticed her surroundings. She lay on a light, fluffy bed, with a similarly made pillow, which she guessed were both stuffed with down. A small tent made of sheer material shaded her. The breeze passed through the fabric, but bugs could not. It was artfully made, and was doubtless the finest the Argast had to offer. Still dressed in the clothes she lived in for days, she was in desperate need of a good bath. Pushing back the tent flap, she walked out into a bright glare that momentarily blinded her, and she heard the sudden murmur of many hushed voices. When her vision cleared, she found all of the Argast watching her intently. She was not sure what they expected, but their stares were intense and disconcerting. It took some time for her to decide what to say to the assembled crowd, and what came from her mouth was the plain truth.
If I could trouble someone to help me, I'm quite hungry. Is there any food left from the morning meal?
She asked, almost timidly. The activity resulting from her request was astounding, and it seemed they all felt compelled to try to help. Some men scrambled to set up a small table, others made a comfortable seat for her from several large cushions, and still others erected a makeshift sunshade made of the same material as her tent. She sat at the table and waited. People began to approach her with a lavish array of foods. Women were now part of the group, some in typical female clothing and others dressed like the men. Katrin had seen no women the day before, and was surprised to see them now. The crowd was now nearly double the number she recalled. Men and women offered fruits, meats, breads, and one elderly man brought her more of the drink she remembered Vertuk had given her. Katrin recognized him from his castigation of the tribal leaders, but he gave her a kindly smile. "What is this drink?"
"Desert mist,"
he responded with a wink.
"How to make is secret. Something only spoke in private. We speak alone soon, yes?"
"Yes, of course. And thank you." She paused to take a sip of the desert mist. "What are you called, sir?" she asked.
"Called Aged Goat by most,"
he said with a toothless grin.
"But true name is Mika. You called me Mika, yes?"
"Indeed, Mika, I will," she responded warmly, and Mika retreated through the masses. Katrin had never been served in such a way, and she found it disquieting. It felt wrong to accept their generosity, to be selfish and indulgent, but it seemed just as wrong to refuse their gifts. Her hunger sated, she wanted a nap, but more than that, she desperately wanted to get clean. As if someone were reading her mind, several women approached Katrin with soft towels and scented soaps. One motioned for her to follow, and walked toward the towering fountain Katrin had created. She was delighted to see a pond forming outward from the fountain, and she hoped it would continue to grow. She envisioned a lush oasis nestled in the valley, full of life and vigor, a jewel in the desert. Two women unfolded a large, thick cloth which they held up for privacy. Katrin took soap that smelled of peppermint, then undressed and dipped her toes into the water. It was bitterly cold, and the frigid spray made her shiver, but she was thankful for the opportunity to get clean. The shallow water at the edge was not quite as cold, and she used it to wash herself. The soap created a rich, aromatic lather, and Katrin lavished in the fragrance as she washed off the grime of many days. When she emerged from the pool, the same woman who had led her to the pond brought her a soft towel. She dried herself and looked for her clothes, but they were not where she had left them. Another woman approached with clothes similar to Katrin's. She knew that it had taken them much thought and effort to find these for her, and she felt almost unworthy. She put on the borrowed clothes, and they were a fair fit. The shirt-sleeves were a little long, but she rolled them up, insisting that it was just the way she liked her sleeves. There was more food and drink when she returned from her bathing, and Benjen and the boys were there too. In the flurry of the morning, she had not thought of them, and she was relieved to see they were fine, just dirty. The women offered the towels and soap to them, and they wasted no time in getting to the fountain. The leaders had congregated nearby, looking subdued, and clearly waiting for her to speak first. With her hunger satiated, and her friends attended to, Katrin turned her attention to them. "Leaders of the Argast tribes, will you sit with me?" Slowly the men began to come forward, and seat themselves on the ground around her. As Katrin lowered herself to the ground, several rushed to get her a cushion, but she declined with a smile. "I've not come here to rule you, or to be worshipped by you. I'm a simple girl, not a goddess or a queen. I don't place myself above you. Speak freely, and know your worth." There was confusion in the crowd, and Vertuk approached Katrin. He repeated what she said in his own words, and she nodded. With Vertuk translating, Katrin continued trying to find simple words to express complex things. "I praise your leaders for their devotion to truth, for they did not blindly accept my claims or the words of Nat Derzinger. They chose to make me prove myself, just as I would have done. I've now proven my power to you, and we need to reach an understanding. We must put aside any mistakes we've made, and forgive others for hurting us," she said, pausing. Murmurs passed through the crowd as Vertuk translated. When she addressed them again, she spoke louder. "Will the tribes of Argast protect the Herald of Istra?" she asked. The people raised their voices in a high, ululating cry, and shook their fists above their heads before Vertuk even spoke. Katrin raised her hands to them, requesting silence. She spoke again. "Tribes of Argast, embrace your duty and take pride in what you have already done. You answered the call of the Herald, and your valor will not be forgotten. You have pledged yourselves to the Herald, and she calls you to battle. How do you answer?" Their cries echoed off the mountains and reverberated along the peaks. "The Godfist is under attack. Invaders have come to destroy us. The Godfist needs a defender, and the Herald of Istra calls on the tribes of Argast because they are strong, they are fierce, and they will prevail," she said, the words spilling forth from her heart. Vertuk translated her words with as much emotion as she had expressed. and then he started the crowd shouting, "Katrin," in unison. The chanting grew louder and louder. She raised her arms, and the crowd hushed. "I thank you for your bravery and honor. Take great pride in yourselves and your mighty nation. I will meet with your leaders, and we will make our plans. Many blessings to you all." As the crowd dispersed, Katrin returned to her seat.
"You very gracious, Lady Katrin. We honor and support you. We have many gifts to give upon you, and we have sorrow for doubting of you,"
Vertuk said, then took a deep breath. He continued hesitantly.
"I been asked again to speak for all Argast. Others not understand your talk as much."
"Please speak how you feel, Vertuk, and so will I," she said, smiling. Turning to the men closest to her, she said, "Please tell me your names, and the names of your people." The leaders smiled and nodded, and each introduced himself. Horat introduced himself as the chief of the Viper clan. Katrin cast a confused glance at Vertuk, who had previously claimed to be chief of the Viper clan, but he said nothing. Homsa was chief of the Wind clan, Ervil of the Sun clan, Maluk of the Horse clan, Spenwar of the Scorpion clan, and Cheslo of the Cactus clan. "I am honored to know the names of the revered leaders of the Argast. As you have received me, I pledge to protect you with all of my strength. But now I have to ask for your help. I must leave the Godfist on a boat, and the enemy soldiers will try to stop me." She knew she could be risking the entire Argast nation by involving them in a war, but she did not know what to do but follow her instincts and hope they were right. "I need some time with my guardians," she said, and as Vertuk started to stand, she asked, "Vertuk, would you please stay here and plan our escape? We can meet again later."
"Vertuk is glad to do that,"
was his reply, and he turned to the group and began to talk with the leaders.
"Greetings, Lady Katrin,"
Nat said as he walked toward her. He wore clean clothes, and his hair was not as wild as usual. "Hello, Nat, and please call me Katrin, like you always have."
"As you wish, Katrin. I'm sorry I couldn't deliver this dire news sooner, but it wasn't possible with what's been going on," he said. "I'm afraid that by some deception, your destination is known to the Jean. I don't know how they found out, but we'll need to be extra careful about who we talk to about our plans."
"How did you come to know the Jean knew where I was going?"
"It wasn't just one thing, you see. Much of the Jean fleet left the harbor, sailing east toward the cove, but ships were also reported off the northern coast. Before I escaped Harborton, Miss Maris got news the cove had been raided, and one of the pirate ships captured. It was enough. The news came from the ship that escaped, and those on board suggested a new place to meet you. We need to get you there as soon as possible. Every day they remain in hiding is risky."
It seemed like a thin hope to Katrin, surrounded by the Jean, and she felt trapped.
"Before I leave, there's a most unpleasant task I am obligated to perform,"
he said, and took an object from within his robe, unlike anything Katrin had ever seen before. An ivory tube. It was about as long as her forearm, and decorated with fanciful carvings that were enhanced with gold and gemstones. The ends were topped with gold caps in the shape of a man and woman embracing, the symbol of the Jean Empire. Katrin reached out slowly, unsure she wanted to accept it.
"This is the other reason I think we've been betrayed. This contains a message and was delivered to Miss Maris through the channels of the Vestrana. Somehow the Jean have infiltrated the Vestrana, and we have no idea whom to trust. I'll leave you so you can read the message, but we must speak again soon. There are many things we should discuss,"
he said as he walked away. Katrin felt a new burden on her shoulders. She feared what was written inside, afraid the words might find some way to hurt her and those around her. She walked to where Benjen stood. He looked refreshed after his bath and was pulling his hair into a braid as she approached.
"A storm is coming,"
he said, rubbing his shoulder. But when he saw the look on Katrin's face, he waited for the bad news. She handed him the tube and told him how it had been delivered. Benjen was stunned, and hesitated to take it, perhaps for the same reasons Katrin was loath to hold it, both fearing what it might contain. "Please read it for me. I don't have the courage."
"Perhaps that would be wise. They could have rigged it with a trap,"
Benjen said. He carefully removed the golden cap. It fell away, and nothing leaped from the tube. He pulled the rolled parchment from the tube, placed it on the ground, and examined it closely before picking it up. He unrolled it and read aloud. Salutations to the Herald of Istra from His Eminence Archmaster Emzin Kelzig Belegra, spiritual leader and chief evangelist of the Holy Church of Jean. The Jean nation has extended its warmest greetings, and you have evaded my emissaries and ignored our requests for talks of peace. You must not care that lives will be lost. I do not know why you wish ill toward the Jean nation, but we only seek your salvation. Our request for talks of peace still stands, despite your refusals. If you present yourself to any of my emissaries, they will bring you directly to me, unharmed. Your companions are also welcome. If you persist in your attempted flight from the Godfist, we will interpret it as a hostile action against the Jean nation. For your own sake, do not seek to flee or to invade the Greatland. My emissaries will remain on the Godfist until you have presented yourself to me personally. This matter must be settled between you and me. It would be a pity if your countrymen and mine suffered needlessly as a result of your selfishness. I beg you to put away your ego and do what you know is right. I trust you will choose your path wisely. Most gracious regards, Archmaster Belegra, humble servant of the gods. I don't know which part is the most offensive, Katrin began. I've never heard so many thinly veiled threats and insults. Why would they wish to provoke me in such a way? What does he mean, I refuse their offers for talks of peace? No one has made any such offer. He makes it sound as if their invasion is my fault.
Please stay calm, little miss. They wrote those things to provoke you, hoping you would do something hasty and foolish. It's a common tactic in warfare. Taunt your opponent and instill doubt and fear in him whenever possible. There's not much in that letter we didn't already know. Try not to fret over it.
But she could not put the message out of her mind. I'm going to take some time to meditate. Perhaps I'll find some inspiration, she said, as she went into her tent. Her own clothes were by her bed, cleaned and folded. The solitude of the tent and the feeling of changing back into her old clothes comforted her, as if they helped her hold on to that which was Katrin. Her thoughts were scattered, and she tried to focus and meditate on each one. She pondered the Archmaster's words and Benjen's reaction to them, but she thought there had to be some undercurrent she was not seeing. She found no answers. The sound of many people shouting yanked her from her thoughts. Shadows ran past her tent, and the commotion continued to grow louder. Benjen reached her as she was emerging from her tent. "What's going on?" she yelled above the noise.
I don't know. When I heard all the commotion, I came here to make sure you were safe. Let's find Vertuk.
They scanned the sea of confusion for Vertuk, but it was difficult to identify anyone in the morass, and it took a while to locate him. Benjen spotted him wading through the mob and heading for Katrin. He shouted and waved his arms, but they could not hear his words, and they waited anxiously for him to get clear of the throng. He rushed toward them, and the chaos he left behind seemed to take on a purpose as horses were saddled. That meant the Argast were preparing to ride, and Katrin's anxiety was intense when she heard Vertuk's words.
Many soldiers coming from all around us.
Chapter 19. Belief systems are fragile things. How will you react when your reality suddenly ceases to exist? Ein Geist, Sleepless One.
You ride with me,
Vertuk said, giving Katrin no choice but to follow him to his horse. They would all ride on horses with the other men, whose saddles contained a second set of passenger flaps that held soft leather stirrups. The flaps provided little cushion, but they had a large ridge around the back that would help keep them in place when they were riding at speed. Before Katrin could get her boots into the stirrups firmly, Vertuk issued a battle cry, and the horse leaped into a full gallop. Katrin grabbed at the leather straps that hung from the sides of the saddle and held on with white knuckles, struggling to get her boots in the stirrups. Once her boots were firmly planted, she settled into the rhythm of the horse's powerful stride. Vertuk's eyes showed his pleasure that the herald had such fine riding skills. The riders sent clouds of dust into the wind, and Katrin squinted to keep sand from her eyes. Vertuk reached into his saddlebag and produced a headgear for Katrin, this time one with eye slits. She felt a little unsteady as they rode, but it was much better than sand in her eyes. Cheslow and the others rode in tight formation with Vertuk, and Katrin saw her companions donning headgears as well. Like a flash flood, they rolled toward the valley entrance in a headlong rush, lest they become trapped. The mouth of the valley was narrow, and the horsemen funneled together, close enough for Katrin to touch the rider beside her, and as they passed through the narrow opening, they smashed together, nearly unhorsing her. Clear of the valley, tribesmen surrounded their leaders in a tight diamond-shaped formation. Vertuk directed them straight toward the line of Jean's soldiers approaching from the north. The wind whipped, and visibility dropped to near zero. The Jean were obscured by a veil of dust and were barely visible along the horizon. Despite greater numbers, the Jean attacked seemed ill-advised. They were still distant and spread thin, but Katrin supposed their hands had been forced when the Argast intercepted their prey. Had the Argast been less vigilant, she would have been trapped. She turned her head to see who was behind her, but she could see little through the headgear and the dust that roiled up behind them. As she gazed higher, she could still see the top of the towering fountain, and she was amazed to see a pair of eagles floating on the thermals in the mist surrounding it. They swooped and dived through the water, and Katrin felt a moment of vindication and joy. The Argast remained true to the straight path they had chosen, and the enemy forces seemed to be gauging their purpose. As the Jean formed into a more dense and organized force, Katrin shouted to Vertuk, telling him to take evasive action, but he continued on his direct course. Looking at the dense formation of Argast surrounding her, she wondered if Vertuk planned to ride straight through the gathering Jean. The closer they came to the Jean, the more prepared the enemy appeared, looking ready to stand fast against the approaching onslaught. Many soldiers dismounted and held long pikes to protect against the charge, but by concentrating in one area, they committed themselves to holding that ground. Vertuk raised a reverberating cry, and riders charged in every direction, forcing the Jean to abandon the ground they held. Katrin held on tight as Vertuk turned his mount sharply and headed east. The Argast horses were winded, but so were those carrying the Jean. The Jean horses had not been desert-bred and were on unfamiliar turf. Katrin looked around desperately for her guardians, but the headgears and the dust made it nearly impossible to identify anyone. Vertuk's gambit proved a temporary advantage, but hordes of Jean reinforcements began to flood the desert, swarming around isolated pockets of the Argast. One of the tribal leaders rode in close, and Katrin heard Nat shouting and pointing northeast. "To the cliffs! Must get Katrin to the cliffs!" Vertuk nodded and angled them in the direction Nat indicated. No matter which direction they chose, they would have to break through the Jean at some point, and Vertuk veered for the largest gap in their lines. In the same instant, Nat cried out a warning. Katrin snapped her gaze to where he pointed, and Vertuk cursed when he spotted a formation of soldiers closing in from the north. These men and their horses wore protective gear, making them much better prepared for desert fighting. The horses showed a bit of lather, but did not appear as winded as the horse beneath Katrin. Vertuk shouted and turned east, pushing their mount to the limit. Katrin was humbled by the dedication and courage of the Argast horses, who gave all they had. Feeling such affection and gratitude for the mount that was so valiantly bearing her and Vertuk, she placed her hand on the horse's croup behind the saddle, and, unaware, her emotions, love, peace, and energy, flowed from her hand into the horse. As she touched him, her hand grew hot, and a tingling pulsated in her palm. The horse seemed to respond to her gentle touch and was rejuvenated. It leaped ahead of the horses surrounding it. Vertuk slowed his mount to let the others make up the ground he had gained. The approaching Jean formed into a tight wedge and closed at great speed, making Katrin wonder if this was where the fighting would truly begin. It was terrifying, and she could not envision it. The tension in the air was palpable, and she could hear little above the muted thunder of hooves pounding the sand. No one spoke, shouted, or cried out. It was eerie and unnerving, and Katrin could feel the hair on her arms and neck stand on end. The approaching Jean were mostly armed with swords, but a few carried bows. The Argast were armed with wooden spears, and they looked puny beside the cold iron. Vertuk desperately sought to evade the menacing wedge, but it continued to grow closer. The low din was shattered when the Jean overtook them, cries of man and horse ringing above the muted thunder, accompanied by metal striking hardened wood. Katrin ducked under a sword as it whistled by her head and was still off balance when a soldier slammed his mount into hers. She was nearly knocked from the saddle by the impact, and leaned out perilously to one side, as Vertuk smashed the soldier across the face with the butt of his spear. As she straightened in the saddle, Katrin caught a glimpse of Cheslow and Benjen. She screamed as she saw them collide at full speed with a Jean soldier. She watched in horror as all three went down, and she was unable to distinguish anything in the chaos. The Jean were trying to divide the Argas to deal with them individually, and they were doing an alarmingly good job of it. Vertuk and Katrin were forced away from the others and found themselves surrounded by Jean. Riding behind a man whose name he did not know and whose dialect he did not seem to speak, Chase watched Benjen go down. He thought he saw Katrin nearby. A Jean soldier was bearing down on Benjen, and at the same time, at least a dozen were going after Katrin. Time seemed to slow as Chase was torn by a decision that must be made in an instant. There was no time for debate or second thoughts. He yanked on the shoulder of the man in front of him, pointing and screaming, and by the mercy of the gods, the tribal leader turned his horse toward where Benjen had fallen. Chase cursed and climbed to one side of the horse. Putting his right leg in the left stirrup, he coiled his muscles like a snake about to strike. An instant before a Jean blade would take Benjen's life, Chase jumped. Osborne cried out as one of his boots slipped from the stirrup. Only Spenoir's firm grip kept him from tumbling to the sand. Riders came from all directions, and it was difficult to tell friend from foe, but when a horse materialized from the dust bearing two riders, he knew it was one of his friends. Strom roared as they passed, throwing what looked like a pear at an oncoming Jean horse. The fruit struck the horse in the forehead, startling the animal, while it was at full gallop. The horse and its helpless rider veered sideways and crashed into another Jean soldier. Osborne would have cheered the victory, but more riders came, and he followed Strom's lead. He opened one of the pouches along the saddle and found soft cheeses wrapped in broad, supple leaves. Knowing they would have no need for food if they did not first escape, he took half of them and began throwing them at approaching Jean riders. Though he was aiming for the horse's eyes, he often missed, but one bundle of cheese struck a Jean soldier in the face and exploded on impact. The blinded soldier dropped his reins and tried to clear the cheese from his eyes, but the cheese clung to his skin and lashes, and sand began to collect on it, making matters worse. Unprepared when his horse suddenly veered around a fallen rider, the soldier flew from the saddle and plowed face first into the sand. Osborne let out a brief cheer just before a Jean horse struck them broadside and at full speed. As the world tumbled around him, Osborne gave thanks for all that life had given him. Activity to Katrin's right caught her attention, and she turned to see what was happening. The Argast had adapted quickly and were using the Jean's ramming technique against them. She watched, horrified, as the Argast crashed recklessly into the Jean. One horse caught her attention as it bowled over an unsuspecting Jean soldier, its second passenger taking down the Jean with his staff. Nat howled, wide-eyed, like a man possessed as he searched for a new foe. Katrin recognized Ervil of the Sun Clan, who rode before Nat. Ervil attacked with a fury, driving his horse into the Jean, thrashing them with his spears and yelling exultantly whenever Nat landed a blow. They cleared a hole in the Jean line just large enough for them to break free. Vertuk and Ervil urged their horses on, and somehow the marvelous beasts found their wind. They surged ahead of the pursuing Jean and thundered toward the rocky borderland where a sparse forest skirted the cliffs. Vertuk let Ervil and Nat lead, since only Nat knew their destination. Katrin could see several Jean closing in from behind. She feared their swords, but the men armed with bows terrified her more. Her back exposed, she felt naked and vulnerable, and continued to watch for arrows, but the archers were out of bow range and had loosed none, which only increased her terror. Skilled archers would not waste arrows on bad shots, and these men seemed prepared to wait. As the land sloped upward, stunted trees grew thick, stinging with their branches, and loose rock shifted under hooves. The trail became as much an adversary as the Jean, and the nearly spent horses struggled with the terrain. A sharp crack sounded from behind, followed by a sickening thud, and as Katrin spun around, she saw a horse go down, its legs shattered. The flailing animal tumbled down the rocks, taking two others and their riders with it. Ervil struggled to outrun the remaining Jean, following a winding path that was barely more than a game trail. Low-hanging branches assaulted them, and brambles clung, biting deep. Katrin counted 4 Jean remaining, and she shouted to Ervil, urging him on, but he was hard-pressed, and despite his best efforts, the Jean were making better time. All they could do was press on as relentlessly as they could. Ervil barked a warning, and Vertuk veered away from a hornet's nest so large it covered the tree that hosted it. Katrin watched as the Jean grew closer to the nest. Then, in one fluid motion, she drew her knives and launched them at the nest. Her old belt knife with the broken tip flew wide, striking only bark. But in the next instant, her Jean blade struck home, exploding the nest into a cloud of paper and enraged hornets. Moving like an angry specter with a shared life, the mass descended on the Jean with unmitigated fury. Cries of man and horse split the air, and Katrin watched, awed but horrified by what she had done. 2 horses went down, and the rest panicked. Some of the hornets overtook Katrin and Vertuk, and their horses surged ahead with renewed energy born of pain. Vertuk had to duck under many branches, and Katrin was nearly unhorsed by leaves that raked her face and a branch that struck her in the forehead. The Jean fell farther and farther behind, and Ervil took full advantage of the situation. He pushed his mount through brush and brambles, and the noble animal lowered his head and pressed on, ignoring his scrapes and many bleeding cuts. Katrin kept a watchful eye on the woods behind them, seeing soldiers moving between the trees, but they were still a good distance back and moving more slowly. The forest thinned and gave way to a rocky incline, beyond which loomed the bluffs, the absolute edge of Katrin's world. Sorely winded, the horses were clearly in no condition to carry them across such terrain. Vertuk and Ervil spoke quietly, and, in a moment, seemed to agree on a difficult decision. First, they dismounted. Then they helped their passengers to the ground. Vertuk and Ervil then did what would have seemed unthinkable in other circumstances. They commanded their horses to go on without them, but it was entirely contrary to the animal's nature, and they stood their ground confused and agitated. The men persisted, and Katrin watched in anguish as Vertuk chased his horse away with a flick of a switch. The bond shared by Argast and their horses was like mated souls, and it grieved Katrin to witness the scene. The image of these animals, going against their very natures, retreating through the trees, their ears pinned back and their tails tucked, was burned into her senses, and she knew she would never forget it. Nat took the lead and scrambled up the rocks to look over the edge. He scanned the water, pulled a piece of polished metal from his robe, and signaled wildly. Sounds of pursuit grew closer, and Nat searched the water desperately. Then Ervil grabbed him and spun him to the right. A bright signal, not far east of where they stood, was coming from small boats secluded under the shadow of the cliff. Elated, Nat rushed east along the cliffs. Katrin still feared the soldiers would catch them, and Vertuk and Ervil stayed as far from the edge as they could. Suddenly soldiers emerged from the trees, and Katrin saw one of them nock an arrow. Nat ran to a large rock that jutted out over the water. Katrin and Vertuk rushed to join him. When they looked down at the small boats below, the height terrified Katrin, and she turned to retreat. Before she could take a step, however, Ervil cried out and rushed toward the approaching soldiers. He held his ground against the man wielding a sword, but Katrin saw the archer draw and loose his arrow in one smooth motion. She knew where it would strike, even as the archer's fingertips slid from the bowstring. Tears filled her eyes as she turned back to the cliff. Vertuk stood at her side, looking grim and determined. As one, they prepared to meet their deaths, but as they turned to make their final stand, Nat spoke softly.
"I'm very sorry I have to do this,"
he said, and Katrin knew what was about to happen as she felt his hand on the small of her back. She screamed as he pushed her over the edge. Dust and the smell of blood choked Strom as he pulled himself from under the horse that had given its life to save his. Luck had been with him, and he was uninjured. The same could not be said for Maluk, who was under the horse, dead. As Strom stood, his head spun, and the world around him was a blur. After a moment of shock, he recalled the danger and took a sword from the nearby body of a soldier. Before he could even test his swing, a shadowy rider materialized within a cloud of dust and bore down on him with speed. Stepping back and bracing himself, Strom prepared to take a desperate swing, but then he saw it was Chase. Leaning down from his saddle, Chase reached out and grabbed Strom as he passed, barely slowing. Strom grabbed on and leaped up in the saddle behind Chase, and he was glad to see that Chase had stolen a Jean horse. At least it had a bridle and reins.
"Where are the others?"
Strom shouted.
"I don't know. Let's go find them,"
Chase replied as he drove their mount to greater speed. Chapter 20. There is no greater act of faith than to put your life in the hands of a stranger. Guntar Berga, soldier. The wind buffeted Katrin about mercilessly as she fell after Nat pushed her off the cliff. The air was sucked from her lungs, and she was unable to control her limbs.
She flailed wildly to right herself, then tucked herself into a ball, preparing to absorb the impact. The waves rushed toward her with impossible speed, and she struck the water feet first. The impact forced the last of the air from her lungs, and her momentum drove her far beneath the waves. Terrified, she fought to reach the distant surface. Hampered by her clothing, she didn't think she would make it. Her lungs burned for air, and only willpower kept her from parting her lips to inhale water. Above her, light reflected off the surface, dancing, taunting her, just out of reach. Her body demanded breath, and she gulped, repulsed by the salty taste and burning in her throat. Her body went into spasm and thrashed with little effect. Something hard struck her, but she barely felt it. Darkness was settling on her as rough hands yanked her from the water. When the darkness faded, she found herself in the belly of a small boat. A man was beating on her chest and blowing air into her lungs with his mouth. Her body convulsed, and he turned her onto her side so she could empty her lungs and stomach. The small boat tossed violently, compounding her disorientation. As she tried to right herself, the men in the boat continued to row vigorously. Her stomach betrayed her again, and she clung to the gunwale, feeling sea spray on her face. The wind was cold, and noticing her shivering, one of the men draped a blanket across her back. She wrapped herself tightly, but still she shivered violently and her teeth chattered. As she regained control of herself, she saw there were 4 men huddled in the small craft, rowing as if their lives depended on it. Several other boats floated nearby, and they all struggled against the current. The men were oddly garbed and had darkly tanned skin. Katrin had never seen men adorn themselves with jewelry, but these wore rings on their fingers, and some had earrings. She had seen tattoos, but none like the complex patterns that ran up one man's arms, looking like a live painting. None spoke, though, not even to one another, and Katrin huddled in silence, not trusting her voice to speak. Cold rock jutted from the water, looming over them, and Katrin feared the waves would batter them against the imposing cliffs. As she watched, the men turned the boat sideways to the bluffs and rowed into the shadows. As they entered the gloom, an opening materialized before them, previously hidden in the darkness. Cool, musty air barely stirred, and as they rounded a bend, they were bathed in soft torchlight. The violence of the thrashing waters subsided completely. Their rowing was now confined to keeping the craft in the center of a natural channel that flowed into a large cave. It was lined with jagged rock, and firelight danced on the water ahead. Around a bend floated a ship in a cavern just barely large enough to contain it. The ship didn't look quite right, and Katrin realized it was missing its mainmast. Above them, on a rock shelf, a fire burned, and at least a dozen people milled about, but when they saw the boat's return, they ran up the gangplank of the ship, tossed down the lines, and secured them to large iron rings on the boat's rails. The men above used a windlass and a series of large pulleys to haul the heavy boats up to the point where they were level with the deck. It was only then she realized there were 3 boats in addition to her own that must have been waiting for her and her companions below the cliffs. When each boat was empty of people, they hauled it onto the deck and turned it on its side. It took a dozen men to lift the boat to the hooks where it normally hung, but they quickly secured it and dropped the lines down for the next boat. In relatively short order, all the men were aboard, and the boats were stowed. Katrin found Nat, and was amazed to see he still held his staff. It took her longer to locate Vertuk, but she eventually saw him huddled in a corner, his head cradled in his hands. "Are you hurt?"
"No,"
he said, shaking his head slowly and slightly.
"I did not know there could be so much water, or that it could be so—"
He struggled for the word.
"Tall."
She nodded her understanding, touched him on the shoulder, and walked back to the railing. This ship did not move as violently as the small boat had, but it still moved constantly, and Katrin found it disquieting. As she leaned on the railing, trying to move with the movement of the boat and compose herself, a young man presented himself. A skinny lad with bright red hair and freckles, he was the only sailor she had seen without a dark tan. "Hello, miss. I'm Bryn. Captain wants to see you right away. I can take you to him if you'll just follow me." Katrin nodded and followed him to one of the doorways leading into the deckhouse. As she stepped through the hatch, she immediately felt confined and closed in. She bumped into the walls as she stumbled, and had to catch herself to keep from falling. The ship's motions were subtle,
but they wreaked havoc on her sense of balance. Bryn led her down the corridor to a door with no identifying marks. He tapped lightly, opened the door, and motioned for her to enter. The floor of the cabin was lower than the deck, and Katrin looked down as she stepped inside, a motion that proved to be a mistake. As soon as she lowered her head, dizziness overwhelmed her, and her stomach heaved. Desperate to escape the cabin before she lost control, she shoved Bryn aside and ran headlong to the railing, where she expelled the remains of her stomach contents. She didn't think there'd be any more after her revival in the small boat, but there was. Bryn came to her side and offered her water and a towel.
"Thank you,"
Katrin said after a tentative drink. "I'm sorry I pushed you."
"Not to worry. I understand. I was sick for days when I first boarded the Slippery Eel,"
he said with a wink. The cool air soothed her, and she slowly began to feel better. She breathed in deeply, then realized Nat and another man had joined them. When she turned toward them, both men stepped forward. The man next to Nat looked different from the others. His hair was light brown, and he was slight of build. His nose hooked oddly, as if it had been broken more than once. He wore no jewelry, had no tattoos, and his age was difficult to gauge, but Katrin guessed he was in his middle years. Had she been asked, she would have thought him to be a farmer or fisherman, but certainly not a pirate.
"Lady Katrin, I'm Kenwood Trell, captain of the Slippery Eel, and I welcome you aboard," he said, going to one knee. "Please accept my apologies for not recognizing your discomfort. I brought you a bit of herb to calm your stomach, and it should also help with the headaches."
The herb mixture tasted vile and nearly made her retch, but she had confidence in folk medicine, and she focused on keeping it down as she waited for relief.
"You should feel better in a little while," the captain said. "For now, we can talk where you are comfortable."
"Thank you, Captain Trell. Your men saved our lives, and we will be forever grateful."
"Please, Lady Katrin, call me Kenwood. Captain Trell was my father's name, and I've never answered to it," he said with a grin.
"Thank you, Kenwood. And I'm just Katrin."
"I'm disappointed Benjamin is not with us yet, but a man as stubborn as he is could never come to harm. I'm sure he'll be along soon," Kenwood said. "Your passage fees have been paid by Miss Maris, though I'd have done it for free had she only asked," he said, winking. "I'll only be taking you part of the way. The Eel is stout, but the journey across the dark sea is best made in a larger ship. I'll get you as far as the Falcon Isles, where you'll board a larger ship."
"I've never heard of the Falcon Isles."
"Most haven't. It's a string of little islands inhabited mostly by primitive tribes, but they also serve as trading ports and hideouts for pirates, mercenaries, and other misfits, like me." He winked again.
"How do we know there will be a ship there for us?"
"Have no worries. My family has a large ship at port there right now, and they are waiting for the Eel to deliver goods before they sail for the Greatland. Your passage has been arranged for on that ship. You've probably heard the folklore about pirates, but we're just free sailors who bow to no government, and we trade goods with other like-minded groups and individuals. They call us pirates, and we use it to our advantage. It makes us seem more frightening." He chuckled. "That label helps us in many ways. We're in a tight spot now, no arguing that. The cliffs on one side and the reef on the other, not to mention the obstacles in between. We'll need half a day to reach a sizable gap in the reef, but when we're clear, we have open seas to the Falcon Isles. Our biggest problem is that the Jean know we're trying to escape, even if they don't know for sure where we are. They've probably guessed we're within the reefs, and will most likely have the gaps guarded. I doubt they'll bring tall ships inside the ring, for their drafts are much too deep. And let me tell you, that we had quite a time getting the Eel in here ourselves, but she's a sneaky wench. The Eel's faster and more maneuverable than the Jean ships, so we'll just have to weave our way through them. The cabin past mine is reserved for you, and there are dry clothes in a chest. If your gut is still sour, feel free to sleep on the deck," he said. Their conversation had taken her mind from her upset stomach, which, now that she thought about it, was feeling much better. Her body seemed to have adjusted to the movements of the ship. Getting dry seemed like a good idea. She thanked him and excused herself. As she walked toward her quarters, Vertuk approached Kenward. "How can such a big thing stay on top water when a man falls under?" he asked Kenward. "It's all about buoyancy, my friend. Let me show you." Their voices faded as she walked past the captain's quarters to her own and stepped inside. It was just large enough to hold a hammock, chair, and a small chest. A narrow shelf was built into one wall, and on it was a small lamp, burning low.
Katrin took off her damp clothes and sifted through the chest for something near her size. She found pants that were close enough. She had to pull the belt strings tight to keep them up, but they were comfortable, and she found a baggy shirt made of light material. A knock at her door interrupted her thinking about how to get into the sleeping hammock.
"Who is it?" Katrin asked.
"Nat," came the response.
"Come in."
"I'm so sorry I pushed you off the cliff, Katrin. It was the only way to save you. I wanted us to go farther east where we could have climbed down slowly, but the soldiers were too close behind us. We would have made easy targets. The bowmen would have done us all in, and I didn't want Ervil's sacrifice to be for naught. I did what I had to do, as much as I didn't want to do it," he said.
"You really frightened me, and you terrified Vertuk."
"I know it. Vertuk is quite wroth with me, and I fear he will not be so forgiving. He hasn't spoken to me since we boarded the ship, and he has been shooting me some nasty looks. Would you explain things to him for me, please?"
In that moment, Katrin realized Vertuk, who was from a different culture, might want to take revenge to protect her as well as his honor. Although being pushed over the cliff may have been the only way to save her life, Vertuk might not see it that way.
"Certainly. I'll talk to Vertuk, but right now I'm simply exhausted and really need to sleep."
Another knock came at the door, and Nat slipped out as Bryn stepped in, carrying a mug of soup.
"Hello again. I thought you might like something to eat,"
he said.
"It's compliments of Grub, our cook. He says it'll cure what ails you."
"You are very kind."
"It's still hot,"
he warned before she tasted it. It was a hearty broth with chunks of vegetable, and Katrin knew it was the kind of sustenance she needed.
"Would you like me to get your clothes laundered for you?"
he asked, pointing to the pile of clothing she had dropped on the floor.
"That would be kind of you. Are you sure you have the time?"
"You're my main responsibility for most of this trip,"
he said.
"Captain wants me to make sure you're comfortable, and that you have everything you need."
She watched him as he folded her dirty clothes over his arm and backed out of the cabin door.
"Good night, miss. If you need anything, be sure to holler out. There's always someone on watch. Right now, you'd best get some sleep. Tomorrow'll be a long day,"
he said as he closed the door. Their journey would begin at first light, and Katrin was too exhausted to stay awake and worry, but her dreams were visions of blood and fire. Chapter 21. Stars are the souls of old sailors. They plot the skies and guide the wayward home. Orestes, captain of the Landfinder. Dawn found the slippery eel deserving of her name. The crew scrambled, and the passengers huddled in the deckhouse, trying to stay out of the way. Maneuvering the ship with incredible skill, the crew prepared to guide the eel through the cavern entrance, which was just barely wide enough for the ship to pass, and wood occasionally strained against rock. Using oars and poles, they worked in concert to guide the ship around the many obstacles, but some were unavoidable, and the ship listed and jerked underfoot.
"Have no worries. The eel can withstand those little bumps and a lot more. We've taken no damage,"
Kenward assured them as they rounded the last bend, the horizon beyond. Waves battered the coastline, swirling vortices formed around unseen rock formations, and Katrin feared they would be crushed on the rocks. Kenward barked orders, and the crew responded with alacrity, but the men seemed stretched to their limits, and there was frenzied activity on the weather deck. The ship rolled and turned sharply as they cleared the entrance, caught in a dangerous current, and the waves drove the ship dangerously close to the rocks. Kenward orchestrated the movements of his crew decisively, with instincts born of many years. As the eel glided into deeper water, there was an audible collective sigh of relief, but the mood and tension on the ship did not lighten completely. There were still obstacles in the narrow channel, and they could not afford to take damage. Sailors began their practice routine of unlashing long sections of mast from racks along the deckhouse, while others retrieved massive iron sleeves. They used rope, pulleys, and a windlass to raise the broad bottom section into place, and guided it into a huge iron ring amidships. It slid nearly half of its length into the hull. Once the base was settled in its mounting hardware, the crew secured it with spikes, iron bars, and threaded bolts of Kenward's design. The crew continued to raise sections of the mast, joining them with the sleeves. When the sails and rigging were assembled and ready to be raised, Bryn climbed the bowsprit to attach several lines, and Katrin admired his bravery. Before long, the ship was moving under a small amount of sail. With her homeland sliding by, Katrin's thoughts turned to all those she had lost and left behind. Tears filled her eyes as she thought of her father and Benjen. Equally distressing were worries over the safety of Chase, Strom, and Osborne, her faithful companions. They had stayed by her side and risked their lives for her, and now she was abandoning them. Unable to bear the pain, she wiped her tears and concentrated on what lay ahead. As they sailed into deeper waters, the wind gusted, churning the water to a choppy froth, and the western horizon was lost to view. Despite the rising sun, Kenward surveyed the skies and the seas.
"I'd hope for wind to give us speed, but this weather may be too much for us. We cannot turn back now, though. The water will only get rougher, and we would be hard-pressed to enter the cavern again. I'm afraid we must face the weather and the Jean on this day. May the gods shine their light upon us," he said solemnly. "We've a strong ship and a seasoned crew, and we've been through tighter spots than this."
All on board kept a watchful eye on the horizon, looking for signs of enemy ships and gauging the weather. Katrin wondered if anyone else felt the intensity of the energy, as if the air were charged. Her carved fish sparkled in the light as she drew it from her shirt, and it looked nearly flawless. She left it out, exposed directly to the light. Breathing in the energy, she felt it flow through her, tingling and vibrating. Her head leaned back. She inhaled deeply, relishing the power as it pulsed around her. Part of her mind warned her against indulgence, but the ecstasy overwhelmed her. Never before had she felt the energy so strongly. It washed over her in massive waves, much the same as the waves' relentless assaults on the cliffs. The energy made her body feel intensely alive, and she wanted desperately to use it. The warning voice in the back of her mind would no longer be denied, and she suddenly realized she heard little besides the wind, water, and rigging. She opened her eyes slowly, returning to the here and now, and feeling the loss as she let the energy out of herself. When she focused on her surroundings again, she felt an uncomfortable silence, but it was broken when someone urgently announced enemy ships in sight. The crew sprang into action. Kenward commanded them by hand signals and guided the ship close to the cliffs to hide in the shadows. Everyone remained silent, and the tension grew exponentially as time passed. Jean's ships were still visible in the distance, but they neither closed the gap nor appeared to be getting any farther away. Katrin felt in her gut that they had already been seen and were heading into another trap. The feeling persisted, and soon the Jean ships moved closer.
"Break ahead!"
The lookout called from the crow's nest, and they all looked in the direction he was pointing, knowing they needed to get free of the confining reef and reach the open seas.
"Enemy ships charging the brakes, sir! They're going to beat us there!"
he rang out a moment later.
"Prepare for contact!"
Kenward commanded. The crew moved with the swiftness of experience. They armed themselves, secured lines, and erected a protective enclosure around the helm. The captain climbed the rigging and joined the lookout, and when he climbed down, he was issuing a steady stream of curses.
"You'd best get to your cabin, Katrin. We may be boarded, and they'll most likely be fighting on deck. Please remove yourself from harm,"
he pleaded. "While those around me risk their lives, I will not run and hide, Kenward. I am neither weak nor afraid."
"Do you know how to use one of these?"
he asked, drawing his sword. "I'm better with a bow, but I can wield a sword when I must." Kenward nodded and sent Bryn after a short sword and a bow. Bryn handed Katrin the sword in its leather scabbard. She drew it out to inspect it. The heavy blade was awkward in her hand, and she sheathed it, hoping she wouldn't have to use it. The bow was larger than she was accustomed to, but she could draw it. Slinging the quiver over her shoulder, she turned her attention to the Jean. As they drew closer to the gap in the reef, Katrin noticed an unusual apparatus on the bow of a Jean ship, but she didn't know what it was. The Jean ships stayed back, away from the breach, but they were close enough to close the distance quickly, especially with the high winds to drive them.
"Bloody mother of a ballista! Those common sumbits!"
Kenward ranted. Katrin had never heard of a ballista, but when she looked again at the ship, she was appalled. The ballista resembled a crossbow, only much larger, far larger than any weapon she had ever imagined. A supply of huge bolts, which were the trunks of small trees, lay beside it. She didn't know if the slippery eel could survive any hits from such a massive weapon, and she dreaded the impact and aftermath if any struck their mark.
"We're gonna have to rush 'em and get the other ships between us and the ballista. We'll be vulnerable for a time, but I'm going to try to make that time as short as possible. That thing will make a loud noise when they fire it, so be ready to take cover when you hear it," Kenward said. "We're going to shoot the gap at full speed, and then we'll head straight for those 2 ships. Be ready to repel boarding attempts. You all know the drill. For you newcomers, if it comes from the other ship, kill it. If it attacks you, kill it. And remember to cover my back." "I will be proud to fight beside skilled and honorable men," Bertuk shouted, and a cheer rose up from everyone on deck. Though the break looked plenty wide enough from afar, it sloped down gradually on each side, leaving only a narrow channel. Going through it at full speed seemed folly, and the crew and passengers shared a nearly palpable anxiety. The gap rushed toward them, faster than seemed possible. The way looked clear, but still they braced themselves as the ship entered the channel. Dark water closed around them, and the eel slowed and spun, scraping along the reef. The vessel creaked and groaned, struggling to break free, but the impact left it perpendicular to the reef, the waves threatening to drive the ship atop it. Kenward was busy shouting commands, but he stopped suddenly at the sound of an awesome thrum. "Take cover!" he shouted. The ballista bolt arched across the sky and struck the mainsail with a dreadful tearing sound. Kenward shouted more orders, and the crew rushed back into action. Bryn sprinted by with a long needle between his teeth and a ball of heavy string in hand. He scrambled up the rigging to the tear, which was steadily growing larger, but he got ahead of the ripping and continued to mend it, at times holding on to nothing but the sail itself. Again the ballista thrummed, and Bryn stopped stitching just in time to brace himself. This bolt struck the sail higher, tearing another large hole, but after piercing the sail, it glanced off the mast and whipped around violently. Bryn didn't see the blow coming, and was struck in the back of the head. He went limp, and Kenward yelled for a net to catch him. Tangled in the stitching, Bryn's arm was all that kept him from falling. When he opened his eyes, he gasped as he realized his predicament. His movements were sluggish and awkward as he regained his grip on the rigging. "I'll be fine," he said, but then he braced himself as the ballista fired again. The ship dipped low amid the growing waves, and the shot flew harmlessly over the bow, the rough seas and high winds saving them from being struck. Despite his injury, Bryn persisted, and he slowly and deliberately climbed to the other tear and began stitching. While the attention of the crew had been focused on the ballista ship, the Jeanne had taken full advantage. Another ship was headed toward them on the starboard side, at ramming speed. The eel spun slowly away from the approaching ship. As the Jeanne's ship came within bow range, Katrin nocked an arrow and drew. Looking down her shaft, she located a target. He was young and wore a look of determination and fear. There was no hatred in his eyes, only duty. She hesitated and closed her eyes, but in her mind's eye, she saw a Jeanne shaft strike down Erbil of the Sun Clan. As quick as thought, she rotated and found a new target, the man giving orders. Her fingers slipped from the string, and the arrow sped through the air. The man Katrin assumed was the captain of the Jeanne's ship shouted one last order before he dropped over the side, her shaft protruding from his chest. Still the ship came and struck a glancing blow that sent the ships careening away from one another. The Jeanne ship was much larger than the slippery eel, and it rode higher in the water. Sailors leaped from the height to the decks of the eel. Many landed without injury, but some were knocked unconscious when they hit the deck, and others missed the ship completely and plunged into the raging depths. One sailor landed not far from where Katrin stood, and she drew her short sword. The man smirked, seeing an easy victim, and he waved his sword menacingly. He approached slowly at first, then suddenly sprung at her. Katrin was ready for his attack. She dropped to the deck, kicked him hard in the groin, and prepared to swing at his ankles. As he reeled from her kick, though, the anger on his face changed to utter surprise when Bryn swung down from the rigging and kicked him squarely in the chest. The sailor dropped over the railing without another sound, but Bryn lost his grip while fully extended, and fell, face up, landing hard. He looked up at Katrin, moaned, then passed out. When he did not wake, Katrin dragged him to the deckhouse and into the first cabin. She tried to comfort him before leaving, feeling that she should stay by his side, but not knowing what else to do for him. When she returned to the deck, most of the fighting was over. Nat and a crewman forced a final tenacious sailor over the railing, and looked for anyone else left to fight. Kenward issued roll call, and 8 men failed to report, including Bryn. "Bryn was hurt in the fight. He banged his head twice and was knocked out. I took him to the first cabin."
Kenward was overjoyed to learn Bryn was still with them, and he hugged her, kissed her on the forehead, and rushed to the deckhouse. Katrin joined the cheers when a crewman was pulled from the water. 6 men lost were far too many, but it was much better than 7 or 8. The man at the helm earned his keep, swiftly putting distance between them and the Jean ships, all the while keeping a Jean ship between them and the ballista ship. As they sped northwest, aiming for open seas, they trimmed the sails to take full advantage of the wind, while the Jean ships lumbered in sluggish pursuit. The gaps steadily grew, and the crew became less tense, but as the northwestern tip of the Godfist came into view, their spirits dropped.
"Sails ahead, sir. I count a dozen northwest and 3 northeast. Jean outpost to the northeast and more ships on the horizon, sir,"
called the lookout. The Jean had constructed a huge lift system for raising men and supplies to the mountain valley high above the sea. Luckily, it appeared mostly abandoned, and only 3 ships were moored in the harbor. Katrin began to feel much as she had when escaping from the desert, trapped, and the noose was tightening. Kenward changed course, angling between the ships approaching from the makeshift docks and those still out to sea. Ominous storm clouds darkened the western horizon, casting a depressing pall over the crew. Webs of lightning illuminated the clouds, and as the sound of thunder grew closer to the lightning, the wind intensified. The crew of the Slippery Eel pushed her to her limits, using more sail than was advisable in high winds, and the ship groaned in protest as it tore through the massive waves. Even with the speed advantage, it became obvious they would not be able to evade all the Jean ships. Whether the ships were part of a massive trap or were simply returning to harbor to wait out the storm didn't matter. It looked as if the Slippery Eel would be trapped between the Jean ships and the Godfist. Huge growing swells crashed over the rails and forced everyone on deck to hold on to something. Many fled for the deckhouse, but Katrin fought her way to where Kenward had rooted himself near the helm.
"I don't know which I fear the most," he admitted. "The storm alone could put an end to us, and there are far too many Jean ships to avoid. Every option appears to be suicide, and I cannot decide which death I prefer."
Katrin knew in that moment that it was time for her to test her powers again. "Make for the center of the Pinnock harbor," she said. Kenward raised an eyebrow and considered her a moment, seemingly trying to decide if she knew what she was talking about.
"The center of the harbor? Are you certain about that?"
he asked. "I'm as certain as I've ever been about anything. There is no path that would not likely lead to our deaths, except this one. Is there anyone with another plan?" she asked. "Make for the center of the harbor," she repeated, after an uncomfortable silence. "When we arrive, drop anchor, and prepare to ride out the storm." Kenward seemed convinced by the force of her convictions, gave a simple nod, and the crew did what they knew to do without another order. Darkness fell earlier than usual, as storm clouds blotted out much of the remaining light, and bands of horizontal rain pelted the crew. The winds forced them to lower part of their sails, and yet they still managed to maintain their speed. The seas were impossibly high. When in the troughs, Katrin could see nothing but walls of water on either side of the ship, and it looked as though they would be engulfed and sunk at any moment. The Slippery Eel entered the Pinnock harbor in relative darkness and made for the deeps. Many Jean ships were already in the harbor, though most had dropped anchor in preparation for the approaching storm. Many were still making for the harbor and could effectively block their only route of escape. Katrin knew they had reached the point of no return, and as she looked at the crew, all eyes were on her. Holding her amulet tightly, she prayed. Staring at the familiar knots in the richly grained wood of his cabin walls, Kenward wondered if this was the last day he would spend on the Slippery Eel. Memories of his first ship, the Kraken's Claw, flooded his mind with every sight and sound of her sinking. Wringing his hands, he prayed this was not another mistake. Katrin seemed sincere in her convictions, but escape from the harbor would be nearly impossible. Only the intervention of the gods could save him this time, and he could only hope they had not lost patience with him. Though he was not usually a religious or superstitious man, he found himself walking to the rails and tossing a gold coin into the dark waters, an offering to the sea. Having done what he could do, Kenward returned to his cabin, hoping it was enough. Chapter 22. The most awesome powers are those not wielded. Enoch Geist, the first one. The journey to the center of the harbor ahead appeared endless to the crew of the Slippery Eel. The Jean ships already in port were secured for the storm, and they remained where they were anchored. It seemed no one noticed the smaller pirate ship, and nothing barred their path. Even if they had seen her, it would have taken hours for the large ships to pull up their many anchors and raise and set their sails. The Jean ships following them into the harbor were so busy contending with the storm that they had to concentrate on survival rather than pursuit. Katrin, alone for a moment, let her mind turn to a myriad of thoughts and emotions that she attempted to process. She didn't know if her friends were safe, and she felt a pang of loneliness and loss when she thought of them. When she thought of her father and her Uncle Jensen, her heart nearly broke. Her thoughts flashed to memories of the animals on the farm, the horses, cats, and all her cherished companions. She hoped Salty and the other horses were in green pastures, and that Millie and the other cats had found good hunting. Tears slid down her cheeks, but she stifled her grieving, knowing she would need to focus her energy on survival. She did not want to destroy the Jean or their nation, but she could not allow them to continue their siege on the Godfist, and it was clear they would take over her homeland, even if she escaped. No words would deter them. They would persist until forced to leave. She wanted to end the siege without the slaughter of men she realized were only doing their duty. That thought struck Katrin like a hammer blow. These men were not evil or her enemy. They were acting on orders. Archmaster Bellegra was not evil either. He truly believed that what he did was good and right and protected his nation. Even if he was wrong, he was simply as fallible and flawed as any other person. The actions of the Jean were precipitated by prophecies and religious beliefs that spanned thousands of years. It was as if what they did was foreordained and inescapable. The Jean believed the Herald of Istra would descend on them and attempt to destroy them. When she tried to look at things from their perspective, Katrin realized they perceived her as the embodiment of some ancient evil, as the reincarnation of a legendary adversary, and that it was their duty to protect their families and their nation from imminent destruction. She figured most of the Jean would seek high ground once they secured their ships. Rage burned in her belly when she imagined soldiers waiting out the storm at her family's farm. She felt an intense sense of personal violation, but pushed it aside. Such self-indulgence would have to wait. In a universe filled with possibilities, she knew some solution must exist. Battle with the Jean seemed inevitable, but she could see no way to defeat such a superior force, even with all the people of the Godfist. The Jean ships provided them food and mobility, and those things would allow them to starve out those trapped in the cold caves and the master house. The ships were the key. Without them, the Jean would be stranded and lucky to survive the winter. Food was limited on the Godfist, the land barely supporting the current population, and the fields were untended due to the siege. The master house and the cold caves each had large stores of food and water, and though their food supplies were limited, they had proportionally more than the Jean would if deprived of their ships. Destroying a fleet was not something Katrin would have ever thought herself capable of, but she had to consider the events that led to this moment. She thought of the explosion that saved her from Peyton's staff, and the storm that ravaged the great oaks. She remembered her actions on the plateau, and the staggering effects of her power. Her abilities were undeniable. The striking of the artesian well proved her ability to accomplish previously unthinkable things when she used Istra's power. The storm, bearing down on the harbor, drove enormous swells toward land, and ships strained against their anchors. Katrin considered the storm, which was the biggest threat and possibly her greatest source of power. Whenever she reached for the comet, the energy seemed to form a spinning vortex, and she had the same sense of spiraling energy from the massive storm. Stepping back, she tried to look at her world objectively and to shed her preconceptions. The comet and the other heavenly bodies gave evidence of unimaginable size and distance. The shapes in the sky had one common factor. They were all spherical. The Godsland was a sphere, Katrin realized, and it too was spinning. She reveled in her intuitive realizations, as if shedding overly tight skin. The sphere, she realized, was the primal shape of the universe. As she extended her senses toward the storm, she felt the atmosphere spinning. It was a vertical column of air, sheared by the rotation of the planet itself, just as her tendrils of energy had been sheared. Insight and understanding, albeit limited, gave Katrin an added measure of confidence. She realized the mechanics of this universe could be used to her advantage. Waves continued to batter the slippery eel, the winds making it difficult for the crew to work. The motion of the ship became increasingly violent, threatening to send Katrin over the railing. Nearly everyone else had gone below decks, and they were taking turns cranking the bilge pumps. Massive swells forced the bow underwater, and the ship took on water as fast as the crew could pump it out. Katrin had to stay on deck to carry out her plan, and she would need to remain standing. Grabbing a coil of rope from near the helm, she looped it around herself and the mainmast, creating a crude harness that she hoped would keep her in place. Alarmed shouts from the crew interrupted her thoughts, those remaining on deck pointing wildly out to sea. Katrin saw only a wall of water at first, but when they crested the next wave, she saw two Jean ships headed straight for them. She guessed they were among the ships that had been pursuing them, and they seemed intent on finishing the job they had started. The two ships were dangerously close to one another, and Katrin was shocked to realize they were actually chained together. Men leaped from one ship to the other. Some made the jump, but many fell to their deaths. Other men scrambled across the massive chain that hung between the ships, but the chain would suddenly go slack, then, just as suddenly, snap taut again as the ships moved closer together and farther apart on the waves. Katrin watched in horror as men were thrown into the air. Their actions made no sense to her at first, but then she came to a harsh realization. They were evacuating one ship because it was on a suicide mission. She guessed they would leave a few men on board to control it to make sure it rammed the eel. A direct hit at their current speed could very well sink both ships, but the Jean had ships to spare. Activity on the deck of the eel became intense as men scrambled to mobilize the ship. They might not be able to evade the approaching ship, but they wanted to get the anchors raised so the other ship might only push them out of the way. No more men attempted to abandon the suicide ship, and the chain was released during a brief slackening. The mostly unmanned ship continued to bear down on the slippery eel, while the other turned aside sharply. As the eel's crew hastily secured the anchors and ran for cover, Katrin braced herself and reconsidered the wisdom of tying herself to the mast, but there was no time left to escape. The Jean ship rode atop a huge wave, towering above the slippery eel, and it appeared to Katrin as if the ship suddenly dropped from the sky. The initial impact rocked the eel, and Katrin's head smacked against the mast, leaving her stunned. Seemingly unstoppable, the Jean ship slammed into the aft side of the deckhouse, easily pushing it out of the way. The supple wood flexed and groaned, barely withstanding the incredible force. The slippery eel rolled under the massive weight, and Katrin heard wood snapping just before she struck the frigid water. Struggling against the ropes she herself had tied, she grew frantic, having been underwater for what seemed a very long time. The ship rose suddenly and righted itself, tossed by another wave. Katrin hung limply against the ropes and tried to get her breath. Above the sounds of the storm, she could clearly hear Vertuk praying as he worked the bilge pump like a man possessed. Shrieking winds left no doubt that the massive storm had arrived and was engulfing the harbor. Katrin knew she had missed her chance to act before the full force of the storm struck, even as she knew she was drawing energy from it. Tied to the mast, she had to endure the high winds and brutal, stinging rain. The crewmen were all focused on their tasks of trying to drop the anchors again, but they were hampered by the buffeting wind and waves. They looked as though they had suffered injuries, probably from the violent motions of the ship, and they moved slowly and deliberately. Some were bleeding heavily and appeared to be in pain, but persisted in trying to do their jobs. The ship rose high into the wind, which pushed a huge swell toward shore. The massive wall of water rushed on, inexorably, with an awful roaring sound accompanied by deafening cracks and snaps. Many of the Jean ships were torn from their moorings, and as Katrin watched, they began to float aimlessly, some crushed against the rocks, others smashed to bits against other ships. The anchors of the slippery eel dug into the harbor floor once again, and the ship groaned as it faced the storm. The swells grew so massive that the ship was nearly pulled under by the weight of her own anchors as she crested the tallest waves. A huge piece of sail and rigging hit Katrin, and she couldn't tell which ship it had come from. She was uninjured, except for a gash across her forehead. Blood began to run into her eyes. clouding her vision, and she used the tail of her shirt to wipe the blood away. Hours passed, but the storm continued, unabated. Then the wind suddenly died, and the sky cleared. A surreal calm set in as the eye of the cyclone moved over the harbor. Katrin looked up into the night sky, and was astonished to see 5 comets amid the stars, 3 of which were little more than small dots with tails, but the other 2 were large and bright. The crewmen moved around the deck quietly, trying to take advantage of the brief respite. They all knew the way these storms behaved, and that the other side of the storm was yet to come, and would likely be worse. Using large hunks of rope, soaked in tar, they temporarily patched the holes in the damaged hull.
"Katrin, please come below decks. You could be killed out here,"
Kenward said as he passed her. "I'll be fine here. Are there any clean bandages?" she asked. Kenward retrieved one for her and applied it to her wound. "How is the crew holding up?" she asked. He sighed.
"They've taken some pretty hard licks, but they have to keep working despite their injuries. They are good, strong men, and they'll heal quickly. Bryn's awake and complaining a lot, so I'd say he'll be fine as well."
"Thank you, Kenward. I have to tell you that what I'm about to try will be risky, but I must try to save us," she said.
"I have faith in you,"
he said simply. As she turned to face the harbor, she saw men scrambling to take advantage of the short lull to try to prevent further damage to their ships. She drew a deep breath and opened herself to the intense energy surrounding her. "Armies of the Jean nation, behold!" she said in her most powerful voice, which was amplified by the power running through her. "You bear witness to the call of the herald, and she calls you not to war, but to peace." She paused, then continued. "You came here to defend yourselves against one who had no intentions of destroying you, and by your very actions you have brought about your own fears. I bear no ill will toward any of you, but I cannot allow you to lay siege to my homeland." She paused again as her words hung in the air. "Without your ships, you will have no food. You will have to choose between peace and death. You'll not survive a winter on the Godfist without the help of her inhabitants. I declare the armies of the Jean disbanded. All of you are now citizens of the Godfist, whether you wish it or not, and I'll not wage war with you," she said, pausing again for her final statement. "The Jean ships, however, are forfeited, and I will destroy them. If you wish to see the dawn, abandon your ships now." Her words hung in the air, echoing in the distance. Without another word, she reached toward the largest and brightest comet in the sky. The cyclone's eye wall was rapidly approaching, and she had to act. Power and pleasure washed over her as energy flowed through her tingling body. Tendrils of energy reached toward the comet, the spinning of the planet causing them to shear and spin. A massive vortex of energy and swirling colors formed in the air above her. Wind thrashed and churned the water around the ship, and Katrin expanded her vortex to envelop the ship and keep it within the relative calm of the center. Her senses heightened. She could feel the immense energy pent up in the storm. The clouds were highly charged and seemed to be searching for a place to release their abundant energy. When she cast her senses over the ship, she perceived a massive negative charge, and the result was as if the clouds and the ship reached toward one another, seeking balance. She could almost see a strand of negative energy reaching from the mast to the sky, and she shuddered as she realized one was also extending from her own head. Casting about the harbor, she found a web of negative filaments rising from the Jean ships as well. Targeting the closest one, she reached out to its largest thread of negative energy, which rose from the mainmast. Her connection to the ship created an almost visible link between them, a thread of gossamer stretching into the night. She fed negative energy to the Jean ship, and the tendril grew more distinct and extended higher into the sky. The clouds reached down with their positive charge, yearning for ground. A bolt of lightning suddenly completed the arc with a furious discharge. Up close, it resembled a plummeting fireball with a life of its own, and it struck the Jean ship with a fury, engulfing it in flames. The lightning was not spent, though, and it leaped along Katrin's thread of energy, racing toward her. She broke her link with the ship, and the lightning split apart, dissipating. Balls of fire cast waves of intense heat over her, only to fizzle and disappear before they reached her. All of this occurred within a fraction of an instant. Her energy vortex raged on, unabated. and the eye wall was nearly on them. As the winds pounded against her power, they were forced aside and sheared off, causing them to spin wildly. The intense rotation spawned monstrous waterspouts that thrashed violently through the harbor, tossing ships about like children's toys. Several waterspouts became tornadoes as they left the water and moved over dry land. Katrin sought more Jean's ships, but the high winds and rain had returned with the other side of the cyclone's wall and obscured her vision. Determined, she reached out to them with her power alone, casting her energy over the water, feeling her way to the ships as if her power were an extension of her fingers. When she sensed the wooden sides, she knew she had found a target. Her energy cast about the ship and located the mainmast. She attached a thread and fed it negative energy. Within a short time, lightning pounded her target and illuminated the spectacle for all to see. She released the link more quickly this time, but the bolt of lightning still came perilously close to reaching her, daring her to try again. Massive hail fell from the skies, pounding the ships mercilessly, and Katrin tried to target ships that were less damaged. Soon, the entire harbor appeared to be afire, and despite the driving rain, the fires spread and intensified. Katrin noticed a nearby ship, which was largely undamaged, and reached out to it, calling the lightning to do her will. Too late, she realized, the slippery eel had also built up a massive negative charge. Looking up, she saw a fireball racing along a jagged course. It slammed into the mainmast, and she was helpless to protect herself as it descended on her. It struck with a force greater than anything she had ever imagined, and the ropes securing her were vaporized, along with much of her hair and clothing. She fell to the deck, stunned and smoking, her energy vortex collapsing. Darkness overwhelmed her. When Katrin opened her eyes, she was lying face up on the heaving deck. Disoriented, she had difficulty focusing her thoughts. She was about to pull herself back to the mast when a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Hundreds of fish, large and small, rained from the sky. It was a dangerous spectacle, and Katrin was struck in the leg by an enormous jellyfish. The gelatinous creature exploded on impact, and its stinging tentacles caused intense pain. Reaching the mast, she wrapped her arms and legs around its base and held on. Flames danced amid the rigging, but the fire was quickly extinguished. Exhaustion overcame Katrin. Her mind and body screamed for rest, but if she relented, she knew all aboard the slippery eel would surely perish in the powerful storm. Forcing herself to concentrate, she worked to re-establish her protective energy vortex. When she reached for the comet, though, the exertion was just too much in her weakened state. Struggling to hang on to the mast and remain conscious, she closed her eyes and squeezed herself tight around the mast. The carved fish dug into her chest where it still hung on its leather thong. She had forgotten about it, and it gave her enough hope to try again. She pulled the carving from her shirt and lifted the thong over her head. Placing the small fish in her palm, she wrapped the thong around her fingers. With the carving firmly secured, she tried again to create the vortex. The carving grew warm in her hand as she drew on it, and she reached into the night sky. Heavy water vapor in the air thrashed her vortex wildly as it tried to form. Katrin poured herself into the vortex. Straining with everything within her, she fed the vortex with every emotion she contained. Fear, anger, resentment, joy, and love all went into the shimmering funnel. It fluctuated and wobbled around her, liquid veins of color dancing across its surface, but it finally established itself and became organized. As the vortex grew, chaos ensued throughout the harbor, as more waterspouts were spawned, and lightning picked its own targets. The vortex provided some protection from the storm, but not all dangers would be so easily held at bay. Katrin was nearly knocked loose from the mast when another ship crashed into them. It had broken loose from its moorings and was now being tossed around the harbor. It rammed against the eel several times before finally breaking free, sent spinning toward shore by the driving winds. The carved fish had grown hot in her hand, but she continued to draw on the energy reserves it provided, determined to protect the ship and its men from further damage. It was obvious the ship was wounded, because she had begun to list to one side, but Katrin could hear the crew still working the bilges, and she prayed the eel would remain afloat. The relentless storm pounded them for what seemed an eternity, putting Katrin's endurance to the test. She lost feeling in her limbs, and her mind grew fuzzy. She could no longer remember why she needed the vortex so badly, but some part of her held on tenaciously. Only when she felt a hand settle on her shoulder did she become aware of her surroundings again. The dawn had come, the storm passed, and still she held on to the dwindling vortex. Once fully convinced she no longer needed it, she released the energy and slumped forward. Her body was leaden, and her heart seemed weary of beating. The hand was still on her shoulder, and she looked up to find Nat looking at her with extreme concern. He had risked himself by reaching through her vortex to touch her.
"Are you well?"
he asked as he wrapped her in a thick blanket.
"I don't think so."
"What did this to you?"
he asked.
"Lightning,"
she responded, unable to elaborate. As her senses returned, she felt intense pain in her right hand, and she opened it slowly. The leather thong was still twined around her fingers, but as her hand opened, the fish carving crumbled into dust. Instinctively, she knew she had lost something far more important than a simple carving, or even a mighty tool. She destroyed something precious and irreplaceable. The flesh of her palm was covered with tiny blisters, and when she concentrated on it, the pain was overwhelming. She would have collapsed on the spot, but she saw the rest of the crew hurriedly preparing for their departure. The crew repaired what damage they could, and the slippery eels soon began limping toward the open seas.
"I want to go back. I want to go home,"
Katrin said.
"Do you think they will welcome you? Do you think peace can so easily be achieved?"
Nat asked, shaking his head.
"I think not. Your countrymen have already declared you a witch, and were ready to turn you over to the Jean. And what of the Jean? You may have declared them citizens of the Godfist, but you also sentenced them to a hard winter here. You stole from them their only way home."
He placed his hand on her shoulder to soften the blow of his words.
"No, Katrin, you cannot go home now. I see dark days ahead on the Godfist, and I fully expect there to be unrest, if not civil war. But even if none of this were true, I would still urge you to seek out knowledge that cannot be found here. I know little of your power, but I know one thing for certain. If you do not find a way to better control your gifts, then they will be the instruments of your destruction."
In the silence that followed, Kenward shifted uncomfortably and waited for Katrin to respond, but she did not.
"Do you want me to take you home?"
he asked, earning a glare from Nat.
"I do,"
she responded softly, her eyes downcast.
"But I cannot go back. Nat is right. I must go to the Greatland and seek out the Cathurans. I must learn to control my power. It's what Benjen wanted. It's what my father would want."
Kenward nodded and returned to his work. Nat put his hands on Katrin's shoulders and turned her to face him.
"I know this is hard for you, and I know it's not what you desire, but you do what is right."
Katrin walked to the bow of the ship in silence. She took one last look at her homeland, knowing she might never see it again. Only when the Godfist had dwindled in the distance did she pull herself from the heart-wrenching sight and shuffle to her cabin. Just as she was entering the deck-house, one of the crew shouted in alarm. In the distance, the Slippery Eel's sister ship appeared on the horizon. The Jean had captured the stealthy shark during the raid on the Pirates' Cove, and no doubt they now planned to use her to their advantage. The shark appeared to have less damage than the eel, and was moving swiftly toward them. Katrin's will and energy were spent. She climbed into the hammock and tried to think of a way to evade the ship, but her muddled thoughts were indistinct, and she fell exhausted into a deep sleep.
Epilogue.
Premon Dolls crouched in the drainage ditch, waiting for the Jean patrol to pass. Acrid smoke still hung heavy in the air, stinging his eyes and irritating his throat, making him fear he would soon be coughing. Debris from the storm littered the ditch, and he pulled as much as he could over him, trying to make himself invisible. He assumed these men were still loyal to General Dempsey, since they still marched in formation, and there was no one he recognized in the group. The defectors were with the followers of Wendell Volker, since the Masters refused to accept any of them. With tensions rising between the Masters and the rebels, as Wendell's followers were called,
The mysterious presence of the tribes of Argast only increased the uncertainty of the situation. How they had come to be allied with the rebels was still a mystery. Spying on the rebels had yielded little new information, but Primon was determined to use every morsel to his advantage. His plain looks had been a handicap when he was an ambitious young man struggling to gain status, but now his appearance was a benefit. Few took notice of him, and even fewer knew his name. Getting back to the master house was proving to be more difficult than ever before, as the Jean patrolled constantly, seemingly intent on maintaining control over the docks and shipyards. This was not an entirely bad thing, for when the Jean repaired their ships and left the Godfist, he would be free. For the moment, though, he was content to wait. While it was still dark, Primon hauled himself out from the mud and trash and crept to the foul-smelling sewer grate he told Pete and Ross about. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he removed the broken bar from the grate and set it inside. Even with the bar removed, he had to squeeze through, and he was bruised and scratched by the time he got down into the sewer. He replaced the broken bar and picked up the torches and flint he'd stashed there several days before. The stench was overwhelming, and he struggled to breathe. By the time he reached the drain that led to the upper halls of the master house, his sense of smell was gone, and the powerful odor no longer bothered him. The steep climb to the upper halls was an even worse part of the journey, but he suffered through it, thinking of the future. A place of power awaited him, and it would all be worth it. Using one of the many service tunnels to gain access to the master house, Primon made his way to the appointed place without being seen. Once within the darkened room, which was little more than a closet, he waited. He was sleeping when Master Edling finally arrived, and Primon struggled to pull himself from his stupor.
"Don't you ever bathe?"
Master Edling asked, covering his nose and mouth with his hand.
"Stealth has its price,"
Primon said, shrugging.
"What have you found out?"
Primon thought for a moment before he replied.
"The rebels plan to take back the farmlands and the highlands and leave Harberton to you." "How very kind of them. I've heard talk of settling the Jean defectors in the upper Pinnock and Chinapa valleys. It seems they're willing to give away our lands to the enemy," Primon continued.
Master Edling appeared lost in his own ruminations, and Primon pressed on, hoping to gain any advantage he could.
"General Dempsey's men have already repaired one warship, and they are scavenging materials to repair more. From what I've heard, they plan to pursue the Volker girl once they have 3 seaworthy ships. The deserters will be left behind."
Master Edling watched Primon, but showed no reaction.
"There is one other thing," Primon continued, his lips curling into a sneer. "Wendell Volker sleeps in an unguarded room near one of the shafts that allow fresh air into the cold caves."
"Does he now?" Master Edling said, raising his eyes to meet Primon's.
"It would be a pity if he were to die in his sleep, especially with no one to inherit his lands."
Primon could not keep the smile from his lips.
"Indeed," he said,
a plan already forming in his mind. Acres of farmland were far from enough to satisfy him, but it was a beginning. Book 2. Inherited Danger. Prologue. Impenetrable darkness shrouded the cold caves, and Wendell Volker shivered as the freezing dampness crept into his bones. His persistent cough rattled in his chest. Though he had gone to his bedroll hours ago, his mind refused to quiet. His troubles demanded attention, demanded he find some way to act, some way to set things right. He had thought of little else for days, but no answers were revealed to him, only feelings of guilt, anger, and despair. Katrin was gone, and he would probably never see her again. For all his strength and devotion, he had failed to protect her, just as he had failed to protect Elsa, and now they were both lost to him. Like a coward, he'd hidden in the cold caves when Katrin had needed him most. He had relied on Benjen to stand in his place. He'd been a fool. Perhaps Elsa had been wrong all those years ago. Perhaps she should have chosen Benjen instead. Balling his hands into fists, Wendell tried to drive the thoughts from his mind, but memories of Katrin would not relent. They flooded him with guilt and remorse. When he turned his thoughts to his present situation, there was no relief. Katrin had left behind a troubled land. Though he knew she had done the best she could, and was immensely proud of her, her actions had not been enough. To achieve peace under these circumstances was more than any individual could accomplish, and Wendell wondered how the Godfist would ever overcome the turmoil threatening to consume them all. General Dempsey's men still held the harbor, and no one could know what they planned to do next. Headmaster Grodin was succumbing to age, and he ruled over those within the master house only in name. It was Master Edling and his followers who truly held sway, and their stubborn arrogance only exacerbated the problems. By refusing to grant amnesty to the Jean soldiers who defected, they had divided the citizens of the Godfist. Though the tribes of Argast had helped to defend those in the cold caves, their presence had only served to confuse matters. Once it seemed the Jean no longer presented an immediate threat, they claimed to have fulfilled their oath to Katrin, but left a force of 30 mounted men behind to guard the cold caves. It was difficult to believe they had come in the first place, especially since they claimed to be bound to Katrin. Perhaps he just couldn't accept it, Wendell thought. Even after witnessing some of the events in the harbor, he could not convince himself that Katrin was the Herald of Istra. It just seemed too surreal. She was his little girl, not a harbinger of doom. He made himself believe it was all a coincidence, that Katrin had nothing to do with the bizarre occurrences. Either way, it mattered little now. The Godfist was caught up in a 3-sided war, and he doubted he would ever see his daughter again. The thought of leading a revolution had no appeal for Wendell, yet he found himself caught in that position. His attempts to relinquish power had been fruitless. No one was willing to take his place. Even when he threatened to step down and leave them leaderless, no one volunteered. Exhausted and ill-prepared, he struggled to find a solution. If he surrendered to the will of the masters, then the Jean defectors would be cast out with nowhere to go, and the bloodletting would begin again. Wendell could not accept that. Jensen insisted they retake the farmlands and highlands, but Wendell was loath to leave the protection of the cold caves. Here, at least, they had the benefit of natural fortifications. If they retook the countryside, then they would be spread too thin to adequately defend themselves. It seemed a puzzle with no solution, and his thoughts ran in circles. Their supplies were dwindling, and soon they would have no choice but to leave their shelter, despite the danger. Sighing, he tried once again to put the problems from his mind. Hoping some revelation would come to him in the morning, he rolled onto his side and continued sweating, despite the prevailing cold. Shades of darkness shifted in his room, moving as if specters lurked in every corner. Chiding himself for letting the stress affect him in such a way, Wendell rolled to face the cave wall and squeezed his eyes shut. When a foul smell reached his nose, it was already too late to escape. Even as he cried out, a cold blade parted his flesh. Chapter 1. Hope can be foolish or in vain, but without it, all is lost. Ebron Rawl, Healer. The seas behind the slippery eel churned in her wake and left a visible wash of turbulent water. The ephemeral trail gradually dissipated in the distance, where, once again, the waves became nearly indistinguishable before another ship churned them anew. The stealthy shark remained within sight, and kept pace with the slippery eel, but she did not close the gap. The two ships were evenly matched when in top condition, but the eel was heavily damaged, and wallowed sluggishly. She had been taking on water since before leaving the harbor, and the crew had been unable to stop all the leaks. The bilge pumps were the only things keeping them afloat. The loss of men during their flight from the Godfist left Kenward severely short-handed, but clear skies, fair winds, and calm seas were a boon to the crew, and made their work a bit easier. Katrin, her hair cut short, stood alongside Kenward at the stern, both watching the ship that trailed them.
"I don't understand it,"
Kenward said.
"The shark is in much better condition than the eel. She should have overtaken us long before now. Fasha and her crew are definitely not aboard. The shark is being sailed by boiling amateurs,"
he continued, knowing his sister and her crew were either dead or stranded on the Godfist. "I'm sorry," Katrin said, touching his arm.
Fasha's the most stubborn and tenacious person I've ever known," he said with fierce pride. "She'll swim her way back to the shark if that's what it takes."
His obvious pride in her made Katrin smile, and she thought again, as she had so many times before, of what it would be like to have a brother or sister. Chase was the closest thing she had, and she shared Kenward's loss. That thought led her to wondering again how her father, Benjen, and the others had fared. Wanting desperately to see them, or at least know they were well, Katrin despaired. That knowledge was beyond her reach, taunting her. She had no illusions about the journey ahead of her, and she accepted the possibility that she might never see any of them again.
"There, you see?" Kenward said suddenly. "The rigging's all wrong. They're already blowing off course. If these fools catch us, it'll be no one's fault but mine."
He walked away, a sour look on his face. Katrin matched his stride, following him to the helm. "What can I do to help?"
"You've done enough already. Without your magic, I don't think any of us would have escaped the Godfist. Those of us who live owe our lives to you."
"And I owe my life to you and your crew. You risked yourselves to save us, and I'll always be grateful." His mention of magic sent a chill up her spine. She had never considered her powers to be magic, and the image disturbed her.
"Well, I hadn't thought of it in that way," Kenward said. "And we could certainly use you. Bryn has been promoted since Jiminy, the bosun, was lost in the storm. Jiminy was a good man, the best, but Bryn is deserving of the post. Ask him to show you what you can do."
After searching much of the ship, Katrin located Bryn, who was high above her head, methodically examining every part of the rigging. He checked line, pulley, and sail for damage. Glancing down for a moment, he noticed her, and she waved. "Can we talk when you have a free moment?" she called up to him.
"No more free moments for me, I'm afraid,"
he shouted in response.
"I'm coming down."
His movements were slow and methodical compared to his previous acrobatics.
"My head still hurts. My balance is off. I feel like a bumbling fool."
"It'll pass, and then you'll be back to yourself. I know you're busy and short of hands. What can I do to help?" He looked dubious for a moment, then winked as she put her hands on her hips.
"The first thing you must learn is how to tie knots. All of them."
"Is that all?" Bryn chuckled and retrieved a small canvas and a length of supple line. He handed them to her.
"Come back when you have them all mastered,"
he said, and Katrin accepted his challenge. Spreading the canvas out on the deck, she held it in place with a couple of spare pulleys. Painted with fine illustrations, depicting each knot and its name, the canvas was intimidating. She hadn't known so many different types of knots existed. This was indeed a test. Determined, she began with an easy knot. It was a simple pattern, but the line twisted in her hands and seemed to resist forming even the simple bowline loop. Still she persisted, and was proudly admiring her first knot when Nat approached.
"I think we should talk."
"I suppose we should," Katrin replied, not liking the look in his eyes, or his tone.
"I'm sure Benjen planned to tell you certain things," he said. "I hope he has already discussed this with you. Do you remember your mother?"
Katrin turned sharply and stared at him. She had not expected such a personal question, and in response she nodded sadly. Memories of her mother were faded, more like gauzy images, but when Katrin thought of her, she felt warm and safe, and often smelled roses. Her mother had loved roses.
"Did your father ever tell you about your mother's family?"
"No. He doesn't like to talk about it, and I never wanted to make him unhappy, so I never asked," Katrin replied.
"Did Benjen tell you about his relationship with her?" he asked,
looking somewhat disgusted. "Benjen and I have never discussed my mother for the same reasons," she answered.
Nat sighed. "He should have told you, but since they did not, I will. I'm sorry. It would be better if this came from Benjen or your father."
Katrin grew anxious, uncertain she wanted to hear what he had to say. I don't think I want to know," she said, but her imagination was already conjuring frightening images that continually grew worse.
"I'm sorry, Katrin, but your destination is the Greatland, and your life may depend on this information," he said firmly, and she nodded. "You've probably heard that my father was deranged, and people say I inherited his disease. My father had visions. He saw things that urged him to take one course of action over another.
They were not always specific things. They were more like overpowering intuition. He watched for her reaction. She had heard the rumors, but she judged Nat for herself. After all, he had given her information that had been instrumental in her escape from the Godfist. Without his help, she might never have gotten away. She owed him her life. Thinking of what Kenward had said, she realized they all owed their lives to each other. None of them could have survived alone. "How did you know what to write in your letter?" she asked suddenly. "Where do those words come from, the part about land and water? How could you see the future?" It was Nat's turn to be dumbstruck. "See the future? I can't see the future. Those words just occurred to me as I wrote. Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure what they mean." He looked thoughtful for a moment. Were they somehow prophetic? His words had seemed strange when she read them because they had made no sense. Yet when she needed inspiration, they rang in her mind. Water shapes the land. His strange poetry had changed the course of history. As she recounted what happened on the plateau, his eyes grew wider with every detail. When she finished, he sat, staring at his hands. "My letter changed the face of the Godfist, and killed hundreds of men." "I'm not proud of it," Katrin said, a bit defensively. "1,000 apologies. I know you did your best. I was just taken aback by the effect of my spontaneous words. You were protecting your homeland, and you are a true hero." Katrin didn't consider herself a hero. She was a scared little girl, unprepared to face the challenges ahead. Kenward and Bryn, who'd been watching the stealthy shark wander farther off course, approached before she had a chance to sort out her feelings. "I don't think they have the skill to catch us, sir," Bryn said. "They've made up no time during our repairs, and now that we can make more speed, we could lose them." "We need food, and now's the time to fish," Kenward said. "If we fill our hold, we'll not starve crossing the barren seas, but it'll slow us down. If those fools ever figure out what they're doing, they could catch us. We could jettison the fish if they catch a miracle wind, and I, for one, would rather not starve," Bryn said. Kenward smiled. "Drop the lines, men. Let's fish." Large trawl tubs were prepared with multiple lines, hooks, and bait. Katrin gasped as an emerald-green carpet began to cover the waters around the ship, except for the trail of dark water in her wake. "It's from the storm," Kenward said. "We call it a storm oasis. The force of the storm dredges up nutrients from the seafloor, and large amounts of plankton flourish in the normally barren waters. The plankton fields lure fish, and they draw more fish and birds." He pointed off the starboard side, and Katrin strained to see. An enormous creature suddenly rose up to the surface, and she jumped back with fear. "Whales! There'll be more. Keep your eyes to the seas, and you'll see things you've never imagined." Katrin watched the whales, afraid they would attack the ship. Kenward assured her they posed no threat, but she was still anxious around such massive creatures. Porpoises played in the ship's wake. They chittered at Katrin and the crew, entertaining with their antics. Some jumped high into the air, while others walked across the water on their tails, and the natural beauty took Katrin's mind from all that was troubling her. Later, when the crew hauled in the first of the trawl tubs, they were energized as they strained to work the windlass, and they let out a cheer when 3 massive tuna were pulled onto the deck. Large coffers of salt and pine boxes were brought from the hold. Cleaned fish were placed in the boxes and packed with dried sea salt. The salt would draw the moisture from the fish and prevent spoilage. Katrin and Nat helped as much as they could. After seeing Nat fillet fish with efficient and skillful strokes, the crew seemed to look at him with newfound respect. Soon they were laughing with him and patting him on the back while exchanging tales and techniques. Katrin had no skill for gutting fish, and little desire to learn, so she settled for packing salt around the fish. The salt supply dwindled rapidly, but the crew was already boiling off large pots of seawater in an effort to replenish their supply. It was a slow and tedious process. Kenward watched intently as Katrin and the others worked alongside his crew. "I'd like to welcome the new members of the crew. They may not yet know bow from stern, but they work as if their lives depended on it," he said, smiling broadly, and Katrin thought it an odd compliment, but the crew hooted and stomped their feet. Katrin flushed, but was glad to have earned their respect. She was also thrilled to see Nat working as part of the crew. Never before had he seemed so happy. The seas yielded a bounty, and at the end of the day, nearly half the hold was filled with salted tuna, round eye, and shark. Grubb, the ship's cook, prepared a feast of fresh fish for the evening meal, and the aroma from the cookhouse had mouths watering. Katrin felt good for her efforts. Hard work had always helped keep her from worrying over things she couldn't change. After stowing the rope and canvas in her cabin, she sought out Nat. Their conversation was unfinished, and she needed to know what else he planned to tell her. His cabin door was closed, but she could hear him moving within. She knocked lightly and waited. Nat opened the door and sighed when he saw her.
"Come in. I suppose you want to hear the rest,"
he said while pulling himself into his hammock. He stared at the ceiling as he spoke.
"When your father, Benjamin, and I were about your age, my father had a vision. He was convinced the Jean would attack the Godfist. I did not believe him then. As far as I knew, our people hadn't encountered any others in hundreds, if not thousands of years. I'd begun to see truth in what others said about him. I thought he was stricken by madness. He tried to convince me to go to the Greatland to search for information. I refused. I wanted only to court Juliet and convince her to marry me. He said terrible things would happen if I did not go, but I was young, stubborn, and foolish," he said, his voice overlaid by the waves of anxiety that poured from him like a wellspring. "He gave up on me and approached your father. Wendell was proud and brash, and would do just about anything to prove his bravery. When my father challenged him, your father took the bait, hook and line. There was nothing anyone could do to dissuade him, not that many knew of the situation." He drew a deep breath before continuing. "Benjamin thought the quest was a delusion, and he argued with your father, but somehow Wendell convinced him to go." Nat's tone had gradually changed, until he seemed to be talking to himself, having forgotten she was there, consumed as he was in his own memories. "Father made the arrangements. Benjamin and Wendell boarded a small pirate ship along the southern shores of the Godfist. They were supposed to travel to the Falcon Isles, but somehow managed to travel all the way to the Greatland aboard that small vessel. It's a wonder they did not perish." Nat grew quiet. His hands balled into fists, and Katrin thought she heard a growl escape his throat. He started to speak several times, but had to stop to regain his composure. "I tried to forget about them and my father's warnings. I pretended none of it was real, telling myself they were all mad. But then sweet Juliet died." He sucked in an unsteady breath before he went on. "She was bitten by a glass viper, which are extremely venomous and usually only found in the desert. How it came to be in her bedding is still a mystery, but it cost me everything. All my hopes and dreams died with Juliet. May her soul be free." No words could adequately express Katrin's condolences, and she could think of nothing to say that wouldn't sound trite. Instead, she chose to put her hand on his and give it a gentle squeeze. She gave him a few moments to grieve. When he had composed himself, he continued. My father blamed me," he said haltingly. "He said I had affronted fate, and fate had treated me in kind. In a desperate attempt to convince fate to return my Juliet, I tried to set things right. I knew it would never work, but that didn't stop me from trying. I could no longer stand the sight of my homeland. Everything reminded me of my failure, of how my actions had killed Juliet," he said, smashing his fists against his thighs. "I left the Godfist in a small fishing boat, hoping to find Wendell and Benjamin. It was a terrible journey, and it took me over a year to find them. When I did, I met your mother. It was a difficult time," he said, looking her in the eye for the first time since he had begun speaking. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this," he said, and he paused as if he were unsure he should continue. "Your mother captured both Wendell's and Benjamin's hearts. She seemed truly unaware of their feelings, and the tension grew. Wendell and Benjamin became bitter toward each other, and were both miserable. One day they told Elsa she would have to choose between them, but she cared for them both and refused. Eventually the tension was too great, and Benjamin challenged Wendell. They argued at first, but it escalated, and they fought like madmen, nearly killing each other. Elsa and I pulled them apart, and we were both injured in the process. They fought us blindly, and did not thank us for our interference. After the fight, Elsa tended Wendell's wounds.
I'm not sure if it was the loss of his friend or Elsa's silent choice that drove him, but Benjen left without a word. Your father was saddened by his departure, but did not go after him. Katrin could feel her heart breaking as she listened, unable to bear the thought of her father and Benjen fighting. "Why are you telling me this?" "I'm telling you because there are many in the Greatland who will remember your parents and the events surrounding their departure from the Greatland. You see, your mother was the daughter of a very wealthy noble, a prominent member of society." He paused a moment to look at Katrin. "And you are her mirror image." Tears blurring her vision, Katrin could bear no more and fled the cabin. Nat wasn't proud of himself, but he'd begun to do what was right. Still, he dreaded what would come next, and doubted any words would make Katrin understand. With a deep sigh, he tried to sleep. It would not come. A haunting but familiar sensation grew steadily, and he braced himself. The taste of blood filled his mouth as his muscles clenched, and the vision overwhelmed his senses. The land shivered under the weight of an ill green light. A foul demon with eyes of ice sundered the air, and the skies caught fire. In the demon's path Katrin stood, abandoned and alone, her arms cast wide and power flowing around her. Roaring as it came, the demon engulfed her in its flames, and she disappeared into the conflagration. Nat sucked a deep breath as the seizure released him, and he felt himself being ripped apart, torn among the visions, duty, and the wrath of men long dead. Chapter 2. The past is indelible, but our every action weaves the fabric of the future. Enoch Geist, the first one. Katrin avoided Nat for the next few days and kept herself busy practicing knots. Mastering all of them gave her great pride, and she sought out Bryn. He watched her demonstrate. "Not bad," he said, "but on a ship you have to be able to tie them without thinking, or even watching what you're doing. Come back when you can do them all with your eyes closed." Disappointment was overwhelmed by the need for success. Refusing to fail, Katrin squatted on the deck. Her eyes closed, she found her other senses heightened. Things that normally complemented her visual image were now her only source of awareness. When Nat walked across the deck, she knew him from the rhythmic click of his staff against the deck. The sound grew closer and stopped, and she was not surprised when he spoke. "I'm sorry, Katrin. I didn't want to hurt you." "Then why didn't you? You could have simply told me I looked like my mother and people might recognize me," she said, realizing even as the words left her mouth that she was being unreasonable. Nat was not to blame for the pain his message stirred within her. "I'm sorry," he said. "No, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I reacted poorly, and I have been acting like a child. Please, sit with me," she said, motioning to the spot next to her. Nat eased himself slowly to the deck, grunting as he settled himself. "I'm getting old." "I've been meaning to ask you something," Katrin said. "How did you manage to swim and hold on to your staff at the same time?" She remembered her own terrifying plunge into the sea. Nat's back stiffened, and his face grew stony. "I had to choose," he said. "I had to choose between my life and my father's last wishes. I knew I couldn't swim with the staff in my hands, at least not very well. But to drop the staff would have been to betray my father. I would not allow the consequences. Not again. I couldn't." The venom that poured from him as if she had lanced a festering wound surprised Katrin. "They said I was crazy to hold on to the staff, that only a madman would try and swim with an iron-shod stick," he said with an angry, hurt look toward the crew. "I see," Katrin said, looking him in the eye. It was Nat's turn to feel foolish. He seemed to realize the crew could not have known how that would hurt him. He shook his head. "I must have seemed crazy to them, risking my life to save a piece of wood and metal. There was no way they could have understood. I would have died without their help." He sighed. He looked down at the deck, breaking eye contact with Katrin. "It pains me to trouble you more, but I must. You left before I could tell you the rest. I cannot go with you to the Greatland, he blurted. Katrin sat back so quickly that she smacked her head on the deckhouse. Unable to formulate a response, she just stared at him in shock. It's not that I don't want to go. Please understand, I know I swore to protect you, and I will for as long as I can. But I cannot go to the Greatland. It was forbidden to me. I have known this time would come and have dreaded it, but now it has arrived, and I shall do my duty to my father, he said. Katrin was not sure how much more she could take. On his deathbed, he made me swear I would never again set foot on the Greatland. He said that if I did, something far more dreadful than Juliet's death would occur, and I cannot allow that to happen. He looked directly at Katrin. It seems I've taken too many vows, and now I must choose, for I cannot obey them all. Will you, Katrin Volker, Herald of Istra, and my dear friend, please release me from my vow? He asked, kneeling and placing his forehead on the deck before her. I cannot, she said forcefully, and his head jerked up from the deck. He could not contain his utter dismay, and his face went slack. He looked into Katrin's face and was confused when she smiled back. You can keep both vows. There is no need to choose. I am flexible, you see. You don't need to come with me to protect me and my interests. I need someone to look after things on the Godfist. Nat smiled when he realized she had cleverly solved his dilemma, allowing him to keep his word and his pride. Katrin, though, had an icy feeling in her stomach. She would go to the Greatland with only Vertuk to guide her, and she was not yet certain how Vertuk felt about the journey. She might have to face the Jeanne alone. Your passage from the Falcon Isles has been paid, and I have gold for you. Members of the Vestrana should be available to help you on your quest once you reach the Greatland. Thank you, Katrin said, nodding, but things had changed between them. Knowing he would not accompany her, their relationship felt thin and strained. Nat sat for a while in uncomfortable silence, then excused himself. It was a strange parting, and Katrin was saddened by the tension. She tried to wish Nat well, but she kept seeing herself alone in a strange land where everyone wanted her dead. A sudden wind threatened to blow away the canvas and line. Katrin quickly gathered them up and ran to her cabin. When she stepped inside, she heard muffled shouts from the deck and the sound of men running. Throwing the line and canvas aside, she rushed back to the deck. Several crewmen ran by her on their way to the stern. When Katrin arrived, most of the crew was already gathered there, trying to get a good view. She could see nothing at first, but Bryn saw her dilemma and hoisted her onto his shoulders. Finally able to see above the other men, Katrin saw the stealthy shark on the horizon, listing badly and riding too low in the water. They're gonna sink her. It's a trick. Kenward watched in tortured silence. Unable to stand still, he paced back and forth. The shark listed sharply, driven by the growing wind. Part of her rigging struck the water and snapped off, and it became clear this was no ruse. The stealthy shark was foundering and beginning to sink. "Turn the ship around!" Kenward shouted. "Set a course for the shark! I'll not let her sink this day!" The crew sprung into action, arming themselves as they prepared the ship to come about. They all seemed to know that Kenward was doing this for his sister. He might not be able to save her, but he could save her ship. The eel turned slowly, and Katrin urged it forward, as if her desire might somehow propel the ship. The stealthy shark had fallen far behind, and looked as if it might sink before they arrived. As the stealthy shark gradually grew larger on the horizon, her crew became visible. One man waved his arms frantically, and the others struggled to move about the deck, clinging to the rails. The ship was out of control, and the men seemed barely able to hang on. Katrin's knees buckled when they grew close enough to see the men's faces. It was Strom who waved. "Strom!" she screamed, and everyone aboard the slippery eel looked at her. "Those are my friends! Help them!" All this time they had been right behind her, and now they were in mortal danger. Kenward could not pull his ship alongside the shark, for fear of colliding with it. The seas were choppy, and unpredictable winds gusted at gale force, so they had to lower the small boats into the water. Men scrambled down, and Katrin saw Kenward begin his descent. Without another thought, she leaped over the railing and shimmied down one of the ropes. The boat below was overfull, and the waves tossed it as Katrin wedged herself between two men. As they approached the sinking ship, men threw ropes onto the deck. Katrin spotted Benjen and called to him as he grabbed one of the ropes. He tied it to a pair of sturdy bollards on the deck and stopped just long enough to smile and wave to her. Within moments, they were all aboard the Shark, the crew scrambling to assess and repair the damage. Vertuk climbed on deck, went straight to the bilge pump, and began to crank it.
"Kenward,"
Benjen shouted.
"do you have any pyroorchid?"
"Not in many years,"
Kenward replied.
"Dreadroot! Have you any dreadroot? Bring back the dreadroot on the next trip,"
Kenward yelled to a sailor.
"Now, the need is urgent,"
Benjen insisted, and Kenward ordered the man to hurry.
Katrin had never heard of pyre orchid, but Benjen's request for dreadroot terrified her. The only use for dreadroot she knew of was to treat severe infections, and it was only used in cases where the infection was out of control and likely to cause death. Dreadroot could wipe out rampant infections, but it was so powerful it also killed many of the people treated with it.
"The hole in the hull is far too large to be repaired with oakum alone, sir. We'll need to patch it and then seal it,"
a crewman reported.
"Get the shells from the cabins and use those to patch it,"
Kenward ordered.
"We'll need more oakum from the eel."
Benjen appeared stricken as he realized the materials needed to repair the ship had been on board all along.
"Boil me, I wish I thought of that. I had hoped the oakum would hold long enough to catch you, but it blew out with no warning, and I knew we were in trouble. Thanks for coming back for us."
Trying to account for all of her guardians, Katrin searched the ship. She had seen Strom already, but in the chaos she could no longer locate him. Osborne appeared for a moment, but was then lost in a flurry of sailors. Men struggled to repair damage at the helm.
Benjen and Kenward rushed to their aid before Katrin could ask who needed the dreadroot.
Praying it wasn't Chase, she decided to have a look in the cabins and moved toward the deckhouse. Checking each cabin, she found them all empty, and when she reached the last door, she wondered where else to look, but the smell told her she had found him. Covering her nose and mouth, she entered the cabin, and sobbed when she saw Chase, pale and shivering, an open wound on his right shoulder. Angry flesh, mottled red and purple, surrounded the wound, and Katrin could feel the heat radiating from it without touching him. He did not stir, even when she blotted the sweat from his forehead.
His breathing was shallow and labored, and Katrin feared he was already lost, too far into sickness to ever recover.
She cursed fate for its cruelty. All this time the herbs Chase needed had been just out of reach. If only she had known her friends were aboard the stealthy Shark, then Chase would be safe. The rough and unpredictable motions of the ship caused the hammock to sway wildly at times. Chase's body was dead weight, and Katrin winced as it soundly struck the cabin wall. Benjen charged into the cabin, carrying a small vial and a flask of water.
The dreadroot Kenward had provided was not in its usual powdered form.
Instead, it was concentrated oil. Benjen used extreme care in applying a single drop to Chase's tongue, knowing a larger dose would almost certainly kill him. Chase did not react at first, but then his face wrinkled and he looked as if he wanted to spit. He shook his head back and forth wildly, trying to swallow. Benjen poured water over his lips, but Chase swallowed very little and sprayed most of it across the cabin as he coughed. After a moment, though, he drifted off, settling back into unconsciousness. His breaths were short, and Katrin encouraged him on each one, fearing it would be his last. She was distracted when she noticed Benjen having trouble closing the vial with one hand, his left arm hanging limply at his side. Katrin moved to him and reached for his shirt, but he pulled away.
"I'm fine,"
he said.
"Right now I need to help Kenward and the others attend to the ship. Stay here with Chase, please. Shout if his condition worsens."
He rushed from the small cabin, not waiting for a response. Holding Chase's hand, Katrin watched his chest rise and fall. Physical contact gave her the distinct impression of heat and corruption, and she could sense his life forces slipping away. Uncertain of what to do, but unwilling to do nothing, she placed one hand on his forehead and the other on his chest. After synchronizing her breathing with his, she began to concentrate on his getting well. Love and friendship poured through the physical bond, and her hands grew warm. A tingling sensation thrummed in her palms. Energy swirled from her hands and into Chase, and she focused on the foulness raging within him. The infection gave her the impression of immense hunger and single-minded reproduction. It would consume him. She could not tell if the dreadroot was having any effect,
for the infection seemed to remain strong, overcoming his body's weakened defenses.
Soon, though, his breathing became more regular, and Katrin decided to try something different. Holding both hands over his wound, she concentrated on the inflamed flesh. It repulsed her, but she refused to pull away. Energy poured into the diseased flesh. A small trail of blood seeped from the wound, and Katrin grew alarmed, but the blood seemed to cleanse the area, carrying away foul contaminants. She sensed Chase's body beginning to fight the infection forcefully. Kenward entered with a cloth and a basin of diluted wine.
"Can you hold him in place while I do this?"
"I can do it," Katrin replied. Kenward nodded and began to cleanse the area around the wound first. Chase moaned and thrashed, but Katrin held him fast. Kenward wiped the wound directly, then applied pressure around it, forcing the foulness out. Chase shouted incoherently, but Katrin held him, speaking soothing words in his ear, her tears mixing with his sweat.
"That's all I can do for now,"
Kenward said after bandaging the wound.
"Get him to drink water if you can,"
he added as he left. Katrin helped Chase drink whenever he woke, and several times she woke him just to give him more water. The ship's motion became more stable, and the listing subsided. In the hours before dawn, she leaned her head against the cabin wall for a moment of rest, and her eyes closed. She was asleep before she drew another breath. Chapter 3. On the cusp of life and death stands a vale of gossamer, and those who behold it are forever changed. Murchill Vallon, Soldier. A terrified cry woke Katrin in the dawn hours, and she fell out of the chair she had been sleeping in. Pulling herself from the floor, she checked on Chase and drew a sharp breath. His body was covered in an angry rash. Every part of him was discolored and inflamed.
"I'm gonna die, Kat. I don't want to die,"
he said through swollen lips, as Kenward and Benjen arrived. Holding his breath, he endured while they inspected his wound, checked his temperature and pulse, and listened to his chest.
"I think you're gonna make it,"
Kenward said with a smile.
"The rash is not life-threatening. It's one of the least deadly effects of dreadroot."
"Dreadroot? You gave me dreadroot? Are you mad? Were you trying to kill me?" Chase asked, incredulous. He tried to sit up quickly, but immediately fell back to the hammock. "You were near death, Chase. We had no choice," Katrin whispered, and he nodded slowly, asking with gestures for water. Once his thirst was quenched, he asked for food. The return of his appetite boded well for his recovery.
"Some great sorceress you are, Kat. We were behind you all that time, and you couldn't tell us from the enemy? What use are you, anyway?"
he said with a tired and forced smirk, which made her certain he would recover. "Perhaps you should have thought of that before leaping on someone's sword," she said. He laughed a bit too hard and winced from the pain. "You relax." She kissed him on the forehead. "I'll get you something to eat."
"Are you having any trouble breathing?"
she heard Benjen ask as she slipped out of the crowded cabin. She left the door open to freshen the air. Approaching Farsi, one of the crewmen she recognized, she asked if they could get broth for Chase. Farsi winked and pulled a polished piece of metal from his pocket. He then began sending signals to the slippery eel. It took a moment before anyone responded, but when they did, the ensuing conversation of flashes was surprisingly short.
"The signal language is quite intricate," he said. "We can convey many things quickly, as long as both people are well trained. The skill has saved many lives."
Katrin watched as two men from the slippery eel scrambled into a boat and rowed toward the stealthy shark. When they arrived, Farsi threw down a line, and the men below secured a heavy basket. Once it was on deck, Farsi opened it and revealed a surprisingly large amount of food.
"You didn't think he was the only one hungry, did you?"
he asked, seeing her look of surprise.
"No sense making a trip for a mug of broth, I'd say. Besides, I knew Grub would take care of us. He feeds us, and we keep him afloat. It's a fair bargain for all."
Katrin's stomach agreed with Farsi, and she thanked him. He nodded his reply, his mouth full of salted fish. Grabbing the covered mug of broth and some food for herself, she walked carefully back to Chase's cabin. The air in the cramped quarters was less foul when she returned, and a crewman had mopped the floor before throwing down some dried reeds. Chase slept, but the rich aroma of the broth soon brought him from his stupor. He accepted it with shaking hands and sipped it, savoring the flavor. He thanked Katrin and she nodded, her mouth full of hard bread. Feeling much better after eating, she was thankful Farsi had thought to get enough for everyone. Chase emptied the mug and handed it back to Katrin with mumbled thanks. He was asleep as soon as the hammock cradled his head. With Chase cared for, and her fears for him diminishing, Katrin sought out Benjen. He stood near the helm with Kenward and Nat, and they seemed to be discussing plans for the rest of the voyage, but they fell silent when Katrin approached. "Chase is doing better. He's had some broth and is sleeping again," she said, and the tension lessened slightly. She stood for a moment watching Benjen, her emotions spanning the gamut. She could not decide if she was more glad, hurt, angry, or scared. The overwhelming circumstances made it difficult for her to maintain her focus, and when Benjen met her eyes, the words that left her lips surprised everyone. "Why didn't you tell me you were in love with my mother?" she blurted, regretting the words as soon as she spoke them. Benjen was dumbstruck, and Nat looked as if she had physically assaulted him. A dreadful silence hung in the air, broken when Benjen spun fluidly. His face contorted in rage. He struck Nat as quick as a snake. Katrin barely saw him swing, but a sharp crack echoed across the water, quickly followed by the thud of Nat's body against the deck. Roaring in anger, Benjen spun away from Nat, and another crack resounded. Benjen's head snapped back, and Katrin stood, fists clenched, trying to decide if she needed to hit him again. Blood welled on his lip. The sight of it was too much for her, and she retreated to Chase's cabin. No one on deck uttered a word as she fled, and tension continued to hang heavy in the air. Chase was awake when Katrin returned, and her distress must have been obvious. "What's going on out there?" he asked without waiting for her to sit. She let out a sigh and shook her head. It took her a moment to compose herself before she could speak. Her voice wavered as she told the tale, and he listened in relative silence, though he let out a low whistle when she told him about her father and Benjen fighting over her mother. As she finished, she felt as if she had just poured her soul onto the cabin floor and left herself completely vulnerable. "Things will be fine," Chase said optimistically, and his cheer in the face of his condition shamed Katrin. She had crumbled under the weight of much smaller problems. The things Nat said had brought her pain, but they also brought her a greater understanding of her circumstances. She realized her question must have been a shock to Benjen, and probably brought him enormous pain. Again, she regretted her insensitive words. A brief meditation calmed her mind, and she considered seeking him out. Part of her wanted to avoid him, but she needed to make amends, knowing she would have no peace until she did. She found him at the bow of the ship, glowering out to sea and leaning heavily on the rail. Katrin read his posture. He wanted to be alone, but she decided not to honor his unspoken request for privacy. She approached him and placed her hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry," she said softly. He made no response for a few moments. He just continued to stare out at the endless waves. When he reached up and patted her hand, he left his hand covering hers, and she relaxed a bit.
"No more sorries from you,"
he said, but his voice was husky with emotion. Katrin put her arms around him and laid her head against his back. They stood quietly for a while, neither of them willing to break the silence. They had unpleasant business ahead of them, but they silently and mutually decided to enjoy a few moments of peace together first. The stillness was broken when Bryn called for all hands on deck, and everyone aboard the stealthy shark gathered near the bow, where Kenward awaited them.
"Your efforts have paid off,"
he announced.
"Both ships have been repaired sufficiently. We are ready to raise our sails and ride the wind."
A cheer rose up from all those assembled, and the crew aboard the Slippery Eel answered in kind. Kenward began the difficult process of dividing his crew and the inexperienced travelers between the two ships. They would be hard-pressed to man both ships adequately, and everyone would have to work double shifts. Katrin and the others were assigned to experienced crewmen, to act as assistants and runners. Glad to be paired up with Bryn, Katrin would remain on the stealthy shark, where Benjen would serve as partner to Farsi. Despite her repeated requests, Benjen refused to let her examine his wound.
"It's healing well,"
he said.
"I'll have no trouble performing my duties. Don't you worry any more about it. I'll be fine."
Strom, Nat, and Osborne were assigned to the slippery eel. They exchanged quick hugs and farewells with Katrin. Even though they would be nearby, she missed them even before they departed. She hadn't yet had a single moment with them since they had been busy helping the crew. They left with promises of many tales when they could be together again. Katrin noticed Benjen talking with Nat and became alarmed, but she was immensely relieved and proud of them both when they shook hands. The crews of both ships prepared to make full sail, and the new members of the crew were initiated in a frenzy of activity. Commands were issued, and admonitions abounded when mistakes were made. Praise was hard to come by, but when it was given, it meant a great deal more for its rarity. Katrin had helped a little during the first part of their journey, but now she was expected to act as part of the team, and her actions could determine another crewman's fate. Bryn did not tease or challenge her as he had with the knots. Instead, he very seriously instructed her on which tasks were the most dangerous. She gave him her full attention, and tried her best to complete each task, but many of the terms he used were unfamiliar to her, and he often had to do the work himself. Katrin watched closely, and she was proud that he never had to perform the same task twice. Once she had watched him do something, she was able to do it herself the next time. Even when struggling, she stubbornly insisted she needed no help. The days and nights were exhausting, but the crews found a rhythm and began to operate almost efficiently. One day, Kenward returned from the slippery eel for a surprise inspection. After scrutinizing every part of the stealthy shark, he called for all hands on deck, and the crew gathered quickly. Bryn stood nearest to Kenward, waiting for the verdict. The ship had been under his command, and it appeared he would take this evaluation as a reflection on himself.
"The condition of this ship is surprising,"
Kenward said with obvious disappointment. Bryn did not hang his head, but the muscles in his jaw tightened, and Katrin knew he had hoped for better. Kenward smiled, no longer able to hold on to the lie.
"Considering the circumstances and a shortage of hands, you've done an exceptional job, and you are all to be commended for your efforts. I can expect no more from you, but I will continue to expect no less,"
he continued, and the crew let out a cheer.
"Katrin and Benjen will join me on the eel for the rest of the day. I'll return them on the morrow."
Katrin was a bit surprised by the summons. She felt bad leaving Bryn, but he assured her that her efforts had already reduced the backlog of work, and he would manage until she returned. She was still trying to determine if he was being sarcastic as she climbed down to the boat waiting below. On arrival, Kenward took them directly to the galley. Katrin was pleasantly surprised to see Strom, Osborne, Nat, and Vertuk already seated in the large room, which held them all comfortably. Kenward gave them some time to greet one another, and the room was soon filled with the buzz of several conversations, along with the delightful aroma of the special meal Grubb was creating. Given their limited provisions, what Grubb provided was a feast. The honored guests were presented with a fillet of tuna, coated with herbs and spices, and wrapped in a thin layer of seaweed. The fillets were so large that they hung over the edges of the ship's largest wooden plates. Katrin noted with some interest that Benjen's fillet was the largest by a significant margin, and she did not miss the sly wink Grubb gave him. The galley grew quiet, except for the sounds of eating and groans of pleasure.
"As fine a meal as I've ever had,"
Kenward said.
1,000 compliments, Grubb."
"Will you eat with us?" Katrin asked, noticing that Grubb did not eat. "I have plenty to share if you would like some."
"I thank the lady for the invitation,"
he replied with a smile.
"She is quite considerate, but I only eat when everyone else has been fed. Please, enjoy."
He said it as if it were a simple fact, and not a matter of preference, so Katrin let it drop. Still, it bothered her to have someone watch her dine, waiting for her to finish before he would eat. She wasn't sure she could consume such a large portion, but the meal disappeared more quickly than she would have imagined. Grubb cleared the plates and brought bowls filled with dates, prunes, dried apples, and a few sugared lemons. Everyone tried a little of each kind of treat, and they all commented on the quality of their feast, knowing it had taxed their stores. Their stomachs full, most leaned back and found comfortable positions to relax in, while Grubb served a deep red wine in small wooden mugs.
"Friends," Kenward said after clearing his throat, "I've asked you here to discuss our common goals and dangers. I've known some of you for many years, and others for a much shorter time, but we've already been through a lot together, and I consider us friends and allies. After all, we all owe each other our lives in some way or another.
Now we must share what we know with one another. I fear we'll need all the knowledge we possess just to survive this struggle." Looks were exchanged as Kenward spoke, and Katrin noticed Benjen shifting in his seat. She respected and trusted Kenward, and she listened intently as he continued. "I must begin by asking if anyone here has secrets they feel they must keep from the rest of the group. I want you to really think about this and be honest with yourselves. If you have any secrets you would not reveal to anyone in this room, even if their lives depended on it, then speak up now," he said, and waited patiently to see if anyone would respond. Katrin mentally sorted her deepest and darkest secrets, including things she had trouble admitting, even to herself. It was not a pleasant process, but if it would keep her companions from harm, she would reveal them all without another thought. Kenward let the silence hang while he refilled everyone's wine mugs. Katrin was surprised Grubb did not protest, but he was now happily eating his own meal, which made her feel much more comfortable. "Good," Kenward said when no one responded. "So it is safe to say we all trust one another. I know it's not always wise to reveal everything you hold in confidence, but we need to divulge anything relevant to this conflict. I'll be the first to reveal information I hold in confidence, as a show of faith. There are Jean's ships in the Falcon Isles, and my family has been trading with them openly. The last I knew, my mother's ship was commissioned to make supply runs for the intermediate forces stationed there. She bought time by claiming they needed to wait for the next cutting of herbs in order to satisfy the quantities required by Archmaster Belegra, which was a very convenient truth. I don't know if that relationship bought safety for my sister, but it is a possibility. I can only hope. The stealthy shark and slippery eel could not be seen in association with the legitimate trade fleet, and we departed as soon as the Jean arrived. We suspected the ships were chasing us, and we fled to the cove on the east coast of the Godfist. We've had no word since we left the Falcon Isles, and I don't know what has transpired there. We'll be approaching the Isles soon, and we'll need to make the last part of our journey quickly and under cover of night if we wish to remain undetected. We'll be traveling to a cluster of remote islands, and there we should find a message from my mother. It'll tell us which anchorage is currently safe, and where to meet. Once we drop anchor, we'll take boats to the meeting place, and from there we can smuggle you aboard the Trader's Wind, my mother's ship. The journey to the Greatland is long and arduous under normal circumstances, but you will be confined to private chambers, where you can travel unbeknownst to the others aboard. The solitude and confinement will be a trial, but it is your best chance of making it to the Greatland undetected. Fortunately, the Trader's Wind will be well supplied, and you should not have to fear starvation. Do you have any questions?" It took a few moments for them to digest the information. "Where will we go once we get to the Greatland?" Strom asked, and Kenward gave others the chance to answer before he spoke. "The Trader's Wind will be bound for New Moon Bay in Endland, that being the largest trade port on the east coast of the Greatland. There should be many merchant ships there from different parts of the Greatland. Perhaps you could disappear into the crowds. It would be a perilous venture. If you decide on a different destination, though, you need not go all the way to port aboard the Trader's Wind. There are ships much like the Slippery Eel that work around that area. Once you are within the range of those smaller ships, we can arrange passage to just about anywhere on the coast, and a few places where large rivers run inland," Kenward said, producing a large map of the Greatland, which he rolled out on the table. Katrin studied the map and was dismayed by the size of the landmass so colorfully depicted. Gauging by the number of cities, rivers, and mountain ranges, the Greatland dwarfed the Godfist. The thought of such an enormous place intimidated her, and she wondered how they would decide on a suitable destination. Nat and Benjen had mentioned the Cathuran monks, but she had no idea where they would be found. She considered asking, but then she realized Benjen had not uttered a word, and he did not look at the map. He remained where he was seated, occasionally rubbing his shoulder and looking grim. Katrin was puzzled by his manner, until Kenward spoke again. "I think your destination depends a great deal on what happened in Mundleborough 17 summers ago, and there is only one person here who can give a first-hand account of those events. I hate to draw you out of your silence, my old friend, but I've waited many years to hear this tale, and the telling is long overdue," he said, looking at Benjen. Cursing herself for not understanding sooner, Katrin sympathized with Benjen. Kenward had set a trap for him, and he walked into it,
knowing it for what it was, and allowing himself to be snared nonetheless. It was obvious he had no desire to relive those memories, but he must have decided it was indeed relevant, for he cleared his throat. Before he began, though, he walked to where Kenward stood.
"You may have a few gray hairs, but you've not changed a bit,"
he said in a low voice. Chapter 4. Before we can truly understand our role in this life, we must first admit our reliance on every other life form. Hidaku the Druid. Benjen stood before the assemblage and spoke as if they did not exist.
"Wendell and I spent most of our childhood trying to outdo each other, and when old man Dersinger started filling Wendell's ears with talk of the Greatland, there was no stopping him. Somehow I knew his grand adventure would be dangerous and possibly fatal, but Wendell failed to see it. He was convinced we would take the Greatland by storm, just the two of us. We would save the world,"
he said in a rhythmic cadence. He seemed to have left the present, and the past poured from him.
"I didn't even know what we were supposed to be searching for. Clues about Istra was all we had to go on, but Wendell seemed to think it was enough. Old man Dersinger sent us through the Chinapa Valley to the Argas Desert. We skirted the desert to the south and eventually arrived on the beaches, battered by storms all the way, and we feared we were too late. We saw no sign of the promised ship, and for 9 days we waited. When the ship finally arrived, though, Wendell became more determined than ever. When we met Kenward, I knew things were going to get worse."
He paused as Kenward involuntarily choked, temporarily breaking the spell, and Benjen seemed to realize, once again, to whom he was speaking. Katrin's sudden desire to smack Kenward must have shown on her face, for he nodded a silent apology to her.
"Kenward was on his first solo voyage with his new ship, the Kraken's Claw,"
Benjen continued.
"He and Wendell seemed to fuel each other's fires. Kenward's mother, Nora, had given orders to deliver us to the Falcon Isles. Wendell challenged Kenward to disobey those orders and sail directly for the Greatland. Kenward knew it was too long a voyage for a ship as small as the Claw, but Wendell fed his ego, and it was more than he could resist,"
he said. Kenward rolled his eyes, but when he noticed Katrin's glare, he assumed a neutral posture and tried to look innocent.
"I'm grateful that the crew proved themselves to be some of the craftiest and most resourceful sailors ever to set sail. It took every bit of their ingenuity and tenacity to survive the suicidal voyage. We almost starved and were nearly caught several times by patrolling military vessels, but Kenward and his crew found a way to escape each time,"
Benjen continued, and Kenward puffed his chest out.
"His seemingly endless luck drove Wendell to believe they were both invincible. When we reached the Greatland, Wendell walked in like he owned the place, and may the gods bless him, he pulled it off. He acted as if he truly belonged there, and no one questioned him. Somehow, he got us passage with a caravan, and even got them to let us ride in one of the new carriages they were delivering. Wendell enjoyed the ride and played his part as if it were true. In contrast, I constantly feared someone would call his bluff, and then they would hang us both. We made the entire trip to Mundleborough without anyone giving us more than a second glance, but as the caravan waited in the tariff line, the trader rushed us out of the carriage. His customer had ridden out to meet him."
He paused a moment and seemed to be reliving his memory.
"She sat atop her horse in leathers and a fur-lined coat, and her brow furrowed as Wendell and I climbed from the carriage that bore her family's crest on the doors, a pair of intertwined roses. Her eyes afire, she dismounted, moving like an angry cat. She demanded to know who we were and how dare we ride in her commission. The situation got worse when Wendell told her to mind her own affairs, and added that her father would understand the needs of men. It was a stupid thing to say, and I'm not sure exactly what he meant, but it enraged her. She grabbed him by the arm, swung him around, and demanded he explain himself and pay for a thorough cleaning of her carriage. He refused, of course, and brushed his hands over the seat cushions as if that would satisfy her, or perhaps he did it because he knew it would infuriate her. I could never figure those two out. They argued until after dark. I finally told them I was leaving, and would rejoin their argument in the morning."
Benjen looked at Katrin, a silent apology in his eyes, and she knew before he continued that he would not coat the truth with honey.
When Wendell said he had no more to say to Miss Self-Important, and would join me, She said her name was Elsa May Mangst, and he would do well to remember it. They started arguing all over again, and somehow he argued her into having dinner with him. They voiced their conflicting opinions over cold food for hours. As I said, I never understood those two. I tried to convince Wendell to move on quickly and escape the unwanted attention that his relationship with Elsa could only bring, but he insisted she was the key to our quest. She was highborn. She would have access to important information and would have contacts at her disposal. It didn't help matters that the Jean were waging war along the coasts, and the Mundelborons were building up forces along the border with Langland. There had already been skirmishes, and the long-standing feud between the Mangst and the Kite families had begun anew. No one could remember what caused the original feud, but times of peace never lasted long. On the day of her majority, Elsa claimed independence from her parents' rule and took command of a border patrol unit. The event caused quite a stir, but no one attempted to stop her. She had been well trained, and she assembled a force of elite fighters and rangers, those who could be as stealthy as they were lethal. Somehow Wendell convinced Elsa we should be a part of her force, and I think she agreed only for the opportunity to humiliate him. We trained alongside the veterans and did our best not to look like rank amateurs. Wendell succeeded more so than I, but I completed all the exercises. When we set out on our first official mission, we left through a fanfare that lined the streets of Mundelboro's capital city, Ravenhold. I thought Kenwood and Wendell were the worst possible combination, but that was before I saw Wendell and Elsa fight together. They were brazen and reckless, taking careless risks that were just not necessary. Several good men were wounded in the first sortie, and the veterans chastised Wendell and Elsa for their foolish behavior. The journey back to Ravenhold, the ancestral home of Elsa's family, was downcast and subdued. Word of the event spread fast. Elsa's mother promptly bribed each member of Elsa's patrol to seek reassignment. Most accepted eagerly, not wishing to die while Elsa proved something to herself. Wendell refused the bribe, and he urged me to do the same. In the end, though, Elsa abandoned her service in the patrols. She said she wanted to be an independent ranger, a one-woman elite force. What Wendell did then was one of the stupidest things I've ever witnessed. He told her everything, our entire story. I thought she'd have us hung, but she surprised me and was lured by the danger and excitement, especially the possibility of reclaiming ancient knowledge. It wasn't long before the three of us began our journey across the wilderness in search of clues. We wandered aimlessly from hamlet to farmstead, listening to legends and fireside tales, but we found nothing that struck us as significant. They were pleasant days for the most part, with the exception of the incessant bickering between Elsa and Wendell. I often wondered why two people who irritated each other so much would choose to spend their time together. Elsa was kind to me and never let me feel left out of the conversations, but Wendell seemed to forget I existed. Elsa was beautiful and strong and high-spirited. She was exciting, and I fell in love with her. It wasn't something I did intentionally. I even made myself find things I disliked about her, but even her flaws endeared her to me. I was hopelessly smitten, and neither of them saw it. They were blind, and so was I, he said. Katrin was lost in his story. She felt as if she were there with them, living through Benjen's memory. One night we sat around our fire discussing the Jean and their recent conquests, and Elsa told us of their strict religious beliefs. As they conquered new lands, they quoted spiritual doctrine, and forced the people to join their faith, or face death. Wendell realized the Jean scriptures could hold a treasure trove of clues, if only we could get a copy. Elsa said the common folk didn't have complete copies. They had to write them down or commit them to memory as sermons were read. The only places that had pristine copies were churches and the masters' homes. Not satisfied with getting just any copy, Wendell and Elsa decided to steal one from the cathedral at Aderhold. They were convinced such a prestigious site would have a very old copy of the scriptures and, hopefully, one that had not been transcribed too many times. When we reached the hills along the shores of the inland sea, Elsa asked me to stay at camp and guard the horses, but I knew they really just didn't want me along. I could not deny her request and watched hopelessly as they walked away, intent on sneaking into the Jean's center of power to steal holy documents. I didn't think we'd escape the Great Lynn once such a high crime had been committed, knowing the Jean would be relentless in their search.
Benjamin stopped speaking long enough to drink from his mug. People shifted in their seats, but they waited quietly for him to continue his tale. He took a deep breath and began speaking again in a soft voice that some strained to hear. The alarm bells woke me the next morning. I hid in the hills and waited. After 7 days, I nearly left. Patrols had been scouring the countryside, and I had to keep moving to avoid them. But still I waited, hoping they would return. One afternoon, as I was hunting in the hills, I saw a man stumbling through the narrow valley. It was Nat. Not the most pleasant company for either of us, I suppose, but we waited 2 more days together. When Wendell and Elsa finally returned, they were all smiles. They were triumphant and ready for a pleasant journey home. But when we approached the Lankland border, we found it heavily guarded and patrolled. Wendell's plan was to simply act like we belonged there and march straight through the border check. "Just act like you belong here, and we'll be fine," he said. "The guards look tired and bored, so we'll just blend in with the other merchants." I thought it was a terrible plan, but Elsa sided with Wendell again. Nat and I had to either play along or stay behind. Everyone else played their parts well, and I did my best to hide my fear, but my nervous sweating nearly gave us away. Wendell convinced the border guards I was sick, and they rushed us along so they would not catch my illness. When we made camp within a secluded patch of forest, Wendell and Elsa celebrated their victory. He swept her up in his arms, and then he kissed her. He said, looking as if every muscle in his body were contracting. His hands were balled into fists, and his back was hunched. Katrin hated to see him relive such a painful memory, but she supposed it was necessary. "I was young, and foolish, and in love," he said with tears in his eyes. "I confronted them and told them I was in love with Elsa. She said nothing. She just stood with her hand over her mouth in shock." Wendell laughed. It was the final insult. I could take no more. Something inside me snapped, and I attacked him. I took out all my fears and frustrations on him. I beat him mercilessly. He landed blows of his own, but neither of us would give up the fight. Nat and Elsa separated us, and we scorned them for it. When it was all over, Elsa ran to Wendell's side. I was left with the sympathies of Nat. I ran as far and as fast as I could and never looked back. Eventually I found my way to Kenwood and negotiated passage back to the Godfist. We sailed to the Falcon Isles, where I was to board a smaller ship. Elsa and Wendell arrived in the Falcon Isles not long after, having posed as traders and traveled in luxury on a larger ship. We traveled back to the Godfist on the same smaller ship. I avoided them. Elsa sought me out once, but I pushed her away. She was hurt, I know, but no more than I was. I avoided them still when we returned to the Godfist, and the news of Elsa's pregnancy burned my soul. It was not until her death that I chose to go see their child, and I've not been the same since. I hid in the trees and watched Katrin and Chase play in the mud. Katrin was a tiny and perfect little replica of Elsa. She stole my heart away. He glanced at Katrin with pain in his eyes. I made amends with Wendell, and over time we became friends again. I stayed close to him and kept my eyes on Katrin and Chase. We knew Elsa and Willa's deaths weren't natural despite the lack of any proof, and we were constantly alert for danger. He said, his voice hoarse. Katrin was captivated by his tale, but felt a terrible weight of responsibility. She could not help the pain brought by her resemblance to her mother, but she felt guilty nonetheless. There, I've told you the story and revealed many of my secrets. I've no more to say this night, Benjamin said as he stood to leave. Kenward did not try to deter him. Instead, he dismissed everyone, saying they would meet again after they had sufficient time to reflect. Katrin was grateful for the respite, unsure she could take any more revelations this day. She retired to the quarters of a man who was on duty, and fell asleep almost as soon as she was in the hammock. In the dim lamplight, Strom looked much older, and when he spoke there was something new in his voice, something Osborne couldn't yet define. "Listen, Osbo, I gotta know what you think. How are we ever going to be able to help Kat? We're powerless in all this. I'm no soldier or guard. I know how to stable horses, and you're a pig farmer. Without pig farmers, there'd be no bacon." "Yeah, Osbo, I know. I do. Storm said under Osborne's glare. "Lighten up."
"I don't know how to help Cat either,"
Osborne said, feeling small and insignificant.
"I don't know how to help any of us. I'm scared."
"Don't you worry, Osbo. Just stay with me. We'll figure out a way to have some fun before this is done."
"Now you're really scaring me,"
Osborne said, his grin finally returning.
"Your idea of fun usually ends up getting someone hurt."
"You only get hurt if you don't do it right," Strom said with a wink, and Osborne sighed.
"I guess, as far as helping Cat goes, we just do the best we can. Agreed?"
"Agreed."
"We better get some sleep. I have a feeling we're going to need it."
In the morning, they ate a quiet breakfast in the galley before Katrin and Benjen departed for the Stealthy Shark. Kenward waved as they climbed down to the boat. Katrin half-heartedly returned his wave. The next 2 weeks passed slowly. The mood aboard both ships was somber and strained, despite making headway. The time spent in barren waters taxed their food supply, and they were down to minimal rations. Tired and overworked, they performed their tasks as best they could. Katrin checked on Chase regularly, and his condition continued to improve. Once he was no longer confined to his hammock, his recovery became more rapid. "When we reach the Falcon Isles, you can finish healing, and then return home," Katrin said as they stared out to sea.
"And leave you to have all the fun? I wouldn't wager on it,"
he said. She shook her head. "We both know this is probably not going to end well. This may be your last chance to save yourself. I wouldn't blame you. There's much that needs to be done on the Godfist, and I wouldn't keep you from it," she persisted.
"Leave it be, Cat. I'm coming with you, and you'll like it. End of discussion,"
he said with a firm nod, and she let him win the battle. "Nat will be staying in the Falcon Isles," she said, unsure what reaction to expect.
"How'd you feel about that?"
Chase asked, giving no indication as to how he felt about it. "I wish him well, but I'm glad I won't be going to the Greatland alone," she said, and he simply nodded, apparently unwilling to say any more. Strom and Osborne also insisted on continuing on to the Greatland, and would not be dissuaded.
"Nat is doing the right thing,"
Benjen had said when she had spoken with him earlier that day.
"Staying behind was probably the harder path to choose, and I think he truly fears for you more than he does for himself."
Katrin didn't know how to feel. Nat had his own circumstances and reality, but he had proven himself both brave and honorable, and she decided to believe he was making a sacrifice instead of seeing him as a deserter. She was still trying to decide what she would do upon her arrival in the Greatland, when the lookout called from the crow's nest.
"Land ho!"
"These are not populated isles," Bryn said.
"They're hundreds of islands that make up the chain, but only the larger ones are inhabited, and these are among the most remote."
As they approached a small cluster of rocks that jutted from the sea, Katrin noticed several objects floating in the water. Kenward saw them as well, and he set a course that would take the eel dangerously close to the rocks. The floating objects were actually large pieces of lightwood, attached to something below the waves with coarse rope.
"Crab pots,"
Bryn said.
"The local fishermen use colorful markings to indicate ownership,"
he added with a wink, and Katrin realized this was the message from Kenward's mother. Her thoughts were confirmed when Kenward contemplated the markings for a few moments before declaring their plans.
"We'll remain here until dark and hide in the shadows. Hopefully no one will spot us. Once night falls, we'll make our way to safe harbor to meet my mother's men,"
he told his crew, and his words were conveyed to the Stealthy Shark. Both crews took advantage of the downtime, and most sought food and drink. Their supplies were low, but with land in sight they worried less. Others sought their hammocks. Katrin took the opportunity to arrange a meeting with Nat. Bryn rowed her to the slippery eel, and she found Nat in his cabin. "I've spoken with the others, and we'll all be continuing on to the Greatland. I'm sorry to leave you alone," she began, and he nodded silently. "I have no specific tasks for you. You're free to do as you wish. If you find any way to help my cause, however, I expect you to act. Agreed?"
"Agreed.
I've been thinking about staying in the Falcon Isles for a while. Things on the Godfist will be what they will be, whether I'm there or not. Perhaps I can learn more here. To be honest, I find the thought of living where no one knows my past quite appealing."
"I hope you find happiness. Farewell, Nat Dersinger. Thank you for all you've done and endured. May fate be kind to you, she said with a sad smile.
Thank you, Katrin. You are kind and gracious. May the light of Istra and Vestra shine on you,
he said formally and bowed deeply.
Before we part, I have a gift for you. My father said there'd come a time when someone would have greater need of this than I, and I believe that time has finally come. My family has guarded this staff for ages untold. The knowledge of its origins has been lost to time, and I can only hope our efforts have not been in vain. May it support you when you need it most.
He held his staff out to her, and she accepted it hesitantly. Thank you, Nat. I'll take good care of it, she said, not knowing what to say. As she held the staff in her hands, she noticed for the first time that the metal heel bore a subtle engraving of a serpent head, with empty sockets for eyes. It was disconcerting to look upon, as if it were yearning for something.
I must say a few more farewells, if you'll excuse me. May we meet again some day,
Nat said, and she was glad they were able to part without ill feelings. Katrin thanked each crewman individually for risking his or her life to save her and her companions, then returned to the stealthy shark to visit with those who'd been her shipmates. Those who share such experiences are never forgotten. Even if the names fade with the years, the mental images remain indelible. When they raised anchor again, the skies were clear, and a nearly full moon shone among the stars. Katrin saw no comets inside. Disappointment filled her whenever she looked and did not find them. Oddly, they brought her comfort, and she missed the feeling of security they gave her. A part of her worried there would be no more comets, no more energy for her to revel in, but she pushed her fears aside. What would be, and worrying over it would do nothing but sour her stomach. The crews of both ships demonstrated their abilities as they navigated the many small islands, sailing generally north and west, and eventually a large landmass emerged from the night. Into a narrow channel they sailed with only lanterns to light the way, and they followed it to a small natural harbor. Katrin could see no sign of anyone else about, until lanterns opened aboard several small boats that drifted along the shoreline. No one made a sound, and Katrin kept her mouth shut. She waited for some instructions from the slippery eel, while she assisted Bryn and the crew in dropping anchor, as silently as they could. Afterward, Benjen helped her strap Nat's staff to her back, so she could carry it with both hands free. Kenward signaled with a lantern, and Bryn quietly ordered one of the small boats dropped. He guided Katrin and Benjen to the rail, and told them to climb down. He sent some men to help Chase, and he followed them. While Chase struggled to climb down with one arm, Katrin sat in the boat, wondering what life would throw at her next. She was about to embark on an extended voyage to a massive foreign land, whose inhabitants considered her the enemy. As they approached the small gathering of boats, she wondered if her life would ever be normal again. Osborne sat in the boat with his knees pulled to his chest, wondering at how quickly his life had changed. What had always seemed permanent and unchangeable was gone in an instant, and now he wandered through a new and frightening world, one where childhood friends wielded devastating powers. Still unable to find calm within the chaos of his mind, he clung to the hope that Katrin would always be Katrin deep down, and would never become one of the monsters that haunted his dreams. Chapter 5. Expectations can be surpassed only by the unknown. Mariachi Omo, philosopher. The boats that awaited them were far smaller than those from the ships, and the climb from one to another was treacherous. Vertuk nearly panicked as he stepped into the small boat and lost his balance. One man steadied him, while others countered his movements in order to keep the boat from capsizing. Once those bound for the Greatland were aboard the small boats, they rode into the narrow channels that snaked through the coastal marshes. Like a natural maze, there were many dead ends, but the experienced men navigated them without difficulty. As they glided across the still waters, no one spoke. The need for stealth understood. Mists swirled above the water, and clouds of biting insects appeared from nowhere. Kenward motioned them to stay down and be quiet. Soon after, distorted voices echoed across the water, and lights backlit the reeds and marsh grasses. The channel emptied into a large harbor, where several ships were moored. One of the ships was the largest vessel Katrin had ever seen, dwarfing even the Jeanne warships, It made the slippery eel look like a rowboat. It was to this ship the men steered while trying to remain hidden. Deep shadows on the seaward side of the ship swallowed them. The ship stretched high above them. Once alongside it, the men laid down their oars, and a rope ladder dropped from above. Kenward silently instructed them to climb one at a time, sending Katrin up first. The rope ladder twisted and turned in her hands, as if it had a life of its own, but she made the climb quickly. The ladder took her to a small access door on the side of the ship, and she was glad she didn't have to climb all the way to the deck. Hands reached out and guided her into a lavishly furnished apartment. Her staff caught on the opening, and she struggled a moment to free it. 2 men helped her in, then tugged on the ladder. While the others took their turns climbing, Katrin explored the spacious quarters, wondering to whom they belonged. It was certainly finer accommodations than she and her companions expected. Thick carpet, stitched in delicate patterns of flowers and birds, covered the floors. Unwilling to soil something so beautiful, Katrin removed her boots and walked around the room with them in her arms. Rich hardwood doors lined 2 walls, each with an ornate brass knob. Another, smaller door stood on the inner wall. Elaborately carved tables and chairs dominated the interior. The chairs looked comfortable, covered with embroidered cushions of varied design, but Katrin was drawn to a set of shelves recessed into one wall. There she found a marvelous treasure, books of every description. Leather-bound volumes with gilded titles and designs on their spines stood beside books bound in colorful cloth. One especially intriguing tome appeared to be bound in some sort of tree bark. Afraid to even touch the precious volumes for fear of damaging them, Katrin just stared in awe. She'd never seen so many books in one place. She heard the others as they entered the room, but she was engrossed in the titles of the volumes, many of which were in foreign languages. When she stood from examining the bottom rows, Kenward stood beside her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry," she said. "I'm fond of books, and this is a wonderful collection."
"Think nothing of it. Those are here for your enjoyment during the long voyage. I fear you'll find the collection insufficient before your journey ends. Incidentally, you can put your boots on the carpet. It's not a problem,"
he said. Still self-conscious, she took off her jacket and laid it on the floor, placing her boots atop it. Kenward just chuckled and shook his head. He asked everyone to gather around.
"Welcome aboard the Trader's Wind. This ship was designed specifically for the long journey between the Greatland and the Falcon Isles, and she's well provisioned. She's still being loaded with the bales of dried herbs that are her main reason for being here, but she should set sail within 2 or 3 days. We were fortunate the rains delayed the harvest, or we'd have come too late. These rooms will be your quarters for the next half a year, and I'm sure you'll tire of them, but your attendant will try to make your stay as comfortable as possible. You must not leave these quarters for any reason. There are many merchants and their men aboard this ship, and we cannot guarantee everyone's loyalties," Kenward said. Katrin was shocked to realize these elaborate quarters were reserved for her and her party. The others appeared impressed, pleased. "To doubt sleeping, but you should point it. It's not always as when any disclose in this continue. I'll meet her, and with attendant. I'm sorry to be able to help. Maintaincy, Captain is lone, and be difficult to explain trips below decks. I'm sure for a meeting journey. In the mean, I hope that your hands." A lantern left by the door that opposite into a dark hallway. He climbed behind himself, and they were left to get acquainted with their surroundings. The sleeping rooms were relatively large. Each held 2 hammocks and a feather bed along with 2 wooden chests. They quickly picked their rooms. Katrin chose a room to share with Chase, and Strom and Osborne selected another, which left private rooms for Benjen and Vertuk. The arrangement suited them all, and they were still standing around when Kenward returned, since none of them was comfortable sitting on the furniture in their dirty clothes. Kenward knocked before entering, and was followed by a shy-looking young man who did not raise his eyes. "This is Pelivore,"
Kenward said, and introduced the young man to each individual. Pelivore's smile was warm and friendly. When he was introduced to Katrin, he shook her hand, only then raising his eyes to hers.
"Pelivore is fluent in High Common and Jonlander, as well as the Old Tongue and High Script. He'll help prepare you to blend in once you reach the Greatland.
He'll be your only contact with the crew, and will visit you periodically to assist with any needs you may have," Kenward continued, and Pelivore nodded. "I must leave you now. My duties await. But before I leave, I have joyous news. We got word that Fasha and some of her crew have survived, and escaped during the destruction of the Jean fleet. The Slippery Eel will leave for the Godfist with the dawn, and we look forward to reuniting the Stealthy Shark with her crew. Her missive mentioned something about a group of fools stealing the shark, but I'm sure she'll forgive you," he said with a mischievous grin. "May the winds be fair and your journey swift, and I hope we meet again some day." He finished with a bow, and Katrin gave him a kiss on his cheek before he could escape through the hatch. He smiled and waved farewell. Pelivore was nervous and unsure of himself. He was slight of build and seemed to shrink under their scrutiny, but then he noticed Katrin's boots sitting on her jacket, and he seemed braver for the sudden remembrance of his duties. "I'll bring basins for washing. There are various articles of clothing in the chests. I'll be happy to care for your garments. Just leave them in a pile after you've changed," he said, nodding and walking backward toward the door. He slipped out without another sound. Within the chests they found neat stacks of garments. Other than size, they were all very similar, made with a light, soft material Katrin could not identify, whose color ranged from white to tan. She raided the other chests for garments in her size, and she soon had an ample wardrobe stored in her chest. The others had similar success, but the search had left their quarters in disarray. The pristine cabin suddenly looked as if a storm had struck. Katrin was just about to start cleaning up when Pelivore returned. He carried 4 clay water basins, a large wooden pitcher, and a stack of soft white towels. He nodded to Katrin over the towels as he set them down. She was impressed he managed it all in one trip, but the mess also embarrassed her. Pelivore's face registered no surprise, though. He immediately began folding and stacking the piles of clean garments. Katrin rushed to help him, but he seemed shocked. "Please, enjoy yourself. I'll just tidy these up. No need for you to bother with it. Would you like me to bring a wash basin into your room?" He walked to the basins, filled one, and questioned Katrin with his eyes as to which room she had chosen. He placed the wash basin in the room she indicated, handing her 3 soft towels, and returned to folding clothes. The others, except Chase, who waited for Katrin to finish, were pouring water for themselves as she closed her door. It felt wonderful to get clean, and the moment of privacy was a luxury in itself. She took longer than she should have, but she felt refreshed and renewed when she finally emerged. Comfortable in her snug-fitting trousers and lightweight shirt, she had no more qualms about using the furniture. "Thanks for being quick about it," Chase said with a twinkle in his eyes and a playful swat at her shoulder. Wrinkling her nose, she kept him at a distance. He smirked and went off to get clean. Pelivore made several more trips, bringing them platters of fresh fruit, cheeses, and hard bread. Another trip yielded a case of deep red wines favored by Kenward and his family. The rest of the evening was the most pleasant time Katrin had spent in far too long. She was clean and comfortable, her stomach was full, and she was relatively safe. The possibility of being discovered gave her some anxiety, but it seemed unlikely, and she put it from her mind. Loaded with empty platters, Pelivore excused himself for the night, saying he would be back in the morning. No one said much for a while. They were content to relax or nap on the comfortable cushions and feather beds, though Chase said he had grown accustomed to the hammock and retired to their room. Soon the novelty of leisure wore off, and the group began to systematically read all the books written in High Common. Katrin had been confused at first, having never heard the language she spoke given a name.
"Most nations speak High Common," Benjen said. "In the past it was only the Jan who spoke Janlander, but their influence has spread, and most people of the Greatland now speak both languages. Very few people understand the Old Tongue, or High Script. Pelivore is quite a rarity."
Pelivore would accept no credit for his accomplishments. He would only say he was fortunate to have received a fine education. His self-effacing attitude annoyed Katrin. She could not stand to see such a bright and talented person think so little of himself, and she was determined to convince him of his self-worth. He seemed to sense her desire, and was unnerved by it. She asked him pointed personal questions, and watched as he squirmed uncomfortably while attempting to formulate suitable, humble responses. Benjen and the others almost seemed to have sympathy for Pelivore, and they gave him advice on how to handle women. Their advice, however, seemed to disturb him more than Katrin's constant probing, and he often appeared to be fleeing as he departed their company, which seemed to amuse the men. Katrin enlisted Pelavor's help in getting herbs for Chase. His shoulders still pained him, and Pelavor happily accepted the task. The next day he arrived with a special tea for Chase. Katrin would have preferred the herbs themselves, but she decided to trust Pelavor's judgment. However, she kept a close watch on Chase's condition, just as a precaution.
"We should set sail by nightfall,"
Pelavor said on his next visit, and excitement rippled through the cabin. The journey ahead would be long, and everyone was anxious to be underway. Pelavor became slightly bolder over time, and he spent most of his days helping them learn different languages. He concentrated on Jonlander, which Katrin found quite easy to learn. She made a mental mapping of each word in High Common and its Jonlander equivalent. It was easier for her to learn proper sentence structure, verb conjugation, and other linguistic nuances when she already knew many of the words and their meanings. Still, Pelavor insisted she learn to speak in 3 different ways, depending on where she was.
"There are many dialects and accents," he said. "If you wish to fit in wherever you go, you must not speak like a Southlander when in the northern Mundleborough."
Before long, Katrin could speak passably with each accent, but some of the others struggled. While Pelavor worked more with them, Katrin picked up a book written in Jonlander, but found it depressing. The other Jonlander books had a similar effect on her. They seemed to be written with the intention of making her feel inadequate and unimportant. More like propaganda than stories. They told her she should be thankful her betters were in control of her life and destiny. One, in particular, raised her ire. It was among the newest and most recently written. On the cover, an embossed image portrayed Istra and Vestra in their immortal embrace. The now familiar symbol of the Jean triggered her initial anxiety, but the words within infuriated her, defying everything she'd ever been taught. Descriptions of the statues of Terhillion made them sound as if they would be the salvation of mankind, if only they could be found. Everything Katrin had been taught about the statues portrayed them as terrifying weapons, disguised as gifts from the gods. "What do you know about the statues of Terhillion?" she asked Pelavor, but he seemed hesitant to answer. "I know very little about them," he said after a long pause, "but I know a great deal about what other people believe to be true. The statues are the source of the greatest and deadliest debate our kind has ever known. It would be presumptuous of me to offer any information as fact. Some believe the statues will destroy the world. Others believe just as strongly they will save it. I remain unconvinced by either argument." "Another unanswerable question," Katrin said as she put the book aside. Disgusted with Jonlander writings, she convinced Pelavor to help her learn High Script. "In ancient times," he said, "the spoken language was much different from written language, and even in those days, High Script was understood by only a very small part of the population. We will concentrate on the written." He taught her how to form each of the symbols, and the sheer number of them, many of which were only slight variations of others, discouraged her. "You mustn't make the strokes in the wrong direction. It distorts the character," Pelavor said as he watched over her shoulder. Over time, she came to see that it did. It took much longer for her to grasp the intricacies of the archaic language, and many of the concepts seemed foreign to her, but she persisted nonetheless. Once she gained a rudimentary understanding of the language, she attempted to read books written in High Script, but they were confusing. Most contained accounts of family bloodlines and little else. Often, when she asked Pelavor what specific words meant, they were names of places, people, or families. The books written in High Common were a luxury. Most were tales of adventure and intrigue with happy endings. Nothing in them would help her prepare for the Greatland, though, so she pressed on with her studies. Strom and Osborne both gained passable knowledge of Jonlander, but Vertuk steadfastly refused. He had tried it first, but no one spoke his native dialect. Thus it was much more difficult for him to learn. Katrin doubted Vertuk would ever be mistaken for a native of the Greatland, and it probably didn't matter anyway. If they kept him disguised, perhaps he could be convinced to remain mute. Boredom plagued the men. They didn't share her passion for books, and needed some other way to occupy themselves.
"Any chance you could find us some dice?"
Benjen asked Pelavor one afternoon. "I suppose there's a chance. I'll make some inquiries on your behalf." In the meantime, he brought a new stack of books for their entertainment. Most were in High Common, but a few were in High Script. Those in high common were soon divided among the others, and Katrin's supposed more ancient lineage wouldn't kill her. She picked up a badly faded and ancient-looking tome, and was pleasantly surprised to find it actually told a story. It was an impossibly difficult text to translate, and she often had to read a passage several times before she had even a cursory understanding of what it meant. Even when she thought she made sense of something, she wondered if she weren't misinterpreting it. Based on her best guesses, she surmised that there had been two warring factions, the Om and the Golgi, and the Golgi were very powerful. Some passages seemed to indicate that the Om were forced to live underground in order to avoid the Golgi. This confused Katrin, and she was almost certain she was reading something incorrectly, but she continued, hoping to find something to confirm or deny her assumptions. "What do these two words mean?" she asked Pelivore. "I don't know what Golgi means. I apologize for my ignorance. This book is from the captain's personal collection, and it is probably the oldest text I have ever seen. Based on the ancient form of high script, I suspect this is a relatively recent transcription of a much older work. Some of the words it contains may have never been translated before, or may have no translation. The other word you asked about, Om, could be similar to Oma, which means men. That makes no sense either, unless the men were fighting women. Perhaps Golgi is the word for woman," she said. "I doubt that. Uma is the more modern form of woman. Perhaps the old form was he speculated, and Katrin scanned the pages in hopes of confirming his guess. She was almost disappointed to find the word used later in the text, since that bit of conjecture only made the rest of the puzzle appear more complex. The further she read, the more confused she became, and she eventually set the book aside in frustration. Pacing the cabin relentlessly, she was like a caged animal. She needed answers, not guesses, but all she had were feelings and assumptions. Her confinement became like a tangible thing. It trapped her and prevented her from getting the answers she sought. She knew, deep inside, it wasn't true, but frustration overwhelmed her good sense. She stewed in her uncertainty and anxieties until she worked herself into a frenzied state. The men seemed to sense the rising storm, and they exchanged glances, as if wondering where she would strike. Fears and concerns overwhelmed her, and she realized not all of the worry was hers. She could sense the others, and their moods were influencing hers, and she wondered if she could remain sane while trapped with so much emotion in what now seemed like small quarters. Pelivore broke the tension when he brought dried fruits and walnuts soaked in maple syrup. Everyone gathered around him and sampled the unexpected treats. The mood lightened, and soon they laughed while licking their fingers. Chase and Strom told tall tales along with more than a few true tales, and Pelivore laughed so hard he nearly choked. Chase patted him on the back, and as soon as he was breathing again they launched into a series of humorous anecdotes that nearly killed the young man. There took surprise to everyone when he told the tale of an adventure with his horse, Al-Jadir. He was somber at first, and Katrin could sense his pain, but she was also glad to know Al-Jadir's name. She would never forget him. He said that he and Al-Jadir were once caught in a tremendous sandstorm, a storm so terrible his love feared for his life. They limped back to camp barely alive and bearing a mighty thirst. The first thing they came upon to drink were jugs of whiskey. Laughing so hard that tears ran down his face, he had trouble finishing his tale. He finally managed to tell them that he and his horse nearly drank themselves to death, and his lover threatened to leave him after she found him passed out, his arms around Al-Jadir. Pelivore fell from his chair, laughing. The sight of Pelivore enjoying himself lightened Katrin's soul, and she felt somewhat responsible for his new confidence. It was Chase, though, who sent Pelivore over the edge. His rendition of their trip through the marshes sent Pelivore into fits. Even those who had endured those trials found Chase's comical reenactment too humorous to resist. When Chase got to the part about Strom realizing he had mistakenly used the leaves of a poison plant for personal purposes, Pelivore's eyes grew very large and he covered his mouth. He could not make a sound as he pointed and stared at Strom, tears streaming down his cheeks. Claiming his stomach hurt from all the laughing, Pelivore excused himself, and they were all sorry to see him go. His mood had been infectious, and they all felt better for it. The silence he left behind seemed to lend itself to quiet reflection, and Katrin found herself reviewing many of the good times in her life. The silence held as if everyone in the room were enamored with it, and Katrin wondered who would finally break the spell. All of them nearly jumped from their skins when there came a loud knock on the door just before it opened. A motherly-looking woman gracefully entered the room and addressed them. "Greetings, friends. I'm Nora Trell, captain of the Trader's Winged. I welcome you aboard, even if it is a bit late," she said as she looked each of them over, and she smiled brightly when she got to Benjen. "Ah, so there's a storm cloud aboard one of my ships again. Benjen, you scoundrel, it's good to see you again." Benjen approached her, and they exchanged a brief hug. "This one nearly let my Kenward and your father get him killed," she said while pinching Benjen's cheek and arching her eyebrows at Katrin. "Kenward has said many a time that sailing with Benjen was like sailing with a thunderhead. I'm guessing it's still true," she said, and laughed as Strom and Osborne nodded vigorously in agreement. Benjen shot them a good-natured scowl, but Nora looked at Benjen seriously. "I still owe you a debt, Benjen Hawk, for helping to keep my fool son afloat. I would repay that debt now," she said, and she pulled a small bag from within her stout robe. An assortment of brightly colored dice rolled out when she emptied it onto one of the tables. Benjen sucked in a breath, for these were not ordinary dice. Each one was carved from a different type of gemstone, and they sparkled in the light. The faces of each die bore detailed designs, along with the etched value of that face. They ranged from 4 to 18 sides, with several variations of each. Katrin didn't know the value of the stones themselves, but each of them was a work of art. Gauging by Benjen's reaction, she guessed they were very valuable indeed.
"It's too much, Captain Trell. I cannot accept such a generous gift, even if it is in the exact form I desired. I thank you, though."
"Nonsense," she replied. "I insist you take them, as they are not for you alone. Miss Katrin saved the slippery eel in rather spectacular fashion, I'm told. I hope to repay part of that debt this day, and satisfy my curiosity. I'm not certain I wish to see anyone rip the clouds from the sky, as Kenward described your attack on the Jean, but the description creates a vivid image. He's an excitable boy, and he tends to exaggerate, but he seemed sincere in this," she said, making the statement a question, and looking at Katrin for confirmation. "I wouldn't have used those words, but I cannot say his description is inaccurate," Katrin replied as humbly as she could. Benjen and the others nodded in agreement, and Nora was duly impressed. "Truly powerful indeed," she said. "You have your mother's look about you. I hope you have a more conservative disposition than she did, given the power you wield." Captain Trell seemed to realize how harsh her words sounded. "I'm sorry, my dear. That was insensitive of me. Sometimes I forget when I'm not speaking to a member of my crew. Please forgive me. Your mother was a lovely young woman, and I was very sorry to hear of her passing." Katrin nodded in silent acceptance of the apology. Captain Trell broke the uncomfortable hush and changed the subject by asking Katrin if she had been able to read the book she sent with Pelivore. Katrin was downcast as she admitted she had grown frustrated with the old book, but Nora was sympathetic. "Don't let it bother you. I've had several scholars examine that book, and they could tell me very little about it. Mostly they said the writings were so old they were written in a language that preceded High Script. I cannot remember what they call it now," Nora said, and she looked thoughtful as she shuffled through her memories. "It was a long time ago, but I believe one scholar thought this book told of the discovery of the Greatland." Katrin was unsure what good the information would do her, as she doubted she would ever be able to fully translate it, but she tucked the knowledge away. In a tangle of vines, Nat's long knife became wedged. Sweat dripped into his eyes while he yanked on the handle, trying to pull the blade free. Frustrated and tired, he prepared for a final yank when a hand rested on his shoulder. Nina moved his hand from the handle and stepped in front of him. Taking the handle, she moved it up and down as she pulled, and it soon slid free.
"Thank you, Nina,"
Nat said, letting her, once again, take the lead. Her long knife seemed to sail through the undergrowth, but when he had tried to lead, he found it impossible to do. Nina was a gift from the gods. Among the villagers, he was seen as something special. It was impossible to know what it was they really thought, since he did not understand their language, and, even worse, no one would dare speak to him. Even the village elders would only nod, shake their head, or point. When they pointed, they almost always pointed to the same place. a high peak on the far side of the island, which was often obscured by clouds. It was there Nina would take him. As soon as Nat had shown the slightest interest in reaching that mountain, Nina had stepped forward, and the elders rushed them to start their journey. Since then, Nina had been leading him deeper into the jungle, and Nat began to wonder if he would leave it alive. Snakes, lizards, and even frogs were threats here. Whenever a threat was near, Nina would make a sharp hissing sound and point. Despite the danger, Nat did want to see what the villagers thought was so important about this mountain. Something was there, waiting for him. Whenever they gained a clear view of that narrow yet majestic spire, he would stand in awe, overwhelmed by a feeling of anticipation. Nat found himself staring at the still distant mountain, and he realized he'd stopped again. Nina had continued to clear a path through the underbrush, and he jumped at the sound of her sharp hiss. Chapter 6. Wager your coin only when you know something the rest do not. Heidi Cook, Gambler. Captain Trell's gifts provided days of entertainment. Benjen taught them to play a game known as pickup. He drew a grid on the back of a piece of leather and drew a number in each square. Players put their bets on the squares they wanted, and the dice would be rolled. They used a combination of dice whose maximum was equal to the number of squares on the grid, which made every roll a potential winner. If the number you bet was rolled, then you got all the bets on the grid. The group had very little in the way of coinage, which made it difficult for them to play, but Pelivor solved their problem. He brought them a long strip of rawhide that he said they could cut up and use as pretend coinage. The idea was an instant success, and Pelivor even joined them for a few games. Benjen was an experienced player, and he tried to teach them the nuances of the game. Each player could bet more than one square per roll, but no more than one coin per square. They took turns placing bets until everyone passed on their chance to bet, or until the grid was full. The game could be frustrating at times, especially when they could not remember who had placed bets on which squares, but they had fun learning.
Many places in the Greatland have elaborate pickup tables with colored betting chips for each player that make it much easier to keep track of, but this is better than boredom by far,
Benjen said, to which they all agreed. Katrin played on occasion, but most of the time she returned to her book, which she now thought was entitled Men Leave. This at least made sense, given what the captain knew of the book. Even with the additional knowledge, she had few revelations. The latter part of the book seemed to describe the shipbuilding process, but she was unsure, and there were no illustrations to help her. The information Captain Nora provided was inconclusive, and Katrin began to wonder if it was influencing her attempts at translation. Perhaps, she thought, she had been better off before finding out what someone else thought the book was about. At the times when she could no longer take the frustration, she talked with Pelivor or played pickup with the men. Her games of pickup grew fewer as the intensity of the games began to increase. Benjen was no longer the most experienced player, and Vertuk surprised them all by consistently winning. They asked him how he won so often, and he always gave them the same obtuse reply: patterns. This answer served only to infuriate the rest of them, as they sought to see these magical patterns Vertuk used to beat them. Each time they played, they were more determined to win, and they demanded rematch after rematch, even after he had taken all their bits of rawhide numerous times. "What do you mean by patterns?" Katrin asked when she cornered him one day. He just shrugged.
"Patterns all around, but you must learn to see them. Some things more likely than others, and when one pattern happens, probably not happen again. Patterns not always right, but better than no patterns."
Katrin was not sure she understood his logic, but she began looking for patterns in everything, as Vertuk suggested, and in many ways she found confirmation of his words, not the least of which was his obscene winning streak. Despite her efforts to duplicate his feat, she was never able to see the patterns in relation to pickup, as Vertuk did. When they were near the end of their ocean journey, Pelivor brought them a large map of the Greatland that he rolled out onto one of the tables. "Captain Trell wishes to know your desired destination, as she needs time to make the arrangements for the final leg of your journey. She does not recommend you land at New Moon Bay. The security will be tight, and you would stand a good chance of being discovered. It would not be the first time the Trader's Wind has been searched from top to bottom before being allowed to enter port." The months aboard the ship had dulled the group's sense of urgency and allowed them to become complacent. Katrin had been able to forget some of her fears and anxieties, while the seclusion and comfort had fostered the illusion of security. With the map in front of them, and the decision upon them, the thin veil of perceived safety vanished. Katrin trembled as a sense of foreboding weighed on her until she thought she would be crushed. Her eyes rested on the soft clothing she wore, and she felt the need to regain her edge and vigilance. Determined to completely shatter the illusion, she excused herself, retreating to her quarters to don her leathers and homespun. Pelivore had cared for them well, and her garments were in considerably better condition than when she arrived. Her borrowed garments had been designed specifically for comfort, and Katrin found her utilitarian clothing rough and binding in comparison. The effect helped to remind her of the seriousness of her situation, and she visibly shifted her posture and attitude. The effect was not a complete regression to that which she had been before boarding the trader's window. Her new persona was better educated, more confident, and better mentally prepared. When she returned to the common area, she found the atmosphere completely changed. Gone were the reclining figures garbed in white and tan. In their place she found adventurers. The abrupt shift appeared to unnerve Pelivore, and he looked as if he were surrounded by predators. Katrin could understand his unease. She, too, was disquieted by those who paced the apartments like angry beasts, despite being one of them. Her attempt to reassure Pelivore came out as a shrill demand that he not look so meek. He seemed uncertain of how to respond, and quickly excused himself. Benjen was the first to speak.
"We'd best prepare ourselves for the rigors that await us. This journey has provided respite and opportunity for recuperation, but it's also softened us. Let's approach our next decision with wisdom as well as caution. Let's discuss the best possible place to disembark the Trader's Wind, as well as our ultimate destination. Let us consider our decisions well before we act,"
Benjen said, and his formal words struck their hearts. Katrin nodded and joined the somber group around the map. Benjen produced the bag of dice and poured a few into his hand. He placed them strategically on the map. The dice were a perfect metaphor for Katrin, but one that struck too close to the truth for comfort. She imagined the dice rolling, her fate decided by patterns she failed to perceive. Benjen looked thoughtful and placed one last die on the map.
"I've marked these locations for a number of reasons. On the southeastern tip of the Greatland, we have the Draska Stone, one of the oldest Cathuran strongholds. We could land on the southern tip of Mundleborough and travel east to Draska Stone. Far to the north, in the northern wastes, there is Omahold, thought to be the first stronghold on the Greatland. It's remote and surrounded by deep snow for much of the year. There are other, less significant Cathuran outposts in the remote parts of Silva and the Westland," he said, motioning to the 3 smaller dice. "We'll be approaching the east coast, and traveling all the way to the west coast by ship would be risky. The Southland and Mundleborough have been occupied for only a few years, and the Jean influence has less hold there, but the southern coasts are brutally hot. Landing on the shores of the Southland would be difficult, as there are several key ports along the peninsula, and that area will likely be patrolled heavily."
"What about landing along the northern wastes, or northern Endland? That would make for a relatively short journey to Omahold," Chase asked.
"Endland is densely populated, and the northern wastes are aptly named. They are barren and lifeless, and they can be deadly to cross. Autumn is nearly upon us, and the winter snows will soon cover the wastes. I think we'll be best served by going south to Draska Stone,"
Benjen replied. After much deliberation, it was agreed that Benjen's plan was the most sound. His knowledge of this foreign land was far greater than what Katrin and the others possessed. When Pelivore returned, Captain Trell accompanied him. She greeted them briefly before getting straight to the point. "Where will you go?" Benjen looked as if he would speak, but Katrin beat him to it. "We'll travel to the southern coast of Mundleborough, presuming the arrangements can be made. Your choices are few, and all of them dangerous, but I assume you are well aware of that. My options are limited in these dire circumstances, and I'm afraid your accommodations will be much less comfortable from here. There's a ship that should do this deed for me, since her captain owes me his skin, but he is not the most trustworthy fellow. You are certain of your course, are you not? I'll not be able to change these arrangements once they are set. Please consider your options wisely. I'll send Pelivore for your answer on the morrow," Captain Trell said before she left. None of them came up with a better plan, despite hours of contemplation, and on the next day they gave Pelivore confirmation of their desires. Katrin had hoped she would feel better once the decision was made, but instead she found her anxiety increasing. Life was about to start moving at full speed once again, and she was afraid she'd lost her stride, if she had ever truly had it. The months spent in close quarters had taken their toll. It seemed the group had run out of things to say, and each moment seemed to drag on. Having been reminded of the dangers ahead, Katrin and the others dearly wished to just get on with it. 3 days later, Pelivore brought them a large meal and word to prepare to change ships. "Your passage was difficult to secure, but Captain Trell bribed a mercenary ship to carry you to Mundleborough. The Night Fist should arrive after midnight. I'll let you know when they are prepared to receive you," he said, then excused himself. He returned a short while later, laden with packs, bedrolls, and a rather large coin purse. "Compliments of Captain Trell. She sends you luck." Benjen accepted the gifts and weighed the purse in his hand. He looked as if he wanted to return it, to say it was too much, but then he seemed to swallow his pride. Katrin was glad he mastered himself. They would need coin during their travels, and now she had one less worry. "You may keep the clothes that fit you, and I'll be happy to pack them if you wish," Pelivore said. "Thank you," Katrin replied. "That is a generous gift, and we'll gladly accept it, but we can pack them. It'll give us something to occupy our idle hands." Thinking about the journey ahead, she could not decide if she was more excited or terrified. The two emotions churned in her gut, and she began to feel ill. A big part of her wished to stay aboard the Trader's Wind and hide for the rest of her life, but she knew she could not. Chase and Strom tried to appear confident, but they could not hide their trepidation from her. She could feel the anxiety radiating from them. Her senses had become more attuned to her companions during the long voyage, and she felt much closer to them all, if not too close. She could sense that Benjen was reliving old and painful memories, and Bertuk was terrified of boarding a smaller ship again, but she could also sense his desire to reach dry land.
"Get some sleep while you still can,"
Benjen said.
"We'll want to be well rested when we board the Night Fist."
While Katrin agreed, she found it impossible to sleep. Knowing she was not alone in her insomnia did nothing to console her. When Pelivore finally arrived, Katrin yawned and had trouble keeping her eyes open. The rush of excitement had worn off, and she was drained and exhausted. Cursing herself for not sleeping while she could, she pulled herself from the comfortable chair and watched as the others rose no more quickly. "I want to thank you all for your kindness during this journey," Pelivore said. "Thank you for including me in your games and storytelling. I enjoyed it very much. Captain Trell sends her thanks as well." Pelivore presented each of them with a gift. His gifts were simple, but the thought behind them was without price. To Bertuk he gave a carving of a horse. The mighty steed it depicted was in full stride with its mane and tail flying in the wind. Bertuk marveled over it, and shocked Pelivore by embracing him in a bear hug. When Pelivore turned to Strom, he produced a small canvas painted with brightly colored depictions of several plants. "This canvas can be used safely in an emergency," he said with a straight face, "but the plants drawn on it should be avoided." Strom flushed, but when Pelivore cracked a smile, he laughed aloud. Next, Pelivore made his way to Chase, and presented him with a small herb kit, complete with notes on which herbs to use for various ailments. "I hope your shoulder heals well, but in the meantime, this should help," he said, and Chase thanked him for the generous gift, shaking his hand firmly. Osborne clearly didn't know what to expect, and Pelivore had a sly smile on his face as he approached. He handed Osborne a small stone vial filled with clear liquid. "This perfume is guaranteed to win the affections of any woman who smells it," Pelivore said loudly. Osborne flushed and looked extremely uncomfortable. Katrin asked for a sniff, and Osborne quickly but carefully stashed the vial in his pocket. Katrin laughed, and Pelivore winked at her. Benjen stood with his arms crossed and stared down his nose at Pelivore, managing to look somewhat imposing. Pelivore hesitated for a moment. "You deserve whatever you get, Benjen Hawk," Katrin said, "especially after the way you teased him about women." Benjen let a small smile play across his face, but maintained a defensive posture. Pelivore presented him with a hand-painted pickup grid. The lines were precisely drawn, and the text beautifully penned.
"Thank you, Pelivore. You are kind,"
Benjen said, patting him on the back. Katrin wondered what Pelivore could possibly have for her. His smile was bold and impish as he moved to stand before her. "There are 3 gifts for you," he said, then walked to the bookshelves, where he located the books Captain Trell had sent for her. The last item he held was a satchel that consisted of wax-coated layers of leather. He placed the books in the water-resistant case and handed them to Katrin. "The captain insists you take these. She only asks that you inform her of anything you learn of them. The last gift is from me," he said, and his face flushed. He hesitated for a moment, but then seemed to realize this was his last opportunity. He put his arm around Katrin's waist, dipped her back, and kissed her firmly on the lips. The others had to suppress their laughter and hooting, for fear of making too much noise at such a crucial time, but the moment would never be forgotten. Katrin was befuddled by Pelivore's kiss, and she was speechless when he stood her back up. He ran his hand across her lower back as he released her, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Weak-kneed, she waited to see what would happen next. Pelivore walked away without another word, opened the exterior hatch, and secured and unrolled the rope ladder. Katrin dreaded climbing out of the hatch backward, especially with her staff slung across her back, but she set her jaw and prepared herself. Pelivore helped her climb out into the darkness, and she groped in the air with her toes, trying to locate the next rung. It was a frightening climb, but she reached the boat that waited below. Her eyes were slow to adjust to the darkness, and she could not make out any details of the men in the boat. No one spoke a word. Each of her companions made their stealthy descent, and Katrin was pleased to note that Chase had little trouble with his climb, though he was out of breath when he reached the boat. He had healed well, and now he could regain his stamina. The sound of the oars stroking the water gave an eerie quality to their mute departure, and it felt like a dream. Katrin gazed back at the trader's wind, and would always recall the memories of their journey with fondness, but she feared what lay ahead. The path before her was perilous and filled with uncertainty. She tried to harden herself in preparation. The Night Fist appeared at first as a shadowy silhouette that became more solid and distinguishable as they approached. It looked dark and oily, and it gave Katrin the shivers. The crew dropped a boarding net that Katrin and the others climbed easily. The rough and mean-looking men on deck were no friendlier than those in the boat. Most wore vicious sneers on their faces. Several of them eyed Katrin in a way that made her very uncomfortable, and she was relieved when a man stepped forward, grunted at them, and motioned for them to follow him. He led them to a room that resembled a cell more than it did a cabin. Katrin entered the dark room with trepidation and was grateful when Benjen refused to allow the man to close the door behind him. They were left alone, cabin door slightly ajar. 2 benches were the only items in the room, but she and the others made themselves as comfortable as they could. Chase, Strom, and Osborne unrolled their bedrolls and rested on the floor. Benjen and Vertuk sat, leaning against the walls, and Katrin reclined on one of the benches. Eventually, Vertuk moved to the other bench and slept.
"I don't trust these men," Benjen said. "I'll be much happier when we've parted company. I'll keep watch if you want to sleep."
Katrin tried to remain vigilant, but her eyes drooped with exhaustion as the subtle motions of the ship lulled her.
The ship's movements became abrupt, disrupting Katrin's sleep, and she nearly rolled off the bench as the ship executed a full turn.
Benjen and the others felt it as well, and were soon on their feet.
Opening the door, which had slammed shut, Benjen peered into the darkness, and Katrin worked her way to his side, but all she saw were furtive shadows sliding in and out of the darkness. Whatever the crew was up to, they were doing it in utter silence. Benjen tapped Katrin on the shoulder and pointed to the south. It took her a moment to spot the distant lights, but then she saw a great many as the ship crested a swell. Benjen closed the door and motioned for everyone to gather around.
"There are Jean's ships to the south. I'm guessing the Night Fist will head to open water and try to skirt the patrols. Our current course argues against that logic, but I may be disoriented," he said,
and they had to put their faith in the strange men who controlled their fate. The hours passed in excruciatingly slow fashion. Each moment seemed endless as they waited in silence. Katrin wanted to go out on deck to assess the situation, but the mercenaries had made it quite clear that she and her companions were not welcome there. In the last hours before dawn, the man Katrin presumed was the captain entered the cabin and motioned for them to follow. When they reached the rails, a couple of the crewmen laughed, leering at Katrin, but she concentrated on their surroundings. A rocky shoreline, where waves pounded against jagged formations, was visible in the distance. She looked down, expecting to see a boat waiting below, but instead she saw only dark water lapping against the Nightfist. She screamed as hands grabbed her from behind, lifting her from the deck. They groped her everywhere at once, and she heard her companions shouting. Hands pulled at her staff, but it was held fast by the straps around it. In a sudden panic, she tried to draw on her powers, but she was not quick enough. After a sudden thrust, she fell with a shrill scream, plunging into the water. Others hit the water as she regained the surface, and she wiped her eyes just in time to see Benjen land a solid blow on the captain's nose before he leaped over the railing. Vertuk was Katrin's first concern. He could not swim, and she feared he would panic. Her fears were confirmed by the loud splashing noises he made as he thrashed in the water. Hampered by the weight of the staff, she reached him shortly after Strom and Benjen did. Vertuk landed several solid blows on his would-be rescuers before they could get him to stop flailing. Benjen assured him he would not let him drown, and Vertuk went limp in his arms. Chase swam ahead with an awkward stroke and looked for a safe place to gain the beach. Though he slipped several times on the algae-covered rocks, he found a relatively clear path. Vertuk was overjoyed when they reached shallow water, and he could feel the sand beneath his feet. Benjen appeared glad to have the large man supporting his own weight again. Slowly they made their way across the treacherous rocks. When they reached the sand, Katrin sat down, trying to contain her anger. How dare those men just dump them in the water?
"I don't know about the rest of you, but I always feel refreshed after a good swim,"
Chase said, in an effort to lighten the mood. Vertuk threw sand at him. Chapter 7. We appreciate most that which we have lived without. The Pauper King. Shivering as the wind chilled her wet clothes, Katrin walked along the rocky beach in miserable silence, still stewing over the way the mercenaries had dumped them in the water, and not even at their desired destination. They'd given no explanation, and had afforded them no indication of where they actually were.
"I believe we're in northern Enland, perhaps a day or two walk from the wastes,"
Benjen said.
"We've little choice now but to brave the snows and make for Omahold. The lands to the south are too heavily populated for us to cross safely."
Omahold was by far the closest Cathuran stronghold, if he were correct about their current location, and no one could argue his logic. They trudged along the coastline, covering as much distance as they could before sunrise, knowing they needed to be away from inhabited lands before the sun rose, or they would almost certainly be discovered. Katrin had known the comforts of the trader's wind would soon be behind them, but she hadn't expected such an abrupt return to the world of cold and wet. The sun rose on the weary group, and the mountains of the northern wastes loomed in the distance. The land became progressively steeper as the rolling hills grew in size.
"We'll need to turn inland eventually, but I think we should go as far north as we can first,"
Benjen said, but then he stopped as if just remembering something. He patted his belt and jacket, then began to curse.
"Boil me! What a fool I am! Now I understand what all the fuss was about when we were thrown overboard. It was a distraction. The coin Captain Trell gave us is gone. Thieving sons of jackals. Now we have only the small amount I kept in a separate purse."
Katrin's opinion of the mercenaries sank even lower, and she vowed to inform Captain Trell of their treacherous actions. In the mid-afternoon, Chase spotted sails on the horizon. Fearing they had been seen, Benjen urged them into the hills, but the ship continued along its course. They skirted the hills for the rest of the day, walking until it grew dark, and they were exhausted by the time they finally struck camp. They ate some salted fish, decided who would take each watch, and those not on watch fell quickly to sleep. Late in the night, Benjen walked to where Chase and Katrin slept. He woke them gently for their watch, but as he stood, he froze.
"Be alert,"
he whispered.
"I see a fire through the trees. I'm going to check it out. You two stay here. If anything goes wrong, wake the others."
"Take Chase with you," Katrin said.
It'll be better if I go alone. I won't be long. Stay here,
Benjen said, and he disappeared into the night. Katrin and Chase took up posts at either end of their camp, and Vertuk stood watch with them, apparently awakened by his instincts.
I sleep when Benjen returns,
he said. Katrin jumped when she heard a sharp snap in the woods, but nothing emerged from the darkness, and other noises followed, leaving the sentries on edge. When Benjen did return, he did so silently, which startled Katrin as much as the noises had. It wasn't that she was surprised by his stealth. It was just that seeing a figure suddenly materialize from the darkness could give one quite a start.
There are 2 monks camped a few hills over, but they're in a drunken stupor, and I didn't want to frighten them. Better to approach them in the morning. Perhaps they can help us on our journey to Omahold,
he said in a whisper, then retired to his bedroll.